Mu Bai's breath gradually became stable, and he exhaled a long breath. The mixed breath was like a sharp sword piercing into the void, and could not dissipate for a long time. He could sense that his spirit had experienced an explosive growth. Open the personal panel. Name, Mu Bai level, level 5/experience, 1/1000, Constitution, 539 Armament Hockey, 1800/500000, Grandmaster, Observation Hockey, 468954/500000, Grandmaster, Special, enables the function of temporarily predicting the future, Conqueror Hockey, 501. Second stage Spirit, including the bonus of the Golden Lion Ring, Kendo, 63502/500000, Grandmaster, 6 Styles, 79250/500000, Grandmaster, Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Awakened, Thunder Fruit, 58%. Equipment, Naginata War God. Black Mysterious Gloves. Secret Black Robe. Golden Lion Ring, with the floating fruit embedded. Items, Fish Fruit Mythical Beast Black Dragon Form, Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit Exchange Voucher. Storage Space. Pet, Skeleton, Evolving, Current Points, 310,000 with the accumulation of daily sign-ins and battles. The spirit has unknowingly broken through the 500-point mark. At this moment, the domineering aura in the body is like an arm for Mu Bai, and can be transformed into substance at will to attack objects both spiritually and physically. I have been waiting for you for many years, the pale-haired Jiang Buming said indifferently. He seemed to be looking at Mu Bai and seemed to be looking at the system hidden in Mu Bai's body. The prompt sound of his own system rang in Mu Bai's ears. Warning! Jiang Buming's soul body has been replaced, and is now controlled by the qualification system. The main task remains unchanged, and the reward remains unchanged. Task 2. I have never heard that the system host has to serve others. Beat him up. Defeat Jiang Buming in the National League. Task 3. After defeating Jiang Buming, tell him that Jiang Buming is a piece of trash. Bah! Reward, Fruit Location. And Mysterious Reward. Additional reward. Winning the National League Championship will receive a Fruit Awakening ticket as a rare additional reward. Any undeveloped fruit can be upgraded to an Awakening fruit. As if afraid that Mu Bai would forget the main task that started from the beginning, the growth system relisted the task list, which made Mu Bai excited. The third devil fruit will be added today. I don't care if you are Jiang Buming or some dog bumming. I will completely defeat you today. With the reward, Mu Bai only felt that he had endless energy and fighting spirit. Lightning and lightning. Mu Bai stomped on the ground, and the rolling ground set off vibration ripples. And the Golden Lion Ring flashed a faint light. The ground rolled up. The sky curtain. The 100-meter arena was like a huge wave in the sea, rolled up by the power of the floating fruit, and smashed towards Jiang Buming fiercely. The ability that I didn't use before. After a simple statement in his heart, the breath of Jiang Buming rose steadily, and the furious flowing magma fire column bombarded the wave-like ground. Mu Bai's arm suddenly appeared with the help of the electric current, and condensed the vibration ball cover to hit Jiang Buming's ears mercilessly. Kung! Unexpectedly, Jiang Buming's arms, which were bent to the sides, resisted Mu Bai's vibration attack, and the sound of the arms colliding resounded through the sky. The residual resonance did not hurt Jiang Buming at all. Mu Bai, who had excellent perception of sight and hearing, clearly saw the light red blood protecting Jiang Buming's body and raising all the opponent's abilities to the limit of his body. Looking at the white-haired opponent, Mu Bai roughly guessed that the opponent might have forcibly increased his combat power by consuming life or vitality. Now, we are at the same starting point. Jiang Buming, whose strange white hair was blown by the breeze, said with a smile, deep in his body. Jiang Buming's body, imprisoned in the soul cage, gradually found something wrong. If the qualification system had not shown its anthropomorphic side before, it was now becoming a human. This also meant that his body might never come back. I knew it would be like this. Before handing his body to the other party, Jiang Buming had already made the worst plan. But there is an old saying in Xia State that the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind. The identity definition of who is the mantis and who is the cicada is not clear. You can compete with me with the same physical strength? You underestimate me too much. Facing the weird smile like a robot, Mu Bai's eyes were full of domineering aura and locked onto Jiang Buming. Shave! With his muscles tensed, Jiang Buming moved at a high speed beyond the norm, just to avoid being locked by Mu Bai's domineering aura. Unfortunately, He obviously didn't expect that such a dodge would be like playing house for Mubai. Because he could predict the future. Purple light and shadow flowed from his eyes. And a large number of broken future fragments quickly passed through Mubai's consciousness. Fixed. With the pressure on him. The fast-moving Jiang Bumming was pressed to the ground on one knee like a dead fish. Mubai, who didn't miss the opportunity, appeared in front of him. The lightning-fast, breathless, continuous punch directly knocked Jiang Bumming, who had raised his arms to resist, into the depths of the ground. Each punch contained layers of compressed vibration power, and the creaking ground collapsed layer by layer. Even in Jiang Bumming's current state, he could only be forced to withstand the opponent's continuous punches. The handsome face collapsed under Mubai's vibrating iron fist. But in an instant, it recovered as before with the replenishment of abundant spirit and soul. In the gap between Mubai's vibrating iron fist bombardment, Jiang Bumming opened his mouth and bit Mubai's fist directly. His strong teeth broke. But he also found an opportunity. Big fire. The boiling magma rushed straight to the sky. Even Mubai had to dodge the hot magma with arm color domineering. Pain is nothing to Jiang Bumming now. He can easily cut off the perception of pain by controlling his body. Melt. Jiang Bumming, whose back elements turned into magma, disappeared into the deep pit on the ground. Want to imitate a Kainu in one piece to deal with Whitebeard's sudden attack from underground? Then you have the wrong person. Pupil shrank. And Mubai's tense muscles made a series of explosions. The muscle lines like the roots of an old tree were all tightened. And the condensed momentum was already shocking. To the audience outside the venue, Mubai seemed to have shrunk a circle out of thin air. Since you don't want to come out, let me help you out. The martial god's Naginata appeared in Mubai's hand from the storage space. A truck head-sized vibration ball cover condensed on the martial god's blade. After the vibration of the Naginata, Mubai's slashing blow crushed all previous attacks in terms of momentum. Swinging the blade to high altitude, the rich domineering aura combined with the superimposed vibration ability, and finally with the blessing of the exclusive weapon Naginata martial god, Mubai at this moment is like a real person with the name of the sword, possessing the style of a martial god who can conquer the world. Mighty shock. Tyrant slash. With the roar of the mighty universe, Mubai's slashing directly turned into a white shock wave that overturned the hundreds of meters of the arena. The power of annihilation mixed with vibration directly penetrated the hundreds of meters deep in the arena. Minister Si Tong was frightened. If the arena protection cover had not been upgraded in advance, Mubai might have directly overturned the Imperial City venue. Mubai! The indifferent Jiang Bumming crossed the void through the rubble, and the shock force repeatedly tore him apart and defeated him in his extraordinary recovery speed. Jiang Bumming, whose body was elementalized, lost his left leg in the previous slash, and could only use the constantly flowing magma to support his body. You're not going to hide, right? Then let's see how many rounds you can survive under my attack. After saying that, Mubai flipped his right hand, and the rubble under his feet, and the large area of mud and sand under his body suddenly gathered into a towering hand that spanned the void and grasped Jiang Bumming. At the same time, his left hand pressed down, and the crackling thunder roared in all directions. The dense blue thunder and lightning formed a divine punishment spear in front of Mubai, and the amazing high-volt current made the entire space lose its color. Jiang Bumming, who lost his left leg, was not panicked. He turned over and charged his magma cannon fist to blast through the towering palm made of floating fruits. Then, red ripples flashed in his eyes. The energy from deep underground directly melted the gravel, and the boiling magma emerged from the ground to fill the hole in the ring. In a flash, the entire pierced ring was left with a bubbling magma lake. The place where I am is the master of magma. You will definitely lose to Mubai. Jiang Bumming was like the king of magma, and Mubai was the enemy who came to his kingdom. Lava HL. Red world. The sticky magma gushed out, and under the control of the ring protection cover, the cylindrical red magma penetrated the sky and swallowed everything. The principal of Shindu on the throne breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Jiang Bumming would not be stupid enough to fight this monster head-on, using the gap to create or summon magma from deep underground. This is the real scary part of the natural system. Using the power of the fruit to create your own kingdom. Not to mention that Jiang Bumming's fruit is about to awaken. Fruit awakening? Duanxia naturally knew through perception that the magma contained something unusual this time. He was calm, but he believed that Mubai, who had always created miracles, would definitely break the opponent's moves. The vast thunder in the rolling magma was cut off, and the vibration barrier was open to block the sticky magma from the surface of the body. But even so, it could not resist the slowly eroding burning feeling. It was a soul-level injury. Mubai felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring, and even the vibration barrier was slightly relaxed. With a frown on his face, he knew that this was the special power brought by the opponent's fruit that was about to awaken. In the surging magma, Jiang Buming's strength can be said to have reached the real limit. Just like the flame fruit in the sea of fire, and the ice fruit in the ice field. When a natural ability user is in an area related to his own elemental attributes, the improvement in strength is also terrifying. There is no place for you in the sky and on the ground. Lose the breath of life completely in the magma current. The loud voice resounded throughout the Imperial City venue, and all the audience stared at this scene. Although they didn't want to admit it, it seemed that Mubai, who was in the magma, was like a lamb that could not escape Jiang Buming's control. Feeling the continuous scorching, Mubai suddenly laughed. Huh? What are you laughing at? The calm questioning voice came from the magma. Jiang Buming was hiding in the torrent of magma. These special magmas have the ability to shield part of the observation color. He was confident that Mubai could not find him at all. The howling before death? Unfortunately, only I can hear it. Give up resistance and slowly turn into ashes in this red world. Looking at the magma gradually approaching his handsome face, Mubai spread his hands and said, You seem to have been doing something wrong. If I want to find you, you can't hide even at the ends of the earth. After that, Mubai's pupils were filled with golden halos, and the vast fragments of the future kept flashing through his consciousness. The opponent's 32,521 dodges and movement trajectories were all mastered by Mubai. Red world? Ridiculous. Squeak. Mubai raised his right arm and hit it hard on the boiling magma. The sound of broken lenses echoed in this red country. The magma sea broke. In this gap, Mubai faced Jiang Buming at the other end of the ring and gave a friendly smile. Keep surging. Magma current. A slightly sarcastic expression hung stiffly on Jiang Buming's face. Although the opponent's vibration ability was amazing, his own recovery and control in this magma country were even more amazing. This shattered gap could be broken with just a hand. Close. Under Jiang Buming's command, the magma current flowed even faster, making the vibration gap that Mubai had just created seem like a joke. Mubai's supporters at the venue were all worried. Will Mubai lose? Come on. Mubai! Don't give up on Mubai. I'm also a commoner, and I support you. Come on. Brother Mubai. You will definitely win. TSK. What the hell are you yelling about? Can the geniuses of our imperial capital be compared with the so-called geniuses from your small places? Hack. Big brother. Have some shame. You didn't use the same tone when your master Jiang was beaten into the ground just now. In the live broadcast channel. In the heated discussions on the court in the Imperial City. No one was optimistic about Mubai. He had been suppressing Jiang Buming before, which made these people subconsciously ignore a fact. That is, Mubai and the other party had a huge difference in the time of cultivation, and the supply of resources was even more different. It was impossible to counterattack and slap in the face in this real world. The reporter who felt the same way put down the microphone in his hand and said with a little sob, Mubai has tried his best. He has reached the 5th level in a shorter time than the other party. This is the limit for ordinary people like us. This world belongs to the children of the big families after all. The other media people also thought about it when they heard this. The support Mubai received along the way was unprecedented. In fact, he had more support than Jiang Buming, not because of other reasons, but because he represented the limit that ordinary people like the bottom masses could reach by themselves. Mubai, who was born as a commoner, did what they could never do. Some people were silent with tears in their eyes. On the ring, the layers of vibration balls surrounding Mubai condensed in the palm of his hand, and the continuously compressed vibration power caused the void to collapse. Nothing in the outside world could interfere with his judgment. Even if he heard it, he would smile. Just like Doflamingo in One Piece said, only the winner is righteous. Time will dilute everything. Only immortality is what Mubai pursues. I wish to become the sun in this life, free myself from the suffering of life and death, and forever cross the starry sky to illuminate the road that belongs to me. This is the purpose of his coming to this world. I want to use my hands to achieve the road of the sun. It is your misfortune that Jiang Buming can live in the same era as me. Seeing the future, Mubai said lightly. His golden eyes were full of murderous aura. When the red magma was about to break through the vibration barrier and touch Mubai, the vibration singularity in Mubai's hand was ready. Break the world. With a roar of shock in the void, Mubai's pupil shrank. and the vibration singularity in the palm of his hand was held in the palm of his hand. The brand new vibration ball cover wrapped in the vibration power and smashed it into the magma current again. You are doing useless work again. Mu Bai. It is getting more and more familiar with the body and is also familiar with human emotions. When it was about to speak with a slightly sarcastic tone, it suddenly froze. The inexplicable palpitations made him uneasy, as if foreseeing his own death. Jiang Bumming shouted, "I admit it." Squeak. The terrifying vibration power across the entire ring directly toward the magma current, and crossed the hundreds of meters of the ring with unparalleled power. In a flash, Mu Bai's right arm pierced Jiang Bumming's chest, and his bloody heart was crushed by him indifferently. Squeak. The cross-section of the void suddenly showed strange fluctuations, and the rapidly spreading vibration ripples made a crisp sound and shattered the defense barrier that could defend against the attack of the 7th level ability user silently. The surging magma flowed into the ground. Jiang Bumming, who could not make a sound, was strangled by Mu Bai's throat with one hand. When the opponent's life was about to dissipate, Mu Bai leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Everything hiding in defense is fragile paper under my third characteristic of vibration. I call it the ability to break the world." "Oh, Jiang Bumming is a rubbish." "Bah." Mu Bai said this with the most indifferent face and directly angered Jiang Bumming, who was still breathing. It is worth mentioning that when Mu Bai's arm pierced through the opponent, the qualification system was taken into his pocket. The system prompted in his ear that the system can be upgraded to version 2.1 at any time. The Jiang Bumming who was angry to death at this moment was himself. When Jiang Bumming died, a large amount of dead air appeared from the fracture of his body. A series of vivid phantoms flashed in the void. They were the humans whose souls and bodies he swallowed to refine their qualifications. The Sword Emperor on the throne was furious and directly ordered the staff of the supervisory department to seal Jiang Bumming's body. He never thought that it was Jiang Bumming who committed such a heinous crime. As a powerful emperor, I don't believe that you don't understand the actions of the students who have been following you. 8th level Emperor Su Mingfan. You need to go with me, the Sword Emperor said coldly, holding the token of the deputy director of the supervisory department in his hand. I don't know what you are talking about. Not to mention that your supervisory department wants to forcibly arrest me. Are you challenging the majesty of all the 8th level masters in Xia country? Su Changming, the principal of Shindu, pretending to be calm, said aloofly, and did not take the authority of the supervisory department into consideration at all. The Sword Emperor drew out his long sword, and the word Tai was engraved on the hilt. Su Mingfan, are you going to disobey orders? The Sword Emperor said coldly, and at the same time, the old drunkard and Duan Xia also looked at him. If it involves a major case, even the emperor must cooperate with the investigation. This is the iron law of Xia country. Su Mingfan, with an ugly face, hunched his body and drooped a little. His cloudy eyes narrowed slightly. He was waiting for those hidden in the dark to make a move. This scene was invisible to the people present. They were all witnessing this era that belonged to Mu Bai. How could a golden scale stay in a pond? Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. The blood on his hand was peeled off by the shock force. Mu Bai walked down the tattered ring and raised his right hand in front of the millions of dumbfounded spectators. Wu! The word Wu directly ignited the whole audience. This was the iconic action of Wuhan University students, who won the National League Championship more than 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, Mu Bai from Wuhan University shouted it again more than 10 years later. Wu! Wu! The overwhelming shouts directly ignited the Imperial City venue, and the brilliant sparks were launched in the venue. Mu Bai, who was bathed in the scorching sun, created a new history. Everyone in Wuhan University celebrated and encouraged. Although they knew that Mu Bai was very strong, it was obvious that they were still dreaming about winning the championship. Teacher Lei, who laughed loudly, was particularly happy. This year's bonus was afraid that he would set a record for the highest amount. Amid the shouts of the whole audience, Mu Bai received a prompt in his mind that the task was completed. Ding dong. Main task 2 completed. Reward fruit location. Ding dong. Main task 3 completed. Reward a mysterious reward. Ding dong. Main task completed. Additional reward effective. Obtain fruit awakening ticket as a rare additional reward. Any undeveloped fruit can be upgraded to an awakening fruit. The third fruit position is of course the black dragon fruit as a fantasy beast species. Mu Bai said in his heart that he would use the third fruit position. The dark and scaly devil fruit was cut off by Mu Bai in the storage bag and then put into his mouth. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the animal type fish fruit fantasy beast species black dragon form. Constitution plus 3 Constitution plus 26 Constitution plus 53. The continuous increase in Constitution did not stop until it increased by exactly 400 points. Mubai's level also jumped from the early stage of level 5 to the middle stage of level 5. Before Mubai could carefully feel the changes in his body, the bad premonition that lingered in his heart suddenly emerged. The source was Song Jie, who came over. Song Jie, with a slightly twisted posture, walked slowly to Mubai and said admiringly, "Humans have their limits after all. How about joining us?" "Humans? Us?" Mubai ignored him, and silently passed by his shoulder, and walked to the podium. Witnessing Mubai's departure, Song Jie raised his head. The head that was pieced together with half of a kind-looking Buddha statue and half of a face of Lish Devil was particularly creepy. On the rostrum, Si Ton applauded and welcomed Mubai's victory, without mentioning Jiang Buming's tragic death. "Congratulations, classmate Mubai. You have brought the honor of Wuhan University back to its peak. The next 10 years are destined to be your era. I will give you the reward of the National League here." Minister Si Tong handed the rusty key in his hand to Mubai. Duan Xia and the old drunkard also came down from the high throne and congratulated Mubai on his victory. "What a good seedling. This national competition is just the beginning for players like you. Come on." Hiccup. "What a strong smell of wine." The old drunkard smiled and put his hand on Mubai's shoulder. Mubai only felt that the smell of wine coming at him made him unable to breathe. Is he an 8th level ability person related to wine? Mubai did a great job. "When you return to school, Wudao will give you the highest reward," Duan Xia said with satisfaction. Suddenly, Mubai approached the principal and repeated what Song Jie said to Duan Xia, and also expressed his bad premonition. "Oh!" After listening to Mubai's description, Duan Xia became interested. "You fool! What did you say to that, Mubai?" He, who cursed Song Jie in his heart, hurriedly led the members of the Pain cult to get ready. They would face the Emperor throne. Song Jie, who was listening to the 6 directions, naturally noticed the sight of the 8th level Emperor throne Duan Xia. He lifted his cap without caring, and his face, which was half demon and half Buddha, was shocking. "It seems that the time is almost up. Come out!" The crazy Song Jie, or the two-faced Buddha, tore his body apart, and with the help of the artifact of the Holy Demon Temple organized by the Nether City, several black shadows walked out of his heart. They were the people of the Nether City and the Pain cult. The Sword Emperor and Su Mingfan, who were on the throne, were in a stalemate. When Su Mingfan, who was hunched over, saw the two-faced Buddha, he was happy in his heart. "These crazy people finally came. I really missed the territory of Xia State, and now I am finally back," the man in white with the left-handed mask said in a nostalgic tone. And the terrifying sense of oppression was directly pulled to the maximum. "But unfortunately, my mission today is to destroy all of this. Old friend, let these people see your true face." The white clothes with Xiang waved his sleeves, and Song Jie with 2 faces expanded directly, with a body of hundreds of meters covering the sky and the sun. In the horrified eyes of the people, it seemed as if they had returned to the fear of being dominated more than 10 years ago. Two-faced Buddha, good and evil Buddha, are all his names. The peerless demon who once slaughtered millions of people in Donghai province has reappeared in the world. Half of his body was shining with Buddha's light and solemn, as if the real body of Tathagata had come to the world to save the world. And the other half of his body was like Lish Ghost, who had experienced billions of reincarnations and cast a devil's heart, and was full of demons. Amidba. This human body is too disgusting. On one hand, the Sanskrit sound entered his ears, and on the other hand, the devil's sound pierced his bones. Whether it was the mysterious man wearing the Zhuxiang mask or the huge two-faced Buddha, they were all 8th level emperors. Some people in the audience, who recognized the meaning of each other's masks, screamed. How could the Yuta people, who are known for subverting the country and ruling with terror, be here? I was wondering why I always have feelings. It turns out that you, the bugs in the gutter, are hiding here. Duan Xia took the lead and walked up, looking at the masked man of Zhuxiang from a distance. They were sent here by the artifact of the Holy Demon Temple in Yudu. These 3 masked weirdos are interesting. What should I do? Old Duan? The old drunkard staggered and drank the remaining nectar in the wine gourd, speaking slowly, as if he would lie on the ground and fall asleep in the next moment. Fight! Duanzia did not hesitate to use mysterious means to directly teleport all the millions of spectators out of the Imperial City Stadium. The raging wind soaring in the sky directly toward the entire Imperial City Stadium. And the remaining fragments were all fixed in place. The raging wind with strange corrosive energy fiercely attacked Zhuxiang. But he didn't expect that he raised his arm, and a transparent barrier crossed the void. The invincible raging wind was actually helpless against this barrier. Any attack is equally powerless in my eyes. I am a barrier person with supreme defensive ability, Zhuxiang said lightly. In the process of breaking through the peak of level 7 and reaching the throne of the Emperor, he experienced hundreds of battles, all of which ended with his victory without injury. Now the entire underground dark world respectfully calls him Bikai. It means the hardest armor in the throne of the Emperor. Although Xiaogua Fengshan Duanzia is famous, he may not be able to break his defense. A tricky guy. Duanzia naturally knew the name of the superhuman barrier fruit. The contestants and others were blown out of the venue in a sudden strong wind. And the swirling strong winds put them steadily nearly 100 kilometers away. It was the superhuman blowing fruit used by Principal Duan. It seems that the intruder is also at the level of the Emperor. Lei Wuxiang scratched his head helplessly. Teacher Lei. Mu Bai is gone, Sui said anxiously in the noisy crowd. Mu Bai. Ahem. I saw him being caught by the monster with the two-faced Buddha head, Yu Qianshou said with a pale face. What? The strong wind swept through the broken Imperial City venue, leaving only 3 Yuta people wearing masks standing in place. The strong wind can't resist the erosion of darkness. Tian Moyin, the two-faced Buddha, who was not afraid of the strong wind, waved his hand, and the dark hole pulled the powerful attraction directly into Mu Bai's hand. Mu Bai only felt weak all over, and all the power of the devil fruit was inexplicably blocked. The remaining dark power directly reduced the blowing of the strong wind. You let me win? The old drunkard said dizzily. He knew Duanzia's strength. How could the strange and inexplicable gust of wind be easily stopped by him? Dark fruit. Duanzia spit out 4 big words with an ugly face. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at him sideways. Even Zhuama and Zhuiche did not expect that the two-faced Buddha, who was traveling with him, actually swallowed the dark fruit. Only the white-clothes Wuxiang said calmly, times are different. And demons will always change. I just recently discovered that those top demons seem to be able to eat devil fruits. Is this considered a big intelligence? I'll give it to you. The supervisory department. As he said this, his eyes swept to the throne of the Imperial City venue, where the Sword Emperor and the principal of the Divine City confronted each other. After a brief silence on the throne, the power that tore the sky directly cut through the void. And the target was the two-faced demon holding Mu Bai's hand. What a sharp slash. I'll give it back to you. Okay. Zhuiche, like a wild bear, blocked in front of the two-faced demon and actually touched the devastating slash with his hand. After a crisp sound, the blue light and shadow slash dissipated into the void, and the left car was unscathed. Now I will give it back to you. After saying that, he split the same blue light and shadow from his body, and slashed fiercely at the throne blocked by the light and shadow. Superman absorption fruit. Nosy guy. Do I need you to resist the attack for me? The angry two-faced Buddha said disdainfully. These low-level races are really stupid. The two-faced Buddha with mysterious magic words on his body said to Mu Bai in his hand, with a half-crying and half-laughing look, Mu Bai, I have long seen that you are extraordinary. Let me see what secrets you are hiding. After saying that, the Buddha's eye and his brow suddenly opened, and he traced Mu Bai's past with the supreme cause and effect. And the dark fruit in his hand was slowly extracting the devil fruit in Mu Bai's body. Strangely, he could only sense the shock fruit, and other abilities such as lightning cannot be detected at all. In his consciousness, he saw Mu Bai's past, from birth to growth, from surface memory to deep memory, and slowly he seemed to know Mu Bai's past. Mu Bai, who had a splitting headache, tightly grasped the mountain-sized finger of the two-faced Buddha. His life breath was gradually decreasing. The pale Mu Bai had already predicted his upcoming death, in the hands of the 8th-level Emperor. Even if he was a bronze-skinned and iron-boned monkey king, he could not escape the palm of the Tathagata Buddha. This can't go on. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Bai tried hard to recall the terrifying breath he had encountered in the Shura Tower. The two-faced Buddha, who was constantly absorbing Mu Bai's body energy and preparing to extract the power of the devil fruit in his body, discovered an unknown mark. What is this? Curious, he touched the bone mark with his consciousness, and the world suddenly changed. Across countless stars and universes, across billions of light years, In the extremely cold world of withered bones, the skeleton king worshipped by billions of dead souls opened his eyes. He crossed time and space and saw someone coveting his prey. He waved his fingers coldly, and the forcibly torn time and space completely collapsed. The white and temporary withered palm gently pointed to the unknown long river of fate. Mu Bai, who was held in the palm of his hand, felt that the coordinates on his soul became clearer, and the short and piercing coldness eroded his heart. A living ninth-level god. The suddenly awakened two-faced Buddha threw Mu Bai aside, as if he had encountered a plague, and with a horrified face, he forced to open the only remaining passage of the holy demon temple in his body. He just wanted to escape from here, and the unknown power in the void had already set his sights on him. Two-faced Buddha. What are you doing? The white-clothed left prime minister, who was fighting with Duanxia, said puzzledly. This was different from the agreed plan. What was the two-faced Buddha afraid of? Transparent barriers rose and fell. With the help of Zhuche and Zhuama, the two 8th-level strongmen of Xia State had been restrained by him. What was this idiot waiting for if he didn't take the opportunity to deal with Mu Bai? It's a really solid defense. But don't be distracted. Seeing that Mu Bai was fine, Duanxia's heart was also relieved. He waved his robe, and the domineering aura released from his body was directly attached to his arm, knocking on the barrier with the force of thunder. The black and red domineering aura directly passed through the defensive barrier and attacked Zhuxiang's chest through the air. It was the domineering aura entangled. Zhuxiang was knocked away by surprise, and the barrier in the void naturally dissipated. The old drunkard opened his wine gourd, and the fragrant wine scattered on the ground. The yellow little man made of wine smell chirped and raised his long spear to rush towards Zhuche and Zhuama. The tall and burly Zhuche sneered fiercely. Can the famous 8th-level waste drunkard of Xia State block his attack? Absorb. Emperor's Fist. The arrogant black hair fluttered in the air. The Yuta people codenamed Zhuche absorbed the fluctuations in their bodies and threw a domineering punch. With the absorption fruit, he was almost invincible. As the name suggests, the absorption fruit can absorb any opponent's attack. Under his development, he can even release the same level of attack intact. And the increase in physical fitness is far beyond the same level of strong people. It can be said that it is the fruit ability with full endurance and vitality. The Dark Emperor's fist crossed the sky and bombarded the fragile drunk soldier in front of him like a nuclear bomb. It's ridiculous that a child's plaything dares to come out to fight. Destroy. The punch with the full force of the iron tower-like body directly submerged hundreds of drunk soldiers. And the aftermath even affected Duanxia. Kung! This feel. Unexpectedly, the drunk soldier raised a long spear and actually blocked Zhuche's fist. Haha. Although I am weak, I am just right to kill people of your level. After saying that, the wine gourd on his waist immediately broke, and a large amount of nectar was scattered on the drunken soldier. The khaki body turned slightly red, as if a drunk person was staggering. But the aura on their long spears was frightening. Zhuche said in disbelief. Armament color advanced to Rai Sakura. You old thing are really a pervert to use this level. Hundreds of drunken soldiers, under the command of the general, set up a long snake formation, waiting for Zhuche, the big fool, to fall into the trap. Hey, what's wrong with my old bones? It's you, a young man who is willing to use your body to forcibly take the attack. Who is the pervert? You don't like to be abused by nature. The old drunkard laughed, as if he saw through everything. Old dog, you are looking for death. On the other side, the nervous two-faced Buddha finally opened the passage of the holy demon temple. As long as he entered it, he could temporarily escape from here, and maybe escape the attack without source. Mu Bai, who was squatting on the ground to recover, adjusted his breath. He couldn't intervene in the peak battle around him, but would become a burden in the battle with the principal. Just when he was about to leave here, a sharp bone finger cut through the void. Time, space, distance, cause and effect. All these factors could not stop the bone finger that twisted the void. The main world actually began to shatter. The two parties who were fighting staggered their bodies and distanced themselves. And they were all wary of the finger bones that appeared inexplicably. The world that can withstand the 8th-level strongman is on the verge of collapse because of the arrival of a finger. Behead. The ancient whisper sounded, and the cold finger bone directly scratched the forehead of the two-faced Buddha. No matter how he struggled with the dark fruit, it was useless. It seemed that his demise at this moment was in line with the laws of nature. The 8th-level Emperor throne was actually destroyed by a finger. What kind of existence is the skeleton king of this unknown world? Mu Bai frowned and thought as he touched the hot coordinate mark on his heart. The huge body of the two-faced Buddha was turned into ashes, and not even a slag was left in an instant. At the same time, the illusory hall kept flashing through the three people in the dark city who blocked him and smashed directly at Mubai. Nothing. After the strange muffled sound, Mubai's figure disappeared. Only the people who looked at each other were left. The sound of breaking the air came from a distance. A large number of emperors near the capital of God came to support. Knowing that something was wrong, the white-clothed left minister looked at Zuama, who had not taken much action. "It's your turn." A muffled sound came from outside the prosperous hall, and the person who fell to the ground was Mubai, who was teleported into the holy demon palace. Mubai felt very familiar with this depressing world. The dark sky, the boundless mountains, and the exquisite and prosperous hall in front of him. Ding dong. The host has been detected to have entered the artifact Holy Demon Palace, and the data is being detected. Detection successful. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for discovering the ownerless artifact. The connection between the host and the Holy Demon Palace is being established. Please wait patiently. What the hell is this? Mubai was stunned when he heard the system's prompt. This is a direct artifact, right? Could it be that the people of the Yudu organization have never conquered the Holy Demon Palace? Connection successful. Assimilating 0.01%. The door of the palace suddenly opened, and a man in a black windbreaker and an eagle-beak mask walked towards Mubai. "It's you." Seeing the person's dress, Mubai, who had an excellent memory, of course recognized him as the person he had seen fighting Feng Jioga at the end of the college entrance examination. "It's a member of the Pain Cult." Wudong Mubai. "How come you are here?" He under the eagle-beak mask was also a little surprised. He wondered how Mubai could enter the Holy Demon Temple. Was it let in by the two-faced Buddha? The two people who knew each other's identities did not hesitate and directly prepared for the battle. No matter what the reason. "I want your head." Under the eagle-beak mask, the low tone made people feel cold in the heart, and the thick wings covered with toughness were particularly eye-catching. "Pteranodon? Oh, have you heard of my fruit?" He was a little surprised to see Mubai see through his ability at a glance. The ancient species of the dragon fruit. The Pteranodon form. Mubai is certainly not unfamiliar with it. After all, it is the fruit possessed by Kaido's right-hand man, the flame disaster gene in One Piece. If he has the black dragon form of the fish fruit, wouldn't it be equivalent to Kaido fighting Gene? Black Wind Spear. The Black Wind Spear made of black feather wings was held in the hand of the man of the Pain Cult codenamed E. His 3-meter-tall burly body and black armor gave people a strong sense of oppression. The golden scales are originally in the pond, but they will turn into dragons when they encounter wind and clouds. "It's a pity that you, Mubai, the Xia country's genius, met me. It's useless to grow to this point in a short time." Yi's tone was indifferent, as if he was stating a fact. Originally, he wanted to avoid the 8th level attack in the Holy Demon Temple, but he didn't expect Mubai to break in by mistake. This was simply a blessing from heaven. He wanted to take the head of Mubai, who had just won the national championship, and hit these official organizations that cleared them out. A cold smile appeared under the eagle-beak mask. With his peak level 5 strength, it was easy to take down the little Mubai. "Well said. But it's not so easy for you to deal with my dragon." Mubai clapped his hands and said, without any fear in his eyes. After all, although his current strength is still uncertain, as long as it is a character below level 6, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. With his black wings flapping, he said disdainfully, "What an arrogant little guy. You haven't seen a real dragon, and can't feel the oppression of despair. Let me tell you a secret. The real dragon is in our Pain Cult." After saying that, he looked at Mubai with satisfaction, expecting him to show the shock of the Xia people hearing the dragon. Even the real dragon is in this cult. Doesn't this show their gold content? Animal-type fantasy beast species, azure, dragon form fruit? Mubai thought for a while and said, How do you know?" He was a little confused. "You know, the fantasy beast species fish fruit has never appeared in this world. There is no historical record. How did Mubai know about it?" There is no point in talking more. Go to H.L. The raptor-like pupils in his eyes shrank sharply, and he took the lead in launching an attack with his wings vibrating. The black wind flashed by. He, who was at the peak of level 5, and because of the toothless pterosaur form of the ancient dragon fruit, had an amazing speed. In the eyes of ordinary level 5 ability users, it would probably be a black shadow flashing by and the movements could not be seen clearly. But in Mubai's eyes, it was extremely slow. As a courtesy to my old friend, I will use my brand new fruit ability to show you what a real dragon is. After saying that, Mu Bai's eyes flashed with dark golden light, and his extremely terrifying momentum soared into the sky. He, who was about to attack, stopped in midair, and his face, under the eagle beak mask, lost its composure for the first time. Dragon! Boom! The thunderclouds rolled, and the vast thunder flashed in the dark clouds. The huge black fog obscured Yi's sight. He could only vaguely see a creature in the form of an oriental dragon soaring in the void in the black fog of several hundred meters. The hideous white giant horns entangled in the black fog pierced the wrapping of the black fog, and the two bright golden pupils, like car lights, ruthlessly scanned the earth. When Yi's eyes came into contact with the eyes of this behemoth, he would unconsciously feel fear, whether as a human or a toothless pterosaur. The other party's aura is a top-level existence than him. The dark clouds dissipated against the background of thunder, and the behemoth hovering in the void finally showed his entire body. The tightly arranged black scales, the fierce aura from ancient times combined with the supreme momentum overlooking everything, makes people feel awe. The scaly insect with beautiful horns like a stag, a body like a snake, scales like a fish, and claws like a falcon is the most perfect mythical creature in the East. Dragon! Mu Bai, who was flying in the sky, felt that he had turned into an animal and was dreaming. From a human to a black dragon hundreds of meters long. His perception and soul were raised to an incredible height. And of course his physique. This sudden extreme improvement made Mu Bai dazed. When he breathed in and out, there was a strong wind. Thunder roared, and a faint dragon flame flowed from the corner of his mouth, flying in the sky, playing with the sea of clouds and illuminating the past and present. This is a real dragon. Do you think I am still a dragon? Mu Bai's huge dragon head approached the ground, and the powerful pressure was directly on the thin E. Xiaoguo's marshal. Important scenes across the country must be planted with the Kyushu Black Dragon flag. He has already thought of the excitement of those Xiao people when they saw Mu Bai transformed into a black dragon. Natural, superhuman, and animal. Are you still a human with 3 fruits? After a long silence, he said this, and his eyes looking at Mu Bai were a little different. It would be a pity if a person who can transform into a black dragon at any time cannot be recruited into their holy church. If Mu Bai joins, all the wavering believers will definitely think that joining the holy church is the bright road after seeing the black dragon. Such propaganda significance cannot be given by other fantasy beasts. Mu Bai, I think about it. You and I don't have a life and death hatred. Not as good as your uncle. Roar! Mu Bai interrupted the other party, and didn't care what he said. The fire element flowed under the black scales, and the huge dragon mouth opened in an instant. The devastating dragon breath directly submerged Yi's figure. When the hot dragon flame column hit the ground, it directly smashed the mountain behind Yi into slag. Ahem. Mu Bai, you're looking for death. Wing, who was scorched by the high temperature, barely used his armament haki to resist the breath of the black dragon. But the black armor on his body was melting, and the pain of the iron covering his body made him numb. He vibrated his wings and rushed straight into the sky, and the tightly grasped black wind spear was thrown out in an instant. It was like a black lightning piercing Mu Bai's huge dragon pupil. That's it? Mu Bai in the black dragon form looks huge, but in fact, he has extremely strong mobility. With the help of his observation haki, he can predict the future, and attacks of the same level can't hit him at all. Mu Bai waved his dragon claws in a playful mood, and countless nearly 100-meter-long sharp wind blades cut through the sky. The black wind spear was destroyed by the extremely destructive wind blades in an instant, and it broke into 2 pieces with a click. The rest of the wind blades directly cut the ground, making Wing, who was dodging in the void, embarrassed. I'm afraid even Wing didn't expect why every action he took would be predicted and attacked by Mu Bai in advance. The continuous dodging almost left him no time to breathe, and Mu Bai in dragon form had no physical energy consumption at all. Just like a boss in an online game, the abundant blood volume and the inexhaustible endurance bar did not decrease at all. Even if he was injured, it was easy for Mu Bai to recover with his terrifying physique. What are you hiding from? Mu Bai's plain words made Yi, who kept dodging, look bitter. He claimed to be an ancient species with a super strong physique, but he was like paper under the opponent's attack. How could he dare to take Mu Bai's attack head-on? The black dragon in the void used a continuous stream of wind blades to cut off the birdman's escape route. Mu Bai did this to test his ability and to practice his body. It would be a pity to waste a good sandbag. He kept dodging and cursed in his heart. His messy hair was cut into pieces by the wind blade. At this moment, the paging stone suddenly lit up. He opened the message projection and was speechless on the spot. It said that the mission failed. The two-faced Buddha was killed by Wu de Mubai, and only Zhu Xian escaped from the encirclement of the divine capital emperor. Damn it! Sacrificing Song Jie's body to forcibly summon the two-faced Buddha to release his clone. That was the two-faced Buddha who had entered the 8th level of power. In addition, the dark fruit that was found in the demon tree world at a huge cost. Now it's all gone. The dark fruit returned to the demon tree world, and the two-faced Buddha's body was in the other dimensional Buddha kingdom of good and evil. The people in the Yudu are so talented that they will recover quickly after the death of two small characters. The worst thing for a long time is their painful holy church. Wait! How did Mu Bai kill the 8th level clone of the two-faced Buddha? Wing, who was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, also thought of a horrifying fact. That is, if the two-faced Buddha died, wouldn't the holy demon temple mark imprinted on them disappear along with it? I can't go back to my original world. Mu Bai, who followed closely behind, didn't care what the other party was thinking. The speed of the toothless pterosaur that was flying through the air at a high speed suddenly increased. After Wing released his human form and transformed into an animal, his speed increased greatly. At this moment, he seemed to rush out of the clouds like a black fighter. Mu Bai's dark golden pupils stared at the other party's actions. When the dragon claws opened, the black and golden flame cloud rose up. The soft and comfortable feeling made people feel very comfortable. No! It made the dragon feel very comfortable. The flame cloud is the key to supporting the huge body. The magnificent flame cloud can even easily lift the island, which is somewhat similar to the ability of the floating fruit. It's so simple. Mu Bai was also a little surprised. He just subconsciously wanted to catch up with his opponent and automatically summoned the flame cloud. This was a world of difference from watching Momonosuke, who hesitated for a long time before releasing the flame cloud in one piece. Interesting. It's fun to manipulate the black and gold flame clouds to form a palace, like the Lingxiao Palace, or an army of soldiers composed of flame clouds. Seeing that the opponent had gone far away, Mu Bai swung his huge body straight into the sky, and soon caught up with Yi, who was flapping his wings. The higher you fly, the worse you will fall. The domineering dragon roar resounded through the sky. Fortunately, this is a small world in the Holy Demon Palace without any creatures. Otherwise they would be scared to death by the dragon roar, and the flying bird creatures would definitely fall into the abyss with their whole bodies stiff. Mu Bai! We can't get out. Why waste our energy here? He, who was in the state of Pteranodon, had his blood coagulated when he heard the dragon roar, and his fear in his heart became more and more intense. Ordinary dragon roars naturally cannot effectively affect E, a veteran strongman at the peak of level 5. Mu Bai combined the domineering aura with the dragon roar to have such an effect. If he really encounters a weak fish on the battlefield, the sound mixed with the domineering aura will directly kill creatures below level 5. When flying over the clouds, Mu Bai opened his dragon mouth, and the surrounding clouds suddenly turned black and lightning flashed. The entire dark cloud layer of nearly 1,000 meters followed Mu Bai with the muffled sound of thunder, and continued to climb to high altitudes. As Mu Bai's dragon mouth opened, the rolling thunder compressed light ball crackled in the void, and rough lightning pillars continued to emerge in the black clouds covering the sky beside him, and the whole sky trembled under the flashing of lightning. The scene was very shocking. He, who was flying in front, was like a bird facing a storm alone, and could be drowned by the black clouds behind him at any time. What was Mu Bai going to do? He, who was feeling uneasy, looked back, and thought of using up the opponent's strength first. So he suddenly turned his body and dived to a low altitude. In the dark clouds, thunder dragons were rising and flowing in them, and electric currents were entangled in Mu Bai's dark golden pupils, and the lightning ball in his mouth was also compressed to the extreme. Just as he turned his body around and flew high in the sky again, a sharp lightning beam rushed out of Mu Bai's mouth. The surrounding lightning dragon bodies continuously merged into the lightning beam. Thunder breath. 10,000 thunders. The sudden beam seemed to have predicted Yi's movements long ago and directly bombarded his body when he had just flown into the sky and had not been far away. Damn it! Can this Mu Bai predict the future? The surging lightning wrapped around Yi's body, and the numb lightning was melting his body. It only took another 0.1 second for him to be melted in half by the thunder beam. Armament-colored Mahakala. The unique wings of the Pteranodon spread out and suddenly wrapped around its body like a zongzi. The terrifying torrent of lightning and thunder slammed into the earth with its wings and fell into the lake. Boom! Zizi. Mu Bai, who was slowly falling from the sky while controlling the black and gold flame cloud, was also somewhat surprised at the destructive power of his lightning breath. The originally clear lake was gone. The terrifying lightning directly melted and evaporated all the water elements, and blasted the entire land into a huge pit that was thousands of meters wide and nearly 100 meters deep. Looking down at the deep pit from a high altitude, it looked like a funnel, combining the breath of the black dragon form with the amplification of the lightning fruit. This combination is powerful and shortens the charging time, Mubai said thoughtfully. In the top battles, it is rare for the opponent to wait for you to charge and wait for you to attack. The victory or defeat is often at a few key nodes. Change. Mubai's body slowly became smaller and turned into a human form again. Lightning instant body. In a flash, Mubai came to the center of the deep pit, where there was a body with 2 broken wings, which was he who was almost melted in the vast thunder and lightning. Use the armament Haki to cover the wings, and then use it to wrap the body to resist the attack? Mubai, who was dressed in black and had a cold face, grabbed his neck and pulled him out of the deep pit alive. A sneak attack? Mubai's observation Haki suddenly sensed the fragments of the future, and immediately clenched his fist. Have you slept enough? It's time to wake up. Mubai went up and slapped E to flip him dozens of meters. This made E, who originally wanted to pretend to be dead and sneak attack Mubai, open his eyes and look at Mubai with resentment. The eagle beak mask was broken, and under the mask was a face with white eyebrows and blue pupils. A very ordinary middle-aged appearance. Snowlander. Mubai recognized this appearance feature at a glance. Isn't it the Snowlander? It's incredible that the Snowlander actually has members of the Pain cult. Haha. Are you surprised? The story of 100,000 Snow Clan members being sacrificed by the painful cult should still be circulating. Young people like you must think that the Snow Clan members cannot become members of the painful cult. He, whose face and body were severely burned, dragged his charred body and sneered. Since the other party could see his face clearly, there was no need for him to wear this mask. As soon as he heard this tone, Mubai knew that there must be an unusual past behind him. It was nothing more than those click stories, and Mubai was not interested in listening to them. Nonsense! Lightning flashed. Mubai's blood surged, and his body was covered with faint black dragon patterns, just like a tattoo, which made Mubai look desolate and domineering. And his palms also grew black dragon scales. I hope you can be more patient. Swoosh. Mubai, who transformed into a human form, was very fast, with the armed color domineering attached to his arms, and a dragon-shaped punch hit Yi's face directly. The broken teeth fragments scattered all over the place. At the same time, Yi's body seemed to be hit by a train and flew hundreds of meters away. Feeling the power in the dragon claws, Mubai gradually adapted to it. Just now, it was just pure physical strength. What if it was combined with the power of the tremor fruit? The dark golden pupils stared at the fluctuations on the claws. The first failure. The half-condensed vibration ball cover dissipated in an instant. The second attempt finally emerged with a weak and complete vibration ball cover. What's going on? Mubai thought thoughtfully. After being knocked back hundreds of meters, Yi Chung, with his steel teeth shattered, slowly stood up with a look of resentment in his eyes. Mubai, you bullied me too much. The powerful recovery ability of the ancient toothless pterosaur allowed his swollen face to slowly recover, and new teeth slowly grew out. Big dark night. Wing erosion. The blood in his eyes was like a crescent moon, with endless resentment, and the wings behind he shot out countless sharp pterosaur scales. Each scale was attached with pure armed color domineering. To put it bluntly, even if a group of level 5 ability users besieged him, he could use this trick to escape and counterattack. Unprepared Mubai, who seemed to be in a daze, was too arrogant. He didn't take him, the King of Wings, seriously at all. Go! The spiral flying pterosaur scales instantly cut the ground, and cut back to Mubai's position along the trajectory where he was just knocked back. Putting aside the doubts in his heart for the time being, Mubai grinned and opened his arms without any defense to welcome the opponent's fierce scale attack. 3 fruits make you so arrogant? He said sarcastically when he saw Mubai trying to take this move. In his opinion, although Mubai was strong, it was a joke for him to take his wing erosion without the protection of armed color domineering or defensive moves such as iron blocks. The surging wing scales cut ruthlessly on Mubai's body after a short flight. The fierce cutting sound was endless and made people scalp numb. He held the refined black spear in his hand, and the wings with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters shook the void. Under the illumination of the dark clouds, It seemed like a Z-shaped lightning piercing the back of Mu Bai's head quickly. This is the price of conceit. He, with cold eyes, had already thought of the bloody scene of Mu Bai's head exploding after his spear was stabbed out. In the dark world, a little hesitation would lead to defeat. He stabbed accurately without hesitation, facing the erosion of the wings that swept over like a whirlwind. Black and red flames flowed from the corners of Mu Bai's mouth, and the temperature that scorched the earth caused the surrounding land to crack. But unexpectedly, he did not care about the scales in front of him. The attacks from the front and back were all within his expectations. Every time the power of peeping into the future was used, Mu Bai was deeply shocked. The advanced use of the three-color domineering power was not divided into strong and weak. They all helped the owner to become a top-level strongman. Predicting the future consumes mental strength and a certain degree of courage, which happens to be inexhaustible for Mu Bai. Now that he has obtained the black dragon form of the fish fruit, it is even more so. He can jump to a point for continuous prediction. The neck turns, and Mu Bai's dragon teeth with black dragon flames in his mouth close. The black spear that pierced overshadowed on the spot. He, who held the spear in his left arm and clenched his right arm into a claw, did not panic. He threw down the spear, raised his arm and jumped, and three sharp finger bones, like eagle claws of a bird of prey, stabbed fiercely into Mu Bai's dark golden eyes. This is his real purpose. Attack the opponent's weakest point and blind Mu Bai's eyes. Human dragon form. Suddenly, Mu Bai's body continued to expand, and the black scales covered his whole body. Mu Bai in the human dragon form exuded an ancient temperament, and his nearly 10-meter-tall body gave people a strong sense of oppression. The wings behind him hit Mu Bai's black dragon scales and made a bang, and even Mu Bai's outermost defense was not broken. The fragments of the black spear were spit out by Mu Bai, and the black and red dragon flames issued a fatal warning to Yi, who was flying in the air. What a joke! Facing Mu Bai in human dragon form, Yi was obviously more terrified. The huge body with dragon horns could not help but remind him of the ruthless man in the pain cult. Goodbye. Mu Bai's whisper flashed by, and was replaced by a hot black flame breath. The high-temperature fire column went straight through Yi's abdomen. The broken internal organs hung alone outside the body. The strong vitality did not let Yi die, but stood trembling in place, and was lifted by Mu Bai's 2 fingers. Too weak. After observing for a long time, Mu Bai came to this conclusion. Perhaps his expectations were too high. The scene of the other party fighting evenly with Feng Jioge, the guardian of his hometown, still echoed in his memory. It's just that Yi, who was originally soaring in the sky and unruly, has now become a dying body. I'm only a little bit stronger than before. Why are you kneeling down? I haven't used all my strength yet. Hearing Mu Bai's serious and slightly disappointed tone, Yi, who was lifted up in the air, was almost furious. The ferocious circling dragon horns and Mu Bai's nearly 10-meter body in the human dragon form would make him a villain in other scenes, knowing that he was about to reach the end of his life. But the many secrets deep in his heart could not be confided. This kind of pain was almost killing him. Panting, he raised his right hand with difficulty, and his arm trembled as it passed in front of him, as if he was about to die at any time. Just as he was about to raise his middle finger, he was thrown into the air by Mu Bai. Isn't this quite energetic? After saying that, Mu Bai's truck-sized fist suddenly hit Yi's body. After a splash of blood, the 3-meter-long Yi disappeared in this world. Only the mud soaked by blood on the ground proved that he had existed. After the battle just now, Mu Bai also roughly experienced the 3 forms of the black dragon of the mythical beast fish fruit. They are human form, in which weapons can be used in battle, but the strength and endurance are far inferior to the other 2 forms. Dragon form. When transformed into black dragon form, Mu Bai can float in the air like the black dragon that only exists in legends, can fly and resist attacks. It can be said that the defense has reached the limit. In this state, the 3 elements of wind, fire, and thunder are more handy. The last Dragonman form is more balanced. In a single fight, Mu Bai thinks this state is the strongest form. In the case of half-man and half-dragon, he has the power of the dragon form, and also has super high agility and speed. Except for the defense that is slightly inferior to the dragon form. It is almost perfect. Hey, why is there no sound outside? The cultist hiding in the main hall of the Holy Demon Temple swallowed his saliva and said, I don't know. With King Yi's strength, he should have won. His voice was trembling in the ambiguous answer. The 10 members of the Pain cult were sucked into the body of the two-faced Buddha and teleported into the Holy Demon Temple when Duan Xia of the Divine Capital took action. so they had no idea about the battle outside. The domineering dragon roar made them dare not push open the ancient bronze door of the main hall, for fear that some monster was squatting outside. A woman in a black robe trembled and said, "Brothers, I beg you. I really don't want to stay here anymore. When I go back, I will hand over all my property to the Holy Church. Can you let me go?" The slight sobbing made the other 9 people upset, and coupled with the 14 ancient bronze statues in the Holy Demon Temple, always made faint sounds. The goat-bearded cultist in the lead grabbed her head and slammed it to the ground. The other 8 people were silent, because the woman who was used as a sacrifice was originally tied back, and even if she died, it had nothing to do with them. In the dictionary of the Holy Church of Pain, the greatest son of Pain represented the most original pain. The second was the red-robed high priest, who had the highest power to control the church. As for the other ordinary believers, they were just consumables that had not been used up. The goatee grabbed the woman's hair and crushed her white face desperately until a trace of blood flowed out. "Do you know what you will become? That's a chance to get close to a great existence. Look at these 14 statues," the goatee man said, holding her head and looking at the lifelike statues in the hall. No, tears could not stop sliding from the corners of her eyes. The terrified woman felt that the towering statues in front of her seemed to be alive. They led to 14 worlds full of blood, weirdness, and strangeness. When King E comes back, we will start preparing to summon the next level 8 Emperor. Although the summoned demons are all pseudo-level 8 and only exist for a few days. But there is no doubt that with the help of the artifact Holy Demon Temple in Yudu, we only need the blood of tens of thousands of people. We can summon these great beings. At this point, a fanatical look appeared on the man's face. The most fundamental principle of the doctrine of the Church of Pain is to bring suffering and destruction to the world. The goatee man leaned back and grabbed his hair tightly. His eyes seemed to be cracked with excitement at any time. The satisfaction after completing the doctrine is incomparable to any other happiness multiplied by 100 times. "I want. This world is full," the goatee man shouted with a twisted posture, completely ignoring the eyes of others. "Boss, there seems to be a noise outside," the frightened believer said tremblingly, pointing to the door. "Don't worry. I heard from the people in Yudu that although strange things usually happen in the Holy Demon Palace, it's fine as long as you don't open the door in the hall." The goatee man stroked his dark mustache and said easily, "Caw." The bronze door several dozen meters high moved automatically without wind, revealing a shallow gap. "Damn! Ghosts!" Those who were a little fragile swallowed their saliva, and the sound of the strong wind outside the hall made them highly nervous. In a place that no one could see, the woman's blood slowly flowed on the ground made of black rock, and the red liquid flowed to the two-faced Buddha statue in the corner along the guide. "Go and close the door." After a long silence, the goat-bearded man ordered seriously. The believer he pointed at closed his eyes and ran over to push the door hard. But it was obvious that his level 3 strength could not shake the giant bronze door at all. At this moment, the heavy bronze ancient door was slowly opened by the strong wind, and a handsome young man walked out of the door. It was Mu Bai. Looking around, 10 cultists in black robes stood there at a loss. "Mu Bai? How come you are here?" the goat-bearded man said strangely. It was bizarre enough that the door of the Holy Demon Temple could be opened from the outside. Where did this Mu Bai come from? Holding the sound transmission stone in his back, the goat-bearded man was urgently contacting the Wing King. He only had a level 4 strength and could not do anything to Mu Bai. Only the Wing King could crush him effortlessly. At this moment, he didn't know that the King of Wings, who he had high hopes for, had been beaten into a pool of blood and flesh by Mu Bai. He was simply deader than dead. "Mu Bai, the pride of Xia country. How did you get here? If our superiors knew you were here, they would definitely welcome you." The kind-looking man, with a goatee calmly blocked the crying woman behind him. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets and a restrained demeanor, ignored him and went straight to the 14 statues. The sky-devouring demon lord, the two-faced Buddha, the extreme evil ghost, etc. These are all terrifying existences written into textbooks, and once posed a fatal threat to the entire human civilization. Are these statues really just statues? Seeing Mu Bai coming in front of the statues, the goatee man, who was in doubt, pulled out the long whip from his waist and suddenly whipped Mu Bai. Mu Bai must not be allowed to destroy these statues. The other believers also drew their weapons and rushed over. The dragon flew over the ants' heads, and these ants thought they had a chance to hurt the dragon? How ridiculous! Mu Bai said lightly without turning his head. The few people behind him were just small fry. The black domineering aura of the king and the pale golden pupils suddenly surged. The terrifying pressure directly turned into a torrent of spirit and washed towards the few people holding weapons. At this moment, the handsome young man who was originally restrained in their eyes instantly turned into a brutal king. And the dragon roar was faintly echoing in the domineering aura. The fear that penetrated into their bones directly shattered their knees. And the cultists crawling on the ground knelt down as if they were meeting their king. What a joke. I didn't even turn my head. The unbelievable goatee man lay on the ground in horror. And the feeling of reaching death made him sober up. And cold sweat dripped down. There was a clattering sound of footsteps. Mubai looked down at the man with the goatee and said, "What are these 14 statues used for?" "I don't know." The man with the goatee was completely torn to pieces by the overlord color before he could finish his words. He was crushed into powder on the ground. Such a horrifying scene made the others tremble. If you don't know, then there is no need for you to exist. Mubai's cold words undoubtedly shocked the others. And then they rushed to tell the purpose of the 14 statues. After hearing the explanations of others, Mubai also understood the general idea. By killing the blood of tens of thousands of people, a pseudo-8th level emperor can be summoned. But the price is to sacrifice a young believer as a carrier. And at least the soul of a 7th level ability person must be consumed to successfully summon. The existence time of pseudo-8th level also varies for various reasons. And most of them can exist for more than half a month. It can be said that it is extremely simple to obtain the combat power of the peak of level 7 with such a low threshold. This is in the hands of the Yudu organization. If the Holy Demon Temple falls into the hands of other countries, the army led by pseudo-8th level ability users may flatten the entire world. Mubai, who knew everything, smiled and nodded. And other cultists also laughed. Say these words again to the King of Hell. Mubai's consciousness moved slightly. And the terrifying spirit burst out. The domineering aura of the overlord smashed their bodies like a heavy hammer. The speed was so fast that these cultists still had insincere smiles on their faces before they died. Don't kill me. I was tied back by these people. Seeing the originally strong man next to her being crushed to death in an instant. The woman who fell to the side with blood on her face could not bear such pressure, no matter how strong her spirit was, and burst into tears. A faint wave appeared in the Holy Demon Hall. The statue of the two-faced Buddha trembled slightly, and the bronze eyeballs rolled around. Mubai, who noticed this shocking change, pierced the woman's heart with his hand, and turned his palm in the other's pleading eyes. In an instant, she died. As if the statue came to life was flowing with blood. A low and strange voice came from the statue. "Human, it was you who destroyed my clone. I didn't expect you to be so cruel and ruthless. You have the potential to become a demon." The domineering aura of observation in Mubai's eyes slowly faded. He was not a cruel person. But the two-faced Buddha awakened by the blood of this woman in the fragment, he predicted the future would be very difficult. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to deal with her first. Whether it's the devil's way or the righteous way. As long as I can achieve my goal, why should I care about other people's evaluation? I don't care about the flood after I die. The two-faced Buddha's body? Mubai carefully observed the bronze eyeballs of the statue, and glimpsed a strange world picture in it. The vast and misty Holy Buddha Mountain is majestic and majestic. In the empty sky, the full moon and the sun flowed together at the zenith. Day and night cycle in the devout prayers of monks and the roars of demons. Only when you look closely can you find that it is not the Holy Buddha Mountain. It is clearly an evil monk with a weird and evil body who is reciting Buddhist scriptures to suppress the Buddha nature in his body. Instead, it is a disgusting demon who is reciting Buddhist scriptures devoutly to convert the demon body. Buddha is like a demon, and demon is like Buddha. At the top of the mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, the two-faced Buddha at the peak of level 8 stands there solemnly. Under the shining of the rising sun, the half-Buddha and half-demon body has a weird beauty. As if all creatures in the world grow up like this to be the most perfect existence. The demon Buddha on the top of the mountain whispered to Mubai in the Holy Demon Hall through the bronze statue. Demons give birth to Buddha hearts. Buddhas give birth to demon hearts. The yin and yang transformation of this world is all like this. Only by understanding the mystery can you achieve immortality and transcend the past, present, and future. You have too much killing intention. Why don't you take off your mortal things and practice in my spiritual mountain? Let you also taste the taste of immortality. Mubai, holding his arms, glanced at the woman who fell to the ground and asked back, I have a strong killing intention. It is obviously you who want to control the woman to deal with me. What nonsense are you talking about? Not to mention that even if I surrender, do you dare to accept me? The unknown undead system, suspected to be a 9th level strongman, is indeed very troublesome. The two-faced Buddha turned his head with nothing to say. And the evil ghost side stared at Mubai. And the roar like thunder slowly disappeared. The blood used as a medium was used up. And the bronze statue of the two-faced Buddha also returned to its original state, lying there without life. In the unknown space, the two-faced Buddha on the holy Buddha mountain shook his head and sighed, lamenting the hopelessness of the human race, especially the Xia people who do not respect ghosts and gods. I only need a little incense to break through the shackles and achieve immortality. If I go further and preach the heavens and step into the other side, even if the Buddha descends to the world, he may not be able to do anything to me. The devil's voice penetrated my ears, and the Buddha's voice burned incense. The two completely different voices mixed together made people's headaches split. According to the memory of the clone, this Mubai seems to be targeted by other powerful people. How strange. The two-faced Buddha counted with his fingers, and saw that Mubai looked like a dead man at this moment. But this Mubai was obviously a living person. This is the first time I have seen a person who is not in the long river of fate. Just when the two-faced Buddha was puzzled, a pure white bone finger on the golden Buddha kingdom broke the void and pointed at the two-faced Buddha with a body of 10,000 meters. The two-faced Buddha with a strange face took out the Buddha beads on his wrist. What kind of guy did the human Mubai provoke? With a casual blow, he could cross the void and find the location of his original body hidden in billions of worlds through the clone. The brilliant Buddha light and the cold bone finger looked at each other from a distance. The mountains and rivers were destroyed. The world collapsed. And the battle between the powerful was about to break out. Mubai, standing in front of the holy demon temple, came to a conclusion after carefully observing the 14 statues. That is, these tall statues are something like coordinates. But the demons cannot find the holy demon temple through the coordinates. But the master who controls the holy demon temple can locate them and summon them. Opening the system interface. The loading of the holy demon temple is still continuing. Connection successful. Assimilating 98%. Mubai, who had nothing to do, sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the meridians around his body, so that the blood in his body could continuously supply the organs of the whole body. Originally, because of taking the animal-type fantasy beast fish fruit, his body had doubled in size, and he slowly lost weight. The pure blood and chi were constantly compressed, and the strength of the body was also rising steadily. Mubai was using his life to return and control his body to his original state. Unlike Mr. Kai, who was a burly man and was considered an outlier even in the world of One Piece, Mubai's normal-sized body had his own unique fighting style. The dark dragon pattern gradually faded into the skin, and the dark golden pupils slowly returned to normal black. The imperial city of Shindu was in a mess. Fortunately, with the help of the other emperors who came, the entire city was not overly destroyed, and 2 of the 3 Yuta people who caused all this were also killed. Rescue workers and staff quickly rushed into the imperial city to start the finishing work. Su Mingfan, what else do you have to say? The Sword Emperor wanted to personally imprison the senior emperor, not giving him any chance to escape. Su Mingfan, the principal of Shindu, gave up resistance without comment, and slowly uttered a sentence from the corner of his dry mouth. You haven't told him that Wudong Mubai killed Jiang Yan's only grandson? This matter has nothing to do with you. You will face the trial of the Xia State Supervisory Department. The crime of colluding with foreign races to tolerate students killing people will make you never turn over. The entanglement of the Overlord color is indeed extraordinary. Duan Xia, you have become stronger again. After the battle, the old drunkard lay on the chair and scathed and murmured. If any of the 3 colors of domineering are used well, it is no less powerful than the fruit. I am more concerned about where Mubai was teleported to, Duan Xia said with a little sadness. Outside the imperial city, a group of reporters from the divine capital came to inquire, but they were all intercepted outside. The people in the venue, who were teleported 100 kilometers away by Duan Xia, also gathered here. The tragic situation in the venue was broadcast live across the country. This is an organized and premeditated attack by the underground world. I heard that the National League champion Mubai is also missing. The chattering people discussed with each other, and they all felt a pity when talking about Mubai. In their eyes, there was not much difference between missing and unknown life and death. At this time, an unprecedented sound broke out from the Imperial City venue. It was a dragon roar. At the same time, a huge monster hundreds of meters long flew up from the Imperial City venue, and its black scales shone brightly under the sunlight. This scene was also captured by the live camera and transmitted to the eyes of thousands of households. That was the totem of the Xia kingdom. The black dragon that only exists in mythology. The mighty and domineering dragon-shaped body soars in the clouds. The body covered with black dragon scales travels in the sky. Let the people who have lost their ability to speak in the underground stare at the sky in a daze. Unlike the winged flying dragons that do all kinds of evil in the Western world, the dragons that exist in the East are more mysterious and extraordinary. And their legends have been circulated since ancient times. The real dragons in the East, especially the black dragon, which has a special meaning in the land of Kyushu. In this world, the first emperor who appeared in ancient times and almost unified the world was said to be the incarnation of the black dragon and the true son of heaven. Unfortunately, the first emperor suddenly died when he was only 1 year away from turning 100. The documents at that time recorded that the first emperor was tyrannical. When he met black, he was obedient. And when he met white, he was not prepared and killed it. It means that the first emperor felt deeply that he was chosen by the black dragon. When he patrolled the territory of Kyushu, he was happy when he saw black. But when he saw white, he thought that the other party was a rebel who disobeyed the black dragon and killed it without any consideration. It is worth mentioning that this sentence is taken from the history of Emperor Liu of Jiuzhou. It is likely that the new emperor of the later dynasty slandered the first emperor of the previous dynasty. After that, all dynasties have worshipped the black dragon as the god of the country. It has the same status as the divine tripod that suppresses the destiny of Jiuzhou. It can be seen that the legend of the black dragon has a long history. In modern times, the most famous 4 legions in Xia State are the Yu Army, the Feng Army, and the Shihuang Army. Among them, the Black Dragon Battle Flag Army is directly under the jurisdiction of the highest commander. There is no mission that the Black Dragon Army cannot complete internationally. Dragon God. The Dragon God has appeared. Everyone, look! Some excited old people on the streets of Chengdu shouted with tears of excitement in their eyes. Black Dragon. Is it the power of the fruit or? The confused people looked at the giant beast controlling the clouds and rain and couldn't believe it. The media in front of the Imperial City venue was boiling. The screen in the live broadcast room has been blown up. The administrator in the background was anxious and anxious. And the live broadcast data also directly created history. Countless netizens left messages under the live broadcast. Great China. The 9 cauldrons protect the country. The 9 turns are immortal. The god of the country. Hack. Mom. I saw the god of the country. A living black dragon. Oh my goodness. Friends, this black dragon is real. I'm watching it on the streets of Chengdu. If I lied to you, you can take off my hood. Black dragon. Bless me, and let me get full marks in the college entrance examination. After Mu Bai, who was flying in the sky, completely controlled the Holy Demon Palace. He naturally walked out of the Holy Demon space and returned to the real world. As for exposing the black dragon form of the animal-type fantasy beast fish fruit, he also had his own considerations. What he had to do now was to let the people of Chengdu, the people of the whole Xia country, and even the world know that the legendary god of the country had appeared over the capital of Xia, on the ruins of the Imperial City venue. The old drunkard was startled by the sudden appearance of Mu Bai. He rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "This breath. Isn't this Mu Bai from your Wuda?" Hiss. Black dragon? Damn. 3 fruits added to his body. Numb. Numb. The old drunkard felt that he had lived in vain. In his life, he had never seen a monster with 3 fruits added to its body. The superhuman tremor fruit, the natural thunder fruit, plus the black dragon state that has never appeared this time should be a mythical beast species. The entire 3 major systems of fruits were occupied by Mu Bai. Old Duan, you are my god. This Mu Bai may rewrite the global pattern. A big dragon finally appeared in the shallows of your Wuda. And it's the same color as the legendary guardian of the Xia kingdom. The old drunkard laughed as he became more and more excited. Duan Xia was obviously much calmer. He stared at Mu Bai in the sky and said only 2 words. NB. Ahem. Who are you calling shallow? This is the sea that can cultivate real dragons. Mu Bai is like a dragon entering the abyss and soaring into the sky. The golden scales are originally in the pond, but they turn into dragons when they encounter wind and clouds. Duan Xia laughed, and his immortal style was much less. Duan Xia certainly knew why Mu Bai exposed his power of the 3rd devil fruit in public. Smart little guy. Duan Xia's clear eyes showed appreciation and admiration. Breaking the rules and having 3 devil fruits. Even the president of Wuda might not dare to say that he can definitely keep Mu Bai from doing experiments. After all, If Mu Bai has a physique that can devour multiple fruits, then the experimental department of Xiaogua will use him for experiments. Experiments on blood, cells, and even tissues and organs will be arranged one after another. A complete multi-fruit ability user and countless multi-fruit ability users. Which one is more in line with the maximum benefit is a math problem that even elementary school students can do. There are too many suspicious points about Mu Bai. The supervisory department once conducted a detailed investigation on him, but ultimately returned empty-handed. However, Mu Bai's rapid rise and the ability of multiple fruits cannot give a clear explanation. Mu Bai needs to prove that he is more valuable. So valuable that he is linked to the country's destiny. And the most effective way is to travel in the form of a black dragon. In the eyes of hundreds of millions of people, the black dragon is the god of the country. It is reasonable that the champion of the National League is the black dragon. It is normal to rise quickly and suppress the children of the aristocratic families. It is normal to suppress the contemporary world with invincible talents and create miracles repeatedly. Mu Bai, who transformed into a black dragon, released thunder and lightning from time to time in the void, gathered dark clouds in an instant, and spit out wind blades to break through the clouds in an instant. The black and golden flame clouds turned into the towering Lingxiao Palace. The immortals dancing with swords. The first emperor driving 9 dragons. And other legendary scenes in the storybook were reproduced by Mu Bai one by one. The bright warm sun in the center of the pierced dark clouds illuminated everything, setting off Mu Bai's dark dragon scales, which was very spectacular. At the administrative center of the imperial capital, a group of old people were shocked by Mu Bai when they saw the picture on the projector. And then they thought that in this era, the ability users of the fantasy beast species could transform into black dragons. Wudong Mu Bai, you always bring me surprises every time you appear, a kind old man said slowly, with admiration in his eyes. In the eyes of the world, the Emperor is immortal and invincible. But only the Emperor can understand the challenges facing mankind. 3 fruits have broken the potential of mankind. It is a pity not to study such a body. The blind bald old man sighed after hearing what Speaker Wang said. Mu Bai doesn't need to prove his innocence. I vouch for him. No matter what secrets he has, since he has shown them to us old bones. Can't we trust him? When Wang Xianbing, the general speaker of Xia State, said this, no one present could refute it. A military general at the end of the meeting room said, I disagree. When this was said, the whole audience was silent. There were not many people who dared to refute Wang Lao. Wang Xianbing, who was smiling, softened his tone after seeing who was speaking. It's not his fault. Wang Xianbing, who was sitting in a high position, pushed the information in front of him forward, and it slid down the conference table in front of the opponents. The person who picked up the information carefully read through the information collected by the supervisory department. The more he read, the more furious he became. How could it be possible? But when he saw that the person who presented the evidence at the end was his most proud disciple, Sword Emperor Wu Han, he fell silent. Jiang Yin, who knew his character best, naturally knew that this report would never be false. He had witnessed the integrity of Sword Emperor Wu Han for decades. He must have had extremely complicated feelings when he presented this information. Killing the elderly, the weak, women and children. Refining the new body of the god capital to refine evil spells. And assassinating the minister of the supervisory department in an organized and premeditated manner. One by one, his military uniform made a small shattering sound. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he raised a black flame in his hand and destroyed all the information in his hand. I will personally carry the heads of all the participants to the supervisory department. The high-grade black dragon military uniform, specially made by Xia State, makes the old man, who holds great power, more majestic. In the past, his words and deeds put great pressure on others. But at this moment, his figure is a little lonely. With a long sigh, Wang Xianbing slowly said, Jiang Yin, you have made great contributions to Xia State. But what Jiang Buming did is extremely evil. Your contribution and his crime are 2 different things. Putting aside the life and death rules of the National League, even if Mu Bai shows mercy, your grandson will be judged by the whole country. I am afraid that you will be implicated at that time. Wang Xianbing picked up the teacup and talked about it. Jiang Yin, the head of the Jiang family and the commander-in-chief of the Yu army, who has been in a high position for decades. How could he not understand? Being beaten to death on the ring is better than executing Jiang Buming in front of the whole country. It's my fault. I neglected to discipline this beast, which led to his huge mistake. After compensating and comforting the victims, I am willing to resign from the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the U Army and guard the border of the dimension forever, as an ordinary soldier, Jiang Yan said with a low and sonorous look. After knowing the evil deeds of his grandson, he did not want to cover up anything. Instead, he thought of the situation of the victim's family at the first time. Resigning from the Commander-in-Chief and guarding the border forever was obviously something Wang Xianbing could not agree to. Seeing the slightly lonely look of this iron-blooded general, who had fought through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the others felt complicated. Although the Emperor's throne can suppress a region, he is still a human with flesh and blood. In the land of Xia, which is people-oriented, as long as such a mistake is found, even the heir of the Emperor must be judged. This is the Iron Law. Jiang Yan, your position will not change. Return to the U Army. But I will explain in advance that Mu Bai's matter is over, and no means can be used against him, Wang Xianbing said with a smile. His tone was very relaxed. But this sentence shocked the others present. Jiang Yan, standing like a pine tree, raised his palm, and the dazzling golden fragments came into everyone's eyes. The fragments were engraved with mountains, birds, fish, insects, rivers, seas and lakes. A small fragment seemed to be able to crush billions of worlds. Jiuzhou Ding fragments. The ghost kings of the hell of resentment that I guarded all came out this time. I broke through the siege and finally killed the head of the ghost emperor and obtained this Jiuzhou Ding fragment. In a few words, Jiang Yan explained the origin of the fragment clearly. But everyone present knew what the ghost emperor represented. And even among the strong men of the 8th level emperor throne, it could be ranked among the top. It is conceivable that Jiang Yan must have gone through a hard battle before he won. What are you doing? Wang Xianbing vaguely guessed something. This fragment contains mysterious power. If I swallow it, I can go further. But my potential has been exhausted. I hope that Wang Lao, as the helmsman of the country, will give it to the most suitable person. After saying that, Jiang Yan said goodbye and left. Swiftly and decisively. There are 9 fragments of Jiuzhou Ding. Now there are already 4 fragments in Xia country. With this one, it is the 5th. The person who masters the fragment can exert terrifying combat power. But it will also consume vitality over a long period of time. Where in the world is there a suitable owner for it? Mu Bai? Wang Xianbing suddenly thought of Mu Bai, who could transform into a black dragon. Let's take a look. After showing off his style in the Imperial City, Mu Bai removed the dragon form and turned into a human again and landed on the ground. What a body. It's really a copper head and iron bones. The old drunkard who touched and searched said admiringly. And he also knocked on Mu Bai's muscles and made a popping sound. Do you know that Jiang Buming's grandfather Jiang Yan arrived in the capital half an hour ago? That killer is a real level 8 warrior. And I am ashamed of myself. My bones are naturally harder than others. Not to mention that I have you 2 close relatives and elders to protect me. So why should I be afraid? Mu Bai said with a smile, without any fear in his words. My bones are very hard. That's a good pun. Old Duan, why don't you go to work in my winery after graduation? I will definitely ouch. Who the hell kicked me? The old drunkard was furious. And the big footprints on his buttocks were clearly printed on it. Duan Xia said with a little surprise, well, Lu Wenyong. Mu Bai activated his vision and foresight. But he couldn't see who it was. He could only see the blurred light and shadow, as if the sun was piercing his eyes and numb. The little guy with advanced observation hockey is really scary. Dots of light and shadow gathered beside Mu Bai. And the middle-aged military man, with black sunglasses, said leisurely, very lazy. Lu Wenyong. Mu Bai just remembered where he seemed to have heard this name. He is the latest strongman promoted to the 8th level emperor throne in the military on the eve of the college entrance examination, and a natural user of the flash fruit. Hello, Chief Lu. Mu Bai politely saluted him, which made Lu Wenyong like him more and more. Having top qualifications, and not being confused by external vanity, is what a genius should have. Hello to you too. Classmate Mu Bai, who has the domineering hockey and 3 fruits in one. Lu Wenyong replied lazily in the tone of an older brother, without hiding the admiration in his eyes. Wudop President Duan Xia obviously has known the newly promoted military emperor for a long time. He asked, you just came back from Speaker Wang. What is the attitude of the top leaders towards Mu Bai now? In fact, in Duan Xia's heart, no matter what the top leaders propose, he will protect Mu Bai to the end. At worst, it is not impossible to let Mu Bai go to the dimensional world to avoid the limelight. Don't worry, Mr. Duan. During the meeting, Speaker 1 rejected all objections and used himself as a guarantee to exempt Mubai from any research. He also said that no matter what secrets Mubai has, as long as they do not harm the people of Xia, there is no need to dig into them. Student Mubai is amazing now. He has become a hot figure at a young age. When I came here at the speed of light, the streets of the entire Shindu were hotly discussing your title of Little God. Little God? The abbreviation of the god who guards the country represented by the Black Dragon? By the way, Jiang Yin has returned to the H.L. of resentment, and the conflict between you and the Jiang family has been glossed over. Lu Wenyong, who is wearing a black military uniform, said with a smile, I killed his grandson, but he can let go of his resentment and not pursue it. Looking directly at the other party, Mubai said every word with pearls. Others may not. But if it is the iron-faced and impartial Jiang Yin, it is possible. The riddle-like answer coupled with the ambiguous expression. Mubai suspected that the other party was deliberately teasing him. Buzzed with the ringing of the mobile phone. The lazy Lu Wenyong answered the phone and said, Okay. I'll be there in the next second. Suddenly, a yellow flash of light broke through the sky and disappeared in the Imperial City venue. Before leaving, he smiled and said 3 words to Mubai. See you in the Western Wilderness. The speed of light is indeed extraordinary. In Mubai's eyes, he can't catch the other party's trace at all. In the world of One Piece, it is the Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru, who obtained the natural type flash fruit. Even if he was very tired in the major battles, his terrifying strength can be detected. The salary is in place. And the 4 emperors are no joke. The hot heat flow overflowed from the storage space. And Mubai hurriedly took out the hot key. He saw that the National League Championship reward key was emitting red light, invisible to guide Mubai's direction. Principal Duanzia also noticed the strange phenomenon. He stroked his white beard and said thoughtfully, I heard that this key was found in a top-level dimensional space. It may lead to the legendary Jioding secret realm. It is guiding you to the entrance of the secret realm. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Mubai's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing all the tasks of the first stage. Now start the second stage main task. Automatically form tasks according to the things encountered by the host. Main task, second stage, find the entrance guided by the secret key. The reward is unknown, and the task time limit is 68 hours. The second stage main task is opened. This time it may be related to the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding. Mubai was calculating in his heart. He vaguely saw a gate with black stone pattern standing alone under the purple sun in a black desert, according to the soul traction of the secret realm key. I saw it. Black desert with purple sun. That is the secret realm in Shihuang province. Mubai slowly told his feelings. The knowledgeable Principal Duan immediately said the secret realm. The secret realm in the wild area of Yuhai City, Shihuang province. The Black Sand secret realm can only be entered by level 5 ability users. It is opened at a fixed time every year. It seems to be in these 2 days. Principal Duan said seriously after counting with his fingers. The old drunkard holding the wine gourd drank a mouthful of fine wine crazily, and said in a daze, It should be officially opened in 2 days. If you miss it, it will be this time next year. Hiccup. The wreckage of the Imperial City venue has been cleaned up. In this era of fruit ability users, the repair project is often very fast. After all, the efficiency of ability users is there. Where is Mubai? Let go! Let me in! As the night slowly fell, a large number of media reporters crowded at the entrance of the Imperial City venue and shouted frantically. Those who didn't know would think they were filming a zombie movie. Stop! The power of the word almost made the journalists, who were pushing each other, fall down. And the faint dragon roar in the voice also made the scalps of the people present numb. That was the natural reaction of the lower creatures on the food chain to see the upper creatures. The tall and straight young man in the Imperial City came out. It was Mubai. The lively scene also quieted down with Mubai's appearance. The cameraman swallowed his saliva and recorded this scene clearly. Some media that were broadcasting live were directly flooded with barrages when Mubai appeared. Hack! Little God! Hack! Little God! Hack! Little God! What was that sound just now? Why did it give me goosebumps? My dog was scared to pee when he heard this sound. Damn it! I was scared to pee as a person. Everyone, please be quiet. I can only accept an interview from one media today, so I will directly choose an official reporter to interview me. Please forgive me. It's getting late, so let's all go home and have dinner. The official beautiful reporter, who was called, smiled and came forward. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to interview the most outstanding young man in Xia country. The reporters from other media were undoubtedly disappointed. But today they deserved to at least record the scene of Mu Bai transforming into a black dragon and flying in the clouds. Is there a selected interview place? Mu Bai, with his sword-like eyes and heroic eyebrows, asked softly. Well, there is. Classmate Mu Bai is on the top floor of the Twin Towers in Chengdu. You can take our car to go there together, the beautiful reporter said excitedly. She couldn't help but sigh that classmate Mu Bai's skin was really good when she got close to Mu Bai. If there is a chance, she must ask him how he maintains it. When he heard that he was going to drive over, Mu Bai frowned slightly. No need. I'll take you there. Before the beautiful reporter asked, Mu Bai, with a cold face, snapped his fingers lightly, and the vast thunder surged. In the horrified eyes of others, the thunder swept across the earth at a high speed. The extremely delicate thunder did not hurt the others at all, and they only felt the weak electric current caressing their bodies, as comfortable as a massage. The lightning disappeared, and Mu Bai, the official reporters and staff present all disappeared, and a business car also disappeared. What happened? The people present were confused. As a famous high-end place in Xia country, the Twin Towers in Chengdu have all the top facilities, the top services, the best food supply, and chefs who have won global awards. The 133-story building is brightly lit and looks like a divine tower standing in the world from a distance. Its appearance imitates the ancient buildings in a certain dimension. The beauty of classical architecture and the simplicity of modern architecture complement each other and are not abrupt. Did you hear the sound of thunder and lightning? A row of security personnel stood in the lobby on the first floor and looked around. A leader suddenly asked others, No, Boss Mu, have you drunk too much? Everything is normal. Hearing what others said, the leader surnamed Mu suppressed his inner anxiety and continued to do security work. He walked out of the magnificent revolving metal door and looked up at the building that reached the sky. The bright lights were really fascinating. But it was a pity that only rich people walked here. A poor man like him might not be able to pay for the smallest room here for one night, even if he spent several months' salary. Just as he was thinking, the terrifying thunder roared directly from the bottom to the top, rushing from the first floor to the top floor with great momentum. The 133-story building was completely out of power, as if all the lightning elements were welcoming their true king and forgot to illuminate the building. The well-dressed upper-class people in the building screamed at the moment of the power outage, thinking that a cult organization was carrying out a terrorist attack. And the scene suddenly became a mess. The person in charge, who was entertaining friends on the 100th floor, felt bad when he saw the lights go out. With his strength at the beginning of the 5th level, he could clearly sense that a terrifying existence was rapidly climbing to the top floor. On the top of the building, after the terrifying thunder, Mu Bai, who had released the lightning element, slowly opened his eyes. Behind him were 7 staff members of the official media and their business car. The wind on the top floor was very strong, and the staff, who were shivering with cold, looked around and were shocked. How could this person, who was just in the Imperial City venue, almost instantly come to the twin buildings in another district of the divine capital? It seems that using lightning as something similar to a field can carry people and move intact. This ability is called the Thunder Domain. Mu Bai muttered to himself with cold eyes. The building seems to have a power outage. A careful staff member noticed that there was no light on the tower at the other end and couldn't help but speak up. Realizing that this was a regional power outage caused by his use of the Thunder Domain, Mu Bai stretched out his right arm with his palm facing down. Crackle! Brilliant lightning fell from the sky. All the rooms on the 133rd floor of the Twin Towers have restored power. And all this happened in just a thought of Mu Bai. It is no exaggeration to say that Mu Bai at this moment would be a god on Earth if he were on the original Blue Star. Where is your person in charge? What happened? Look! My female companion was frightened. On the top floor of the Twin Towers, a burly man with bare chest questioned the security personnel of the building who came to knock on the door. The crossed axe tattoo on his chest was intimidating. Dear guests, there was a problem with the power supply facilities just now. Our staff has repaired it. Another thing is that your room card time has expired. Next wave. Captain Mu, who came to check, had not finished speaking when cold wine poured over his head. The unmelted ice slid down Captain Mu's forehead to his feet. I'm sorry, guests, but your time has expired. In order to accommodate the next guests, you need to move to the reception room on the first floor. There are snacks and drinks available for free. Forced to suppress the anger in his heart, Captain Mu bowed and apologized to the burly man. No matter what the reason was. If the guests were unhappy, it was the staff's fault. Even if they were right, they would be fined by the hotel afterwards. Thinking of his mother, who was still lying on the hospital bed and receiving treatment. A tough guy like him had to bow his head. The one who just made the move was the shirtless, muscular man. And the other companions who were lazily sitting on the sofa laughed. In their eyes, an ordinary security guard dared to talk to him like this, which was simply a sign of wanting to die. The burly man looked a little disappointed with his cowardly appearance. He spitted disdainfully, while holding two gorgeous girls on both sides. Suddenly, he thought of something and pushed away the two charming women, and walked around Captain Moo in a swagger. He whispered in his ear, "Okay, if you learn to bark like a dog and crawl under my crotch, I will tell the brothers to get out. Otherwise, I will not leave even if the King of Heaven comes. From your appearance, you should be a new staff member here. You are very short of money. Here is 100,000 Sia coins. As long as you give me enough face, I will let you. A local dog. Take the money today. Otherwise you get out." The big man's flushed face was extremely excited. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he did not want to let this ordinary security guard go. "Aren't level 4 ability users very strong? You have to crawl under my crotch like a dog." Mu Guangxing clenched his taut palms. With his strength, it is easy to deal with a few scumbags. He can even break their teeth and remove their arms in a place where no one is around, leaving them disabled for life. But this is the Twin Towers where powerful and wealthy people gather. He is a martial artist who is in urgent need of money, but was expelled from the Martial Arts Association. Where else can he go except here? He is neither a son-in-law nor a dragon king. He is just an ordinary person. Thinking of his mother's pale face, Mu Guangxing lowered his hat brim and bent his knees slightly with difficulty. He knew that he would never make any progress in his life if he knelt down. But he had no choice. Lie down. The inferior people are barking like dogs. Ha ha ha. Kneel down quickly. We have great power in eyes. If you don't give me face today, I will break your bones. Okay. Brothers, please be more considerate of these civilians. What we spend casually may be the wealth they can't earn in their lifetime. Why let them trample on their dignity? I'll add another 100,000. The man who said this climbed up from the sofa with weak hands and feet. With a kind face, he took out large bills and threw them at Mu Guangxing's feet. He said with a slight movement of his lips, "You just need to carry me around here, and the 100,000 will be yours." The burly man with the axe tattoo laughed and praised, "Old Zhang, I was wondering how you could still be considerate of others. It turns out that you are the most mean-spirited one." The other people also laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. In the spacious and magnificent room, only Mu Guangxing's face was ashen. "Me? Buzz?" A steady roar came from above and interrupted Mu Guangxing's words. "Is there anyone on the roof?" The burly man asked his companions in confusion. They had been partying here for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't know there was an elevator. The gray elevator door slowly opened under the unfriendly eyes of several people. The handsome young man in the lead had an extraordinary temperament, and several official media staff behind him followed closely. "Huh?" The beautiful reporter obviously didn't expect that there would be so many people in the booked room. She asked in confusion, "Who are you? Why are you in the room I booked? Wow! This beauty is so cool. How is this role-playing?" The burly man pushed Mu Guangxing away, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the beautiful reporter with interest. Black silk stockings, high heels. Who wouldn't be confused by these beautiful legs? The perceptive Mu Bai had noticed everything that happened downstairs when he took the elevator on the roof. "I'll count to 3 and get out of here," Mu Bai suddenly said, casually as if he was talking about his dog getting out of the bedroom. All of a sudden, all the burly men and their groups surrounded them, and the burly man in the lead swung the 2 axe tattoos on his chest and said domineeringly, "Little bastard. I like the woman next to you. Strip her naked." "Stop it!" When Lin Guangxing, who could no longer bear it, wanted to rush up to protect Mu Bai and his group. A flash of light flashed by. Whoosh! Thunder flashed by. Before everyone could see clearly, the burly man staggered and fell to the ground, holding his missing chin. His tongue and chin were all gone. He was so red that he couldn't even speak. "You're crazy. He's the legitimate son of the Yu family in Shindu." Seeing this scene, the companions who were a little collapsed screamed loudly. Several women who were dressed up were directly frightened and fainted. Shindu Yu family. Mu Guangxing, who had been in Shindu for many years, naturally knew the power of the Yu family, although it was far less than the 4 major families. It was also a top existence in the overall environment. 1. The cold Mubai stretched out a finger and counted calmly. Crazy. Crazy. Damn. I'll let you die. A drunken man picked up the red wine bottle on the table and smashed it on Mubai's head without hesitation. Be careful, the beautiful reporter subconsciously exclaimed. And she was so nervous at the moment that she forgot Mubai's strength. Mubai stretched out the second finger without moving. 2. The fierce red wine bottle suddenly stopped when it was about to hit Mubai. An inexplicable fear surged in the attacker's heart. At this moment, he seemed to be in the vast deep sea. The unknown fear and strong pressure outlined the black dragon in the abyss in front of him. The bright dark golden pupils were watching him. Crack! After a series of crisp sounds, the man was bleeding from all 7 orifices and kneeling on the ground. He had no breath. Only his broken neck made his head turn 180 degrees. The blood-red pupils looked at his companion. Dead. Mubai was unmoved and slowly stretched out his third finger. I think I've seen him somewhere. National League champion Mubai. The person who recognized Mubai almost fainted, and he ran out of the room with trembling legs. The rest of the people were still in a daze, and their reactions were also unusually slow under the influence of alcohol. 3. When Mubai counted to 3, accompanied by a faint dragon's might, the group of people including the burly man were all beheaded by the thunder knife, and the scorching heat directly evaporated the blood that was about to spray. Such a horrifying scene made Mu Guangxing step back several steps, not caring about the tragic situation in front of him. Mubai turned his head and said to Mu Guangxing, forbearance is never the best way to solve a problem. The best way to solve a problem is to make the source of the problem disappear. Do you think so? Mubai, who has a strong sense of observation, can feel the unusually manic breath from this security guard, which is a sturdy temperament mixed with blood and qi, which shows that he was still fighting on the battlefield some time ago. Who else can the Great Xia have besides the Western Wilderness Army that is fighting against alien races? Ms. Li, let's start our interview, Mubai said lightly. The slightly nervous female reporter wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and followed Mubai's instructions to prepare questions for the questioning session. Mu Guangxing, who was standing aside, couldn't understand the young man in front of him at all. Even the most ferocious soldiers in the Western Wilderness Army couldn't be so cheerful after killing people. Let me interrupt you. Is it okay, classmate Mu? Mu Guangxing pointed at a dozen headless corpses and said with a stammer. No problem. Mubai responded with a smile. At this moment, he was like a big boy next door. After groping in the storage space, he threw out a certificate. Then he pointed to the leather bag next to the sofa and said, I guess the staff of the supervision department are on the way. You can give them this certificate and the ice wolf crystal in the bag. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Guangxing, who was frightened, hurriedly took the 2 things and walked out of the door, and closed the mahogany door very obediently. He was afraid that Mubai would give him a 3-second countdown. Ice wolf crystal. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he thought of the name Mubai had just mentioned. Having served in the army for many years, he naturally knew the weight of these 3 words. He adjusted his mentality and got on the high-speed elevator. Do I need to be so scared? I, Mubai, am not a bad person. If someone didn't know the truth, he might really believe Mubai's lies. The staff who saw Mubai's killing didn't dare to answer, and lowered their heads to connect the equipment in a panic. Mubai is really humorous. But these people who resell ice crystal wolves are indeed guilty of death. The beautiful reporter who had done a special interview said angrily. Ice crystal wolf is a snow-covered substance in the northernmost part of Xia country. It has the effect of making people have a psychedelic effect. Unlike other countries like OSS, which do not regulate such hallucinogenic substances, reselling such banned items in Xia country is a capital crime. Even in serious cases, the commissioner of the supervision department can kill on the spot after judgment. Downstairs of the Twin Towers, the only surviving man dared not stay here, and he didn't even dare to call the police. He quickly took a taxi and left here. He was extremely frightened and vowed never to hang out with these bad friends again. At the intersection ahead, more than a dozen black luxury cars blocked the road. He was forced to get out of the car and was arrested directly by the staff of the supervision department. The arrest warrant read selling banned items. Death penalty. He was pressed against the tire and wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. But the quick-eyed and quick-handed inspector stuffed a piece of black cloth into his mouth. He will suffer inhumane torture from the supervisory department, who can neither live nor die. After using torture, they will ask you again and again if you have accomplices. When you answer yes, they will record clues. When you answer no, they will use torture again. When the criminals are seriously injured, they will be treated. When they recover, a new round of interrogation will be waiting for them. When the late inspector arrived at the Twin Towers, Mu Guangxing stood at the door and presented the certificate and the seized items together. After seeing the person on the certificate clearly, the fifth-level inspector handed the certificate to Mu Guangxing with both hands with extraordinary respect. He took the certificate and glanced at the content on the certificate and finally understood why the other party was so respectful. He only saw that it was clearly written on the certificate that Mu Bai was a non-staff special staff member of the supervisory department. The 4-word special personnel need to be finalized by a person at least at the level of the director of the supervisory department. Only then will it be issued to meritorious people. And people who hold this certificate will also have extremely high privileges. This was given to Mu Bai by the Sword Emperor when he left. As the champion of the National League, it is obvious that he is very suitable for the 4-word special personnel. In the large flat on the top floor, the interview is proceeding in an orderly manner. During the interview, Mu Bai is humorous and answers questions smoothly. In the end, Mu Bai also expressed his views on the issue of the border of the Western Wilderness. And this remark shocked everyone present, and will be known to the people of the country with Mu Bai's interview video. All peace is the result of temporary compromise of many forces under the weighing of pros and cons. Young people in the new era must find their own way in the undercurrent world situation. The ancients said that self-cultivation, family harmony, governance of the country and peace in the world. I also wish the people of Xia country to be like dragons. As soon as these words came out, everyone present stood up and applauded. What a self-cultivation, family harmony, governance of the country and peace in the world. Each stage is worth digging deep. And the final everyone is like a dragon is also exciting. The interview is over. Thank you very much for cooperating with us, classmate Mu Bai. I believe that the people of the whole country will see a different national champion. The beautiful reporter said with a smile, like spring breeze. Hack. The car is still on the roof. The driver muttered softly. And then he remembered that the car was still blowing cold wind at the helicopter airport on the roof. Mu Bai stood up and moved his fingers slightly. The black business car he had contacted before floated up from the airport. After a few moments, it floated from the roof of the 1,333-story building to the parking lot on the ground. This scared the people who were parking, and they thought it was haunted. The scene of the car floating down was also seen by most of the people watching the scenery outside the window. They were so excited that they learned from the hotel staff that Mu Bai, who won the national championship, was on the top floor. In an instant, a large number of rich people squeezed into the elevator. They all wanted to meet Mu Bai, the top genius who dominated the contemporary world. Some business tycoons with daughters have already thought of the scene of Mu Bai becoming their son-in-law. If this works, it will definitely be the most cost-effective investment in a businessman's life. No one. Mu Bai, the Wudai genius who defeated Jiang Buming. My company's products are in urgent need of endorsements. If Mu Bai can come, I will definitely give him the highest treatment. Those who are looking for a son-in-law, an endorsement, or a photo. These famous people in the business world are like star chasers, pouring in from the elevator and stairs one after another. Hearing the noise downstairs, Mu Bai shrugged and strode to the French window. Do you want to go down together? Mu Bai opened the window and invited the people in the room against the strong wind. How to go down? It won't be. The fear of the altitude of nearly 1,000 meters is undoubtedly overwhelming. The beautiful reporter gritted her teeth and followed. And the others looked at each other and walked to the French window with their equipment. They vaguely guessed what Mu Bai was going to do, suppressed their fear, and stood behind Mu Bai hand in hand. Then let's start. After saying that, Mu Bai let the strong wind blow him down. And the people holding hands also fell from the sky with Mu Bai. It's so hacking exciting. The howling wind made it impossible for them to hear each other's voices. They could only see themselves getting closer and closer to the traffic on the ground. If they hit the ground without any protection, they would be dead. Mu Bai, who was in free fall, floated slowly amid the exclamations of others. When the others were only a dozen meters away from the ground, they stopped falling instantly. At this moment, they seemed to be deflated balloons slowly falling to the ground. The onlookers couldn't help but applaud when they saw such an amazing scene. The scattered long hair fell in front of her forehead. The beautiful reporter who landed was extremely excited in such an exciting experience. After all, who can resist the charm of flying? She looked around and found that Mu Bai had disappeared. I guess he is going to start a new journey too. She looked thoughtfully at the night sky surrounded by stars in the distance. The scorching sun in July scorched the earth, and waves of pedestrians walked down the aisle of the plane in the empty airport. The pure black fuselage, including the wingspan of nearly 300 meters. It is hard to imagine that this is a passenger plane. In this world, due to the advent of various dimensional spaces, the aircraft will be more likely to encounter the erosion of dimensional storms during high-altitude flight. In order to deal with the obstacles during flight, Siagwa coated the fuselage of the aircraft with special black 6-type memory metal powder. Dear passengers, Low. This flight passed through 3 small dimensional storms. With the reasonable cooperation of the crew, the landing time was not delayed. This time, 2115K landed at Shihuang Lenin Airport. I wish you all a happy life. The sweet broadcast voice stopped, and Mu Bai, wearing a secret black robe, hid in the crowd and walked out of the airport with him. Mu Bai was almost invisible under the effect of the secret black robe, and was almost hit by passers-by several times. Passing through the bustling streets, a huge cemetery came into view. Lenin City, as the easternmost city in Shihuang province, is the best protected. Many local soldiers will be buried here after their death. The pedestrians on the road are also in a hurry. There are few young people. This is normal, except for the elderly who are unwilling to leave their hometown. Most of the young and middle-aged people have lost to the eastern provinces of Xia. The whole city, or the whole Shihuang province, is slowly dying. With the loss of population, it will eventually become a dead city. The cause of all this is the aliens, who constantly attack the border. In the storage space, the key as a reward for the National League is flashing dark red ripples. Mu Bai knows that this is a sign of approaching the door. Sitting on a wooden chair in the park, Mu Bai took out his mobile phone and was playing his route according to the electronic map. His destination is Erong City, located on the front line of Shihuang province. Not far from Erong City is the famous No Man's Land. The so-called No Man's Land is a place abandoned by the neighboring Xia, Li, and Man countries. A large number of desperate criminals or wanted criminals live there. And the famous Black Sand secret realm is also there. It's really hard to explain the world. I heard that the front line seems to be a bit tight. I don't know if this alien can run to our Lenin. Alas, my son asked me to live with them. But I don't want to go there with my old bones. Several old people were chatting in the park. They ignored Mu Bai, who was sitting next to them, and were all lamenting the fierce battle on the front line. Why don't our Emperor Throne strongmen just push the other side over? Wouldn't that move the battlefield to the other side's dimension world? You old fool. The aliens have top-level strongmen just like us humans. Once they come out in full force, there will be a lot of suffering. You are wrong. It is obviously because the aliens are too cruel, and we are not their opponents. Mu Bai, who was sitting quietly on the side, understood the truth. After a casual smile, his figure turned into lightning and disappeared from the chair in an instant. The other old men thought they were blinded. How could there be thunder and lightning in broad daylight? On the front line of the war zone in Black Soil City, a large number of demon-like monsters came out of the dark cave. Most of them were creatures similar to humans, and they had unique languages and rare disciplines. The desolate drumming sounded dull, and several rhino-like monsters were ridden by these aliens. The sharp whips hit the rough buttocks of the monsters, and the angry monsters rushed towards the human soldiers in groups. The first and second teams will fight. The rest of you will protect the transported supplies. The soldiers who encountered a small-scale alien army in the wild did not panic, but gave orders skillfully. Kill! Follow me! Shieldmen, cover me! Crossbowmen, prepare to shoot! On the chaotic battlefield, the giant beasts stepped on the ground and made a dull sound. Load the bows and arrows. Don't forget that the arrows are wiped with seastone powder. The captain, holding a machete and a shield, shouted loudly. The crossbowmen who understood pulled the full moon longbow, and the dense arrows fell like raindrops in the alien camp. The giant beasts, whose skin was cut by the special bows and arrows, let out a terrifying wail. The seastone powder restrained them, as much as pouring holy water into the mouth of a vampire. First team, spears on! Under the captain's command, the seemingly terrifying alien army was defeated in a few rounds. The scene was one-sided. More than 80 human soldiers were overwhelming the aliens of the same number. Crack! Just when the human soldiers relaxed their guard, they heard an inexplicable sound in their ears. It was like the sound of iron pliers hitting each other, and it came from deep underground. The experienced old captain shouted loudly, "It's the ghost-faced scorpion! Everyone get down quickly!" As soon as the voice fell, Dozens of black and huge scorpions used their forelimbs to cut the terrified soldiers in half. The scene was horrible. Retreat! Forced to retreat! The captain shouted loudly. Because under his observation hockey, there was a constant stream of ghost-faced scorpions surging from the surface of the ground. Their mission to transport supplies this time was definitely a failure. The top priority is to quickly report the movements of these alien armies to the headquarters. Otherwise, the military operations in the rear will inevitably be affected. Humans, you can stay here as food. The strange Xiao language came out from a gray-skinned weirdo. And the bright white flute in his hand was particularly conspicuous. Damn it! It's the beast controller. The captain with an ugly face pulled out the poison fire pistol, which was the only hot weapon that could kill the aliens. The rest of the human SH, LS and even nuclear bombs had no effect on these mutants. On the contrary, they would become stronger after being baptized by hot weapons. Why struggle? I will let the scorpions have a good meal today. The beast controller waved his hand, and a crisp sound came out from the white jade flute. The ejected flame bomb was swallowed by the ghost-faced scorpion that jumped out of the black soil. In an instant, the gushing flames burned the scorpion crispy and fragrant. Captain, you go first, the young soldier said worriedly when he saw the captain with an ugly face standing in front. Damn it! You new recruits. Get out of here! The captain roared. If he didn't run away at this time, he was going to piss him off to death. At this moment, he wanted to curse the instructors who trained these new recruits for 18 generations. Ha ha! Run away? Look who's in the distance. The beast controller sitting on the back of the ghost-faced scorpion said in a mocking tone. The captain looked around and felt a chill in his heart. For level 5 transcendence, I saw beetle-like aliens standing obediently in all 4 directions, just surrounding the human soldiers. These seemingly harmless transcendents killed the most human soldiers on the western wilderness front. With their super physical strength and physique, their recovery ability was comparable to that of most animal-type ability users. The beast controller asked the other aliens to build a special portal. A violent roar was faintly heard in the flowing blue vortex. Damn it! Where did these aliens get the summoning equipment? Just when the captain was about to accept his fate, the alien beasts on the alien side became restless, as if some terrifying creature was approaching. Even the ghost-faced scorpion shrank its body. The beast controller knew that this was something they would do when they were extremely scared. Roar. The originally dark sky was suddenly covered with rain clouds, giving people a feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city. The dragon roars coming from far away made these alien scalps numb. The 4 insect-shaped transcendents who besieged humans looked at each other and then vibrated their transparent insect wings to fly to the clouds in the sky. They were born killing machines, and they didn't know what fear was. They only followed one principle. That is, to eradicate all powerful creatures except aliens. At this moment, they followed their instincts to hunt the creatures hidden in the black clouds. The beast controller holding the flute felt something was wrong, but it was obviously too late to stop these stubborn guys. Buzz. The vibration of the 4 pairs of wings disappeared in the dark clouds, and the thunder falling from the sky faintly illuminated the scene in the dark clouds. In the horrified eyes of everyone, it was a huge monster hundreds of meters long. After a short silence, the thunder beam that penetrated the clouds and the earth smashed down. The terrifying electric light directly bombed the hilltop not far away into pieces. The residual electric current made the aliens retreat again and again. That's it. The beast controller's pure black eyes revealed fear, and the bird-broken wings fell to the ground, followed by 4 charred corpses falling from the sky. They were 4 level 5 insect transcendent warriors. In the passage pierced by the thunder beam, the terrifying dragon claws tore through the black clouds, and a huge dragon head looked down at everything on the surface. The ferocious dragon horns were like the crown of an emperor. The dark dragon scales made people feel cold in their hearts. And the most terrifying thing was the pair of dark golden pupils. The black dragon is born. Unlike the horror of the aliens, the soldiers of the Xia kingdom were incoherent when they saw the extremely majestic black dragon, and they all said the 4 words National God. The old captain forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart. The moment he saw the black dragon, he guessed that this must be Mubai, who had just won the National League Championship. But he was only level 5. How could he kill 4 insect transcendents of the same level in seconds? The combat power of the top genius is really beyond the reach of mortals. And the old captain's heart was relieved. Standing above the sky, Mubai scanned the whole scene and realized that the 4 little bugs just now were a kind of aliens. But unfortunately, they were too fragile to resist his lightning breath. Master Mubai, destroy the portal they are building. At this time, The captain shouted loudly to the sky. Mu Bai, who seemed to be thinking about something, did not hesitate. And the dragon's mouth slightly opened, and the black dragon flame breath gushed out. The aliens around were directly burned to ashes under the high temperature. And the portal as the main target was actually unscathed. It seems that other attacks are unlikely to work on this teleportation device, except for the power of the tremor fruit. Thinking of this, Mu Bai transformed into a human form, and came directly to the beast controller. Wait, human. Before the beast controller could finish his words, Mu Bai crushed his head. Then Mu Bai gathered strength in his arms. And a pure white vibration ball covered his arms. He slapped the blue vortex portal with both hands. Squeak! The void and the earth cracked layer by layer. And the harsh cracking sound constantly hit everyone's eardrums. Accompanied by the creaking cracking sound. Two white vibration shock waves collided with each other. Is the end of the world? The standing human soldier looked at the scene in front of him with trembling legs. Is it really still human to overturn the earth at will? The ground seemed to be broken layer by layer like a ladder. The earth covered by black soil was torn apart by an invisible huge force. All the fleeing aliens were shattered or fell into the gap abyss. Mu Bai's attack directly pressed down nearly 1,000 meters of land by more than 10 meters. The portal, which was the main target, naturally could not withstand such a powerful vibration, and was torn into pieces in an instant. Human. You dare. In the fragmented portal, an alien with a breath reaching the 6th level of half a step suddenly broke through the boundary, and came to the human world. Covered with dark biological armor. The 3-meter-tall body resembled the Minotaur in the human world. He was furious and became more irritable after seeing the miserable state of the alien. The terrifying pressure came directly to Mu Bai. You are very unlucky. I squeezed in at the last moment. As he said, the excited Minotaur exuded a red fierce light all over his body. And his body shape changed as the red light came on. The old captain reminded Mu Bai from behind, Master Mu Bai. Be careful of his attack. That red light is a bloodthirsty technique unique to the alien race, which has a strong blessing on speed, attack power and physique. Hearing this, Mu Bai turned around and smiled. And then the lightning in his hand was blazing. The thunder elements in the sky gathered into a divine punishment spear. The Minotaur-like alien was alert and cast armor. Endurance, elemental resistance, body movement, evasion, life recovery, visual enhancement, gigantism, rage, pain shield, blood enhancement, mental barrier, soul protection. A series of spells made the Minotaur glow with colorful light, which made Mu Bai stunned. Good guy. This opponent is the most cowardly one I have ever seen in such a long time. This guy is a tortoise. What are you looking at? Uncle Oka. In your human words, this is called a lion fighting a rabbit with all its strength. Human boy. Die! The alien who called himself Oka said coldly while rubbing his hands. Hearing this, Mu Bai dispersed the thunder in his hand and said with interest, So you are good at fighting? The brilliant Oka laughed and said, I once killed 100 humans with my bare hands, including 3 level 5 late-stage ability users. I still can't forget the look in their eyes before they died. Because it was too exciting. Kill! 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 The desire to kill engraved in the genes of the aliens is the nature of their race. With the blessing of various spells, Oka's strength has been infinitely close to the 6th level barrier. The huge body and the shining horns really have some meaning of the bull demon king. This pair of horns should be good for collection. Interested Mu Bai used lightning to come directly in front of Oka. Turned around and kicked the horns accurately. The green light representing the defensive spell lit up instantly. And Oka, who took a half step back and supported his body with his hooves, mooed and sneered. Humans are too conceited. Soul chain. Oka screamed. And the purple illusory chain on his arm entangled Mu Bai's body. Mu Bai, who did not resist, let Oka use spells to drag him over. Ordinary people will be entangled by soul chains, and their souls will be scattered. But why does this human seem to be fine? Oka felt that his brain was not enough. He thought that the other party's soul was strange. But he didn't have time to think about it. The huge bull's hoof had condensed amazing destructive power after the layers of magic. He wanted this arrogant human to know how terrible it would be if he underestimated him. That's it? Mu Bai exerted a little force, and the solid soul chain instantly broke and dissipated in the air. Mu Bai's fist with power on his right arm condensed a vibration ball cover, and an inexplicable pressure lingered in Oka's heart. Die! The barbarian bull's bombardment hoof crushed the surrounding ground. The huge force would break even the best steel like tofu. Come on! Mu Bai, who was charging a punch, said excitedly. The fighting spirit surged in his heart. The fist-to-flesh battle was what he longed for. Bang! Squeak! The sound of the mess burst out from the fists of the two people, and the white vibration shock wave swept the ground again. This power! Oka widened his eyes in shock, feeling the vibration power from the bull's hoof in disbelief. Go! The old captain saw the ground breaking and shouted to the soldiers to stay away from here in panic. Squeak! With Mubai as the center, the shock wave that rose into the sky overturned the earth again. Oka, who was fighting with Mubai, felt that his eyes went black and his strong body flew backwards. The ground collapsed, and he was swallowed by the broken gap. Moo! Just when the gap was about to close, the hard horns pushed the ground open, and the huge body of the bull jumped out. Not bad. You took my punch and didn't die. Mubai clapped his hands and praised. Oka, whose arm was twisted, swung his hoof, and the powerful recovery spell restored his arm to its original state. At this moment, he was silent, and in his heart, he had already regarded the human in front of him as a real strong man. Chain Soul Sword! Oka shouted violently, and the ferocious ghost-headed sword appeared on his hoof, as if it was connected to his arm. You deserve my serious attention. My strength is not in bare-handed combat, but in swordsmanship. I am a swordsman among the aliens. After that, another Chain Soul Sword appeared on his other arm. Oka, who used the double sword style, took a fighting stance, with a terrifying light in his eyes. Double sword style soul slash. Prison lock crazy soul. The terrifying sword energy penetrated the earth, and Oka stepped forward at a high speed with the cross slash. Aliens actually use double swords. Interesting. Mubai turned his wrist without comment, holding the domineering black and gold Naginata in his hand. Domineering slash. Step on the sky. The domineering slash fell on his head. The white vibration ball cover slashed in the void, and the majestic force directly tore the earth apart. The moment the soul sword and the Naginata collided, the earth was like a fluctuating wave and surged around. The rising black mudslides flooded the earth like a tsunami. Gods are fighting, facing the black earth torrent that was tens of meters high. The extremely terrified soldier said tremblingly, Come on. Let me see whether your soul sword is powerful or my martial god is domineering and unparalleled. Mubai, who had a very high swordsmanship score, controlled the Naginata martial god that cut through the void and slashed across. Squeak! The vibration ball cover on the blade penetrated the void, and the layers of explosions and glass-like shattering sounds were endless. Vibration. Vibration. Still vibration. Pure vibration plus unmatched brute force. Mubai fought more and more bravely, and several slashes severely injured Oka. Oka, who had dozens of layers of defensive spells on his body, still didn't understand how this young human could break such a defense. The soul blade that kept blocking the Naginata was already trembling under the continuous resonance, and tiny cracks appeared on the blade. Open! Mubai, who was chasing step by step, foresaw what would happen next. He turned the blade and slashed at Oka's arms like a king lifting a tripod. Crack! The soul blade suddenly shattered in the fierce slash. The unstoppable Naginata warrior god slashed across Oka's left face, and a crushed eyeball fell from his face as blood flew. Ah! The severe pain made Oka's heart cold, and he threw away the broken soul blade and threw out the crystal-emitting ice elements. Be careful. Mubai! That's the Ice Emperor. It can release forbidden spells. The captain shouted loudly. He didn't expect that an alien, who was less than level 6, could have such a lethal weapon. You can't dodge it. Turn into ice. Oka's remaining eyes revealed a resentful look, and the Ice Emperor flying in the air exploded on the spot. Except for aliens, other races will be forced to freeze for more than 10 seconds after touching the Ice Emperor. In the chaotic battlefield, aliens often use this method in battles in level 6. Hide. Black Dragon Flame Blade. Tyrant Slash. Suddenly, Mubai spit out the Black Dragon Flame from his mouth, and the high-temperature flame attached to the blade of the God of War slashed at the Ice Emperor thrown at him. The hot flame instantly annihilated the cold ice ball, and the Ice Emperor was evaporated as if it had met its nemesis. What kind of weird ability is this? Without thinking too much, Oka used both arms to throw the huge rock several dozen meters wide beside him to Mubai, and then he jumped up and ran straight to the surviving human soldiers in the distance with his eyes rolling. As an alien, he knew that humans were the most hypocritical creatures. As long as they controlled their own kind, they would be unable to move. Seeing the admiring eyes of these humans, This young human warrior would not stand by and watch them die. Right? Mu Bai looked at the huge rock falling like a meteorite in front of him, and opened his lips slightly. Black flame. Flame cloud. Wind element. Lightning. These basic elements are the basic abilities of the black dragon form of the fantasy beast fish fruit. The sharp wind blade surged out of Mu Bai's mouth. At the same time, the terrifying thunder also attached to the wind blade, and the stone cut by the wind blade was cut off, and the remaining thunder wind blade whistled past, and the target was Oka, who was running towards the Xia soldiers. Flying spell. Seeing the sharp wind blade sweeping over, Oka used magic to leap into the air, and the wind blade rushed towards the Xia soldiers. Haha. You dare to use such a trick? Huh? Flying in the air, Oka saw the wind blade turn a corner at a very fast speed and slashed at him in the air. Forbidden spell. Alien armor. The bull-like armor covered cow, and the blood-red armor seemed to breathe and swallowed blood. The surrounding life substances were also continuously infused into the bloody mouth under the armor. The armor squirmed, and Cow's body merged with the armor. A nearly 10-meter-long flesh and blood armor appeared on the ground, and the hideous red blood vessels continued to transmit vitality. Let me introduce myself again. I am Cow, the forbidden spell master of the alien race. Human, your strength has been recognized by me. You can report your name. The buzzing sound was very low, especially when it came from this flesh and blood armor. It was extremely strange. The beast controller who controls the monsters. The transcendent who fights mainly with insects. The forbidden spell master who can use forbidden spells. The wild giant that covers the sky and the sun. The charming and attractive enchanting banshee. The super brain that is good at mental attacks. The crystal alien who is a land shield soldier. And finally the alien king who controls the battlefield situation. This is the top standard of a large army. And the forbidden spell master in the army cannot act alone. Thinking of this, the captain of the Xia army asked his soldiers to contact their superiors urgently. This time, there is a high possibility that a whole alien army will appear on the border. Sharp beast roars came from afar, and a huge khaki monster could be vaguely seen in the dust. The crystal alien with blue light flashing charged forward with a crystal shield in his hand, riding a crystal wolf under his crotch. Thousands of aliens advanced here in an orderly manner. And not far from here was the demarcation line of the border. After crossing the protection of 6 city walls, it was the border city of Xia. Mu Bai was a little surprised that the military had not sent anyone over yet. This scale of alien army was not something that the border guards could easily deal with. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion occurred more than 10 kilometers away from here. The dust that covered the sky and the sun formed a storm and swept over. The dark red sky seemed like the end of the world. Don't watch it. That's the alien king of my tribe fighting with your human emperor. I don't know if the 5 alien kings can deal with 2 emperors in a short time, Oka said slowly, with a tone full of victory. Hearing this, Mu Bai said in surprise, you aliens are out in full force. But don't tell me you didn't even do the intelligence work in advance and just came to the door directly. Intelligence work? Do the 5 alien kings need to find out intelligence in advance? Isn't it very easy to fight 5 against 2? That guy is stationed at the border, and your alien king may be wiped out, Mu Bai said meaningfully, touching his chin. On the alien army side, a charming and beautiful woman walked out of the aliens in a graceful manner. At the same time, she came with the Ice Crystal alien leader riding the Ice Crystal Wolf King, the wild giant that covered the sky and the sun, and the super brain that floated in the air like an alien. The 4 alien leaders with auras reaching the peak of level 5 surrounded Mu Bai and formed a 5-pointed star with Oka. Hey, isn't this Lord Oka? How come you are so lazy after not seeing him for a few days? We came out of the portal, and at least got the tribe together. Why are you fighting alone? Hey! You are wearing this armor that will shorten your life, the dusty enchantress said with a smile, her eyes full of mockery. What a young man, Mu Bai thought to himself while watching the show. Low IQ creatures are like this, including you guys. The serious super brain was suspended in the air, ruthlessly belittling all aliens as fools. After all, except for the wild giants, no one else's head was as big as his. The Ice Crystal alien riding the Wolf King snorted coldly and said, Oka, you are unworthy of the trust of the tribe king. You should resign yourself when you go back. Oka, Mu Bai guessed, looked ugly because his face was covered by armor and his emotions could not be seen. But from his slightly clenched cow hooves, it can be seen that he was still very angry. I say, aren't you trash talking too much? Mu Bai said with his hands in his pockets. Super Brain heard this and said coldly, Who are you talking about trash? I mean everyone here is trash. Isn't it? Mubai smiled and spread his hands. Without any tension of being surrounded. Handshake. Good sleep. Such a handsome little brother. Do you want to play with me? The charming banshee who noticed Mubai licked her flaming red lips and said. The tights on her body couldn't cover her proud figure. Of course I'm interested. How to play? Do you play with your head as if it were a ball? As soon as this was said, the whole audience was silent. The charming banshee's pink eyes gradually returned to normal. And the charm just now didn't work at all. Is my appearance so bad? She was furious and said sternly, looking for death. A human being surrounded by 5 of us. You are dead. After we deal with him, we will rush into the human city. I will suck the blood of all men. Flesh and blood. I want to eat women. Children. The 100-meter-tall wild giant lowered his head and said lightly. Be careful of this human. I just suffered a lot at his hands. Oka kindly reminded. Ha ha. The super brain alien with long limbs and suspended in the air sneered and said, no wonder this human said you are a waste. You are afraid of a human of the same level. You are really a waste. See how I? A smart man. Take him down. After that, the super brain gently pointed at Mubai with his skinny fingers. And a huge spiritual power flowed out from his fingertips and connected to Mubai's spiritual ocean. I can control these low-intelligence creatures with my mind at will. See? This is what smart people do. How do humans say it? Plan in the tent. And win thousands of miles away. The complacent super brain laughed and said, the cow who used to boast of his strength was beaten to pieces by the human. And now this human is easily controlled by him. Is there anything more joyful than this? Kneel down. You low-level creature. The super brain shouted sharply. And the mental control in the words was transmitted into Mubai's mind along the mental link. Ordinary people have already allowed the other party to control them at this moment. But it's a pity that the super brain chose the wrong target. Mubai is not an ordinary person. This sentence echoed in the wilderness for a long time, and could not be calmed down. Seeing the leader showing his power, the super brain race among the aliens burst into cheers. The original Xia soldiers had already left under the leadership of the captain. The captain also understood that they would only cause trouble for Mubai if they stayed here. And they could not help it all. Kneel down. Seeing that Mubai did not move for a long time, the super brain was also a little confused. Interesting. There has never been anyone who makes me kneel down before. And there will never be anyone in the future. But you aliens. Kneel down. After saying these 4 indifferent words, Mubai's eyes burst out with terrifying spirit. The domineering aura that broke through the sky was stirring in the void. And the terrifying pressure descended. Let the 5 alien leaders around them bear the strongest sense of oppression in history. That is the fear and awe that only exists when facing the alien king. The domineering aura of the overlord color swept across the world like thunder. And the ordinary alien warriors in the distance were shocked on the spot after being exposed to such pressure. Even the veteran alien soldiers, who had experienced hundreds of battles, and tasted the blood on the blade fainted in an instant. Mubai, who was surrounded in the middle, raised his head, and his dark golden pupils showed the domineering power of the king. Under the continuously increasing pressure, the super brain suspended in the air was pressed to the ground by an invisible big hand, and the skinny legs made an intimate contact with the ground with a bang. The other 4 alien leaders with ugly faces stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. The impact of the domineering color wave made their legs tremble slightly. Finally, under the shining of Mubai's dark golden pupils, the 5 alien leaders knelt down together. The huge force cracked the ground. And the most painful one was the wild giant with the strongest physique. He couldn't withstand the spiritual attack. He was so huge that he suffered a lot under the impact of the domineering color. Isn't that right? The 5 of you can come together. Mubai, the only one standing in the wilderness, hooked his finger at the 5 people under the dark golden pupils. The first reaction of the 5 aliens was fear. They stood up and launched an attack on Mubai in anger. The first to attack was the crystal alien holding a crystal shield and a crystal spear. The ice crystal wolf king under his crotch roared and swooped down on Mubai. The crystal clear ice crystal spear stabbed towards Mubai's forehead. The ice crystals containing strange power covered the road it passed. Crystallizing the attacked person is the special ability of the ice crystal alien. Insult the warrior. Die! At the same time, the enchanting banshee hit her figure. She stepped on the cat step and smiled sweetly while holding the bloodthorn whip. As an assassin unit, in addition to her enchanting skills, her most powerful ability is hiding. In the alien group action, the enchanting banshee can confuse her own breath with other aliens, so that the enemy will ignore her without knowing it. I'm going to take off your handsome face. After the resentful words, the bloodthorn whip exuded rose ripples, like a venomous snake, and stabbed at Mu Bai's neck. Mu Bai, who was attacked from both sides, smiled. Dark dragon scales grew from his body, and faint flames lingered on both sides of his body. His height, which was originally just over 1.8 meters, suddenly soared, and in an instant, a strong creature that was half human and half dragon appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Mu Bai in the form of a dragon man seemed like a demon god descending to the world. Poor hiding method. Mu Bai stretched back one arm. With a light pull, he held a venomous bloodthorn whip in his palm. You've been hit. Although I don't know how the other party found me. As long as I am corroded by the poison on the bloodthorn whip, no matter how great a golden immortal you are, I will let this queen do whatever she wants. Just when the enchanting banshee breathed a sigh of relief, she found that the dragon man in front of her didn't move at all, and his sturdy aura was not affected at all. The dragon arm exerted force, and the long whip suddenly broke into two pieces. There was a faint vibration ability in Mu Bai's palm. It seems that I can use the power of the tremor fruit in the dragon form. Mu Bai was overjoyed by the unexpected discovery. He clenched his fists on the spot, and the huge vibration power condensed on his fists. He threw a domineering punch with an unmatched posture. Squeak! Mu Bai in the Dragon Man state can be said to be the strongest form in single combat. He has the power of the Dragon Clan, the flexibility of humans, and can use weapons. It can be said that he kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Mu Bai's vibrating dragon fist collided with the ice crystal spear attacking from the front, directly overturning the ice crystal alien. The terrifying force caused the ice crystal shield to crack, and the ice crystal alien, who had no way to avoid it, was hit in the chest by a punch. A large amount of resonant power was infused into the enemy with Mu Bai's fist, which made the body composed of ice crystals more broken. The fierce power of the Dragon Man even killed the Ice Crystal Wolf King on the spot, which made the Ice Crystal Alien, who was knocked hundreds of meters away, feel nervous. The Wolf King I carefully cultivated. After beating the beast to death, Mu Bai turned around and slashed with thunder. The surging thunder and lightning mixed with the fierce thunder unicorn hit the enchanting banshee. Under the fierce thunder slash, the enchanting banshee's shoulder was cut off, and the dense electric current made her whole body soft. Just when Mu Bai, holding the Naginata martial god, was about to completely deal with her, a dark cloud flashed in the sky, and it was a wild giant with a height of 100 meters that launched an attack. The moss-covered rock giant hand slapped down at Mu Bai, and almost killed the banshee companion on the spot. The rock palm seemed to be the 5-finger mountain of Buddha, pressing Mu Bai down hard. Bugs, flesh and blood. A buzzing sound sounded. Although the wild giant had a simple mind, his physical strength and power were definitely the strongest among the aliens. Damn! You almost took me in two. The enchanting banshee, who was trying hard to hold back the pain, cursed. The super brain, who had come back to his senses in the domineering aura, suddenly shouted, "Idiot! This human is still alive. Kulagu. Slap him to death." The wild giant, whose name was called, did not hesitate. He raised his palm, and found that Mu Bai was standing there unharmed. Such a huge force did not crush him. The somewhat angry wild giant clasped his hands, and smashed down on the tiny Mu Bai. Bang! The sound of the giant breaking through the air echoed in the wilderness. The savage giant used all his brute force to deliver his fatal blow. It was as if a mountain smashed into a blade of grass, with the airflow flying arbitrarily. Mu Bai at this moment was no different from self-destruction in the eyes of other aliens. No one could resist the power of the savage giant at the same level. All those who proved this point have turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Facing the whistling heavy fist, Mu Bai's ferocious dragon claws clenched towards the sky. The expected sound of flesh and blood breaking in the eyes of everyone did not come. Mu Bai held the savage giant's palm, and nothing happened. He didn't even move his feet. Instead, the savage giant's body trembled slightly. What is it afraid of? Get up. Suddenly, Mu Bai's eyes burst into a terrifying light, and his 5 or 6 meter tall body was bulging with veins. Mu Bai, whose physique broke through the sky, exerted all his strength, and actually lifted up the wild giant like a mountain after a roar. This scene made the other alien leader silent. This impact was like an ant lifting an elephant with ease, which shocked their 3 views. What a joke. Fine rock debris fell from the sky on the cracked black surface. Mu Bai, who raised the wild giant with both arms, was so angry that he threw the mountain-like opponent into the air. Not good. Oka, who realized what Mu Bai was going to do, rushed up quickly. A large number of purple soul knives flowed out from the gaps in the black armor and cut towards Mu Bai's arms. What greeted him was the golden light of the lion ring on Mu Bai's hand. Under the power of the floating fruit, the cracked ground suddenly rolled. Under the layers of fluctuations, the hundreds of meters high ground lion power rushed towards him. Roar! The rest of the people were completely drowned in the angry lion roar. Hack! How much ability does he have? Before being drowned, the crystal alien, who always pays attention to the spirit of warriors, cursed. Now it's just you and me. Let's see what kind of power I can exert in the dragon man form combined with the tremor fruit. With his arms slightly bent, the thick vibration ball cover was attached to Mu Bai's arms. What was different from the past was that the vibration power contained in the vibration ball cover this time was unprecedented. With his super high physique in the dragon man form, he could fully control the vibration ability. The layers of vibration ball covers were constantly compressed, and the entire black wasteland seemed to vibrate with every breath of Mu Bai. The weeds thousands of meters away were uprooted in such resonance, and the ancient trees with roots deep in the earth also wailed. The wild giant who fell from the sky instinctively tightened his body to present a huge earth-yellow sphere. In his impression, this move can withstand all attacks, and he can survive even if he withstands a blow from a high-level opponent. Step into the air. The vibration ball covers of the two fists have begun to affect the air fluctuations around, and irregular fractures have appeared in the area of nearly 100 meters. As if sensing a sense of crisis in his soul, the savage giant ignored his gradually broken legs and forcibly compressed his body, and a light khaki protective shield also appeared on him. The black figure crossed the sky, and the unmatched vibration ball cover hit the surface of the sphere fiercely. Squeak! Squeak! The dense and numerous cracking sounds made people feel cold in their hearts. Countless turbulent winds washed over the broken surface. The black dragon scales and black dragon tattoos made the originally handsome Mu Bai look like a ghost announcing his death. Dragon Fist. Wagwa. Accompanied by these four sonorous and powerful words, the khaki sphere shattered from the middle. The remaining vibration aftermath directly toward the sky. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared. This punch actually penetrated the savage giant's brain directly, with the ability to shatter the world of the tremor fruit. Mu Bai can use defense-breaking abilities similar to the advanced Ryu Sakura of Overlord Haki in the Dragon Man state, and it can be used continuously. The super brain just poked its head out of the mud torrent, and was pierced through the heart by a dragon claw before it could see the enemy clearly. And the head he was proud of was crushed by Mu Bai on the spot. Killing two level 5 peak alien leaders in a short period of just over 10 seconds was simply unbelievable. The remaining 3 aliens looked at each other and wanted to retreat. Mu Bai in the Dragon Man state was indifferent and had a greater desire to kill than in human form. Who is next? Under the ruined city, Lu Wenyong, dressed in a black military uniform, casually threw 4 heads in front of the alien army. The tens of thousands of troops were thrown into chaos by his action. There were constantly collapsed aliens fleeing, but they were all killed on the spot by the alien supervisors. The remaining alien king had a livid face. He never dreamed that the throne of Xia Kingdom would be so powerful. The endless light like a nightmare could only be caught by gods. Touching his bloated eyes, Lu Wenyong lazily took out a cigarette and lit it with the light of his fingers. He complained, "Can you respect the people who take a nap in the middle of the day? These cats and dogs have all gone to the battlefield. Aren't you ashamed?" Really, the army of tens of thousands of aliens was probably just a grain of sand in the eyes of the man in front of him, and it would be blown away by the wind at any time. Looking at the 4 heads rolling down, the alien king said in a low voice, "You killed 4 alien kings of my clan with your own strength. I respect the strong. Human, tell me your name." After smoking the whole cigarette in one gulp, Lu Wenyong threw away the cigarette butt, rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "I am your father." Hearing this, the alien king was not angry. He stood up from his seat. Except for the pure white pupils, he was almost the same as a human being. He was wearing a red king's robe. He was inlaid with a 9-gem crown, and was also a leader among the 8th level affairs. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to the development of civilization, but arrogance is. This planet can breed a strong man with the strength of the 9th level, but you humans use this land with vast resources to fight internally. It is really a pity. It is better to let us aliens create a glorious history. After that, the alien king walked towards Wen Ziyong alone with a holy sword in his hand. Lu Wenyong, who was yawning, didn't want to have a long speech with the other party. He just pointed to the boundary marker not far away and said lightly, "If you are happy, you can say it. But if you step over this line, I will spend a little half a day to eradicate all the aliens outside the three kingdoms." Humph! The alien king immediately crossed the boundary. And Lu Wenyong said lazily, "That's easy." I said, "There must be light." Countless lightsabers were born in the entire void. And the dazzling beauty made people forget everything. The Milky Way in the daytime is just like this. In the endless light. Lu Wenyong raised his foot. "Have you been kicked by light?" In the black wasteland on the other side. The domineering Mu Bai crushed Oka's armored head almost at a glance. And the gushing blood splashed on the transparent face of the ice crystal alien. The ice crystal man who was about to beg for mercy was ripped out of his heart by Mu Bai's black tiger, leaving a horrible wound the size of a basin on his chest. The ice crystal elements continued to flow through the wound. And his life also came to an end. With a last burst of energy, he raised his fist weakly and smashed Mu Bai. Mu Bai, with his dragon head slightly open, burned him directly with a mouthful of hot black flames. The scream before death made the armless charming banshee tremble with fear. "Is this human a devil? My lord, please spare my life. I am willing to do anything. Please." The charming banshee, who had completely given up resistance, knelt on the ground tenderly, hugging Mu Bai's right leg and begging bitterly. Some of the torn clothes in the battle were slightly open to both sides. And the bulging state on the chest can be said to be full of temptation. Which young man who is full of blood and inexperience can resist this? Mu Bai, who has removed the dragon man form, stretched out his big hand and touched her hair. "Don't worry. I never hit women." Mu Bai's figure was facing the sun. And he was very calm when he said this. The enchanting banshee secretly glanced up and thought that the other party would reveal the ugly appearance of a pervert. But when she saw the other party's face clearly, she felt like falling into an ice cave. The handsome young man was staring at her indifferently. And the remaining blood after killing the alien was dripping into the soil along his fingertips. It was as beautiful as a crystal clear blood ruby. "I will only send them on their way." After saying that, in the enchanting banshee's painful eyes, Mu Bai's iron hand was placed on the other party's head. After a click, the head had been turned 360 degrees. And the soft body was also thrown to the ground by Mu Bai casually. At this point, the 5 alien leaders were all wiped out. After getting rid of the alien, Mu Bai did not stop. He turned into thunder and disappeared after passing through the blue light in the air. His destination this time was to come to the secret realm guided by the mysterious key. Enter it and open the mysterious black door. While thinking about it, the artifact Holy Demon Temple in his mind emitted a scarlet light, and suddenly sucked Mu Bai into this space. In the unknown land, Sharat, wearing red clothes, ended his battle. Looking around, the corpses of many monsters were placed in a mess on the devastated land. He came from the god-killing kingdom. In his world, the false god came to the world to cause chaos in the sky. All the tribesmen became slaves with the arrival of the false god, and were captured day and night to mine rare metals. 100 years ago, a young man came out of nowhere. He quickly reached the 9th level of the gods with mysterious means. After a hard and arduous battle, he successfully expelled the false god from this world. And he disappeared with it, leaving only the pendant called the Holy Demon Order. "Father, although I don't know where you are, I will definitely find you. I must protect my people when these minions of false gods reappear," the resolute-looking young man said in a sonorous and powerful voice. And the scarlet pendant on his chest was also squeezed and creaked. Bang! Suddenly, the pendant made a crisp sound, which scared Sharat. He thought that he was too strong to break the things left by his father. In an instant, the scarlet light swept the earth, and Sharat's figure disappeared in the blood. In the darkness, Mu Bai opened his eyes. At this moment, he was shrouded in black fog, sitting high on the throne, with saints and demons surrendering to his feet on his left and right. A large amount of memories were instilled into Mu Bai's mind. Because the system was being upgraded, Mu Bai did not get any prompts. "This architectural style is the Holy Demon Temple," he said thoughtfully, while being shrouded in black fog. As the memory emerged, Mu Bai also knew where he was at the moment. The God's Court of the Holy Demon Temple. The people of Yuta could not fully control the Holy Demon Palace, and could only passively develop the most basic teleportation function. What they did not know was that the Holy Demon Palace was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was the Demon Summoning Palace. The second floor was the Divine Court. And as for the third floor, Mu Bai could only vaguely sense its existence. The faint light slowly climbed from the surroundings of the hall, and the unknown world was completely displayed in front of Mubai, and a vast epic feeling arose spontaneously. As the master of the hall, Mubai could clearly sense that there was an existence connected with the divine court in the world. Can I summon them into this divine court? Interesting. With a wave of his hand, the black mist swept away, and Mubai's spiritual energy was infinitely expanded. The participants who accepted the summons turned into purple streamers and forcibly broke free in time and space. 3 creatures also wrapped in black mist appeared in the 18 seats under the throne. Except for being able to see that they were humanoid creatures, their faces could not be seen at all. Which friend summoned me here? I can't bear the torment at my age. The skinny black shadow said faintly. As a top power in the magic world, this was the first time he saw such a method. Sitting on the right seat, Sharad was silent. He had some guesses in his mind. He was in his early 20s and was not reckless. In this unknown situation, keeping silent was the best way to deal with it. Thank you, Lord Demon, for saving my life. I, Xiao Tianzhua, will definitely repay you in the future, the youngest man at the back of the 3 said with a fist, his eyes full of respect. The sudden voice broke the awkward situation, and the other 2 also cast their eyes on the figure on the 10,000 feet high steps. That is Xiao's, an 8th level strongman known as the top magic master, looked at the scene in front of him with cold hands and feet, and his chin was about to drop to the ground. The throne on the 10,000 feet high platform seemed far away from them at first sight, but after a closer look, it seemed that the person on the throne was right in front of him. This weird feeling made people feel like they were in a dream and couldn't extricate themselves. Xiao's, who was proficient in space magic, knew that it was clearly a proof of transcending space obstacles. Under the throne were countless suppressed dimensional interfaces, and the sharp-eyed Xiao's even saw the remains of the star beast in it. You must know that this kind of god-level monster cannot be killed even at the 9th level. The ancient god of the void, the skeleton god, the demons and monsters, the remains of creatures that only exist in legends appeared on the steps of the throne, shrouded in black fog. And Xiaoxi's fear reached its peak. To be able to do this, the person on the throne must have reached the 9th level of the other shore. After entering the 9th level, it will be divided into 3 levels according to the energy level of life, namely the divine level, the legendary level, and the other shore level, the other shore realm. According to the legend, those who achieve the other shore jump out of the chess game, are not in the cause and effect of life and death, and gain eternal life in the long river of history. It has the only legendary nature, not in the past, not in the future, only in the present. Mubai on the purple gold throne looked at the 3 people in front of him in a strange way, holding a magic book. The old man looked at himself with excitement. In the perception of the temple, Mubai knew that the other party was an 8th level strongman. The young man named Sharad was dressed strangely, and his face was too handsome, and it was even difficult to tell whether he was a man or a woman for a while. His strength was around the beginning of the 5th level. Xiao Tianzhua, dressed in white and with a determined face, was obviously the weakest. According to the energy rating, he might only be level 3. But for some reason Mubai could see the rising torrent of luck from above his head. Okay. The surname is Xiao. Mubai on the throne was silent for a long time. When he was observing the 3 people, Xiaoxi suddenly said, Great Other Shore, can you tell me the reason why the 3 of us were sent here? Although I am not talented, I have the strength of level 8, and am willing to serve a supreme existence like you forever. Level 8. The other shore. Xiaoxi seemed to see the eyes of the 2 young men. He didn't know whether they were lucky or unlucky, but if they could make the other shore take action, these 2 people might be useful. Old man, what is the other shore? Xiao Tianzhua, with a determined face, asked in the direction of the voice. After being hunted down, he was unexpectedly rescued by the owner here. He was a little curious about what kind of existence could make a level 8 strongman serval. Xiaoz looked down and saw that the adults on the throne did not waver. He carefully explained the powerful existence of the other side, which shocked the 2 young men speechless. After hearing Xiao's words, Mubai on the throne also roughly understood the power division after the 8th level of the Emperor's throne. It seems that although these 3 people come from different interfaces, their power division is similar. In the Holy Demon Palace, different languages are also unimpeded under the intervention of mysterious power. In the glorious divine court, Mubai, who was shrouded in black fog on the throne, spoke slowly. Everything in the universe grows and declines, and I summoned you only because I have a connection with you. The thick black fog in the hall gradually dissipated in a voice that sounded like a god. The three people only felt that the great existence stood between heaven and earth, holding the stars and the universe in his hands. What a momentum! What a sense of oppression! Xiao Tianzue, who was shaken in his heart, clenched his fists. If he had the means of the powerful people on the other side, why would he be afraid of the threat of the royal family? How dare that ignorant fiancé come to the door to cancel the engagement and make the Xiao family lose face? That bitch even sent people to destroy his mountain gate. If it weren't for the great existence in front of him, he would have died long ago. Xiao Tianzue, on the throne. The voice of the powerful people on the other side echoed in the ears of the three people. Mu Bai thought to himself that since you think I am the powerful people on the other side, then I will be the powerful people on the other side for once. Xiao Tianzue, whose name was called, respectfully clasped his fists and asked for teachings with the etiquette of a master. I have a rough understanding of your past. The accumulation of hatred in your heart is both a good and a bad thing. You have to control the degree of everything. Don't overdo it. Don't bully the poor young man. Hearing this, tears wet Xiao Tianzue's eyes, and he kept repeating Mu Bai's last words with his slightly trembling lips, as if some magic made him indulge in it. Xiao Tianzue remembers it. Thank you for the Supreme's teachings. I will always remember this sentence in my heart. After saying that, Xiao Tianzue took out a knife from his waist and carved the three big words 30 years on the back of his right hand, the flowing blood with the white sleeves. Xiao Tianzue, who was in a frenzy, murmured Xiao Wei, the prince of the Han dynasty. After lying dormant for 30 years, I will return the humiliation of the past double. Mu Bai, who was shrouded in black fog on the throne, was stunned. Good guy. This is a masochist. But this style is a bit wrong. Normally, you have to pretend to be awesome and slap your face before counterattacking. How come these few words are turning into a style of Go Dao Lu? Forget it. Seeing that this kid has a deep luck, it is estimated that he will live a very comfortable life in the end. Just like Captain Buggy, who has the luck of the Overlord color. It is not destined to lie down to the four emperors. Xiao's, who was holding the magic book, was also stunned. After being enlightened by the great man on the other side, the boy gave people a different feeling and became more introverted. Sure enough, if he could get the guidance of such a person, even a pig could go to the sky. After Xiao Tianzue thanked him, an inexplicable power flowed out of him, and gathered into a subtle love power under the 10,000 feet steps, and slowly flowed into Mu Bai's body. This is the power of destiny. Mu Bai, who got an unexpected reward, finally discovered one of the abilities of the temple. Will he get some kind of positive feedback by pointing out others? In order to verify his judgment, Mu Bai, who was moved, stretched out his illusory big hand to dismantle the star scene on the temple, and the planets belonging to the three of them rotated in Mu Bai's hands. The means of arbitrarily splitting the starry sky made the three people who were already shocked and none not raise a trace of surprise. The gods who are arbitrary and immortal, playing in the world, and the person who jumps out of the chess game. Any top praise for this person is not too much. It is a great honor for them to meet such a supreme power in the other side. The wrinkled Shiozi guessed that this great man from the other side might have summoned the destined people from various interfaces for random guidance, because they were both human beings. This explanation was very reasonable. Shiozi laughed when he was shocked by his own wisdom. He let out a long breath and respectfully asked Mu Bai, respected supreme power, I want to ask how to fight against the baptism of long years in the 8th level. In the thousands of years after achieving the 8th level, I have been fighting against the inner demon all the time. My realm has been stagnant for 100 years. I am really distressed. I hope you can enlighten me. A fool. The black fog on the throne was filled with black fog. Mu Bai, who was hidden in the black fog, touched his chin and organized his words. To put it bluntly, the other party's question was that after becoming an 8th level powerhouse and experiencing the baptism of years, he was confused about his own existence. The oldest 8th level emperor on the earth was less than 100 years old and would not have such distress at all. The steady voice in the black fog sounded like a pearl, which made Shiozi, who was asking with a fluke mentality, feel his heart pounding. Heaven and earth are unkind, and treat all things as straw dogs. The Supreme forgets emotions, and experiences emotions as the end. In the eyes of the will of heaven and earth, kings, generals, and even peerless powers are nothing but dust-like existences. Excessive arrogance will only make them indistinguishable from the crowd. Xios understood the first half of the sentence, but he could never figure out the second half. as if sensing Xiao's eager eyes for knowledge. Mu Bai said indifferently, only saints who have comprehended everything can forget emotions. But even saints have to experience all the emotions in the world before they can be called forgetful. Xiao's, whose pupils were shaking, was speechless for a long time. The other two young men listened attentively, but they always felt that what they said was too mysterious and didn't understand. Xiao Tianzue, who carried paper and pen with him, quickly opened his backpack and wrote the 4 cover characters of the supreme quotations on the notebook. What about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West? And the Supreme forgets emotions, etc. All copied on paper. And after writing, he didn't forget to savor the true meaning. Mu Bai, who was in charge of the overall situation of the temple, looked at Xiao Tianzue, who was writing furiously in silence. What a guy. The supreme quotations. Looking at his serious attitude, it is estimated that it can be passed down as a family heirloom. I understand. I understand. Ha ha. Thank you for your guidance. Xiaosi. Understand? Excited, Xiaosi swung his arms, his face full of enlightenment. The energy fluctuations in his body continued to rise, and he was one step further on the road to level 8. Quite smart. The magnificent voice echoed in the hall, and the star scene accelerated because of the voice. Xiaosi, who was praised, was as happy as a child praised by his elders. The trickle of spiritual energy flowed back from the bottom of the 10,000 feet stairs, slowly nourishing Mu Bai's soul and spiritual strength. What surprised Mu Bai was that the feedback given by Xiaosi and Xiao Tianzue was not much different in energy. It seems that the key to energy feedback has nothing to do with their own strength. So, young man in red, what are your doubts? Is it about cultivation, life, or your father? Faced with Mu Bai's question, Shalit, who was dressed in red, smiled bitterly and said, My father has disappeared for many years, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead. Now the minions of the false god have reappeared in my world. I don't ask you to help me find my father. I just hope you can tell me whether he is dead or alive. Mu Bai frowned slightly. How could he find his father? With the blessing of the temple, he briefly toured Shalit's memory, and then tried to call his father's name. With the help of the great power of the temple, Mu Bai actually found the same fluctuations in Donghai city of Xia country. Is Sharit's father in Donghai province? The first thing he thought of in the wild bone dimension was the mysterious skeleton king in the world of the dead. It seems that after stepping into the realm of level 6 diamond, I will have to go there. Mu Bai thought thoughtfully. The mysterious disappearance of the original parents and the coordinates left by the skeleton king on his body prompted Mu Bai to find the wild bone dimension. Still alive. The great master in the black fog spoke. And the red-clothed Sharat nodded absent-mindedly. With a flushed face, he wanted to ask where his father was. But thinking of his father's usual style, he still didn't ask. Mu Bai, who was hiding on the throne, felt the positive and negative feedback from the other party. And a large amount of proficiency in various weapons came from the steps. This Sharat turned out to be a cold weapon master who specialized in the use of weapons. Mu Bai perfectly absorbed all kinds of strange weapons, including the proficiency of conventional swords. Feeling that the time in the temple had also reached its end, Mu Bai looked down at everyone and said, I use the stars to prove my truth and feel the suffering of all living beings. However, the world uses the cycle of fate as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces. How can we transcend it? Only by playing chess with the eternal can we win a glimpse of life. I have a destiny with you, and I can help you glimpse the future image of the long river of fate. Xiao's, your future world will encounter unprecedented changes. Magic will eventually decline. With the disappearance of the magic net, you who cannot resist the wheel of the times will be pushed to the gallows by the new power. Do what you want. Mu Bai, who was calm on his face, was not aimless. He just accidentally discovered that he could use the temple to increase his observation hockey to the point where he could see the other party's future scene. Although it was only a short fragment, it was still shocking enough. I knew it. Xiao's, who had done quite a lot of experiments in the magic world, had long discovered the abnormality of the magic net. But he did not expect that the magic net would disappear in the future. The powerful on the other side can indeed overlook the movement of the long river of fate. The magic net disappears. Pure magic will not be able to support the level increase. Only the combination of magic and physical potential is the future direction of the Dharma ending age. Xiao's muttered to himself, as if he had seen his future muscular self. It's normal for an 8th level imperial magician to have muscles as big as a hill. As for you, Xiao Tianzue, Mu Bai was slightly surprised. because with the help of the future prediction of the observation color, he saw the secret of the other party's world of immortal cultivation. Spiritual black iron, level 1, foundation bronze, level 2, golden pill silver, level 3, nascent soul gold, level 4, clutch diamond, level 5, mysterious cave purple gold, level 6, divine division heavenly king, level 7, tribulation imperial throne, level 8, Shao Tianzuo's world is based on immortal cultivation, and the realm division is similar to other worlds. But in the future fragments predicted by Mu Bai, all immortal cultivators above the nascent soul are not human. The cultivators in the entire cultivation world are all deformed monsters parasitized by the insects. After reaching the peak of the golden core stage, the sect will grant the Yuaning purple vein pill. The alien insects in the pill will combine with the cultivators to reach the Yuaning stage. In the end, these disciples with higher and higher cultivation will be accepted as disciples by the supreme elders and enter the hinterland of the mountain gate. In pain and unwillingness, they will become bloated and alienated elders who claim to be immortals and swallow them as nutrients. The Zerd parasitizes the entire world of immortal cultivation and makes the lower-level humans become nutrients. What kind of Cthulhu operation is this? I give you a piece of advice. Don't trust anyone in the days to come. Don't trust anyone. Before Shao Tianzuo could react, he saw a book falling from the 10,000-foot steps, with the word insect killing written on it. This is the insect killing secret book created by Mu by using the power of the temple. It includes a large number of insect killing tips. Mu Bai, who has mixed his private goods, also wrote inspirational words in it. This is also an experiment. Mu Bai is not sure where the energy feedback comes from. Is it to solve their confusion or change the life trajectory of these people? Shao Tianzuo, who caught the secret book with both hands, was ecstatic. Mu Bai couldn't help but feel pity for this resolute young man. I'm afraid that he will be the only human immortal cultivator left in the immortal world he is in. Xiaoz and Shao Tianzuo were pulled into the temple by the inexplicable attraction at the entrance of the hall and disappeared. At this moment, only the lonely Sharat was still sitting obediently in the field. See you again, if we are destined to meet again. Mu Bai on the throne of the void blocked the stars, and the dark mist swept the hall again. Sharat saw that the billions of evil spirits suppressed in the void of the hall were dying, and his heart was extremely shocked. Just when the dark pull at the bronze door touched him, Sharat asked loudly, "Venerable, how should I call you?" After a moment of silence, Mu Bai, whose figure gradually dissipated, uttered two words. "You can call me Black Emperor." Black Emperor. These two inexplicable words seemed to have established a strange connection with the hall. Even if they were separated by countless dimensional worlds, they could still feel the call of the eternal pressure in the dark. The hall closed, and Mu Bai returned to the human world. All the positive and negative feedbacks obtained in the hall were perfectly instilled into this body. The rolling heat made him sweat. Mu Bai also accidentally discovered 3 tiny stars on the bright soul. That was the power of faith. When he tried to contact these stars of faith with his soul, his body did not change at all. After thinking about it, Mu Bai did not take it seriously. The current priority was to go to the Black Sand secret realm that was about to open. He turned into thunder and rushed to the earth. He easily dealt with the scattered alien teams he met along the way. He moved to the west. After an unknown period of time, a black building like a pyramid came into view, densely packed with people from various countries gathered there. As the junction of the 3 countries, the personnel composition here is extremely complex. There are wanted criminals wanted by many countries, remnants of cult members, dimensional hunters looking for treasure, mercenaries of large chaebol, etc. There are lone wolves and those who act as teams. The same thing is that these people are all level 5 diamonds. Yo! Here comes a delicate and tender one. The tattooed man on the outside licked his lips and said, "He hasn't tasted the taste of a woman for a long time. This handsome guy can make do with it." The scarred captain was obviously very cautious. He said in a low voice, "Evil wolf, take care of your body, and don't cause trouble everywhere. TSK, these scum seem to be numerous, but I think the 5 of us can take down most of them. After all, we escaped here under the global red warrant." The slightly conceited evil wolf obviously didn't take others seriously. He killed countless level 5s. The people around were obviously a little scared after hearing the red warrant, and automatically stayed away from the 5 more dangerous people. Bang bang. Several missiles with flame tails exploded outside the venue. The fleeing man came towards this side in a panic, and behind him were more than a dozen troops carrying heavy firepower equipment. The whistling soldier shot and broke his leg. and then used a sharp knife to directly seal his throat amid the laughter of his companions. The fierce fire came with the sound of machine guns, and light black powder fell on Mu Bai's side. He picked up the powder and smelled it lightly. There was no smell of gunpowder, but a faint smell of sea salt. People with broad vision immediately guessed the identity of these people. Use sea stone as bullets. Mu Bai under the black robe also guessed the origin of this army. The gun and artillery corps of the West Wing country. It's the gun corps of the West Wing country. How heroic. In this era of declining thermal weapons, they can still use sea stone as bullets. TSK. How can a small country with the world's third largest sea stone or production area not be rampant? The powerful countries dare not act rashly and survive in the cracks. Such a scene is really strange. Some people are also curious about why the West Wing country sent the gun corps this time. You know, nothing can be predicted in the secret realm, and it is not uncommon for the famous corps to fall in various strange dimensions. On the number 1 off-road vehicle, the blonde and blue-eyed nobleman got off the car. He was dressed completely like the Western power, the OSS Empire, and his manners were elegant. There was a sense of rebellion in his sword eyes and eyebrows. What a coincidence. This kind of bug actually escaped here. Go and search. If there are any fugitives from the West Wing country, shoot them all. The indifferent nobleman ordered casually. After hearing the master's words, the gun corps came to the venue of hundreds of people in an orderly manner. Each soldier took the fugitive's portrait and compared them one by one, facing dozens of heavy sea tower stone machine guns on the top of the slope. Everyone did not dare to tear their faces directly, except for a few people who changed their faces and wanted to escape secretly. The rest stood still. Catch it! An officer noticed that someone was about to escape and took out the sea tower stone rocket launcher behind him and bombed it directly. Boom! The hot flames spread out, and the West Wing wanted criminals who were hit had been bombed to pieces. How arrogant, boss! How about going to the West Wing country to make a fortune after the Black Sand secret realm ends? These bastards are too rich, the evil wolf said with a smile, not taking the gun corps seriously at all. Crack! A scissor-shaped weapon was placed on the wolf's neck with bulging veins. The graceful woman wearing a rabbit mask said indifferently, "Evil wolf. All actions must be under the command of the leader. Don't overstep your authority repeatedly. Otherwise, I will not be able to help but kill you." As she spoke, the scissors in her hand seemed to tighten by 2 points. Do you dare? Dead. Rabbit. The face under the rabbit mask showed some murderous intent. Just when she was about to cut the wolf's neck, the Scar leader spoke. Shall you? Let him go. The calm tone carried an unquestionable meaning. Really? Boss, you also saw that this crazy woman really wanted to kill me. I shed blood for the organization. I am for the organization. The most important thing is that I want to hone the new crow. It is said that poultry staying in the pen is prosperous and hypocritical. And the evil wolf only seeks freedom and never regrets it until death. The wolf, who was talking freely, was smiling and didn't take the death threat just now into his mind. The scarred man said lightly, "Evil wolf, you need to know why I saved you. Today is the second time you have refuted my words. If there is a third time, I will torture you to death." "I understand," the well-behaved wolf said solemnly. "What's the use of keeping such a lunatic? In my hometown, all the disabled and elderly people who can't move will be thrown out of their homes and die in the ice and snow," the young man wearing a crow mask said leisurely, without caring about the wolf's face. "What a lovely rookie. I really want to kill you." The slightly crazy wolf covered half of his face and smiled sinisterly. "Ah!" The strange voice of a child suddenly came from the top of the black sand pyramid, and an inexplicable sense of weirdness lingered in everyone's heart. Mu Bai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, sensed the strong dark attribute coming from the pyramid. It seemed that the black sand secret realm was a dimensional world that was more like ghosts and monsters. Interesting. Hearing the strange sound like a ballad, the evil wolf was so crazy that he cried with joy. The nobleman on the hillside raised his hand after coldly dealing with the fugitives from the West Wing country. "Fire a gun." The messy and dense gunshots pierced the sky, and a large number of sea tower stone bullets were wasted for no reason. The rich nobleman obviously didn't care about such a small matter. The gunshots and the strange nursery rhymes together gave people a feeling of physical exorcism. Standing in the crowd, Mu Bai even thought of the abbot who used a pistol to exorcise the devil on the blue planet. The black pyramid slowly opened, and the scarlet passage came into everyone's eyes. The impatient crowd rushed in with all their might. Compared with other secret realms, the Black Sand Secret Realm is a rare random world, which means that those who enter it will come to a strange world in the vast desert. As long as they complete the tasks arranged by this world, they will get rich rewards. In recent years, people with the ability to reach level 5 diamonds have come here in an endless stream, and the enviable rewards can even make them rich enough to rival a country in an instant. And the price is just to walk through it and come out alive. In a few tens of seconds, hundreds of diamond masters entered it, and Mubai followed the crowd and walked in quietly. The scarlet light flickered, and the passage seemed to collapse at any time. After arranging the tasks of the generals, the noble son of the West Wing Kingdom on the top of the mountain led many diamond masters carrying heavy firepower weapons into it. In the Black Sand Secret Realm, Mubai felt something strange in the storage bag. The originally rusty key broke out of the cocoon and turned into a strange key like black jade. In the vast black sand, countless black winds swept all the creatures here, and hundreds of entrants were blown to the ground by the black wind. Huh? Strange. Someone was a little confused while resisting the wind. According to the description of those who had come, each entrant would be teleported to a different area. But why did they all move together this year? Many people also noticed this strange phenomenon, but they obviously had no time to pay attention to such trivial things in the erosion of the black wind. Although the knife-like wind could not cause fatal damage to these level 5 diamond strongmen, it could erase their mental strength and soul strength, making them undoubtedly mummies that were about to be buried in the Black Sand Sea. They must be mentally alert to deal with the corrosive black winds and the black sand that stretches to the horizon. The crowd followed the light of the starry sky and headed for the distance. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. More and more people were drained of their spirits in the black desert, and they asked for help from the people around them with their turbid eyes full of the desire to survive. The black desert was swallowing them, but no one cared. Even the companions who were brothers outside abandoned them mercilessly. Some people would kill their companions who were limp in the sand sea with a knife, and then take away their supplies without guilt. Mubai, hidden under the black robe, looked at this scene indifferently. Only children talk about right and wrong, and adults only see the size of interests. It is normal to throw away things that have no value. Black wind passed, and the sun was shining brightly. More and more people fell on the road ahead, and the guidance in the starry sky seemed to be fooling them. The strong fishy smell mixed with the dark black wind almost took their lives, and the older level 5 diamond masters were directly at the limit of their lifespan under the dual erosion of black sand and black wind. The flesh and blood body turned into a white-haired skeleton in an instant. Such a horrible scene made even the entrants, who were used to bloody killings, feel cold in their hearts. Where is the end of this journey? The nobleman said with some physical discomfort, and his spirit was a little scattered. As a diamond master piled with medicine jars, his soul strength was far inferior to that of others. The off-road combat vehicle of the West Wing Army was completely scrapped the moment it entered the black sand, and it could not be started at all. The repairing pilot repeatedly checked, but could not find the reason for the scrapping. In this way, dozens of people from the West Wing country could only abandon the vehicle and move forward with heavy loads. The noble son, who was supported by the soldiers, was upset, and the inexplicable killing intention appeared to the top of his head. It was affected by his own demon. In order to stabilize his emotions, he slammed himself. He gave himself 4 big slaps. The iron fist was made a mess for a while, and the commander did not stop them because he was the first to bring the deputy. He committed suicide again? It's like a horror movie. What's going on in this Black Sand Secret Realm this year? When everyone heard the voice behind them and looked back, they saw that the mentally collapsed man who was destroyed by the desert neatly took out his internal organs one by one and placed them neatly in front of him. He still had a happy smile on his face when he died. Before he died, he was holding a fresh liver and putting it in his mouth. His hideous smile seemed to be completely unaware that he was eating his own internal organs. Such a weird scene couldn't help but speed up the crowd's movement. Just when the large group of people in the front was about to give up and go east, the faint lights of the village in the black sand attracted them. The sudden scene was like seeing a mirage in the desert. It had always been there, but no one noticed it. Pulling down the black robe blown by the black wind, Mubai could clearly sense that there was fresh life in the village. But there was nothing just now. This village is very strange. Was this village there just now? Someone asked doubtfully. The direction guided by the stars cannot be wrong. It doesn't matter when the village was there. Everyone thought about it, and it was true. If they didn't enter the safe area, they would be buried forever in the black desert. Let's go! The gun corps of the West Wing Kingdom took the lead. Not because of their adventurous spirit, but because the pampered nobleman felt uncomfortable under the erosion of the black wind. The wind over there was obviously much smaller, which was just right for rest. Most of the entrants also rushed towards the village with this idea. As for Mubai, he didn't feel strange at all. With his soul strength, he could come out alive even if he was thrown into this endless dark desert for 10 years. His spirit strength has exceeded the limit of level 5 diamond. The crowd soon came to the edge of the village. The scattered barking of dogs was extremely fierce, as if the sensitive dog noses smelled the breath of these intruders. Seeing the black-robed youth not far away, the itchy wolf wanted to turn into Brother Jia and play with him. "Young man, do you want to play something good with me?" In the crowd, the rough wolf walked to the side of Mubai, staring at him with wolf-like eyes. "Oh, what a good deal," Mubai said indifferently with his head tilted. "Yeah, this guy." For some reason, the evil wolf felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast. Just a simple answer made him see the other party's cold killing intent. How many lives did this young man kill? The evil wolf put away his smile and dared not look directly at Mubai's gradually receding back, even if he didn't admit it in his heart. From his performance, the evil wolf was rarely afraid. Just a glance made him feel like he was falling into the abyss. The strength of this black-robed young man might be unfathomable. The Scar leader, who deployed the division of labor, was carefully reminding everyone in the team that this trip to the secret realm might be very difficult, and everyone had to obey his command. Seeing the evil wolf not far away being defeated, he only paid attention to the black-robed young man. The red sun hung in the sky, but it was extremely dark when it shone on the sand sea. Only the bright lights in the village made people feel safe. The scattered low-rise houses were all brightly lit, giving people the feeling that it was just an ordinary village after busy farm work. "How do you feel, young master? The wind here is almost gone." The commander carefully supported the young master and said, "When had the panting young master ever been exposed to such a violent black wind?" He squatted on the ground for a long time without caring about his image, and his eyes slowly focused. "Okay, let the soldiers check their weapons and equipment and pay close attention to the movements of these unruly people. This world is not peaceful, so it is better to be careful." He looked around and said vigilantly, "Got it, young master." Everyone looked at each other from a distance, and everyone knew that this trip to the secret realm might not be peaceful. It's really outrageous. When I first entered, I roughly counted 230 or 40 people. But now you see there are less than 200 people. This desert is too dangerous. Be careful. The others are not good people. Those who can enter this no man's land are probably extremely evil people. The small discussion was covered by the fierce barking of dogs. After 10 minutes in this weird atmosphere, someone finally walked to the door of the brightly lit room. "Playing tricks? Chow. Is anyone there? Open the door for me." The shirtless man who cursed violently knocked on the wooden door of the earth house, and the clanging sound made the thin wooden door shaky. Some people nearby left quietly, and it would be best if those who were not afraid of death took the lead to inquire about the situation. "Oh, where did this guest come from? My old door is about to be broken." The old man with deep wrinkles opened the wooden door and said distressfully, looking at the frail old man in front of him. The villain who knocked on the door carefully looked at him and said, "What are you doing hiding at home? You old man? Don't you see us, the distinguished guests from foreign lands?" "Ahem. I'm too old to hear the outside sounds. Why did you come to our Shanghai Ghost Village at this time? These 2 days are the Ghost Festival. You are really brave to dare to walk outside. The evil ghosts will not blink an eye when they devour flesh and blood." The old man's intermittent voice came out, and his trembling body seemed to be blown down by the breeze at any time. Although the voice was vague, everyone present held their breath and listened to the old man's words. "Ask him what valuables are here." The nobleman who was sitting in the distance surrounded by dozens of guns and artillery corps suddenly spoke, and the villain smiled flatteringly and said yes. He knew the opponent's strength well after struggling in the chaotic land. In a world without rules, it is about who has greater strength and who has a harder fist. As for a little scoundrel like him, he must hold on to such a thick thigh. The smiling villain turned around to face the old man, but his face suddenly changed. He felt that the old man was not dangerous. He punched through the wooden door without hesitation, and then said viciously, "Old man, I'm afraid you are hard of hearing, so I'll speak louder. Is there anything valuable in your village? Or any rare treasures? A noble person is coming today. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll take off your skin." Mubai, who was standing in the middle of the crowd not far away, emptied his observation hockey. He could vaguely feel the strange dark attributes flowing outside the village. He didn't pay much attention to the farce in front of him, but was surprised that no one from other families in the village came out to check such a loud noise. Can't? Or don't want to? Even if you are a coward. You will turn off the lights when facing thugs like robbers. But the lights all over the mountains did not change. While Mubai was thinking, the impatient villain looked at the hesitant old man and started to punch and kick him. The shouts and choke begging for mercy echoed in the silent red village. The bloody sun in the sky, which was as bright as the moonlight, seemed to shed bright red blood. The villain grabbed the old man's collar and dragged him out of the door. With a 5th level strength, he basically didn't use any force. The old man had no resistance and let him drag him. The scimitar in his hand flowed, and the villain smiled and pressed the old man down in front of the nobleman. My lord, I think this old man is just an ordinary person. You see? I knocked him down after a few touches. Maybe it's better to kill him. The nobleman, who was protected by the soldiers, frowned. He was thinking about what to do. There are many branches in the other dimensional world, and there are also many strange secret realms. Many seemingly safe worlds are often full of murderous intentions. If you take a wrong step, you will be doomed. The suddenly violent San's secret realm can no longer be judged by common sense. At this time, the scarred leader, who was walking briskly, was obviously a little afraid of this strange village. He said in a deep voice, "It is best not to kill him before you understand the current situation. Who dares you to do that?" The villain just wanted to show his loyalty in front of the nobleman, but was suddenly stabbed in the heart by a dagger. You? He fell to the ground covered in blood. But he didn't expect someone would dare to attack him from behind. Evil wolf! Scar leader scolded with a gloomy face. After pulling out the dagger, the evil wolf said indifferently, "This rude guy can die, so let him die." The identity of this young man in luxurious clothes, who can drive the guns and artillery corps of the West Wing Kingdom, is naturally self-evident. He must be a prince or something like that. The evil wolf's move is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the other party. Whether he likes this villain, who wants to flatter him, or not, the other party will definitely attack with so many eyes staring at him. Good skills. But don't you know to ask for my permission when you kill people in front of me? The nobleman said with a smile. And all the soldiers around him set up hot weapons filled with sea stone. The territory of Xia Kingdom is vast, but there are still very few people who really get the devil fruit. The horror of sea stone is that it can not only suppress the ability users, but also suppress any acquired power, such as the holy light system of the OS Empire that governs the West. Only Xia Kingdom has the armed color domineering that can resist sea stone. But there are probably few Xia people present except Mubai. The scarred leader with his eyes downcast said meaningfully, "There is an old saying in Xia country that goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked, and the flying bird is gone. The good bough is hidden." At this critical moment, the adults of Xi country don't need to let both sides fall into civil war for a villain. Right? Haha. The noble son smiled disdainfully. He took out the seastone pistol and put it on the scarred leader's forehead, and said word by word, "It's so nice to say. As if you really have the ability to kill me." The masked men following the scarred face, and the people of the gun corps were on the verge of a fight. And the evil wolf was extremely excited in the tense atmosphere. The day when someone killed was the happiest, seeing the murderous intent emerging on the noble son's unruly face. Even when he was about to pull the trigger of the pistol, the lights of the villages all over the mountains in the distance went out one after another. Then the bizarre horror screams resounded throughout the mountain. Without the illumination of the lights, the bone-chilling cold made everyone who entered feel cold on the back, and the red blood sun shone mercilessly on the earth. What happened? Damn! Something ran over my feet. Ghost! Save me! The sound of blood and flesh splashing in the darkness, and the chaotic panting undoubtedly made the crowd trapped in the darkness confused. The red blood sun blocked the perception of everyone. Even the observation hockey was not immune. The calm Mubai moved freely in the darkness. His observation hockey in normal state was blocked, but he used his ability to predict the future through his observation hockey to shuttle among the crowd like a fish in water, and easily avoided the terrifying creatures that attacked everyone. He stepped on the shaved roof and silently watched the bloody feast in front of him. These creatures, like evil ghosts, ran out of the extinguished earth house. Their green faces and fangs were very similar to those of H.L. evil ghosts. They were agile and powerful, often in the dark. Humans just stood firm and were easily decapitated by evil ghosts. For some tricky humans, they can also act in groups and fight from all directions to consume the opponent's physical strength. The only ones who could fight back were the Scarface team, who cooperated well, and the gun corps holding sea stone thermal weapons. The evil ghosts hit by the sea stone bullets turned into green smoke and disappeared from the spot, but then crawled out again from the crack of the door of the Earth House and moved by's future perception. Endless life. Or will it disappear automatically after killing a fixed number of people? Sitting on the roof, Mubai looked at the several evil ghosts crawling up from the ground and smiled. Why do you provoke me? Mubai stretched out a finger, and the terrifying thunder knocked the sky shrouded in darkness. 10,000 thunders. 10,000 thunders blasted through the black sand land. Countless evil ghosts were saved under the thunder beam, and the dark world without light completely became a paradise of thunder and lightning. Who is that? Controlling lightning? Damn it! The brief flash of lightning illuminated the village shrouded in darkness, and the strongmen present were the first to notice Mubai standing on the roof. Like the god of thunder descending to the earth, the evil ghosts retreated, and were defeated under the bombardment of lightning. When they were exposed to the eyes of humans, their combat power seemed to drop rapidly, which was completely different from the previous appearance of killing gods and Buddhas. The diamond strongman, who was suppressed before, seized the opportunity and immediately launched OK counterattack. The evil ghosts under the illumination of lightning were wiped out one-sidedly. With the death of the evil ghosts, faint lights flickered again in each earthen house. In this village, the evil ghosts seemed to represent darkness. Only by killing the evil ghosts can the red light cover the world again. When all the evil ghosts were killed, new lights lit up from each earthen house. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. And now they were safe. What a joke. Half of them are dead. The sudden roar made everyone's ears buzz. It was the unbelievable voice of the noblemen of the West Wing country. Their gun and artillery corps, armed with hot weapons, undoubtedly became the focus of the evil ghosts in the previous battle. The bloody ground and broken limbs made people's scalps numb. The ground was full of fragments of special operations uniforms of the West Wing country. More importantly, these evil ghosts who captured the soldiers seemed to intentionally destroy the guns that could fire sea stone. The team of more than 30 people was suddenly reduced to only more than 10 people. It was no wonder that the young man dressed as a nobleman was so out of control. As a private army, the warriors who fought for many years in the south and the north were defeated in the Black Sand secret realm that was evaluated as safe in previous years. This is incredible in itself. Faced with the sea stone bullets scattered on the ground, some people were greedy and wanted to quietly collect them. Seeing these vulture-like eyes, the furious nobleman fired a shot into the sky and warned, "Untouchables, put away your lowly eyes. Unless I throw my things to the barking puppy, even the king of heaven can't touch them." In such a tense atmosphere, the evil wolf pulled his face and screamed, "Woof woof! Woof woof! Ha ha ha! Are you nervous, little bastard? Go and collect all our things. Whoever dares to take them will be a target." Ignoring the other party's weird screams, the nobleman of the West Wing Kingdom said loudly. The instructed gun soldiers quickly collected the remaining gun bullets, and several machine guns were set up to face these eager villains. The black muzzle of the gun was more terrifying than the evil ghost attack just now. Ouch, why is it so noisy? The mud house where the old man had opened the door made a sound again. The old man who had just woken up should have heard the movement outside the house. He pushed the door open tremblingly and said curiously, "Ah, where are you from? These 2 days are the ghost festival in the village. You should leave quickly. It's too dangerous to stay outside," he said with a little worry in his turbid eyes. The bloody sun combined with the light, and the original darkness that suppressed perception and vision disappeared. But the people present couldn't laugh at all. The blood sprayed by the corpse fragments on the ground disappeared completely, and the strange village shrouded by the bloody sun appeared in front of everyone intact, including the octogenarian, who was torn to pieces by the evil spirits before. Friends on the roof, how about joining us temporarily? After all, there is strength in numbers. The scarred leader was the first to break the silence. Many villains spontaneously stood beside him. Although the evil wolves in the team were a little abnormal, the combat power of this team was unquestionable. At the critical moment, any reason must give way to survival. In the eyes of the scarred leader, this black-robed young man who covered his appearance was extraordinary. He seemed to be a Xia countryman who could send out deadly lightning at will. The specialty devil fruit of the eastern country is extraordinary, especially when the opponent's ability can restrain the evil spirits. The nobleman of the West Wing Kingdom also forced a smile and said to Mubai in a friendly manner, "The strong deserve my respect. Please join us, my friend. I will seek a job for you in the West Wing Kingdom. I think it should be no problem with the reputation of my father, the Dragon King." All those who did not know the truth took a breath. They originally thought that the other party was a prince of the West Wing Kingdom. Unexpectedly, his identity was more noble. He was actually the son of the Dragon King, who was called the Emperor of the West Wing Kingdom. There has always been such a saying in the West Wing Kingdom that the West Wing territory can be without royal family and nobles, but it cannot be without the iron-blooded king of the 8th level throne. My friend, please join me, the arrogant Nupeth said elegantly, with admiration in his eyes. Mu Bai, sitting firmly on the roof, smiled without comment. He did not care about the life and death of these foreign friends. He was more concerned about the strange changes in this village. Under his super strong observation color, he could clearly see that the bright lanterns in the earth house were dripping with bright red blood. That's not a fire lamp. It's clearly a lit head. The key in the storage space gradually became hot after the first wave of evil ghost attacks. According to Mu Bai's estimation, the temperature of the key can reach a critical value after a dozen evil ghosts are destroyed. It seems that he has gone in the right direction. The mysterious black door is in this strange village. It doesn't matter what you do. Let me test whether my guess is accurate or not. Mu Bai, who was thoughtful, didn't care about the two gangs below. He stretched out 5 fingers to grasp in the void. Surprisingly, the weird old man was thrown to the ground in an instant, and his neck was broken in an instant. With the power of the floating fruit, Mu Bai easily killed the inexplicably resurrected old man. Wait! The person who noticed something was wrong shouted in surprise. With the death of the old man, a new round of darkness came, and the lights in hundreds of earth houses gradually went out. Damn! What is this guy doing? Is he crazy? The resentful curses disappeared in the shrill roars of the evil ghosts. The evil ghosts, twice the number of before, pounced on the remaining hundreds of people like tigers out of a cage. It was as expected. Black crow, tiger, moon rabbit, form a witchcraft formation. Evil wolf, go to the periphery. After a simple order, the Scar leader took out the staff neatly, and the other people who were ready to surrender to him were arranged to block the attack of the evil ghosts with the evil wolf at the periphery of the formation. Mu Bai, who caused everything in front of him in the dark night, grabbed the old man's neck. Even if he was surrounded by a group of ghosts, Mu Bai could defeat them in an instant. The 5th level trash could no longer pose a threat to him. Under the 6th level purple gold, he, Mu Bai, is invincible in the world. Each room consumes supernatural power to create fierce ghosts. The number of evil ghosts that attack each time increases exponentially. This is the rule of the Black Sand Ghost Village. If you want to break the rule, you must take an unusual path. Mu Bai, with an indifferent expression, realized that the old man in his hand was resurrected again, and he smiled. It was a smile more terrifying than that of evil ghosts. Mu Bai was surrounded by thunder, and no ghosts could get close to him. After experiencing the deterrence of thunder and lightning, countless evil ghosts gave up attacking Mu Bai and turned to attack other people with weaker strength. The old man who made a choking cry was resurrected again. But then Mu Bai's tiger mouth exerted a little force, and the bones of his neck were crushed into powder by him. Over and over again. In the cycle, all the empty rooms where the evil ghosts were released were closed. In the process of Mu Bai whipping the old man's corpse, countless evil ghosts were released, and the earth house that temporarily lost its supernatural power became ordinary. The evil ghosts all over the mountains and plains were like a torrent of rivers and seas, drowning the people who resisted in an instant. Mu Bai let go of the old man, who had already cooled down, and silently watched the scene in front of him. The remaining dozen people in the gun and artillery corps were also very powerful. After the sea stone bullets were exhausted, they beat the evil ghosts, who pounced on them to death, with random sticks in the dark. Each soldier held an iron rod made of sea stone, and the soldiers who formed a protective circle covered Nupeth's retreat. Although there was an endless dark desert behind him, it was better than staying here and being torn apart by countless evil spirits. Retreat! 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 When more than a dozen people retreated halfway, only 5 or 6 people were left. The panicked Nupeth fled out of the village in a panic under the soldiers' shields. After leaving the village, his vision returned to normal. Seeing these soldiers who protected him die one after another, this cynical young master also felt strange emotions for the first time. The commander who was guarding the back was an uncle who watched the young master grow up, so he was naturally responsible for the rear guard. He had been on the battlefield for a long time, and knocked down many evil spirits in the dark. As a berserker with thin dragon blood, he roared and threw the young master out. Countless evil spirits that fell from the sky firmly restricted him. Knowing that he could not get away, he just shouted to leave quickly, and completely hated the northwest. The separated fingers rolled down in front of Nupeth's toes. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between the village and the desert. The evil spirits confined in the village could only stare at his figure. No matter how they roared, they could not step into the black desert. Nupetha's eyes were wide open with anger. As the son of the throne, when had he ever suffered such injustice? He couldn't even save his subordinates. He was about to go back and kill all the evil spirits when his blood was boiling. But he suddenly stopped. He remembered what his father had said a few years ago. When a person is in danger, whether it is family affection or conscience, as long as there is something that can be sacrificed and betrayed in exchange for his life, he should choose to live without hesitation. He vaguely remembered that his father, who was the strongest person in the West Wing country, said so indifferently at that time. Yes, there was no bargaining chip that could not be sacrificed for a heroic figure like his father. I am afraid that even if his closest relatives blocked his pursuit of the strongest path, they would be killed mercilessly. At that time, he was living a life of luxury and didn't understand this sentence. But now he understood it a little. He regained his composure and headed into the depths of the desert without looking back. Stepping over the commander's fingers, Nupetha's figure gradually disappeared in the black wind, surrounded by ghosts. Mu Bai was a little surprised that the formation created by the scarred man could actually resist the fierce attack of many evil ghosts. The white formation kept dispersing the nearby evil spirits. It seemed that they were safe in the formation for a short time. But the 4 people who controlled the core of the formation were complaining bitterly. The witchcraft power contained in their bodies could not maintain such a large formation at all. It would collapse in a moment, and all the humans around would be ruthlessly torn into pieces by the evil spirits. Seeing the evil spirits coming out in droves, Mu Bai, who was standing on the roof, also began to act. His eyes were slightly condensed, and the spirit that was the best in the world burst out from his dark golden pupils. The strong domineering aura of the king suppressed the whole scene. Black cracks kept bursting out in the shaking void, and it seemed like a natural disaster at this moment. The tens of thousands of evil spirits facing such a spirit were directly suppressed layer by layer in reluctance. The thick and powerful bodies fell apart under the fatal pressure. In the end, the evil spirits, who were screaming, were completely wiped out under Mu Bai's constantly increasing domineering aura. All the evil spirits disappeared. The darkness that blocked the view disappeared. And the evil spirits in the mountains and plains of the village actually disappeared under the momentum of the black-robed young man. The dazed people looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The well-informed scarred leader said word by word, "Hegemony Haki," touching the hideous scar on his face. He will never forget this kind of momentum oppression. He was once ambitious, and was defeated by the powerful Hegemony Haki of Xia country. It took him several years to walk out of the shadow. Now, after feeling such a terrifying oppression again, the scars on his face are aching. Control lightning. Hegemony Haki. He is still from Xia country. I know who he is. Mu Bai, who won the championship in the National League of Xia country some time ago. Some people who recognized Mu Bai exclaimed. And some people with ugly faces said, "Damn. National League? So this Mu Bai is just a freshman." Suddenly many people felt that they had lived in a dog's stomach all their lives. How could the gap between people be so big? Hack. This isn't the point. How do we get out of here? A handsome guy exclaimed loudly. At this moment, everyone present no longer wanted to make a fortune. This year's Black Sand secret realm was too weird. If another wave of evil ghosts came, they would definitely die without a burial place. Mu Bai, who fell from the roof to the ground, clenched his fist with one hand, and layers of vibration ball covers wrapped around his fist. This strong and powerful punch hit in front of him without any cover. What is this Mu Bai doing? The person who didn't know what was going on asked. What does it mean to knock at the void? The evil wolf, who was extremely sensitive to death and danger in the audience, changed his face. He whispered and ran away to the edge of the village. Scarface and other masked people also followed closely. What could make the evil wolf so scared must be something extraordinary. What's wrong? Evil wolf? The young man wearing a crow mask asked in confusion, as if he was dissatisfied with the evil wolf's panic. The wolf, who was originally smiling and playful, was now very serious. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "If you stand still, you will die." That young man named Mu Bai is simply a demon incarnate. Just when everyone was confused, an inexplicable shattering sound resounded throughout the void. Squeak! 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 When Mu Bai slowly put away his fist, the sound of the tsunami and the cracking of the mountains and seas penetrated the mountain village directly. People with trembling legs and feet exclaimed, "Oh my God! The sky is cracked!" In the astonished eyes of everyone, The broken spider web-like cracks covering the whole village continued to shatter, and the chaotic airflow was instantly suppressed and torn apart. An unprecedented earthquake swept the whole village. Countless earthen houses and hilltops were completely destroyed by the power of the earthquake. The black strange river beside the mountain village disappeared in the vibration, and the vast land was like the foam floating on the surface of coffee that would be blown away by the breeze. The surface was overturned. The whole village was completely uprooted under the earthquake that shook the world. Any supernatural power was a paper tiger in front of such a great power. Everyone looked at Mumbai, who casually sent out a natural disaster, without daring to breathe. Just one punch made the entire area completely collapse. It was simply the incarnation of a natural disaster. Originally thought it was a young boy, but now it seems that the clown is themselves. Putting his fist away, Mumbai looked coldly at the earth that was constantly torn apart in the earthquake. The powerful resonance force made it impossible for the people behind him to maintain their shape. Is this over? The Black Sand's secret realm is too weird. If it's over, I have to go home and completely withdraw from the exploration of the dimensional space. The voices of many people rang out, and the keys emitting high temperatures in the storage space also reached the limit, as if they were about to explode at any time. You don't think it's over like this? Mumbai's cold voice interrupted their heated discussion after surviving the disaster. The most terrifying existence in Mumbai's predicted future fragment is about to awaken. A faint black gas flows out from the gap, and the people who feel abnormal fear look like they have eaten shit. It's like you, a clumsy person, have finally defeated the game boss after going through untold hardships. But before you can enjoy the joy of victory, a new second form of a stronger boss is reborn. The rolling resentment on the broken surface emerged from the ground, blocking the void in an instant. The vague resentment grew from a childlike ghost baby to a 6-meter-tall black evil ghost under the continuous malicious infusion. The black armor covered the whole body, and hundreds of shrunken faces of resentful spirits were deeply engraved on its body that looked like a picture of H.L. The ghost village in the sand sea dissipated in the black fog, and everything seemed to have never happened. Only the evil ghost with murderous intent looked down at the panicked people with the attitude of a king. The faces with unvented resentment stared at everyone with resentful eyes, including the face of the old man who opened the door before. Such a chaotic and terrifying existence made people feel cold just standing there. When its scarlet pupils opened, the pressure that surpassed all living beings swept the whole scene. The people who were already seriously injured fainted directly under such pressure. Scar Leader and others were also struggling to hold on under such shock. Their knees gradually bent, and they were performing a physical surrender. The king among the evil spirits? Mumbai, the only one who could stand easily, said with interest. The domineering aura is the true meaning of the domineering that can only be opened by humans with outstanding will and favored by heaven. But this does not mean that other races cannot produce a similar sense of oppression as the domineering aura. Every race will produce a rare supreme domineering, who has the strongest combat power and the ambition to look down on the world. When everyone was in great pain, Mumbai walked forward slowly, with a hint of fighting spirit in his indifferent eyes, accompanied by the crisp dragon roar. And the invisible aura, like black lightning, defeated the pressure of the evil spirits for dozens of meters. The black and purple auras collided and tore the sky apart. Before they really fought, the collision of auras alone was jaw-dropping. Mumbai, with his domineering aura fully activated, said softly, "It seems that you and I must be reduced to ashes today." He knew that the evil ghost opposite was staring at his storage space, and it seemed that it also knew the secret that the key could open the black mysterious door. "Give it to me." Intermittent voices came out of the ghost king's mouth. The old man's wailing and the child's voice mixed together, which was very weird. "You are no match for me. I have absorbed all the souls of the dead in the Black Sand secret realm. I opened my spiritual wisdom as early as 50 years ago. 30 years ago, I had reached the limit of the secret realm's strength. That is what you humans call the 6th level purple gold," the Ghost King said lightly. His scarlet eyes were unusually calm. At this moment, he seemed to be just stating a simple fact. That is, Mumbai, who had multiple fruits on his body, was far from his opponent. In the constant adjustment of voice and tone, the Ghost King's language expression and speaking voice were like normal people. Such a shocking learning ability undoubtedly made the people present scalp numb. Damn it! I was almost buried by this earthquake. At this time, 2 dusty men stood up in the ruins. They cursed and obviously did not look up until they hit the pillar, and then fell on the rubble again. The 2 who looked up were stunned. The pillar was clearly a thick calf. They had obviously never seen the 6-meter-tall Supreme Ghost King. The 2 gasped and saw that it was talking to Mumbai. They suppressed their fear, and did the most daring thing in their lives. The poisonous daggers rolled and danced in the four hands. As top killers, the two worked together without any ambiguity. In just a few seconds, they had performed a perfect cutting operation for the Ghost King. The expected scene of blood spraying and being perfectly divided did not appear. On the contrary, the Ghost King who stood in place did not pay any attention to their strange dark pattern armor. And it was not broken at all. The dagger with a rolled blade made a crisp breaking sound. The two looked at each other, and saw a kind of ghost expression. How hard is this guy's body? The Ghost King's scarlet pupils moved down slightly. And he said lightly, there are many reasons for death. And weakness and ignorance are the most deadly among them. Suddenly, the terrifying black wind swept across. Or did nothing happen? It was just that in the remaining consciousness, the two clearly saw the back of their necks. Two experienced assassins of level 5 diamond were beheaded by the Ghost King at some point. Blood sprayed on the gravel like a stream, reflecting the Ghost King's dark red pupils. 6. Sixth level? Some people who couldn't accept it fainted. The assassin brothers who were ranked in strength were known for their agility. But even so, they had no power to resist in front of the purple gold grade Ghost King. The calm and composed Mubai understood why the opponent was so strong. If it weren't for the level limit of this Black Sand secret realm, which was the highest level of the early 6, the Ghost King would have stepped into the 7th level of the King level. This is like the top scorer in the college entrance examination repeating the college entrance examination every year. Even in the 6th level of purple gold, it is the existence of the top. Throwing away the bloody head between his fingers, the Ghost King bent his hind legs and disappeared suddenly in the eyes of everyone's doubts. There was not even a faint sound of breaking through the air. Just like a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer, the Ghost King's unparalleled ghost hand waved and Mubai's figure was shot out. The terrifying force directly made Mubai slide hundreds of meters away. Mubai, who was a natural disaster, was knocked down by a single blow. The Ghost King's evil eyes, twisting his hand joints, swept across the field. The strongest human had concluded. And the next was these fragile primitive monkeys. How do you want to die? The very gentlemanly Ghost King said lightly, and casually grabbed the evil wolf that attacked from behind. After a brief struggle, the evil wolf, whose body was crushed, fell powerlessly in a pool of blood. This evil wolf is not inferior to a dozen evil ghosts. But it can't even last a second against this Ghost King. The others swallowed their saliva wildly, and the strong desire to survive drove them back. But their trembling legs were unable to move, even just a small step. Just when the Ghost King raised his ghost hand to destroy these weak, pitiful and helpless humans, the terrifying thunder blasted it into the ground, and the people nearby rolled and crawled away from here. The continuous thunder illuminated the red sky, and floating in the air was Mubai, who was knocked away. He put one hand in his pocket and held the thunder in his hand. He was unharmed under the attack of the 6th level purple gold strongman, although he was knocked hundreds of meters away by the sudden attack. Mubai could return his life and recover to his peak state in an instant. Divine punishment. 10,000 thunders. With one hand waving, countless thunder beams fell from the void like raindrops. The intertwined thunders turned into giant beasts and rushed into the deep pit. The thunder beams that drove away evil spirits obviously had a strong suppressive effect on the Ghost King. The suppressed Ghost King knocked open the mud in the deep pit and came out from the crack not far away. As soon as he showed his head, he was submerged by hundreds of giant rocks that Mubai moved with the floating fruit. Countless mud and sand followed Mubai's thoughts and pierced the Ghost King's body from the cracks of the rocks. The tall Ghost King showed his sharp fangs, and his scarlet eyes flashed with strange light. The opponent could actually take his attack and not die, which was outrageous in itself. But after thinking that the inexplicable key was the best way to leave this world that had imprisoned it for decades, it must kill Mubai no matter who he was. To be my enemy is to be against fate. Fierce ghost robbery. The Ghost King, whose body was ethereal, manipulated the huge fierce ghost head that swallowed the sky and the earth from the dark fog and bit towards Mubai fiercely. The huge resentment accompanied by a shrill roar swallowed all the surrounding sand sea into his stomach, and the powerful attraction made the nearby mud, sand, gravel and injured humans swallowed up. The rocks thrown from the sky were also bitten into pieces. Seeing that the attack was taken, Mubai was not panicked. He opened his arms calmly, and the bright sound of electric current resounded through the sky. Crackle. He turned into thunder, and cast a 100-meter lightning blade in his hand. He chopped horizontally at the fierce ghost's head. Zika! You are too confident. Your destiny is to be killed by me. A hint of coldness flashed across the corner of his mouth, and Mubai's dark golden pupils lit up. The blue blade flashed, and he stepped on the void stairs and landed steadily. The evil ghost's head was split in half on the spot, which forced the Ghost King hiding in the fierce ghost's head to jump out. The sky was filled with black sand and swept in with a black hurricane. The overwhelming malice was instilled into the Ghost King's ghost hand. Unpredictable. Gods and ghosts can't escape. The Ghost King's pupils appeared bright and double pupils, and his ghost hands were empty at this moment. When the wild sand blew past, the surface of the ground was full of resentment. Countless black ghosts rushed towards the humans in the void, as if they had awakened from H.L. No matter how immortal, God or Buddha you are, they will all fall under my ghost hand. The confident Ghost King was full of murderous aura, and his scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. Something is strange. Mubai in the void could not sense the future fragments of this attack, which was the same as when Katakuri, who had completely defeated King Luffy in one piece, suddenly could not predict the opponent's attack. This was also the reason why Mubai was hit by the opponent at the beginning. The opponent attacked according to the body's instinct, not after thinking with the brain. You have 10,000 demons attacking. I will use thunder to annihilate. Mubai put away his observation color and summoned the thunder power again. Countless lightning elements converged from all directions, and the huge lightning ball expanded to a size of about 100 meters in just 1 second. In one piece, the lightning trick used by Enlil in the form of Thunder God can create a devastating lightning ball after a long period of accumulation, as long as enough time is given. Enlil can even use this ability to destroy Sky Island. Mubai, with a smile on his face, obviously cannot have only this one trick. The ability combination of devil fruits can create an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, as long as the compatibility is high enough. The left hand shakes the ball cover to condense, and the vast lightning ball in the right hand continues to expand. When the evil spirits deeply embedded in the ground were about to swallow up Mubai's figure, he moved. The vast thunder exploded. The vibrating ball cover that was enough to overturn the sea under the gathered arms smashed into the void, smashed into the path of the evil spirits. Destroy! Mubai shouted, and the convoluted powerful airflow blew his broken hair backwards, and dense creaking sounds exploded one after another in the sky. Squeak! 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 The explosion of the giant thunder ball perfectly matched the vibration cracks, and the devastating vibration swept the earth with thunder and lightning, collided with the dark field of resentment. The endless void broke layer by layer. The black sand under his feet that stretched to the sky was blown to all directions. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Facing such an epic battle, they on the ground can't intervene at all. And even if they don't pay full attention, they will be taken away directly by some accidental attack. On the left, evil ghosts descended, and countless black air eroded the earth. On the right, there was vast thunder and endless vibration power. There was really no safe place. As an alien race, the evil ghosts certainly ignored the lives of these humans. And so did Mubai. If these wanted criminals from various countries who were responsible for murder needed his mercy, then what was the use of justice and law? Entering the borderless dimension space was equivalent to handing over life to the god of death. Even if you choked to death while drinking water, you couldn't blame others. It hurt so much. With a faint scream, the inhuman wolf slowly recovered its original body. He wasted another life under forced circumstances. You wasted another life. Evil wolf! The anxious scarred leader hurriedly dragged the bloody body of the evil wolf and tried to escape from here. It was too dangerous. The aftermath of the battle between the two great gods was not something they could bear. Endless thunder knocked on the sky, and the crazy and overbearing vibration power undoubtedly suppressed all the evil ghosts in the evil ghost field. Countless evil ghosts were doubly liberated under the tearing vibration force and the thunder that suppressed the evil spirits. The resentment field was retreating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even some ghost kings who had accumulated resentment for decades were no exception. This kind of power. The Ghost King standing on the body of the ghost frowned slightly. Even he did not dare to take on such a terrifying vibration force. It seemed that he had to be serious. The aftermath of the annihilation of the two forces directly took away all the dozens of people who had not yet evacuated in the nearby area, and even scattered their ashes considerately. The truth behind it was heartwarming. Earthbound. Ghost. The tangled and fierce ghosts gathered into black particles, each of which contained rich resentment, interweaving in the void to form a net of heaven and earth. The Ghost King snorted coldly, and his ferocious armor grew wildly. His red eyes were full of murderous intent. He thought that this young man must be the strongest member of the human kingdom. After killing him, his own strength must be further improved. The combination of thunder and vibration undoubtedly has absolute destructive power. And the visual impact is also extremely strong. Mu Bai, with his hands clasped together, sent another shock wave. In the face of absolute power, the resentment of the evil ghosts disappeared. And even the most confident net of heaven and earth of the Ghost King could only barely resist. Very strong. You are the strongest human I have seen so far. The slow Ghost King disappeared instantly. With the support of his strong physique and the 6th level purple gold power. He was extremely fast. Almost instantly, he sprinted in front of Mu Bai from the black sand hundreds of meters away. The huge ghost hand condensed into a seal, piercing through with unmatched power. The force alone made this attack transform into dozens of phantoms. Too fast. Boom! The ground collapsed and a dragon hand suddenly clenched a fierce fist in the palm. The Ghost King looked up at the terrifying creature in front of him that was half a head taller than him, and was very puzzled. Are you human? In the form of a burly dragon man. Mu Bai's dark golden pupils glanced at him indifferently. And then the dragon claws that tore through the void smashed on his head. The domineering attack directly sent the Ghost King flying into the sky. The dragon head slightly raised, and the hot black dragon flame came out of Mu Bai's mouth, targeting the Ghost King, who flew into the sky with his arms raised. The cylindrical flame instantly submerged the Ghost King's body, and the clouds in the sky were also blown away. In an emergency, the Ghost King, who did not expect Mu Bai to transform, took off his hideous armor, and based on the monstrous resentment on the armor, he performed a grand scene after a series of mysterious spells. Use all your resentment, and I will put an end to you today. Avicii Hell. Accompanied by the fierce roar of the Ghost King. The underworld is coming. The boundless suffering scene reaches the sky. And the miserable situation of H.L. is reflected in the dark shadow. Tongue-pulling H.L. Scissors H.L. Iron Tree H.L. Evil Mirror H.L. Steamer H.L. No more. No less. Exactly 18 layers. The resentment in the world breeds evil ghosts. And the Ghost King, as a top ghost clan, is the best among them. With his supreme qualifications, he has realized the great terror in the resentment from nothing. Based on the lowest level of Avicii Hell, he created the Avicii Hell with the ability to accept all living beings. At this moment, even Mu Bai was slightly surprised. The Ghost King with such qualifications might be rarer than him. Reversed the Tian gang. The pressure from the 18 layers of H.L. came. And those with weak minds might be accepted by H.L. on the spot, and become a little ghost under the Ghost King when he achieved the throne. Many people who didn't have time to escape were sucked up from the ground in the sand sea. And the H.L. ghosts peeled their skin and cut their bones while they howled in pain. In the state of spirit, they will experience the sufferings of the 18 levels of H.L. without interruption. Unable to live or die. Those with a firm mind may collapse their Taoism after being hit. No matter how talented you are, you will suffer the burning pain of H.L. day and night. And your cultivation and strength will never improve. This is a result more terrible than death. All the halls of the underworld, the 10 Yama halls, and all kinds of Dharma images are attacking Mu Bai in the dragon form at this moment. This is very similar to the legend that Buddha Tathagata used the 5-finger mountain to suppress Su Wukong. But unfortunately, Mu Bai is not the powerless great sage after all. You are not qualified to suppress me. A low dragon roar sounded. And under the cover of black flame clouds, the huge monster that covered the sky and the sun poked its head out of the cloud. The huge dragon head raised the dragon crown that shocked the world and came out proudly. In an instant, the wind, flames, and thunder all surrendered to this mythical creature. The black dragon scales exuded a wild atmosphere, and the dark golden dragon pupils overlooked all living beings. Mu Bai in the dragon form was undoubtedly the most domineering existence. And the domineering aura combined with the dragon roar also reached an unprecedented peak. The endless H.L. in the mist was also crumbling in the terrifying dragon roar. The Shura H.L. that suppressed the evil spirits could not control the real dragon in the world. Hearing the dragon roar, the fleeing Scar leader and his group were stunned until the wolf howled in pain and woke everyone up. That's probably the power of the fantasy beast devil fruit. Mu Bai of Xia country is known as the Eastern guardian god in the world. The young man with the crow mask was very concerned about the internet. So he knew something about Buddha Mu Bai. Thunder vibration. Plus this fantasy beast. Isn't it 3 fruits in one? White Rabbit said in surprise. As far as he knew, Xia country's devil fruit could not eat the second one after eating one. It is indeed 3. I guess no young man in the global competition can compete with it. After a slight pause, even the young crow had to admit that Mu Bai of Xia country has the ability to become the world champion. The Scar leader, who was carrying the wolf, fell into deep thought. In his eyes, those who can comprehend the domineering aura of the hegemony will definitely reach the top of the world stage. But the innate fear of the owner of the hegemony color made him unable to look directly at Mu Bai. The strength of the 1,000-year-old country of Xia is not how many emperors it has, but that it has always had top-level strongmen like Mu Bai. It makes sense that the ancient civilization can continue. Thinking back to the small country he had destroyed, Scarface was a little gloomy for a while. In this world, the strong dominate the weak and become stronger, and the weak become weaker in the constant exploitation. And even fragile countries cannot exist. Evil Wolf, remember our agreement. I will safely hand you over to that adult. As a price, you must listen. The impatient Evil Wolf waved his hand and said, Okay. I say, boss, how many times have you said this along the way? Isn't it just to help you restore your country? What a simple thing. With my value and the means of that person. What are you worried about? I just don't know if I can still live after that. Want the secret of my immortality? Hee. The Evil Wolf laughed at himself. This madman has long been accustomed to being fought over by major forces. Others looked at the madman, the Evil Wolf, in surprise when they heard this. The inverted H.L. that spread across the void has already covered the land of 10,000 meters in radius. The powerful pulling force sucked the black sand on the surface into the unknown H.L. world. Dragon? It's a pity that you will suffer in H.L. Let this farce end. I will step on your corpse to achieve the position of a god in the human world. The Ghost King said softly in a low voice, as if he was just stating a simple fact. If there is no human emperor to suppress it, I am afraid that it, with its top qualifications, can really reach the top limit in the rich world of humans in a very short time. Facing the Ghost King shouting, Mu Bai, who had turned into a black dragon, did not give in. His scales were flowing, and countless wind blades surged out from his side, sweeping across the phantom in the air. This was not over yet. Mu Bai opened his dragon mouth, and countless wind elements and lightning elements gathered together. The white transparent ball cover compressed the two completely different forces together. This was the first time that Mu Bai activated the ability of the tremor fruit in the dragon form. Various forces were infused into the vibrating light ball. At this moment, Mu Bai, holding the dragon-like light ball in his mouth, rushed into the phantom of Sun Luo Hell without hesitation. Roar! The surrounding space was completely shattered in the sound of dragon roars, and the light ball containing the ability to shatter the world was gently spit out from Mu Bai's mouth. What is this? The Ghost King's double pupil showed doubts. He did not sense the light ball spit out by Mu Bai at all, as if the opponent's attack did not exist at all. But the Shura evil ghost in the infernal hell screamed in fear, as if he saw the living king of hell. For a moment, the 18 layers of H.L. were in chaos, and the terrifying pressure condensed in the Ghost King's palm weakened again. Mirror flowers, water moons, dreams and bubbles. Suddenly, Mu Bai released his dragon form, and he looked at the puzzled Ghost King with a black robe. The battle is over. As Mu Bai finished the last word, the vibration light ball containing terrifying energy exploded completely. Countless thunder and lightning destroyed the 9 heavens. The extremely fast wind blade penetrated the armor of the Ghost King, and the black and hot dragon flame breath burned all the Shura evil ghosts in the H.L. The last remaining vibration power was the most deadly. It tore the Ghost King with the 6th level purple gold strength body into pieces, with the supreme power of breaking the world. What is this? The terrified Ghost King completely lost his former calmness and arrogance, and the infinite vibration power completely made him disappear. The battle was over, and Mu Bai defeated the 6th level purple gold strongman with absolute strength. The true dragon form plus the awakening of the shattering world ability of the tremor fruit. These two combined can be said to have an unstoppable destructive power, unless the opponent is a 7th level heavenly king who has developed his own domain ability. There is no way to deal with the ability to break the world that ignores all defenses. From a distance, the surrounding tens of thousands of meters of land were razed to the ground by the battle between the two. The fierceness of the battle is self-evident. Congratulations. My lord has won. I don't know when a wretched-looking man climbed up the black sand hillside and smiled flatteringly at Mu Bai. Mu Bai remained silent and did not comment. Is the battle over? He was waiting for the opponent to be unable to bear it first. And before that, he would add some seasoning. Staring. The domineering aura of the Overlord swept the whole place. and countless black sands were scattered in the vibration. The wretched man standing behind Mu Bai was startled and quickly stuffed the thin needle on his waist into it, trying his best to show a harmless expression. Mu Bai, who had turned over the entire sand pile, really saw a wisp of black air rushing out of the sand. With his quick eyes and hands, the ring on his hand flashed. The floating ability of the floating fruit made it impossible for the black gas to move at all, and it even floated to the position of Mu Bai's palm under his will. Even if you are in a disembodied state, it is difficult for you to escape the ability of my floating fruit. As long as I have contact with you, I can find you in the vast desert even if I let you hide for 3 days and 3 nights. Isn't that right, Ghost King? Mu Bai said lightly with a slight smile. The Ghost King who had lost his body was very aggrieved at this moment. He had been forbearing for decades and was ready to rise up completely this year. But he never expected to meet Mu Bai. Where can he go to reason with him? The wretched man behind him carefully looked at the black air in Mu Bai's palm, and was even more shocked when he heard Mu Bai call him the Ghost King. The originally arrogant and fierce Ghost King was beaten to pieces by Xiaogua Mu Bai, leaving only a trace of breath. He was about to compliment Mu Bai a few words, but he suddenly stiffened, because Mu Bai in front of him did not know when to point a finger at his forehead. The danger of death broke through all reason in an instant, and before he could speak, Mu Bai raised his left hand and gently placed his index finger between his lips. Don't talk. I know you thought I was weak after the fierce battle and wanted to use the poison needle behind you to attack me. Hearing Mu Bai's slow statement, the wretched man was so scared that his face turned green, and beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. At this moment, he was shaking like a sieve and begging for mercy in a panic. Master Mu Bai, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother. I have a baby. If I die here, my family will be finished. I just had a sudden thought. I had malice. Kneeling on the ground and looking up at Mu Bai, his lips twitched. He felt that compared with Mu Bai, the evil ghosts who killed people before seemed to be lovely angels. I don't care who is in your family. I only care about what temptation makes you. An ordinary level 5 ability user. Want to attack me? As he said that, Mu Bai's fingers went deeper into the other's forehead, and a trace of blood slid down his face. The frightened man shouted hurriedly, Wait! Wait! It's the underground world that issued a wanted order for you. It was issued by the world's second largest underground organization. Yudu. My lord. Oh! What's the reward for killing me? Mu Bai said in a flat tone. 10. 18 billion international currencies. Plus the ability to enter the dimension world controlled by Yudu 10 times at will. If the killer wants to join Yudu, he can start directly as a cadre, with a desire to survive. The man suppressed his fear and quickly told what he knew. He pinned his hope of survival on the other party's young age. Usually, such a top genius must be arrogant. Maybe if he lowered his posture, said a few nice words, and wiped a few tears, Mu Bai would be soft-hearted and let him go. 18 billion international currencies. Mu Bai touched his chin after hearing it. Wow. According to the exchange, this is equivalent to 4 billion Xia coins. Adding the other two conditions, it must be said that Yudu really spent a lot of money. They really found that the artifact of the Holy Demon Temple unilaterally cut off the connection with them, and the probability of him being suspected was probably the greatest. Except for the Emperor. Those wanted by the underground world usually don't live long in the world. They either make peace with Yudu or are promoted to the Emperor and unilaterally lift the wanted list. It is unprecedented for Mu Bai to be listed on the wanted list at his age and strength. Sir, spare me. The answer was Mu Bai's steady fingers. After a puff, the wretched man's head and neck tilted back in disbelief and fell to the ground, and the hole on his forehead was clearly visible. That was Mu Bai's finger gun 6-wheel king, shaking off the blood on his fingertips. Mu Bai said strangely, Since you finished talking, you should have guessed your own ending. The Ghost King in Mu Bai's palm whispered, You are really cruel and ruthless. It is undoubtedly unwise to be your enemy. Looking at the faint black air in the palm of his hand, Mu Bai slowly clenched his palm, and the surging thunder flowed from his arm to the palm. It only takes a moment to completely eliminate the Ghost King. Just when Mu Bai was about to completely destroy the Ghost King, a childish voice suddenly came out of the storage space. Master, I can help you subdue him. What the h-l? Mu Bai, who was standing there, was stunned. How could there be a child's voice in the storage space? When he opened the storage space and saw the broken egg, ls on the ground, he remembered that it was the previous skeleton Xiao Bai who swallowed the crystal core of the Xinyu Taishu beast to hatch. Master, let me out. seeing a pair of eyes covering the sky above the storage space. The pink and tender little Lolita in edge clothes shouted excitedly. Mubai opened the passage, and after the void flickered, the little Lolita that Xiaobai turned into appeared in the Black Sand secret realm. As the master of the spiritual connection, he can sense the fusion occurring in the other's body, not only gaining a flesh and blood body, but also possessing a strong undead power. Xiaobai, aren't you a skeleton of the undead? How did you become a little lowly? Mubai asked in confusion. According to common sense, the low-level skeleton soldiers of the undead should be promoted to skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, and skeleton monarchs. In Mubai's guess, it is very likely that the skeleton monarch who has reached the 9th level of mythology will start from a skeleton soldier and finally evolve, after billions of years, to become the majestic existence that suppresses the void. Xiaobai doesn't know either. Xiaobai's chubby face with a slightly wrinkled brow also showed a puzzled expression. At this moment, she has white eyebrows, white hair, and white pupils, which does have the meaning of a skeleton girl. By the way, what's the matter with you saying that you can help me subdue this Ghost King? Mubai said, holding a ball of black Ghost King in his hand after putting away the surging thunder. Hearing the master's question, the little white-haired Lolita was obviously very proud. She raised her eyebrows and smiled and said, Xiaobai is amazing. Hee hee. After I was reborn this time, I can control all dark creatures of the same level or below, including the undead. King's skills. The system is being upgraded at the moment, so Mubai doesn't know Xiaobai's specific situation. But he was still a little shocked after hearing the other party's description. After all, the probability of the appearance of the king's skills of the undead is rarer than that of the 8th level emperor. Even this skill itself represents a potential. In plain words, the owner is born to be a king. After seeing the shocked expression of the master, the little Lolita covered her face with embarrassment and smiled, and looked at Mubai with her round eyes between her fingers from time to time. This is very much like a child praised by his father. Leave it to you. Mubai squatted down and handed the uneasy black air in his palm to the other party's pink and tender little hand. Ha ha. Bold monster. Why don't you show your true form when you see me? Great heavenly dragon. World-honored one. Xidagarba. The little girl shouted the spell with a serious face, which made Mubai's forehead full of black lines, because they were servants with a spiritual connection. The skeleton Xiaobai could also know Mubai's memories of his previous life. Now that he can speak, he seems to be particularly fond of this kind of second-year dialogue. After reciting a long string of insignificant spells, the little girl raised her chubby little hands and rubbed the black air of the Ghost King. The white bones of Salua were looming behind her, as if the white bone queen, who had reached the top of the world, saw the power in the upstream through the long river of fate. She was so noble that she looked like a queen. When she saw the human Mubai, she sighed slightly, and then disappeared into the void. Her appearance did not cause any ripples. Even the sensitive Mubai did not find anything unusual. In his eyes, he only saw the little lowly rubbing the Ghost King's soul, who was originally going to die calmly, with her pink hands, making him cry out in pain. Hey ha! In the name of the Supreme King of the Dead, I accept your real name. Come out! Ghost King. Mad thought it was to summon a mecha. Mubai was stunned. He found that this little bai in the form of a lowly was quite suitable for acting in a live-action cartoon for children. Just when Mubai was considering whether his adopted daughter was suitable for the path of a child star, a huge magic circle suddenly rose up, and the rings were linked together to form a solemn black magic circle. The Ghost King's soul, which was rubbed into a ball in the strange pattern, was thrown into it. As a wisp of black smoke dissipated, pure black matter flowed out from the magic circle to form a small body. After the black soul was added, the humanoid creature slowly grew facial features. Soon, the magic circle disappeared and was replaced by a boy with black hair and black pupils. There was evil and arrogance in the corners of his eyes. But the most eye-catching thing was his eyes, as bright as the stars, with a cold coldness in those dark pupils. I am the 6th level purple gold Ghost King, and I meet the master. And the master's master? The slightly unwilling boy said bitterly, kneeling on one knee. He had no intention of resisting at all. Please give me a name. Master. Yes. Please give me a name. Master. The little lowly continued. This operation gave Mubai a toothache. Then you can be called Xiao Hei. I remember the black cat my family used to raise. It is not difficult to find from Mubai's calm tone that he has a deep longing for the black cat named Xiao Hei. Hearing the name given by the master's master, the Ghost King Xiao Hei was overjoyed. His face flushed. He said loudly, Xiao Hei. This name. It's tailor-made for me. These two simple characters and syllables carry so much thought of the master's master. With this name, I have no regrets in death. The black wind blew across the sand, and an awkward atmosphere surrounded the three people. This ghost king who was conquered by Xiao Bai would not be a pervert. The little skeleton girl also frowned her white eyebrows. In her eyes, the ghost king Xiao Hei, who was given a name by the master, was so calm. Will this Xiao Hei compete with her for favor in the future? As for the ghost king Xiao Hei, his self-esteem was shattered. Although he had the comprehensive suppression of the king's skills, he could not escape the control of his master for the rest of his life. But in his heart, he simply disdained the name of Xiao Hei, which was just a name for a cat or a dog. Damn it! From the time he opened his spiritual wisdom to today, every time he appeared, he was the focus of everyone's attention. If he was treated as a cat or a dog in the future, it seems not bad. Ghost King Xiao Hei, who was completely different from his inner self, was in great pain, and his red face was about to bleed. Very good. Xiao Hei will be dispatched by you, Xiao Bai. From now on. Although the scene felt a bit strange, in his perception of observation, the black-haired boy did have strong strength. It seemed that due to the restrictions of the contract, the Ghost King's strength at the moment should be at the peak of level 5 diamond. Seeing the master's doubts, the little loli said, my level and strength will be upgraded with your strength. Master. As for Xiao Hei, I will take the initiative to lower my level after signing the contract. At least to keep the same level as the host. Mu Bai nodded and understood that as his own strength improved, Xiao Bai's strength would also improve. And when he was promoted to level 6 purple gold, the Ghost King Xiao Hei would also return to his original level 6 strength. Under Xiao Bai's command, the Ghost King also briefly recounted his experiences since his birth. He was formed by the gathering of resentment, and gradually gained independent consciousness over the years. After the dimensional world descended into the human world, he gradually gained high wisdom by integrating the souls of dead humans. In the following decades, he used various means to continuously defeat and devour other evil ghosts with resentment, and gradually became the most powerful ghost king in the Black Sand secret realm. Then how did you know the mysterious key in my storage space? Mu Bai asked his previous confusion. Normally, the interval of space should not be able to sense the fluctuation of the key. I have seen that inexplicable power in the depths of the Black Sand secret realm. In the alternation of 3 black suns, there stands an extremely dangerous black stone gate. I can come and go freely in the entire secret realm, but there is a threat of death for me. The fluctuations emitted by the key in your space are the same as the strange fluctuations of the black stone gate. The Ghost King Xiuhei, who was still kneeling on the ground, said seriously, and it was not difficult to see his fear of the mysterious land in his words. Take me there, where you found the black stone door, Mu Bai said softly. But before he finished speaking, the blood sun in the void was replaced by 3 black suns, and the entire black sand was shrouded in brilliant black light. The mysterious stone door stood quietly behind Mu Bai. The unknown and horror that penetrated into the bone marrow exploded in Mu Bai's mind. He recovered a little after running the surging domineering aura. When was the door behind him? It found you, Ghost King Xiao Hei said meaningfully. And the look in his eyes when he looked at Mu Bai was also very surprised. Interesting. It can move the black stone door, the little loli said with sparkling eyes. The vigorous soul fire in her mind was burning, and the word fear did not exist for her at all. Sensing the fluctuations behind the stone door, Mu Bai took out the glowing and hot mysterious key from the storage space. Like starlight, the hot key turned into dust and fell on the mysterious black stone door, and the dusty door was slowly opening. During this period, the exquisite carvings on the stone door made Mu Bai linger. The vivid carvings seemed to tell the stories of all races. He saw many legendary creatures in them, such as the most mysterious Zulong in the mythological system of Xia Kingdom in this world. The immortal with 3 eyes on his head, and wearing heavenly armor represents the 3 states of Buddhist Dharma in the past, future, and present. All these things seemed to come alive, and then disappeared in an instant, leaving only the bright and huge bronze tripod. The bronze tripod pierced by the sword fell from the void, under an unknown force. The bronze tripod depicting mountains, rivers, sun, moon, flowers, birds, fish and insects was split into 9 parts and fell in various places in the world, even in the other dimension. When the black stone door was completely opened, Mu Bai couldn't help holding his breath. Looking at the dark entrance inside, he said in a deep voice, "Let's go." After that, He took the lead and entered it. His figure was swallowed by the black hole. The other two also followed the master's steps and went in. To Mubai's surprise, he originally thought that the world after the black hole would have powerful monsters and endless purgatory. But on the contrary, behind the black hole was the air of immortals all over the mountains. Every time Mubai took a breath, he would feel that every aspect of his body was gradually improving and improving. This was simply incredible. According to Mubai's estimation, the purity of the spiritual energy here is at least 10 times higher than the Xinyu Taishu realm he entered during the provincial competition. There is a fairy air surrounding the towering mountains, and the mountains that swallow clouds and spit out mist breed countless exotic fairy grasses. There are smart and handsome birds playing and fighting among the 1,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old trees. Even the clear rivers surrounding the foot of the fairy mountain flow out a magical nectar. Ordinary people can probably cleanse their marrow and bones and prolong their lives after drinking a sip. Flocks of cranes fly in the fairy clouds, and you can vaguely see them turning into boys flying in the air. Compared with Mubai's comfort, Xiao He and Xiao Bai are extremely uncomfortable here because they are Yin creatures. Just standing feels extremely painful. Seeing this scene, Mubai put the two into the storage space. Misty rain and surging rivers. If other people were present, they would definitely think they had entered the heavenly palace fairyland. Palai Mountain is in the sea, and the market of adults is in the sea. The sudden words attracted Mubai's attention. He saw a man wearing a straw raincoat sitting on a lonely boat on the blue river surrounded by fairy air. He was fishing on the river with his back to Mubai. Palai Mountain? Mubai said politely, "Please forgive me. I came here by mistake to find something." The man on the lonely boat did not respond for a long time. Mubai, who was suspicious, turned into thunder and came to the tail of the lonely boat where the other party was. When Mubai saw the face of the man in the straw raincoat clearly, he was stunned for a moment. He turned out to be a faceless person. There were no facial features under the white face. Just like the faceless evil ghost in a horror movie. "You look at my face, but I look at your heart." The slightly vicissitudes of life came out of the man in the straw raincoat. Mubai closed his eyes thoughtfully, and then opened them. The faceless man in front of him suddenly grew facial features, and let the breeze on the river blow. "You came early, but I came late." After leaving this sentence, the straw hat man laughed and jumped into the river. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. But a brilliant golden dragon emerged from the water with the sound of bubbles. Mubai, who remained cautious throughout the whole process, didn't know what the other party was saying. An ancient book appeared inexplicably in his hand. The golden dragon sighed, and a shocking purple light burst out from the fairy mountain pavilion in the distance, and purple gold fragments fell, feeling the aura of eternal pressure. Mubai knew that this was one of its fragments even if he had never seen the Jiuzhou Ding. The golden dragon's dragon power was unparalleled. It approached Mubai and stretched out its dragon claws to gently touch the human's forehead. Knowing that the other party had no ill intentions, Mubai let down his guard. He felt an inexplicable anxiety from the golden dragon's pupils. The rolling torrent poured into Mubai's spiritual world. Crossing the barrier of time, Mubai saw the cruelest scene. Blood flowed for thousands of miles. Hundreds of countries around the world, including Xia and Os Empire, were razed to the ground, and all the powerful emperors were beheaded by absolute power. The raging fire burned the earth into a wasteland, and all living creatures disappeared. At this moment, the planet has become a dead star, and all the different dimensions in the human world are blocked by mysterious forces. In the torrent of time, Mubai gradually saw the culprit who caused all this. Feeling the gaze, the existence above all things also saw Mubai. 3 years. The speed of time constantly told Mubai that this was the scene of the human world 3 years later. After passing through countless obstacles, Mubai's dark golden pupils finally saw the existence of the judge of all living things. Augustus, the supreme god king of Western mythology epic. The iconic 18-winged holy light and blazing wings. The mysterious and incomparable dense divine seals. And the sword of death that only existed in Western mythology epics, and once cut off the head of Hades. Time suddenly went back, and Mubai heard the other party's words in a dimension spanning time and space. "We will meet again, and glimpse the future of mankind." Mubai, whose spirit and soul returned to Palai Fairyland, was sweating profusely. He knew very well that the other party was definitely a 9th-level existence. But it was impossible for a 9th-level existence to descend on this planet in its complete state, unless it was through a great blood sacrifice ceremony. The phantom of the golden dragon nodded, and then turned into gold powder, and merged into the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding. Countless flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains and rivers in Penglai Fairyland were merged into the surface of the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding under the magical power. In other words, this fragment is actually the entire Penglai Fairyland. The crystal clear fragment slowly fell into his hands. The small fragment had the power to suppress the mountain. Mu Bai's veins bulged, and he barely raised it with both hands. Dazzling golden light poured out from the gaps between the fragments, and finally flowed into Mu Bai's heart. In his spiritual world, the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding seemed to be hanging on it like the sun. It has entered the body. Mu Bai, who adjusted his breath, gradually adapted to the adverse reactions of fusing the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding, and the blood that was constantly purified from the heart re-entered the body circulation. The fragments of Jiuzhou Ding were quietly changing Mu Bai's physique. Even one of the fragments can have such a function. It is worthy of being the strongest artifact in the land of Xinzhou, Mu Bai said with emotion in the void. If other people who knew the secret of Jiuzhou Ding knew about this, they would definitely be beaten up. That was a fragment of Jiuzhou Ding. No one has ever been able to fuse it. Even the brilliant Emperor Throne can only temporarily drive the power of Jiuzhou Ding. From ancient times to now, Mu Bai is the first person who successfully merged the fragments. Since the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding have disappeared, this world has gradually dissipated. Mu Bai calmly opened the black stone door and left this gradually collapsing small world. As soon as he set foot on the land of the Black Sand secret realm, Mu Bai felt unprecedented malice. It was exactly the same as when he was plundering devil fruits in the demon tree realm and was driven away by the will of the world. Xiaobai and Xiaohe, who were released from the storage space, obviously also noticed something strange. Ghost King Xiaohe said with enlightenment, I originally thought that the evil spirit of the Black Sand secret realm was more than this. It seems that it should be the artifact that the master just obtained that suppressed the danger level of the secret realm. This secret realm is going to be in chaos, Ghost King Xiaohe said with some sadness. Although he does not have the same feelings as humans, he was born here after all. To a certain extent, this land is the mother who nourishes him. The black wind is gradually expanding its wind force and range at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black desert under his feet, which originally only contained the evil spirit, is also quickly stained with blood. Boundless horror and weirdness are coming from afar. The Black Sand secret realm may have to be renamed the Blood Sea secret realm in the future. Mu Bai, wearing a black suit, took the two into his pocket, and then transformed into an element. The lightning that leaped forward at high speed flowed in the void, and the sea of blood behind him was chasing him. The boundless blood energy condensed into a monstrous beast. This was the world will of the Black Sand secret realm. It seemed very angry that this human had taken away the divine object that suppressed the evil spirit. It spared no effort, and used the power of the entire world to suppress Mu Bai with iron and blood. The elementalized Mu Bai could feel the increasingly approaching world will collection. The pressure of the will on his body was like a mountain, which hindered his movement speed unprecedentedly. Blood evil. Evil spirit. It is nourishing this world from the intermediate dimension world to the advanced dimension world. The improvement of the world level also greatly enhanced the strength of the world will that was chasing it. The rolling blood sea desert was swimming with shocking evil ghosts, and countless newly born resentful spirits were stepping on the bodies of their kind and chasing Mu Bai hoarsely. It wanted this human to stay. 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 Facing such a natural disaster, Mu Bai frowned slightly, knowing that he couldn't leave at such a slow pace. He transformed into the god of thunder directly. Endless thunders built a sea of thunder. The thunders that illuminated the sky bombarded in turns in units of regions. Countless evil ghosts and other evil creatures turned into ashes with shrill screams. But they will soon be resurrected again under the strong evil spirit in the whole world. And multiple ghosts rushed towards Mu Bai again. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see that there is only a little light spot in the entire area where Mu Bai is located, and the rest of the place is occupied by ghosts. They follow the orders of the worlds will one after another like the waves of the sea. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Mu Bai, in the state of the god of thunder, held a few thunder balls and immediately swung a vibrating iron fist. The evil ghosts like the zombie siege were directly torn into pieces by the vibrating cracks. The sand sea collapsed in a ladder-like shape, and millions of weak ghosts died in the vibration after a few punches. Mu Bai, who was trapped in the center, stepped on the ground with his front foot. An invisible ripple shook the whole place, and then the vibration light ball condensed on his hands. In Mu Bai's unstoppable momentum, he pounded the void on both sides fiercely. Squeak! Squeak! After the terrifying shattering sound, countless voids implicated by the resonance force were all shattered. He stared with his eyes, and burst out with amazing domineering, which made the ghosts approaching all disappear in the pressure. Tread on the sky. The domineering has no boundaries. With his roar, the great earthquake that subverted the world began. Starting from the land under Mubai's feet, countless vibration ripples tore through the void, and the creaking explosion sound was endless. The plates deep in the sand sea were collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The inestimable earthquake directly tore the surface. Countless blood sands containing resentment were swallowed up. And even the ghosts subconsciously felt the most primitive emotion of human beings. That emotion is called fear. Absolute fear when facing natural disasters. Want me to stay? Do you deserve it? Mubai, like a god of war, shook his palms and slowly grabbed from both sides. The invisible vibration light waves swept the whole place. In this extreme vibration, a desert tsunami rose from both sides. The surging waves even penetrated the dark clouds. Let me overturn everything. After saying this, Mubai stared at the muscles in his arms, and he exerted all the vibration power with his veins bulging. The area of tens of thousands of meters was being covered by shadows. It was a terrifying desert tsunami that covered the sky and the sun. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the cracked space, the ghosts that were shaken by the ground and were thrown dozens of meters high wailed for mercy. This tsunami in the desert will completely destroy them. With a few loud noises, the entire area of tens of thousands of meters was completely turned upside down, and even the giant beast condensed by the whirlpool was scattered under the dust. Only Mubai was still standing on the entire sand sea. Is it over? The answer is not yet. In his perception of sight, there is a being beyond level 6 rushing here. After a few moments, the giant hand covering the entire territory crossed the void and pointed in the direction of Mubai. Master, be careful. Master, let me resist it. In the storage space, the little white bone Loli and the ghost King Shiohei spoke one after another. The little Loli was sincerely concerned about her safety. But this ghost King Shiohei might not be. What's more, even if he was released, it would be difficult for him to last a few seconds under the hands of the world's will. Goddamn master. Mubai almost laughed out loud when he heard this name. The huge ghost hand that firmly occupied the passage to leave obviously did not take Mubai. A human. Seriously? It was approaching the peak of level 7 in its constantly rising realm. The pressure brought by the huge ghost hand also made people feel like they were on the edge of an abyss. The fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding hidden in the spiritual world seemed to know the host's predicament. The mountains, rivers, sun, moon, flowers, birds, fish and insects on its surface gathered into a picture under the flashing of the 9-color divine light, and flowed out from Mubai's heart. The ghost hand on the opposite side seemed to feel the breath of the Jiuzhou Ding, and the original domineering and unparalleled momentum disappeared in an instant. The boundless giant hand carrying the bloody breath pressed directly over. The fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding can suppress the entire Black Sand secret realm. So how can I not suppress your newly born world will? After saying that, Mubai drew out an illusory long sword full of the breath of the supreme humanity from the beautiful picture of mountains and rivers in front of him. Mountains, rivers, sun and moon flow on the transparent sword, and many ancient figures resounding throughout the land of China are vividly displayed on it, which is extremely magical. Holding this sword, Mubai slashed down in the air. The monstrous ghost hand, whose aura had reached the peak of level 7, was chopped in half in an instant. The monstrous arrogance disappeared. At the same time, Mubai, who seized the opportunity, came to the exit of the dimensional space and left directly. Before leaving, he did not forget to extend his middle finger to the bloody sea of sand and said lightly, "Listen to me. Thank you because of you warmed the 4 seasons. The extremely stimulated world will actually uttered human language in a rage from the dark sky. Shut up. It's disgusting enough to let a weak human leave. But this had dared to tease it. Who can accept this?" Hearing the roar of the world will, Mubai drew out his remaining right hand and threw the illusory long sword condensed by the power of Jiuzhou Ding into the dark sky. "You step on me." Mubai, who left the Black Sand secret realm, did not hear the other party's last words clearly. Perhaps the other party was expressing his longing for him. It's a pity that he, Mubai, will never come back. The space flickered, and Mubai returned to the human world. At this moment, there was only one person standing in the desert. The others, including Scarface and the evil wolf, were tied up and pressed to the ground. Report to the master. The young master did not come out, but a young man came out. He looked like Mubai, who won the Xia country competition some time ago. The strong man dressed as a warrior said in a calm tone, He was so imposing that he didn't care about the young man in front of him. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, he only said 4 big words. "Wait for me to come." The strong man hung up the phone indifferently. He said to Mubai in a steady tone, "Since the young master has not come out of the secret realm, I need you to take us back into the secret realm. You have a problem." Before he finished speaking, a knee kick went straight through his jaw. And then Mubai, who was extremely ferocious, swung his iron fist. And the iron fist covered with a vibrating ball cover hit the opponent's top of the head. Squeak! Blood splattered. And the warrior strongman, who was hit by a set of combos and had no power to fight back, fell to the ground. And Mubai tapped his forehead with one hand. "Are you ordering me?" As soon as the words fell, Mubai's fingers covered with vibration power pierced the opponent's broad forehead. From beginning to end, the strongman had no power to fight back and didn't even say a word. "You?" The rest of the people who followed the warrior man were obviously shocked. You know, their boss, as a Dragon Court warrior of the West Wing country, has the strength of level 6. But even so, he was killed instantly by Mubai. They raised their hands to surrender instantly, as if they were frightened by Mubai's eyes. A West Wing soldier even took off his white shorts and hooked them with a branch and waved them vigorously, as if as long as he waved hard enough, the murderous young man on the opposite side would let him go. What kind of French soldier is this? The other controlled wolves, and others broke free from their restraints one after another. When a few people were about to express their gratitude to Mubai, they didn't expect that Mubai didn't even look at them, and directly transformed into a lightning element and left here. Hack. This Xia country's Mubai is a good man. He does good things without leaving a name. That Shi country warrior subdued me with only one move. And Mubai killed that warrior with only. While the others were discussing, the young man with the crow mask took off his mask and said with a bitter face, "We can't run away." Then Scarface leader and Hungry Wolf successively sensed a terrifying breath passing through this land. The unknown terror just glanced at a few people and continued to move eastward, which was exactly the direction Mubai left. The dragonborn army of the West Wing country that fell from the sky directly surrounded everyone. The Scarface leader naturally guessed who the visitor was through these. The Grand Duke of the West Wing country, the dragonborn monarch of the 8th level emperor. Did Mubai of the Xia country leave the scene because he had sensed the arrival of the 8th level strongmen? Such perception is really terrifying. The Scarface leader secretly marveled in his heart. After the arrival of the dragonborn army, they detained everyone. They really got out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. In the distance, Mubai's heart was beating wildly as he was traveling at high speed in the void. After killing the strong man, his strong sixth sense urged Mubai to leave this chaotic place quickly. A very powerful person was coming here, without the constraints of the world will in the Black Sand secret realm. He was extremely fast as he turned into thunder. In less than half a minute, he had reached the border of Xia country. But the person behind him was even faster. The iron-blooded monarch of the West Wing, flying in the air under a strong sense of oppression, descended here. The residents in the border city only felt that their heartbeats were almost prohibited, and even natural actions such as breathing were extremely strenuous. Xia country? Mubai, the dragonborn monarch who was above the 9 heavens, said lightly, without any emotion in his voice. Mubai, with a stiff body, slowly turned his head. On the desolate border, the young man in black tights has one foot on the territory of Xia state, and the other foot is still on the unknown land. As long as he lifts his foot slightly, he can completely return to the jurisdiction of Xia state. But this step is harder than ascending to the sky. Mubai looked back and saw that the space that stretched for several kilometers was constantly rippling. The bone throne was pulled by the Pegasus mixed with dragon blood. On the thorny throne, a man full of fierceness closed his eyes and rested. When he opened his eyes, the world seemed to be bright. "I want to talk to you. Why do you want to escape?" The unquestionable tone was full of the Emperor's tyranny. There is no kind-hearted person who can be promoted to the throne, especially those who come from the wilderness. This is a good question. But why should I answer you? Mubai said with a smile. His tone suddenly relaxed, and he didn't take the other party seriously at all. The dragonborn monarch sitting high on the throne of the sky looked at this young man with some surprise. You know, the dragon blood contained in his body is extremely pure, even if he has not emitted any breath. It is not something that people with low strength can contend with. This Xia country youth has low strength, but has no reaction to the pressure of dragon power. It's strange. Mubai, who is facing the figure in the sky from a distance, has the domineering aura of the king. In addition, He has the black dragon form of the fantasy beast fish fruit, so he has no resistance to the inexplicable pressure. And there is not even a trace of adverse reaction. The Pegasus wailed, and the horse head looked at the border city of Xia country. The burning hooves kept stepping and seemed very uneasy. The beast-like pupils looked into the distance, and the desolate laughter came from far away. He used the divine notice to inform the visitor and whispered, "I thought this kid was waiting for someone, but it turned out to be waiting for you, old classmate." The desolate domineering swept the whole scene, and the terrifying pressure of the throne seemed to crush all living beings. At this moment, all the forces were like ants under this domineering aura. The edge of the sky was like a rising sun. The sun wave composed of pure light in the flashing fire annihilated the domineering aura. A terrifying golden light burst out in the distance, and countless beams of light gathered in front of Mubai. And a lazy voice sounded slowly. "Mubai, how did you provoke this thief?" "Interesting. Thief?" Mubai knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He thanked Lu Wenyong and left here without looking back. He would die if he participated in the battle of the Emperor's throne. Ha ha ha. Lu Wenyong, you still hate my decision at that time. You haven't changed at all after not seeing you for decades. The dragon monarch on the bone throne said nostalgically. And from time to time, he could recall the humiliation he suffered in school at that time. He also remembered that Lu Wenyong was one of the few people who did not reject him. Lu Wenyong took off his sunglasses, and the black dragon-patterned military uniform was shining. People who knew him well knew that this was a sign of his anger. "Yes, I won't change. But you, the innocent boy, have changed. You killed your classmates and stole the devil fruit. Now you are doing evil in the West Wing country. I think it's the genes in your bones that are at work," Lu Wenyong said coldly, with a rare cold light in his eyes. "Ridiculous." The dragonborn monarch sitting on the bone throne waved his hand and said heroically, "How can that cowardly fool control this domineering devil fruit? It's normal for me to kill him. The so-called rules can only restrict those at the bottom. But I am destined to build the rules. The heaven and earth have their own spiritual energy. All the strong people in this land should enslave all living beings. The national policy of your Xia country is almost eliminated by the times." Lu Wenyong, who was radiating golden light, touched his lush hair and said contemptuously, "Those who are not of my race must have different hearts." It seems that the words left by the saint are really right. After that, endless light engulfed the border line, and the supreme power like the sun descending to the world poured out in an instant. Everywhere you look, it is the sun. The natural system of the flash fruit is second to none in speed and destructive power. Now it is even more shocking when it comes from the hands of the Emperor. I wanted to reminisce about the past, but your attitude makes me very unhappy. Let's have a competition today to show me your progress. The terrifying shadow covered the sky and the sun. When Mubai came to the top of the border city, he could only hear the cry of beasts. The 8th level alien strongman sitting on the bone throne seemed to be a devil fruit ability user. It's just that this strange beast cry is not close to any animal. It should be the existence of some kind of fantasy beast. The light and the shadow fought very quickly. In a few moments, the two had fought thousands of times. The unknown land on the other side of the border of Xia State had been completely changed. After a few moments, such an offensive was no longer something that others could imagine. Countless mountains in the distance burst open in an instant, and I don't know how many towering peaks were completely flattened. The more they went on, the more chaotic it became. However, Mubai felt that Lu Wenyong should have the upper hand, because the border territory of Xia State had never fluctuated since the beginning of the fight, which showed that he still had the strength to protect several border cities behind him during the fight. After obtaining the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding, he naturally had no need to stay here. He originally wanted to say goodbye to Lu Wenyong, but he took the early morning flight to leave Xihuang province at the suggestion of other officers. With his current strength, it was too dangerous to be completely exposed to the dangerous border. In addition, the Sky High wanted order that caused a stir in the underground world. If Mubai got into trouble, the superiors here would not be able to explain to their superiors. The space on the plane is extremely spacious, with red wine, cola and snacks. It doesn't feel like being on a plane, but rather like a spacious study in a mansion. Mubai sits alone on a luxurious sofa, with 4 stewardesses standing by at any time. This is not a first-class cabin, but a privileged cabin. It is specially provided for people who have made outstanding contributions to Xia country. Otherwise you can't enter it even if you have a lot of money. All these privileges don't cost money. They are all free. Mubai, who has a Xia country aerospace gold card, can even return the plane flying in the sky without incurring any cost. This is one of the invisible rewards of the National League champion. The Federation will add the people who win the National League Championship every year to the legendary Privilege Club. And everything needed for travel will be configured at the highest level. Mubai, who changed into a black suit, is obviously much more mature. The tough lines on his face are particularly eye-catching. The deep pupils are tinged with a faint golden color. And the heroic temperament is simply a girl killer. At least the 4 stewardesses with flushed faces in the distance are like this. It is the first time they have seen the legendary National League champion in person. If their excitement had not been suppressed by their professional ethics, they would have immediately stepped forward to ask for contact information, take photos, and get autographs in one go. Mubai, who was browsing domestic and international events on the electronic screen, was a little surprised after seeing a statement. A few days ago, Xia State officially announced that it would stop trading with the OS Empire, and a large number of commodities and precious mineral resources in the East China Sea province were all detained. The contradiction between the two countries became more and more irreconcilable. Mubai felt that the future might not be peaceful. The resources on the Earth are limited, but the resources in the dimensional world are unlimited. To support the practitioners, the local area can only expand the total amount of resources obtained in the other world. The purest and simplest solution is to eliminate other countries, and take the dimensional world on other countries' land for oneself. War is a continuation of diplomatic means. In the context of conflict of interests, world peace is nothing but empty talk. Mubai, with a frown on his face, couldn't help but think of the world scene he saw in Penglai Wonderland. Could that 9th level god be summoned by the OS Empire? Mubai's suspicion is not unreasonable. Compared with the vast land and resources of Xia State, the territory of the OS Empire pales in comparison. Over the years, it has also instigated the regimes of dozens of small countries around it through the open and covert aspects, and has accumulated a lot of power. But it is a fantasy to fight a protracted war with a country like Xiagua. If in this environment, the leaders of the OS Empire will inevitably seek special means to eliminate all the major powers in the world. After hesitating for a long time, Mubai still skimmed this news. The subsequent news briefs were all about the latest events in various places, among which the list of young heroes in various countries caused a lot of heated discussions. The comments below were also noisy, all talking about the candidates for the World League champion at the beginning of next year, among which his own avatar ranked 3rd among the top. The first place was the adopted son of the Pope of the OS Empire. It is said that Saint Xia, who was born with knowledge, has many supporters in the country. Since the OS Empire is a country with a combination of politics and religion, Saint Xia, the adopted son of the Pope, will also be the next generation of national power. Dear Mr. Mu, do you need any drinks? The plane is about to enter the dimensional storm. You can choose to enter the hibernation cabin to rest. The stewardess squatted sweetly on the right side of Mubai, and her gentle words seemed to melt the iceberg. Mubai didn't know if he was an illusion. He could see some things that were not suitable for children by slightly lowering his head. This stewardess is a bit improper. The stewardess had neat short hair and a fresh and pretty face that was very tempting. Seeing Mubai's vague eyes, she half squatted on the ground and smiled even sweeter. And her dignified manner made people fantasize. In her mind, if she could be favored by a big shot like Mubai, her future would be unprecedented. And the other beautiful stewardesses, who stood obediently, were envious and jealous. The charming Mubai obviously didn't expect the changes in her body and face after eating the black dragon form of the mythical beast fish fruit. Unlike the rough beast Kaido in One Piece, Mubai, as an ordinary human, now has the blessing of dragon power, and his charm to the opposite sex has increased exponentially. Mubai, who found it more and more interesting, said softly, "Thank you. Give me a cup of coffee." Her heart was beating wildly when she was looked at by Mubai, and it took a long time for her to recover. A trace of apology appeared in her watery eyes, and she hurriedly twisted her beautiful waist to make coffee. But she obviously didn't know that Mubai wasn't looking at her. "Xiao Hei. Xiao Bai." Mubai, who was lying on the sofa, called softly, under the surprised eyes of the 3 stewardesses. A cute little loli with twin ponytails bounced to sit beside him holding a skull doll. And on the other side was a boy hidden in the dark, with a cold face that made people shudder. After the 2 of them appeared, the temperature dropped suddenly. The stewardess in the room thought that the refrigeration equipment, such as the air conditioner, was damaged, when she was about to go to the maintenance personnel to check. The cold boy stared at her expressionlessly. Suddenly, The bone-chilling cold lingered in her heart. Lily, are you okay? Seeing her companion collapse, the other two stewardesses asked with concern. Xiao He, control your strength. Also, please stay where you are and don't move. There are bad guys on this plane. The young man in a suit said slowly. It seemed to be a casual remark, but the weight of the words still made the three dare not move. The sealed room was full of little girls singing nursery rhymes. The messy words were combined together and sung out through their tender voices, which made them feel strange. Mu Bai said the first sentence to Xiao He, and the second sentence to the three beautiful stewardesses. Yes, master. Ghost King Xiao He half knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Okay. Okay. The three stewardesses said uncomfortably. They didn't understand what Mu Bai meant. The plane was flying in the dimensional storm at this time. How could the so-called bad guys get on the plane in such bad weather? Xiao He, take those two off. Hearing the master of the master. Ahem. This double master title had long been corrected by Mu Bai. Hearing the master's call, Xiao He nodded knowingly. Black hair, black casual clothes, black shoes, and pure black pupils undoubtedly made him more cold. When he passed by the three stewardesses, he also walked straight through the sealed door without looking around, leaving behind three people in a state of bewilderment. This black-clothed boy couldn't be a ghost. The operation of turning into black mist and passing through the gate is definitely not something the humans can do. At this moment, the three of them looked at Mu Bai with a different feeling in their eyes. After switching the tablet to the Xinhua dictionary, Mu Bai handed it to the inexplicably happy lowly Xiao Bai. After seeing the Xinhua dictionary, the jumping Xiao Bai's twin ponytails suddenly spread out like hair. No way. Master, do I still need to learn cultural courses? The reluctant little white bone lowly Xiao Bai was obviously very resistant to this learning behavior. Do a little experiment, Mu Bai said seriously. Although Xiao Bai is not a human, he is very curious whether the skeleton can learn like a normal person after having flesh and blood. Ah! She was extremely angry as she shouted in her heart, and her white hair stood up. She shouted in her heart that although I am not a human, but master, you are a real dog. Repair the dog. Although very angry, it looks very cute, which makes Mu Bai suddenly realize that this little guy seems to have no gender. Right? Outside the sealed door, Xiao He obviously sensed his master's irritable mood, and his moody face became even colder. When he came to the first-class cabin, the cold chill permeated the entire cabin, and all the people who were either sleeping or reading and listening to music in the first-class cabin couldn't help but look behind them. There always felt like someone was touching their backs. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers. Just as the girl sitting in the back row of the first-class cabin screamed, an old man who seemed to be pampered was pulled up in the air by the cold ghost hand. Bang! The wrinkled old man had an intimate contact with the cold ground, and when the old man with strange eyes slowly raised his head, he met the cold eyes of the young man. It's a strong disguise, but I don't know if you can pretend before you die. The old man felt the monstrous murderous intent from the cold words of the Ghost King Xiao He. For a moment, the whole cabin was silent. This little brother, the old man seems to have offended you, but you can't abuse the old man in public. Right? The middle-aged man in a suit and tie sitting next to him said with a little worry, full of dissatisfaction with the black-clothed boy's violence. Noticing the eyes of other first-class passengers, the middle-aged man's slightly hunched body also straightened up slightly. The first-class passengers who can sit on special flights are basically financially free, and showing the highest moral superiority is a special hobby of some people. The old man under his feet made a hard shaking whine, and the Ghost King Xiao He looked around and suddenly laughed. Guard! What are you going to do? The middle-aged man never thought that this strange boy would actually attack him directly, and his strong white fingers pinched his chin in the thunder. Crack! After a crisp sound, the middle-aged man fell to the ground with feces and urine flowing, trembling with fear and stroking his dislocated chin. And tears caused by extreme fear could not stop flowing down. Unable to speak, he rolled and crawled to the back. He swore that even if the boy was bullying his own father, he would not care, seeing that the other party was so cowardly. The Ghost King ignored him. The other first-class passengers looked at this scene with sullen faces. No one dared to intervene in front of so many dignitaries. I just looked over, and the guard seemed to be asleep. Are they crazy? The guard room was silent. The originally indignant guards pretended not to be there. The door of the guard room was also closed. The black-clothed boy clearly came out of the first-class cabin in the surveillance. Ordinary people like them did not have the courage to care about a big shot like Mu Bai. Yes, A big shot. When Mu Bai became the champion of the Xia Country League, he was destined not to remain silent. In the future, he who came out of a small city might participate in Xia Country to compete for a place in the World League, and might become an 8th-level emperor in the near future. Being young, having potential, and having already made a name for himself, it can be said that the potential power of Mu Bai, the star of Xia Country, has surpassed the constraints of secular power and reached a new level. In the first-class cabin, the frosty-faced Ghost King stepped down with his black casual shoes, and the arm of the person under him was crushed with the sound of juice bursting. The bloody scene made the ladies present scream. Some were so frightened that they even collapsed and fainted at the moment they saw the blood spraying. Huh? The Ghost King looked at the skinny old man under him in surprise, and found that the other party had turned from a human into a black beetle with broken limbs. The drama of changing a living person also made some people with some experience fall into deep thought. There is no doubt that this is an incredible thing that only fruit ability users can do. It gives insects the ability to imitate humans for a short time. It's a very interesting power. It seems that it should be a superhuman ability user. The Ghost King Xiaohei said slowly and looked around. All the people who looked at him lowered their heads involuntarily. This kind of cold and strange look is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. If you hide among these people, I really can't tell you apart, he said with a bit of frustration, as if he was about to admit defeat. But the cold light in the corner of his eyes did not diminish at all. But I can kill everyone in the first-class cabin and verify where you are one by one. There was no hesitation in the sonorous and powerful voice, combined with the ruthlessness of the black-clothed boy's previous attack. The first-class passengers felt that there was murderous intent everywhere. The retreating crowd rushed to the economy class in a panic. But they didn't know when the steel metal door connecting the two cabins had been closed. Wait a minute. Young man. Someone come quickly. Are you crazy? Some were angry. Some were aggrieved. And most were afraid. The Ghost King, who was like a flood and a beast, smiled. As an inattributed creature born from resentment, all negative emotions could attract his attention. In the ocean of negative emotions, he clearly felt that someone's state of mind was not moved at all. But she was crying the most. The middle-aged woman hiding at the back. After discovering the target, the Ghost King stretched out his dark ghost hand and took off the other's head in an instant. But the result was still a black beetle. How could it be possible? Xiaohei was a little depressed. But then, he seemed to have received some kind of instruction, and turned into black smoke, and disappeared on the spot. The frightened people were relieved. As long as the other party left, this would be the best. A frozen man squatted on the right wing of the dark fuselage. The cold and suffocation brought by the strong wind did not affect him at all. He looked very unruly with a cigar in his mouth. Even if he went out to beg for food in this outfit, he would be respected as a beggar. It was too shabby. He was unkempt with greasy mouth, and his sloppy cotton jacket seemed to have not been washed for decades. He was still dozing on the right wing of the plane. Level 5 ability user. Under the dark clouds, the Ghost King Xiaohei said softly, while hanging upside down on the wing on the other side. The sloppy man who was awakened touched his confused eyes, and found that there was an unusual black-clothed boy hanging upside down opposite him. Is Newton laid off? Oh my god. What kind of wind can make me see ghosts? The sloppy man who woke up said drowsily while picking his nose. Just like the state of going to school just after waking up. Assassin. I wonder how many seconds you can hold out in my hands. The Ghost King stepped forward, and the strong wind in the sky and the gradually darkening environment around him did not affect him. Has he been discovered? It must be his problem. Looking at the increasingly dense dark clouds on both sides, the dirty ghost, as a killer, certainly knew that this was the coming of the dimensional storm. Lunatic. This is the first time I've seen someone as brave as you. So I'll reluctantly turn you into an ice sculpture and throw you down from the sky. When he said the last few words, the dirty ghost's hands exuded a terrifying cold air, and bits of crystal snowflakes and broken beads fell down. And his narrowed eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Mu Bai's bounty is determined by us two brothers. Don't try to stop it. In an instant, the ghost hand and the fist covered with ice came into contact, and the battle was about to break out. Due to the special nature of the aircraft, the battle on the wing did not affect the flight of the aircraft, and it was still steadily heading to the final destination. Mu Bai, who was sitting with his legs crossed, nodded from time to time as he listened to the little lowly's answer. What is the fifth word on the third line of page 356? Yes. The Yuan Mountain. The little girl answered timidly. and the 3 stewardesses standing respectfully behind her were stunned. Is this the legendary quantum speed reading method? It is incredible that you can know the location of any word on a page with just one glance. The disordered wind at a height of 10,000 feet could not affect the battle between the two. The sloppy man named Dirty Ghost had a strange freezing ability, which was very similar to Aokiji in One Piece. As a person who ate the superhuman ice fruit, he also had the ability to freeze. But unlike the natural ice fruit, his ability could only freeze when his hand touched the opponent. Shave! Extreme cold finger gun. The fierce-looking Dirty Ghost was even more fierce, and his 10 fingers were like poisonous snakes waiting for an opportunity. With a cold breath, he penetrated the weak body of the Ghost King. The Ghost King, whose strength was suppressed to level 5, was no longer a human being, and directly showed the state of a fierce ghost. The dark and hideous armor plus the blood-red eyes were particularly creepy. Damn! It turns out that he is not a human. Feeling the strong death aura of the other party, the Dirty Ghost didn't know that the other party must be an inattributed creature from another world. This Mubai was able to control the fierce ghost, which was indeed extraordinary. The Dirty Ghost, who had no time to think about it, instantly launched a multi-stage finger gun. Ghost Tribulation. Ghost King Xiaohei snorted coldly, and countless evil ghosts crawled out of the black hole beside him, roaring and attacking the human opposite. The Dirty Ghost, who specialized in observation hockey, was obviously better at dodging. The combination of shaving and moon step allowed him to flexibly touch the invisible evil ghosts with his hands while turning and moving. After a while, all the evil ghosts turned into ice and fell from the sky. Ashura Road. Rebirth Hell, the serious Ghost King said in a stern voice. And then boundless resentment rushed out, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Iron Block. Frozen Fortress. Realizing that the opponent was going to launch a mental attack, the Dirty Ghost urgently pressed his hands on his shoulders on both sides, and he froze himself while keeping the iron block. Faced with such a showy operation, the Ghost King's scarlet pupils could not help but reveal a trace of weirdness. Is he a fool? The void H.L. poured down. Countless evil thoughts eroded his spiritual world, and all the attacks unexpectedly disappeared without a trace after touching the ice on the opponent's body. The Dirty Ghost, who was unscathed after being hit by the Ghost King, smiled confidently. He froze himself for a purpose, because any creature frozen by him can resist a great degree of mental attacks. Since he combined the unique iron block in the 6 styles with his own freezing ability a few years ago, he has developed an absolute defense move that has never been seen before or since. Iron blocks defend against physical attacks, and freezing defends against mental attacks. With the two combined, even a 6th level purple gold level ability user might not be able to take me down. The Dirty Ghost, whose whole body was frozen but his face was exposed, said triumphantly. His mustache was about to rise to the sky, but he slowly realized that something was wrong. The wind and clouds met. The sky and the earth changed color. These tiny humans teased him again and again. As a proud Ghost King, he no longer had the patience to play with them. Then I will make you fall into H.L. forever. The H.L. of endless suffering. After that, the 18 layers of H.L. space engulfed the whole body of the Dirty Ghost, as if there were countless tortures for him to taste one by one. Even the cruel and ruthless Dirty Ghost was instantly broken. Wait! Before he could beg for mercy, countless evil ghosts from the abyss dragged his mind and soul into the colorful evil thoughts of H.L. Damn! Give me back the iron block. I will turn you into a human block. For some reason, Xiaohei, as a top Ghost King, was extremely angry when he heard the word iron block. Without the domineering aura and deep spiritual power like Mu Bai, the Dirty Ghost whose soul was devoured by the H.L. fell on the wing of the plane like a dead pig, and was about to be blown away by the strong wind at high altitude. In the cabin, the short-haired stewardess, who went out to make coffee, came back with an elegant pace, and she respectfully placed the coffee on the wooden table in front of Mu Bai. Seeing Mu Bai's defenseless appearance, the cold thing on her wrist moved slightly. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to cut down the new legendary power of Xia country. Thinking of the 1.8 billion international currencies, his hand holding the sharp weapon became more stable, and his heartbeat and breathing did not change at all from beginning to end. To hunt powerful prey. As a hunter, he must let it fall into the trap silently. Thinking of the stewardess, who was knocked unconscious in the toilet, he slowly lowered his body. Inadvertently, the spring light was exposed, and the coffee on the wooden table was spilled all over the floor. Ah, sorry. I was careless. Panicated, he was busy cleaning up the mess, behaving like an ordinary stewardess. Mu-bai, whose observation hockey was strong enough to predict the fragmented future, had already discovered the other party's hiding. Although the stewardess who came in with coffee had the same words and deeds as before, the weak killing intention hidden by the other party was too obvious. It was like a teacher standing on the podium in school days and watching the naughty students below. All the tricks were in sight. Xiaobai, I think you can enter the school for further study. By the way, why don't you do it? Mu-bai suddenly turned sideways and said calmly to the beautiful short-haired stewardess. Swoosh. Knowing that the matter was exposed, he immediately pulled out the sea stone spikes from his sleeves. The originally beautiful face also turned into a rough man's appearance. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sharp weapon drew several ripples in the void, all accurately hitting Mu-bai's vital parts. Throat, temple, heart position. The sea stone with the blessing of arm color domineering can be said to be invincible. And it is also the strongest nemesis of fruit ability users. After a whole set of serial actions, the Thousand Faces man, disguised as a short-haired stewardess, retreated at a high speed. This is his experience in assassination for many years. If he is discovered by the other party, he must flee far away after killing the other party, so as not to be killed together with the attacker before he dies. This feeling is a bit wrong. When he felt that the feeling of the sea stone piercing was wrong, Mu-bai, who was sitting as steady as a mountain, looked at the white mark on his chest and said, Is this the assassination method you have been planning since you entered the plane? The Xia country killer codenamed Thousand Faces in the underground world. Crack. In the horrified eyes of the Thousand Faces man, the sea stone spikes broke. The suppression effect of the sea stone on the ability user is ineffective. The somewhat confused Thousand Faces man did not dare to delay. He quickly stepped out of the special cabin with his agile body and ran towards the emergency passage of the cabin amid the exclamation of the stewardess. The mission failed without a doubt. Regardless of the dirty ghosts waiting for him to cooperate on the wing, he wanted to escape from here. Mu-bai turned around with an expressionless face and gently knocked on the wooden table. Crackle. The endless thunder gathered in an orderly manner into a pure thunder dragon amid the screams of all the passengers in the cabin. The faint dragon power and the crackling sound made it even more domineering. Did I let you go? The sound fell. The thunder dragon roared past. The whole cabin was filled with thunder roaring, and they were proclaiming judgment on the ants who violated the majesty of the thunder monarch. The Thousand Faces man who ran towards the emergency passage felt an unprecedented threat. The last time he experienced this state was when he was assassinating a level 6 purple gold ability user. Armament color coverage. In an emergency state, he strengthened the weak parts of his body with armament color, and the dark armament color armor appeared on his body one after another. Mu-bai, surrounded by lightning, was like a king in thunder. The ultra-high speed and destructive power of the thunder fruit were undoubtedly the prediction of crushing the Thousand Faces man. The roaring thunder dragon pierced through the chest of the Thousand Faces man in an instant. The heart position originally covered by armament color was violently exploded. There was no defense at all. Crackle. Under the shining electric light, everyone was afraid to stick to the edge of the cabin and dared not move forward at all, because there was a vast current under their feet. The Thousand Faces man, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, was repeatedly electrocuted by the remaining power of the thunder dragon just as he was about to spit out blood. The blood in his throat evaporated instantly, and the taste of rust lingered in his mouth. The wound on the heart continued to expand, and in an instant, the body of the Thousand Faces man was cut into two halves by Mu-bai. The scene was so bloody that ordinary people would feel sick. But the faint smell of meat floating in the cabin was even more terrifying. After killing the Thousand Faces man, Mu-bai lightly snapped his fingers, and all the lightning that surged out of his body was collected back into his body. As for the original power in the plane, there was no fluctuation at all. From this point of view, it is enough to show Mu-bai's absolute control over the fruit. Don't panic, everyone. This person wanted by the official Xia country has been killed by me. Seeing everyone standing there in a daze, Mu-bai, who was facing the first-class cabin, said softly, although a little cold, but no different from an ordinary big boy. It's Mu-bai, little god of the country. Hack it. Hack it. Hack it. It's Mu-bai. I'm actually sitting on the same plane with the champion of the National League. Obviously, when Mu-bai showed his face, the economy class civilians, who were originally a little afraid, shouted loudly, which made Mu-bai's scalp numb. Good guy. I'm not a star idol. Is there any need to be so crazy? As a commoner, He defeated the children of various aristocratic families, scored full marks in the college entrance examination, and defeated Jiang Buming, who had been known as the first genius of Xia country for more than 10 years in the National League, and dominated all his peers. He has multiple fruit abilities, and also has a 1 in a million domineering aura, and has developed and used it to such a high level. After the battle at the Imperial City venue, he turned into a black dragon that flew in the clouds, just like the ancient Qin Shi Huang who ruled the world with the same writing and the same track. It can be said that Mu Bai's deeds are the identity of a child of destiny in the eyes of anyone, and in the eyes of ordinary people. He is undoubtedly the sealing figure of other people's children. On the dome of the plane, the black murderous aura of the fierce ghost fell gracefully, and it was Xiao He who had killed the dirty ghost. The cold-blooded boy kneeled on one knee and said respectfully, "Master, I have killed the assassin with superhuman ice power on the wing of the plane." The boy with blood on his hands is undoubtedly more terrifying. After all, even at such a distance, some people can feel the murderous aura of the other party. Well done. After a simple nod, Mu Bai turned to the maintenance staff and said, "Where is your route manager?" Before the maintenance staff could speak, there was a sound of earth-shaking footsteps in the distance. Those who didn't know would think that a heavy truck was rolling over. A little giant in a suit and tie, and with a big belly ran over from the bow of the plane. His fat body undoubtedly made others dumbfounded. After all, in this era of martial arts, fat people like this are still rare. The supervisor, who weighed at least 400 pounds, ran over panting. After seeing Mu Bai, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said apologetically, "Mr. Mu Bai, I'm really sorry. It's our airport security personnel who failed to do their job. We will compensate you for your mental damage on the West Wilderness route. Please accept it." The route manager bowed at 90 degrees and said sincerely, fearing that Mu Bai would blame him. Interesting. Compared to the so-called compensation, Mu Bai was more interested in this mountain-like man. In his observation, the life force of this steward was amazing, and he should have mastered the ability of life return. A person who can still be so fat with the blessing of life return is either a genius or a genius among geniuses. Compared with the contemptuous eyes of others, Mu Bai's eyes were more appreciative. "This steward, what you said is all in the future. I am more concerned about who led the assassin into the plane. If there is a guarantor, the problem is not so simple." Upon hearing this, the route steward who was originally smiling and friendly frowned, and he said very seriously, "Even if Mr. Mu Bai doesn't say it, I will find out. Xiao Lu, go to the monitoring room and take a look." When he ordered his subordinates to check, he squinted his eyes and carefully instructed, "By the way, I was a little rude just now and forgot to introduce myself. My name is Duan Heishan, and I graduated from Zhonghui University." Duan Heishan said with a smile. Even though he was much older than Mu Bai, he did not look down on him. On the contrary, he was extremely respectful. "You're welcome. So we're still alumni." Mu Bai smiled in return. During this time, he paid more attention to the people in the first-class cabin. Sure enough, in such anxious torture, some people looked very abnormal. Just like they had eaten a lot of aioli gay and then ate 10 bottles of mustard. Xiao Lu, who came back from the monitoring room not long ago, leaned over Duan Heishan's ear and reported everything he saw in the monitoring to him. Duan Heishan, who knew everything, said to Mu Bai respectfully, "Mr. Mu Bai, I will give you a satisfactory result." He knew what was going on. With his big belly and huge body, he pushed away several first-class merchants behind him with a sense of oppression. "What are you doing? Suspect that one of us is an accomplice of the assassin? Is this how your Xiagua Aerospace Administration handles things?" A sharp female voice suddenly sounded, criticizing the barbarity and unreasonableness of the West Desert route with an accusatory tone. Just when the merchants in front were about to get angry, Duan Heishan glanced at them sideways. "Get out of the way." The calm words matched the body like a hill, and the squinting eyes showed a gleam of light. The first-class merchants, who were frozen in place, realized that they were just rich. But the other party had both money and power. The manager of the West Desert route was not comparable to an ordinary family. In other words, the fat man in front of them was someone they had to look up to. Duan Heishan's strong arms directly overturned everyone. With his agile body, he quickly came to a noble lady, who was the one who condemned the West Desert route before. As expected, the person who stirs up trouble the most is the most suspicious. According to the surveillance, you boarded the plane with a thousand faces man pretending to be your husband. Don't tell me you don't know his true identity. Duan Haishan squatted down and said slowly. The panicked lady screamed as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Ah. Yes. 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 I was deceived by him. I didn't know if he was my husband at all. So my husband has been killed, Wu. She cried, and covered her face with her hands pretending to shed tears. But Mu Bai, who had superb eyesight, couldn't see the expression on the other person's face. Not even a tear fell. How could he do it like this? He was so fake. It was so fake that Mu Bai suspected that the acting skills of the young handsome guy in his previous life could beat this middle-aged woman with noble airs. Duan Haishan, who couldn't bear it any longer, asked the security personnel to drag the middle-aged lady, who screamed like a pig, into the storage room, and handed her over to the local supervision department for processing when the plane landed in Taiping City, Ming Province. After the incident, Mu Bai and the steward exchanged a few pleasantries and returned to the privileged cabin to wait for the plane to land. After he left, the economy and first-class cabins were still discussing Mu Bai's affairs. Some people who were quick-witted and quick-handed even uploaded the video of him killing the Thousand Faces man with a thunderbolt to the internet, which caused a huge uproar. Of course, the Thousand Faces man's fate in the video was obviously a bit illegal. So for the sake of review, he still put a vague mosaic. Soon after, a large number of messages emerged under Mu Bai's fireworks account, which scared Xiao Bai, a loli who was playing with Mu Bai's mobile phone. Master, there are so many people. Why are these people's comments so strange? And there are also these dynamic pictures. Xiao Bai, who was exposed to the internet for the first time, was obviously very interested. Compared with the ghost king Xiao He, who was sitting in front of the bookshelf reading paper books, she liked new things more. Mu Bai took the phone and saw that his official certified account had been changed to the image ambassador of Xiaogui Youth and the champion of the 23rd National League. The comments under the account were like a heavy rain. As soon as Mu Bai clicked refresh, there were thousands of comments, all of which were MBNB. Some people even added carefully designed dynamic pictures. I love you like Mu Bai's electricity. Passionate. The picture was exactly the scene of Mu Bai killing the Thousand Faces man. And there was a beating heart in the center of the picture. Mu Bai just felt a black line on his forehead. These netizens are too talented. I wish you good luck. The dynamic picture was still the scene of killing the Thousand Faces man unexpectedly. There were a lot of replies under this dynamic picture. The mountains and rivers are peaceful and quiet. Thank you. Mu Bai. Thank you for being here. I forwarded this to the loving family group. I hope my daughter can get into her ideal high school next year. The country is peaceful and the people are safe. Thank you. Classmate Mu Bai. I hope that with your help, my useless kid can get into his ideal university. Repost the Koi Mu Bai. Stay young and live forever. The singing and dancing master, looking for a spouse. I am 23 years old this year. I have a normal IQ and can avoid rain on rainy days. I have mastered many skills, including sleeping and eating. As the owner of the account, Mu Bai is increasingly confused about who is leaving messages under his account. The elderly who chat about their daily lives, the men and women who post blind date posts, and the parents of candidates who forward messages as if they were coy. Mu Bai, who had not opened the social interface for a long time, found that the number of his fans had reached an astonishing 40 million. You should know that in this world, all internet users have real names, and the supervision is extremely strict. Data falsification does not exist at all, which means that these 40 million people are all real people. After thinking about it, Mu Bai posted a photo of himself and 4 stewardesses on the platform, and wrote, "Friends, I'm back." Next, he quickly closed the Spark software, and the world became much quieter in an instant. Since the plane was about to land, the stewardesses in the privileged cabin went out to work. There was only him, the lowly Xiao Bai who was playing with dolls, and the ghost king Xiaohe who was quietly reading a book. Just as he was enjoying this quiet moment, a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded in his mind. The qualification system has been fully upgraded and officially entered version 2.0. Mainline task, second stage, find the entrance to the secret realm key guidance. The reward is unknown. The task time limit is 68 hours. And the task completion reward is 400,000 points. The 2-color domineering increases the proficiency by 10,000. And the courage increases by 50 points. As if soaking in a hot spring, Mu Bai, who was sitting on the sofa, felt a surge of blood and a new force flowing through his meridians. It is detected that the host has completed the subsequent tasks in excess, and additional rewards are given. The Golden Lion Ring is upgraded, and the Fruit ability is strengthened. It is detected that the host has obtained the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding to start the puzzle task. The ring with the golden lion head logo in his hand exudes a faint golden light. At the same time, the golden lion head, which was just a dead object, becomes more and more vivid. You can even feel the small air waves spewed out by the lion head when you are close. Open the personal panel. Name, move by level, level 5/experience, 601/1000, Constitution, 623 Armament Hockey, 91800/500000, Grandmaster, Observation Hockey, 488954/500000, Grandmaster, Special, enables the function of temporarily predicting the future, Conqueror Hockey, 601. Second Stage Spirit, including the bonus of the Golden Lion Ring, Kendo, 93502/500000, Grandmaster, 6 Styles, 89250/500000, Grandmaster, Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Awakened, Thunder Fruit, 68%. Equipment, Naginata War God. Black Mysterious Gloves. Hidden Black Robe. Golden Lion Ring +1 enhancement, inlaid with floating fruit. Kyushu Ding Fragment, Mysterious, Items, Devil Fruit Exchange Voucher. Storage Space. Fruit Awakening Voucher. Pet, White Bone Lowly Xiaobai. Supreme Ghost King, Xiaohei, current points. 1.01 million. His physique has broken through to an astonishing 600 points. And his observation hockey is about to break through. His spirit related to his overlord hockey has also broken through 600 points. Sitting on the sofa, Mubai feels that as long as he makes another big breakthrough, he can touch a higher level of overlord hockey. Overlord hockey advanced. Flowing Cherry. The system voice in his mind continued to sound after a pause. Mysterious mission puzzle. The secret of the Kyushu tripod is impossible to explore. Ambitious people have asserted that when the 9 fragments are combined into one, a new era will begin. It is both a key and a treasure. Current mission progress, January 9th. Puzzle mission first stage reward. Star Shining Divine Armor artifact, Mubai, who was shocked by the puzzle mission reward, immediately identified the Star Shining Divine Armor. It was the first time he saw an artifact given in the first stage of a mission. Starry Armor. The illusory armor outlined by stars has extremely strong defensive capabilities. When the user is attacked by a fatal attack, it will actively resist the attack, regardless of the intensity and number. And the duration is 1 second, only 1 chance per month, beyond the ordinary armor. When the owner fills the star power, he can get the power to summon the Star Beast. Within 3 hours, the Star Beast will obey the order of the armor owner to attack. Armor that subverts common sense. After swallowing the power of the stars, it can strengthen the armor strength and improve the user's qualifications, cooperating with the system. The condition is limited to only human Mubai. After hearing the 4-word Star Beast, Mubai opened his eyes suddenly, and suddenly recalled the dream he had on the eve of going to Beihai City to take the provincial examination that night. Countless giant beasts in the void surrounded the stars emitting candlelight. Is there any connection between the two? The third characteristic mentioned by the system undoubtedly made Mubai uneasy. As we all know, aptitude is innate, and it is harder to improve aptitude than to ascend to heaven. Even now, the academic community is still engaged in a long-lasting and fierce debate on whether humans can step into the 9th-level divine realm. Is there no upper limit to aptitude improvement? Mubai asked in his heart as he drank half a cup of coffee. Reply to the host. No. Only me? Reply to the host. Yes. After a moment of silence, Mubai looked at the gradually slowing scene outside the window and asked the question he wanted to know most. What is the power of the stars? Devil Fruit. Ming Province. At the gate of Zhongwu University. At this moment, the sun is scorching, and many parents of special admissions students are anxiously waiting outside the school gate. The so-called special admissions are the privileges and rewards of the school that wins the championship in the National League every year. The school can test those with outstanding talents. If they succeed, they will be admitted as freshmen in advance. And the admitted students will also receive privileges and resources far beyond ordinary freshmen. The parents were talking about it, praising each other in their children's upbringing. Those who didn't know would think they were performing crosstalk. Most of these people came from middle-class families, and more of them were neither high nor low. The children of the aristocratic families of the big families had already cooperated with major universities, and almost all the talented children would have determined the school before going to school. There were even fewer who were specially recruited like this. Child. Come on. When you stand out, I will buy you a full set of game equipment. You must seize the opportunity. Come on. Girl. Mom is waiting for you here. The students led by Director Liang entered the school one after another. Some parents even secretly bribed Director Liang just now, which made him laugh and cry. He declined all the gifts. After all, no one dared to accept gifts in front of the gate of Wuhan University. Besides, the amount of hundreds of thousands was a lot in the eyes of ordinary middle-class people. But Director Liang, who was in the late Diamond Level 5, was too lazy to pick up the money. A painless cultivation medicinal material cost millions of dollars. And these drizzles were really unnecessary. As he was speaking, Director Liang suddenly felt a very fast presence moving in the distance. Almost at the moment when he used his observation hockey to perceive it. The other party arrived at the gate of Wuhan University. The young and strong security guard saluted and greeted the visitor. Are you kidding? If Mu Bai hadn't won the National League Championship and the school had not received funding, would his salary have doubled? Welcome Mu Bai back to Wuhan University. After saying that, the security guard quickly removed the gate fence, and his respectful attitude was almost like rolling out a red carpet for Mu Bai. After hearing the name Mu Bai, the crowd of parents outside the door quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures and shouted "Koi" or something. Most of the students standing behind Director Liang felt their cheeks slightly hot. This was too embarrassing. Mu Bai, wearing a black classic suit, had just handled the assassination incident at the airport and returned to Wuhan University without stopping. On the way, he had a good chat with Duan Haishan, who was resting on the ground. Mu Bai, with his handsome face and noble demeanor, was obviously a standout. Although he was only 1 or 2 years older, these young people who came to take the special recruitment exam still felt inexplicable pressure. Director Liang, long time no see, Mu Bai said with a smile. He had not seen Director Liang, who recruited him to Wuhan University, for a long time. He did not expect to meet him again when he returned to school today. Director Liang smiled and waved his hand, pointed to the students behind him and said, Mu Bai, long time no see. Even if I heard about your deeds in other countries, I heard that you won the National League Championship just after returning to China. To be honest, I was almost scared to death at that time. Didn't the school give Director Liang a bonus? You have contributed to my coming to Wuhan University. Mu Bai and Director Liang talked as they walked, talking about the recent changes in the school and the major events that have occurred in various regions recently. By the way, if it were you, Mu Bai, I think you could completely serve as an examiner. If you are not busy, how about testing the potential of these little guys with me? Director Liang said with interest. Instead of letting other senior students earn this point, it is better to give it to Mu Bai, who has a stronger strength. In this process, he also wanted these arrogant special recruits to experience how big the gap between them and the top geniuses is. Of course, without hesitation, Mu Bai nodded. The curious reference students also looked at Mu Bai vaguely, unlike the arrogant family prodigy in their impression. Every word this Mu Bai said was very ordinary, just like a familiar big brother next door. Thinking of playing against this year's World League champion, these young people were immediately very excited. Who wouldn't be excited to face the person they usually only see on TV and in newspaper hot searches? There are crazy girls and passionate boys. Of course, there are also people who really want to defeat Mu Bai. The gloomy young man standing at the back of the crowd stared at Mu Bai's back. This is his habit. From childhood to adulthood, he went from a street gangster to an excellent student with excellent character and academic performance. Finally, when he overwhelmed the entire area and became the strongest newcomer, he looked at the first place with this look, until he surpassed him, replaced him. For this, he gave up a lot and put all his efforts into hard training. He was crippled by a broken bone and fell to the ground with a serious injury. But he could still stand up again and bite the strong enemy with his teeth. He was not afraid of authority or strength. He only believed that he was the strongest. Mu Bai, who was very sharp in observation, of course noticed this look. But he didn't care. He just smiled and continued to discuss things with Director Liang with a smile. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at the actual combat venue. The freshmen they met on the way all looked at Mu Bai with fanatical eyes. Hello, Chief. Haha. Chief Mu is back. It's Boss Mu who is back. In the excited crowd, the news that Mu Bai returned to Wuhan University was also spread, and the whole teaching building was filled with the sound of footsteps. The sophomores and juniors would also greet Mu Bai respectfully after seeing him. What they respected was not his status as a freshman, but his strength. The special recruitment candidates looked at the young man standing in the center of the crowd, who was calm and cheerful, with an indescribable mood. When Mubai won the National League Championship, his reputation in Wuda was so great that it could be said that he completely crushed anyone. After watching his battle with Jiang Buming, the Tianju of the capital, it was difficult for everyone to judge him by the standards of college students. The potential dragon of Wuda has emerged. A huge crowd followed Director Liang and his group into the battle venue. The brand new arena and various training equipment undoubtedly made these special recruits from all over the country excited. With the best teacher resources and the best resource allocation, this is likely to be their dream to start a new life. Mubai. Suddenly, a sturdy figure stood in front of Mubai, and the terrifying aura frightened the freshmen around him. I watched the live broadcast of your battle with Jiang Buming. You have become stronger. I hope you don't stop moving forward. Otherwise, I will pull you down from the altar. The person who came was Xiao Wudi. He was holding an iron-blooded spear. He should have just finished training and happened to see Mubai in the crowd. Weakness and ignorance have never been the root cause of personal destruction. Arrogance is. Hearing this, Mubai rubbed his temples and said with a smile, in the face of absolute strength, "What do you say have to do with me? Besides, what identity do you have to talk to me? You are a defeated general. Guess how many moves I need to kill you now?" Holding the recast iron-blooded spear, Xiao Wudi said with a cold face, "Let's go." After that, he squeezed through the crowd with his followers without saying a word. When he was far away from the crowd, Xiao Wudi suddenly leaned against the wall and half knelt on the ground in extreme pain, with a hideous and distorted face like a ghost. "Boss! Are you okay? Boss Xiao." The look of his eyes wide open was very scary. After a long time, Xiao Wudi said dryly, "It's okay." How could it be okay? Just now, he saw the terrifying oppression from Mubai's black pupils, and the sense of shame of being defeated lingered in his heart. In addition, the original hatred for Jiang Buming was transferred to Mubai because of his death. As the owner of the domineering color Domineering, he couldn't stand this feeling, especially when Mubai said a few moves to defeat him. He had an illusion that the other party would kill him in an instant if he took action. Damn it! Mubai on the other side prepared for the test after a simple warning to Xiao Wudi. The eye contact just now also made Mubai read a trace of fear in the other party's unruly eyes, which made him lose interest instantly. And the opponent, who was afraid of deep-seated fear, could not pose a threat to him at all. Just like the fear of the arrogant Doflamingo in the world of One Piece when facing the four emperors Kaido. The Wuhan University students, who followed and spontaneously sat in the audience seats around Director Liang, was quite happy at first. After all, letting these arrogant children embarrass themselves in public can also hone their character. But then an endless stream of students came in groups, and even the teaching teachers came to watch the show, which made Director Liang smile bitterly. If Principal Duan knew about it, he would probably be fined. Ahem. Don't pay attention to the looks around you. This is your first class after entering college. Mubai will be testing you now. He will grade and rank you based on your actual combat abilities. Director Liang, who was scolding and laughing, asked several teachers to manage the students in the audience, and then spoke carefully to the somewhat nervous special recruits. After organizing the situation in the venue, Director Liang became a hands-off boss and handed all 33 special recruits to Mubai. As an assessment teacher, Mubai scanned the 33 people present. Unexpectedly, the strength of these freshmen was not low. Or in other words, they were generally higher in realm than the overall freshman level at that time. Some of them were even about to reach the threshold of level 4 gold. The test is very simple. All 33 of you will attack me together. Let me see your specific strength in actual combat. Let's start now. Mubai spoke loudly and casually, and all 33 special recruits started to act after a short pause. As top students from all over the country, they played the role of academic bullies admired by others in each school. They were outstanding in both learning and actual combat ability. Armament hockey, observation hockey, animal type ability users, superhuman type ability users. Countless moves poured out. And Mubai, who was the target of the attack, reminded, "I can only use the strength below level 3 now. So you can let go." Snapping his fingers lightly, Mubai, who seemed to have foreseen the future, was calm in the chaotic attacks. He easily dodged the chaotic and fierce attacks. From beginning to end, no one could even touch the corner of Mubai's clothes. Even the animal type ability users, who were good at speed and strength, could not touch him at all. In Mubai's eyes at this moment, the movements of the people around him were like slow-motion movies. No matter how gorgeous the moves were, they were too slow. It was me who was too fast. Mu Bai frowned slightly. Mu Bai, who suppressed his strength to level 3, obviously realized something. After a brief adjustment, the slow motion lens in his eyes really became normal. If the realm is too high, even if it is lowered, it will be like an adult playing a simple children's game. And there is no challenge at all. Continuous pointing gun. Suddenly, a sturdy young man hid behind the others and fired a series of finger guns at Mu Bai, who was trying to resolve other people's moves. The person who had taken the monkey fruit jumped out from under his crotch, his sharp claws flashing with silver-white light, and stabbed Mu Bai's eyes while turning and moving. Excuse me, Senior Mu Bai. The dust is everywhere. A very depressed long-haired man not far away sprinkled dust to cover Mu Bai in it. The superhuman dust fruit. Although it looks useless, people covered by dust will move much slower, and their 5 senses will be suppressed to a great extent. Mu Bai, who did not dodge, held his breath, and he really felt that the world had become gray, and his perception of sight and hearing color seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. This fruit ability is very useful for assisting in team battles. Mu Bai even guessed that after this fruit awakens to the limit, it may reach the level of depriving humans of their 5 senses. Unfortunately, it is not used skillfully enough. Mu Bai, who was not panicked, stretched out his arms in an instant by instinct, and held the monkey claws that pierced his eyes with an iron fist. Mu Bai smiled and turned his wrist slightly, knocking the opponent to the ground along with the original user of the dust fruit. Then, the finger gun with sparks came to elbow him. In the opponent's horrified eyes, a palm pressed on his forehead, and before he could react, he was pressed to the ground. Bang! At this time, the gloomy young man Fei who had been watching everyone's actions, moved. The tiger roared. Black lines appeared. The black ink crisscrossed on the white hair to form a king character, and the fierce white flames were pressed down by the tiger's claws. Roar! Tiger roars in the forest. The cat fruit fantasy beast incandescent tiger. It's actually a fantasy beast species. Interesting. I don't know when Yu Qianshou and others appeared here. When they learned that Mu Bai had returned, they rushed back from the secret realm as soon as possible. It seems that this junior is the strongest among the entire special recruits. But even so, it's useless to face an opponent of Mu Bai's level. He has suppressed his strength to the lowest. Lin Zhan, who was full of murderous aura, said slowly, and the student sitting outside him felt like sitting in an ice cave. As a double-blade swordsman who adheres to the way of killing, Lin Zhan has been immersed in the way of swordsmanship these days, and has been killing people in the secret realm of the Practical Academy group action. At this moment, his murderous aura has penetrated into his bones, and even his words and deeds are cold. The slightly tired teacher Lei certainly knows that Lin Zhan is talking about Mu by suppressing his strength. It seems that Lin Zhan has made rapid progress in the Blood Demon secret realm, not only in strength but also in vision. At the venue, Mu Bai, who had dealt with everyone neatly, brushed off the dust on his body and said with interest, "The fantasy beast species is very precious. I hope you have the ability to control it. You, and you. The 4 of you have the highest realm and the strongest aura among the 33 people. Let me see what you are good at." Mu Bai smiled and pointed at the other 3 people who were still standing. The punk-style boy, the beautiful girl with smooth skin, and the beret boy who was as tall as a child. The 3 people who were pointed out had different expressions. The punk-style metal-dressed boy looked at the domineering Fei Hu and smiled contemptuously. "See? If you, a stupid cat, can't deal with him, I will take action." Stupid cat. The furious fierce tiger stepped on the white flames and forced the opponent into the corner with a tiger pounce. The breathtaking white flame swept over. "Damn! You attacked me! Don't blame me!" Zhao Yi, dressed in punk style, approached Fei Hu at a very fast speed. Just when he was about to touch the opponent's chest with both hands, a figure intervened in the fight between the two. It was Mu Bai. He held the tiger's forehead with his left hand and threw it to the ground. With his right hand, he grabbed the metal earphone on Zhao Ye's chest and threw the opponent's body into the air. White flames and the aftermath of the sudden explosion flowed past Mu Bai's side. "Don't make a mistake. From your perspective, the purpose of this test is to defeat me together, not to fight internally." He waved his hand to extinguish the hot air wave, and a strong electric current shot out along Mu Bai's fingertips. The 2 people whose offensive was resolved by Mu Bai moved very quickly. Almost at the moment of landing, they adjusted their posture to deal with the lightning attack. The difference was that Fei Hu used the white flame to slide, while Zhao Yi directly touched the ground with his hands to create an explosion to interfere with the lightning. The Braid Boy spit out the gummy in his mouth, and his instantly swollen arms turned into colorful materials to block. If Mu Bai guessed correctly, the smell should be gummy. During this period, the boy kept adjusting the sphere, as if he was making some preparations. The coolly dressed beautiful girl stared at Mu Bai with innocent eyes, like a poor person abandoned by a scumbag. Her touching expression made many singles in the audience boil. If it was Mu Bai who was taking the test, he would have to give this schoolgirl a back door. It is understandable to let her off just based on her looks. What are you looking at me for? Mu Bai, who manipulated the lightning as if he was the god of thunder, ignored the other party's eyes indifferently. You should treat this place as a battlefield of blood and flesh grinding, not a game of house. Otherwise you will die miserably. After saying that, he directly raised the lightning energy level under the girl's feet. Unexpectedly, the girl was the easiest to dodge lightning among the 4 people, because even the surging thunder only gently passed through the surface of her smooth and white skin. Such performance also made him understand the other party's devil fruit, the superhuman slippery fruit, which has the effect of making the body extremely smooth, and can effectively dodge when facing blunt weapons. The body swinging gracefully to dodge lightning is like dancing a graceful classical dance on a sea of knives and fire. Elegant. Too elegant. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai thought speechlessly that if he increased the volts of the current, the other party would become a pile of black charcoal more elegantly. Overall, the fruit development is not bad. Now it can effectively dodge weak lightning, and in the future it may greatly improve the avoidance of all damage. The 4 people with different performances were undoubtedly very outstanding. Among them, Zhao Yi and Fei Hu, who were good at attacking, launched an attack on Mu Bai from opposite sides at the same time after looking at each other. Shave! The tip of his toes stepped on the ground and set off several continuous explosions. For a moment, the venue was really full of sparks and lightning. With the help of the powerful explosion, Zhao Yi jumped into the air. The powerful whip kick kicked directly at Mu Bai's face. At the same time, in another direction, Fei Hu in animal form was raging, and the soul-stirring white flames condensed into a fiery tiger phantom, jumped down in the space distorted by high temperature. Seeing Fei Hu's actions, Zhao Yi also calmed down a lot. He threw away his baseball cap with a little arrogance, and his legs began to explode slightly in the air with the help of weak friction. In the end, he directly changed track in the middle of the way. Mu Bai, who was watching all directions and listening to all directions, was obviously not hit. After all, when the opponent kicked this whip kick in the air, he noticed the ups and downs of Zhao Yi's thigh muscles. Temporary change of attack is useless for those who are proficient in observation hockey, but will be more harmful than beneficial. Suddenly, Mu Bai turned his body sideways. In the blink of an eye, a sharp whip kick hit Zhao Yi's lower abdomen. The terrifying force made him spit blood, and the leg kick with explosion also missed. The fruit is used properly, but the physical fitness is too poor. Mu Bai whispered before the opponent flew backwards. The ability to create explosions out of thin air at will is very strong. Mu Bai guessed that the opponent should be a superhuman explosion fruit. It can be seen that there are still a few of these new students without fruits. After all, the truly talented people have more courage and confidence to pick their own devil fruits between life and death in the dangerous environment of the devil space. But this does not mean that those without fruits are necessarily waste. After all, nearly half of the current Xia country's thrones do not have fruits. The surging river is not about the speed of the moment, but the long history. Damn it! Zhao Yi, who was kicked away, covered his lower abdomen with an ugly face and retreated far away. A sweet and uncontrollable taste of blood surged into his mouth. Is my physical fitness too poor? Zhao Yi asked himself with difficulty and disbelief. He had never been defeated in the area where he lived. As long as he used the power of the fruit, he could blow the opponent to pieces. He had never had a long-term fight. After repelling Zhao Yi, who possessed the explosion fruit, Mu Bai turned back calmly, blinking his dark golden pupils in front of the fiery tiger, and an invisible aura rose in the venue. This guy, Director Liang, who was watching the video, felt that every hair stood up. When he looked up, he saw the scene of Mu Bai releasing his aura. The terrifying mythical creature that suppressed the 8 desolations was vaguely on the paper. It was a black real dragon that was above all things. Fantasy Beast Seed Fruit. How many secrets does Mu Bai have hidden? At this moment, Director Liang of the admissions office couldn't help but think of the young man, who was full of vigor and vitality in high school. All the promises he made at the time were fulfilled. The two words Wuda and Mu Bai were also tied together early. The fierce white tiger-shaped flames were extinguished silently the next moment after the opponent's black dragon aura. And the sturdy Fei Hu also clamped his tail in such fear. As soon as the dragon's might with the domineering aura was released. Not to mention the freshman Fei Hu. Even the teacher Lei Wuxiang sitting in the audience was stunned. Unlike others, he had already judged that Mu Bai's opponent's strength must have surpassed his own at this moment just by this aura. Did this kid grow up eating Jean Kala? Some time ago. In the National League, the opponent's aura was still inferior to his own. But now, he has surpassed him in such a short time. Even Lei Wuxiang, who has seen a lot of people, couldn't help but break his defense. Of course, he was more relieved. After all, it is normal and proud for a teacher to teach a student who is stronger than himself. Can you bear it when I suppress the aura to the early stage of the third level? It seems that the fruit you ate should be the sick cat fruit. Seeing the other party's eyes full of fear, Mu Bai pointed it out mercilessly. There is no construction without destruction. Facing a strong enemy, you cannot dare to attack rashly. But you must not be frightened and stagnant. If you stay in place and are suppressed by the aura, you can't even escape. Roar! Fei Hu, whose arrogance was shattered, fell into silence. He kept telling himself not to be afraid. The more he thought about it, the more relaxed he became. After a few seconds, he adjusted his mentality and was knocked away by the sudden lightning. Mu Bai threw down a few strands of white hair in his hand and commented, I can see that you are adjusting spontaneously. But time is too slow. I can kill you 100 times with this time. Senior, you are so awesome, the beautiful girl with the slippery fruit said with stars in her eyes. Mu Bai smiled slightly when he saw that the other party was so relaxed. 30 million volts. Thunder Dragon. As soon as the voice fell, countless lightning streams flowed together to form a ferocious roaring thunder dragon. Go! Several thunder dragons wrapped around Mu Bai's arms. After receiving the master's order, these thunder dragons roared like dragons and rushed to the students, who were still standing around. Hack! It's Senior Mu Bai's thunder fruit ability. Get out of the way! All those hit by the thunder dragons lost their ability to fight, and fell to the ground with black smoke all over their bodies. It's no wonder that Director Liang didn't allow parents of students to enter here. Which parent can remain calm when seeing their children being beaten? Even if they don't say anything on the spot, they will be unhappy afterwards. It's better not to see them. Several thunder dragons attacked the students who didn't dodge in time. Of course, the one who was taken special care of was the agile slippery fruit ability user, who told her to be so good at hiding. Surrounded by thunder dragons, the girl said helplessly, you are indeed impartial. No wonder my brother said you are a good person. Lin Zhan's face turned cold on the seat. Why did this guy say anything during the test? 9-day invincible wind and fire wheels. Suddenly, a ball inlaid with many soft candies turned from the edge of the ring. The armed color domineering attached to the whole body made Mu Bai's eyes bright. This pure armed color domineering can be compared with himself when he first entered the school. Under Mu Bai's control, several thunder dragons hit the soft candy ball one after another. But after a burst of lightning and sparks, they were swallowed by the flowing soft candy. Li Xiaotang, a beret boy driving the soft candy chariot, had bright eyes. He firmly believed that he could quickly approach Mu Bai with his old driver's skills and swallow the opponent in an instant. Z-shaped dodge. Overtake on the curve. Big monkey leaps forward. Crusade. The 2-meter-long gummy sphere dodged effectively in a zigzag route, brushing past countless thunder dragons. Even if it collided, it would be offset by the armed color domineering on the surface of the gummy. It can be said that Li Xiaotang was the most impressive person on the stage at this moment. This middle school boy was very skilled in the development of fruit and the use of armed color, and was one of the few characters that made Mu Bai's eyes light up. During the rapid leap of the gummy chariot, the series of move names made people's scalps numb. If you call out a move once, it's fine. But why do you call out the name of the move twice for one move? Mu Bai raised his hand and condensed the vibration ball cover, and then charged it to bombard the void in front of him. Suddenly, countless turbulences poured into the venue, and countless dense cracks also made the void vibrate. Mu Bai swore that this was the ability of the Tremor fruit that he had suppressed to the early stage of the third level. But even so, the only people who had not been blown away on the entire stage were the original 4. Among them, the gummy chariot that was still advancing at full speed automatically evolved 4 legs and firmly grasped the ground of the stage. The other 3 were also moving slowly, with the help of the chariot. Beauty? What's your name? Lin Yuan. Senior Mu Bai is too strong. Even if he is suppressed to level 3, we are not his opponent. So we have to surrender? Li Xiaotang, who was chewing gum in the chariot, said leisurely. His mouth was numb from shouting the names of the moves. Bullshit. There is a saying that one is willing to sacrifice his life to pull down the emperor. The 4 of us will work together to defeat Senior Mu Bai, Fei Hu said seriously with messy hair in the wind. Go! Go! The 4 people worked together and took the lead in attacking Mu Bai with the soft candy chariot as a shield in the strong wind. Let's see how hard it is. Mu Bai, who looked like a demon god, punched the speeding soft candy chariot with a random punch. In an instant, the armed color domineering on the surface of the chariot was easily broken. Li Xiaotang, who was hiding in the soft candy, was frightened and quickly wrapped the very sticky soft candy around Mu Bai's bulging arms. The original soft candy chariot also turned into a sticky flowing behemoth and opened its mouth to swallow Mu Bai. It is a wise choice to keep a distance without knowing the opponent. The extremely pure armed color domineering covered the arm, and the flowing soft candy could not touch the opponent's skin at all. The frightened Li Xiaotang hurriedly shouted, Zhao Yi, I hack your ancestors. Come on. I'm going to be beaten to death. Zhao Yi, with blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth after spitting out the soft candy, jumped into the air. When his palm touched Mu Bai's waist, he said coldly, Black Shark Missile. The flames of the explosion shot up into the sky. The vast electric light pierced the sky, and the powerful explosion was easily suppressed by the current and vibration. Under Zhao Ye's horrified eyes, the other freshmen were instantly touched on the forehead by Mu Bai. Even Lin Yuan, who had eaten the slippery fruit, was no exception. Fei Hu, who was in animal form, was directly beaten back to human form. Very good, but the actual combat ability is too poor. Mu Bai, who finished the battle, commented with a smile. At the same time, he also spoke about the weaknesses and strengths of each special recruit, winning thunderous applause from the students of Wu University. In the battle, he was able to observe the specific situation of the 33 special recruits in a comprehensive and detailed manner, and then make judgments. Such a level of perception shows that Mu Bai has reached the pinnacle in the study of observation hockey. Senior Mu, did you still use the 3rd level strength in the last second? Fei Hu came to Mu Bai and said seriously. No. Fei Hu was obviously stunned for a moment after hearing the answer, but then he fell into a stagnation. When passing by Fei Hu, Mu Bai whispered, half. Fei Hu was completely silent and dumbfounded. No wonder. After leaving the town, he relied on the power of the fantasy beast species to defeat his peers all the way. But when he met a monster among monsters, like Mu Bai at his peak, it would be a lie to say that his heart was not damaged. Fei Hu's self-esteem does not allow him to fail so miserably. I will work hard. I will definitely defeat you in the future. Senior Mu Bai? Seeing that Mu Bai was about to leave the venue, Fei Hu shouted loudly, and his serious expression did not seem to be a joke. The other sighed and said, in Mu Bai's era, the top geniuses of decades above and below may be eclipsed. When humans climb mountains, they can at least see the misty top of the mountain at the bottom of the mountain. But when the gap in strength between people reaches a certain gap, ordinary efforts can no longer cross this gap. What is needed is opportunity, chance, and the support of noble people. The figure of Mu Bai in front paused, and an encouraging voice came. Then let me see your future progress. After saying that, he smiled and finally left the venue. His body turned into invisible electricity and disappeared in an instant. In front of the corridor of the principal's office, endless thunder gathered into Mu Bai's body. He had just sensed the attention of Principal Duan. Principal, I'm back. The crisp knock on the door rang 3 times. Duan Zia in the principal's office was reviewing documents and said without raising his head, come in. It was the second time that Mu Bai entered the principal's office. Every time he could feel that there seemed to be other creatures hidden in this space. But the unreal feeling was not very obvious. After noticing Mu Bai's expression, Principal Duan put down his pen and crossed his hands and said, how was the harvest this time? Or did you get the artifact fragment? I got it. Mu Bai sat on the sofa opposite without any hesitation. He told Principal Duan what he saw and heard in the Black Sand secret realm truthfully. When Mu Bai talked about the Dragon King, his face fluctuated slightly. I didn't expect this trip to the west would be so dangerous. Even the Dragon King of the West Wing Kingdom took action. You've worked hard. Mu Bai. Then Principal Duan, as Mu Bai's patron, described in detail the role and effect of the Jiuzhou Ding fragments. and also described the determination of the top leaders to collect the Jiuzhou Ding artifact. In short, the Jiuzhou Ding fragments have no effect on Mu Bai at this moment, and everyone under the throne cannot drive the Jiuzhou Ding fragments. Those who want to force it will die in the double collapse of body and soul in the end. Without exception, what I want to tell you is that although the Jiuzhou Ding fragments are powerful, there are too many secrets contained in them. I can communicate with the top management to exchange the Jiuzhou Ding fragments in your hand with some artifacts. What do you think? After analyzing the pros and cons for Mu Bai, Duanzia looked at this proud son with a smile on his face. He also wanted to know what Mu Bai would think. Mu Bai frowned slightly while leaning on his chin. He certainly knew that Principal Duan was thinking about himself and wanted to exchange the useless Jiuzhou Ding fragments in his hand for a usable artifact. But the well-behaved Mu Bai said awkwardly, I may not be able to take out the fragment of Jiuzhou Ding. Principal Duan, who was used to it, stroked his white beard and thought that Mu Bai was reluctant to part with the fragment of the Chinese artifact that shocked China and foreign countries. He was about to persuade him, but was confused by Mu Bai's next sentence. It has been integrated into my spirit and soul. I think I can't get it out even if I die. Mu Bai said with a wry smile. When he used the fragment of Jiuzhou Ding, he didn't feel the feeling of exploding and dying. Instead, he felt refreshed every time he used it. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Principal Duan lost his composure. He ignored Mu Bai and controlled the Fubuki fruit to clean up the campus city within a radius of 10 kilometers. Duanzia, with a frown on his face, took a long time to release his perception. He said solemnly, Mu Bai, have you told this to others? Or does anyone else know that you can use the power of the Jiuzhou Ding fragment? Facing the serious face of Principal Duan, Mu Bai obviously realized the seriousness of the problem. He stood up and said slowly, no one knows. I have only told you. Principal Duan, from beginning to end. Duanzia, with his hands crossed, looked at Mu Bai for a long time. When Mu Bai felt his scalp tingling, he said leisurely, the whole world is exploring how to step into the 9th level from the 8th level. After all, only by stepping into the 9th level can you gain the absolute right to speak in the entire human world and have the ability to integrate global resources to create a new era. Speaking of this, even Duanzia, who has always claimed to be a fairy in wine, couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness. Some have forced their way through other top-level dimensional worlds. Some have mixed the marrow and body of gods into their bodies. And some have simply given up being human. But they all failed. Mu Bai, do you know why? After thinking for a long time, Mu Bai tried to say, because of the world level limit? In his impression, the only thing that can limit high-level existence is the world level. Just like it is impossible for a small dimensional world to have a level 5 existence. And it is impossible for a medium-dimensional world to have a level 7 existence. The limit of the world level is absolutely irresistible. The only way to solve it is to improve the level of the world so that a higher-level existence can be born. No. Duanzia, who completely blocked the principal's office, shook his head and said, there was once a level 9 god on this land. Even the suppressed god cannot deny that it is a level 9 existence. Principal Duan seemed to be recalling the past. And he told the secret of the year. The breeze blew a green leaf through the window, and countless memories of the past came to his mind. Even Mu Bai, a time traveler who had obtained the system, was shocked after listening to Principal Duan's story. About 40 years ago, under the general environment of the collapse of the original world order, the world gradually entered a new pattern in 10 years. The era of hot weapons rule came to an end, and strategic weapons with the imperial throne as the standard completely entered the stage of the era. The countries that once dominated the world fell apart. The most famous one was the Rising Sun country, where all 320 million civilians died in the streets within 3 days. The modern streets were filled with pungent blood, and it was too conservative to describe it as a sea of blood and corpses. The top leaders at that time announced that this was an invasion of some kind of germs from another world. And then, there was no sound. It was not until the neighboring Xia country sent people to investigate the situation that they knew about the tragic scene in the local area. There was no trace of people in the whole country, and even animals and insects disappeared. This is a dead country. Countless special symbols are marked on all the buildings in the whole country. These symbols should have special abilities passed down from another world. In the capital of the Rising Sun country, a huge blood cocoon connecting the whole country is growing vigorously. At that time, the chief of the special investigators of Xia country realized that the divine creature that had not yet been born was powerful. Once the other party was born, It would directly enter the divine system of this world. After the other party fully grew up, the whole world would be completely controlled by it. Several level 8 emperors saw their heads and bodies being separated on the spot. The creature bred in the blood cocoon also seemed to sense the crisis, and it was forced to be born in advance. The blood was surging, and the entire rising sun continent was shrouded in the sea of blood. And the creature that was born also killed the level 8 emperors one after another when it was born. It absorbed the nutrients of the level 8 emperor and became stronger, and was about to break through the peak state of the level 8 and completely enter the unmatched level 9 divine realm. At this critical moment, Yin Tianzheng, holding the Emperor Hao's sword, took action. As the world's recognized strongest man at that time, he founded the first martial arts school in Xia country, Shongwu University. 10 years ago, with the record of killing the Son of Pain, he was far beyond the ordinary emperor. The strength of the peak of level 8 is incredible today, but it was the top of the world 40 years ago. He fought with the blood god for 3 days and 3 nights with the dark fruit, and finally killed the pseudo-level 9 existence at sunrise on the 4th day. Is this the end of the story? Of course not. After the battle, for some unknown reason, Yin Tianzheng disappeared completely, along with the Emperor Hao's sword that drank all the blood of the alien race. After that, this matter was sealed as a secret-level document in Xia country, and the divine creature born in the blood cocoon was also confirmed to be a pseudo-level 9 existence, codenamed Blood God. When Duanxia told this, Mu Bai couldn't help but say, the devil fruit will return to the devil tree world after the host dies. Some time ago, the human clone of the two-faced Buddha obtained the dark fruit. Could it be that Yin Tianzheng has died long ago? Not sure. Mu Bai wants to tell you that there is a way to enter the 9th level. The warm sunlight hit the study, making Duanxia look like an old immortal. Even with an old face, people can feel the vigorous vitality. What method? Mu Bai was also very curious. Sometimes it is crucial to listen to the experience of predecessors. At least they have stepped into the pitfalls that you will step into in the future before. Duanxia lowered his voice and said, the first is the most reliable way. Collecting the fragments of Jojo Ding and taking the luck that suppresses Jojo into the body will make you a being that surpasses the Emperor. As for the second point, speaking of this, Duanxian said to Mu Bai meaningfully, others may not be able to do it, but you should be able to do it after swallowing 3 devil fruits in a row and mastering 3 types of devil fruits. Devil fruit? Hearing this, Mu Bai certainly understood the meaning of Principal Duan's words. Although his action of entering the devil tree realm in Beihai City was secretive, it could not escape the perception of the 8th level emperor. It is estimated that the emperor, who was in charge of Beihai City, told Duanxia about this. Thinking of this, Mu Bai broke out in a cold sweat. If Duanxia had any ill intentions or was dissatisfied with his unauthorized actions, it would be easy for him to control him. Principal. No need to explain. Everyone has secrets. You have secrets. I have secrets. As long as what you do does not violate the direction of the country, and does not cause serious losses, you can do what you want. If he had not been protected by the principal, he would have become research material in the laboratory. It would not be a big deal for him to break the rules and enter the devil tree realm again. Thinking of this, Mu Bai stood up and bowed deeply to Principal Duan to thank him. Principal, the second method you mentioned is not related to the dark fruit. Right? Mu Bai said thoughtfully. In the world of One Piece, as a devil fruit controlled by the 4 emperors Blackbeard, the dark fruit is undoubtedly a mysterious existence. It can dissolve the opponent's fruit ability like sea stone, create a dark space for swallowing, and extract the devil fruit in other people's bodies. It is unknown whether there are other abilities. It can be said that among many devil fruits, the dark fruit is the biggest outlier and the absolute nemesis of all devil fruits. Principal Duan, who was touching his chin, was stunned for a moment and then said, yes. This is what my master Yin Tianzheng once said. After he defeated the Dark Sun, who was known as the strongest emperor, he once sighed that he had found a new way to advance to the 9th level. And the foundation of everything was the dark fruit. Master? It seems that Principal Duan was once Yin Tianzheng's disciple. After the two-faced Buddha clone was killed, the dark fruit naturally returned to the demon tree realm. So it seems that if I want to get this devil fruit, I need to enter the demon tree realm again. But thinking of the world consciousness of the demon tree realm hating him so much that it even used its power to give the monster the black dragon fruit to hunt him down, Mu Bai felt that if he entered violently again, he would most likely fall directly into the demon tree realm. Does the principal have any treasure that can block the will of the world? Is it important to you? Very important. Hearing the student's firm words, Duan Zia, as the principal, thought for a while and said, It's possible there. Let's do this. In 4 months, the secret ocean realm will be opened in Donghai City, Donghai Province. I heard that there is a device that can temporarily block the will of the world among the exchange rewards there. He can wait for 4 months, regardless of other reasons. He has to enter the demon tree realm again, even if it is to upgrade the star god armor. The next time he enters, he will have to plunder a lot, even if it is not impossible to empty the fruits of the entire demon tree realm. Mu Bai touched his nose and thought secretly. Mu Bai, who returned to Wuda, also started a new round of training. Unlike other students from the Practical Academy, Mu Bai entered dozens of intermediate dimensional worlds for training in the following time. Yu Qianshou, Hung Yuan and others who were with Mu Bai also participated one after another. The more they fought side by side with Mu Bai, the more they could feel the gap in strength. Even at the end of this semester, Lei Wuxiang personally served as Mu Bai's opponent in the freshman final examination of the Practical Academy and started a fierce battle with him. Although the superhuman slow fruit is powerful, it is not Mu Bai's opponent after all. After hundreds of moves, Lei Wuxiang took the initiative to admit defeat. Looking at the proud students, who were not red in the face and breathless, he couldn't help but sigh that he was old. This wonderful battle was also uploaded to the official website of Wuda. In just a few hours, the number of views has exceeded 100 million. Countless students next year have recognized Wuda, the oldest of the 4 top schools, in this hearty battle. At night, Mu Bai and his friends from the Practical Academy ended the dinner. It was also in the evening of the final examination that the first snow of winter fell alone on the lights of thousands of houses, and the biting cold wind blew across every place on the campus. Yu Qianshou, Han Yuan, Lin Zhan, Xiao Fengkai, Lin Yi, Lu Jun and Mu Bai walked together on the way back to the single-family villa. Although the college dinner was over, their party had just begun, facing the first snow. For some reason Mu Bai remembered the scene when his soul traveled through this world. The helplessness and loneliness in the other world were devouring his spirit all the time. But now he no longer has this kind of pain, because he has found his own path in various experiences. Just like what he said when he defeated Jiang Bumming in the finals of the National League. I wish to become the sun in this life. Always cross the stars. This provincial martial arts cup is about to start. Are you all not ready? On the quiet path, Hung Yuan's eyes, like a cat, emitted green light. When others heard Hung Yuan's words, they subconsciously looked at Mu Bai. After all, as the head of the freshmen and their captain, normally this matter would be announced by him, extending his warm palm to embrace the falling snowflakes. Mu Bai said softly, I will not participate this time. I have more important things to do. In fact, I have discussed with Teacher Lei and Principal Duan about resigning from the position of chief. Why? Sui, who looked like a fairy in the snow, asked regardless of Xiao Fengcai's dissuasion. The cold snowflakes fell on her beautiful face, which made people feel confused. However, she seemed to be particularly out of control today, although she was originally very rational. Lin Zhan stood silently not far away with the scabbard in his arms. As a person who was used to loneliness, he certainly understood the meaning of Mu Bai's words. It was normal for him to resign from the position of chief because he would spend less and less time in school. Yu Qianshou, who sensed the strange atmosphere, suddenly hugged Lu Jun's neck, grabbed the snow on the ground and threw it into his clothes with thunder. Hack! Old you. You want to die. Right. Lu Jun, who was unwilling to be blocked by the snow, threw out the glutinous rice balls covered with snow and fired wildly at Yu Qianshou, who was running at full speed. I can make you lose your way in a snowball fight. Sticky rice machine gun. Duh. That's too much. Lu Jun, you want to eat sand, don't you? The snow, the raging sand, and the scattered glutinous rice complement each other. Han Yuan, who was affected, also smiled and entered the battle. The scene was once very chaotic. On the quiet road under the night, the classmates of the Practical Academy were playing and fighting. At this moment, they seemed to have really forgotten their sorrows and troubles. Just wantonly sway their youth in the forest. Lin Zhan, who lived and died for the sword, looked up at the starry sky. He seemed to be able to see the dark blue starry sky through the clouds with extreme seriousness. The blood-colored double swords were shaking slightly. Lin Zhan knew that they were thirsty for blood. This was the instinct of the demon sword. He looked over Sui and Mu Bai, who were still talking in the distance. He rarely took out a cigarette and lit it. Kung. The demon sword was unsheathed, and the white jade-like fingers gently stroked the blade. The dripping hot blood flowed into the inside of the scabbard. After a long time, the demon sword was silent again. Lin Zhan, with a cold face, knew his fate after he could not control the demon sword. That is, he would become a puppet without soul and only controlled by the demon sword. But he chose this path and accepted all the results. Under the faint moonlight, Sui sent Xiao Fengkai away and walked side by side with Mu Bai alone, while the others ignored this action and continued to play around. Only Lin Zhan felt that the two demon swords seemed to be not full, and the blood on the hand holding the blade could not stop flowing. Will I still have feelings when practicing Shura Sword Dao? For some reason, Lin Zhan said softly, the pavilion on the villa side has become a white world, and the lake water is slightly fluctuating with the falling leaves. After tonight, it will freeze here. Will you come back after resigning as the chief of Wuda? Sui, with her head down, suddenly asked. Mu Bai in front of him paused slightly, and after a while, he said seriously, of course I will come back. I will be a part of Wuhan University before and after graduation. I will never forget the care that Teacher Lei and Principal Duan have given me. Why do you ask that? It makes me seem like I will disappear after resigning as the chief, Mu Bai said with a chuckle, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Stepping on Mu Bai's footprints in the snow, Sui found that Mu Bai was taller than when school started, and seemed to have more secrets. Nothing. I just feel that you have hidden a lot of secrets that suppress your heart. Hearing Sui's whisper, Mu Bai fell silent. The destruction of the world and the hand of the gods predicted in Kunlun Wonderland 3 years later. The unknown skeleton king marking the depths of his soul. The mystery of the disappearance of his original parents. All of these are obstacles that cannot be avoided. He is no longer the Mu Bai who had no worries when he first came to this world. And he will never be able to be as free and easy as the fat man Li Piao. If you want to break free from the eternal shackles, you have to bear more until you are strong enough to rewrite the rules. Are you going back to Sichuan province for this winter break? Mu Bai asked suddenly. Yes. A faint blush appeared on Sui's beautiful face. Feeling the inexplicably depressing atmosphere, Mu Bai said softly, it's good. No matter how busy you are, you have to go back to accompany your family. The snow is still falling, and the gradually falling snowflakes decorate the world into a white ocean. The winter wind swept across the earth and brought bone-piercing cold. But the two people wearing single clothes could not feel the slightest coldness. The ordinary natural environment could not bring about a slight change in their body temperature. Looking at Mu Bai's somewhat lonely back, Sui wanted to say something but hesitated to say it. In fact, when Mu Bai said that he was going to resign as the chief, she noticed it with her sixth sense as a woman. Let's go. It's time to go back. Tightening his black windbreaker, Mu Bai left the pavilion, and the falling snowflakes fell on his broad shoulders. What about me? Sui asked softly. Once people are involved in emotions, they will become fragile. Mu Bai simply and clearly rejected Sui's confession. Sui is not a weak person. After getting the result she wants, she will stop entanglement. This is also the most respectful choice for each other. In the early morning of the next day, Mu Bai took a special elevator to the Advanced Dimension Control Center located in Wuhan University. This place is located 3,000 meters underground. The entrances to the 3 advanced dimensional worlds are here. The person who controls this place is also Yin Wan, the vice president of Wuhan University, holding the pass stamped by the president in the dispatch room. Yin Wan said puzzledly, Mu Bai, what are you doing in the advanced dimensional world? There are beings beyond the 7th level here. If you are not careful, you will die on the spot. The other staff in the dispatch room obviously saw a freshman entering here for the first time. After seeing the other party's appearance, they were not surprised. Isn't this Mu Bai, who is known as the little god? It is normal for him to do anything earth-shattering. Principal, I must enter the advanced dimensional world. This is very important to me, Mu Bai said very seriously. A new item has been released in the points exchange in the personal interface. That is, the fruit position. Special points exchange item. Devil fruit position 4 million points. Mu Bai only has a little over 1 million points in the system at the moment, which is far from 4 million. The only way to complete the accumulation of 4 million points in a short time is to carry out killing tasks. During the fighting time in the intermediate dimension world, Mu Bai had long discovered that his strength would make it more difficult to obtain points, unless he entered a higher level world. The same level of enemies in the intermediate dimension world may only have 0.5 points. but in the advanced dimension world, it can be worth 2 or even 3 points. The gap is very large. During the time when he went to Donghai province in the early spring, Mu Bai planned to get the fruit position. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. So Mu Bai applied to enter the advanced dimension world as soon as he saw off other classmates and friends who returned to the province. Okay. After taking a deep look at Mu Bai, Inwan pointed to 3 completely different dimensional passages and said carefully, "Did the principal tell you the details of these 3 advanced worlds?" From left to right. They are the Abyss world, the Sin Machine world, and the God Falling world. Let me explain in advance. The God Falling world is extremely dangerous. You'd better not enter it. You can enter the other 2. Mu Bai, who had already planned, said without hesitation, "It would be a big fool to enter the world without understanding it. I choose to enter the Abyss world." That makes sense. Vice Principal Inwan rarely agreed with his students. In his eyes, Mu Bai, the little guy who won the World League, should have his own ideas. He thought that the other party would enter the God Falling world at the beginning. Although the Abyss world is not peaceful, it should not pose too much threat to Mu Bai. Thinking of this, Vice Principal In also stamped the pass with a red seal. The reason why Mu Bai chose this sulfur-filled world was not because he liked the Abyss succubus so much, but because his subordinates Xiao He and Xiao Bai were both In-attributed creatures, and would be more comfortable in the Abyss world. In addition, the battle on the front line of the Abyss world ended recently, and the level 8 warriors on both sides withdrew to their base camps. There are still some small shrimps, or remnant local troops left on the front line. The strength of these creatures is not very high, which is just right for Mu Bai to carry out a large-scale purge and gain killing points. Okay, Mu Bai, I want to remind you that if you encounter a level 6 purple gold abyss creature, it's okay. With the speed of your thunder fruit, you should be able to escape easily. But if you encounter a level 7, it will still be difficult for you to escape. In fact, you are like a target in front of some powerful level 7. So just protect yourself. Vice President Inwan, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, said leisurely. He didn't want to see the rising star of Wudao fall in this world full of volcanoes. I know, President. After Mu Bai smiled and nodded, he took the pass with the red seal and left the dispatch room. A worried staff member also asked Inwan whether he wanted the guard to send Mu Bai back to the ground. After all, if Mu Bai got into trouble, everyone here would probably be responsible. Inwan laughed loudly upon hearing this. He waved his hands and said, "You underestimate our Wudao's genius. Mu Bai has become stronger again. I'm afraid ordinary level 6 can't do anything to him. Since the principal agrees, let him go." Carrying a pass, Mu Bai crossed several checkpoints and came to the depths of the Crimson Tunnel safely under the pass with a big red mark. There was a blindfolded old man who was silent. People with weaker strength may not even be able to sense the old man. The closer Mu Bai got to the front, the more he could feel the old man's vigorous life pulse. "Look at your bone age. A student of Wudao?" "That's right." Mu Bai nodded. Although the old man was blind, his observation hockey was far superior to his. It was incredible that he could see the bone age of the visitor with his eyes closed. Sometimes it may not be a bad thing to be blinded by a single leaf. Seeing too much and thinking too much will bring more troubles. A slightly old voice sounded. After taking Mu Bai's pass, he casually tore it into 2 halves and said slowly, "Okay. Go in." After stepping into the crimson ripples, Mu Bai completely disappeared from this world. The murmured old man said strangely, "At this age? If he was in ancient times, he must have been a king with such a strong domineering aura. The power of luck lingers around his body. Strange. Strange." Mu Bai in the Crimson Channel obviously didn't expect that the secret of his Jojo Ding was almost discovered by an old blind man. After experiencing countless bizarre hallucinations, he inhaled a complex combination of dryness and moisture into his lungs, and a faint sulfur smell filled his entire nasal cavity. Mu Bai opened his eyes and found himself on a teleportation array. After confirming that it was Mu Bai from Wudao, the staff in charge of docking directly let him go. Before leaving, he also gave Mu Bai an Abyss bracelet. The bracelet will have Xia characters, and these characters will be invisible to the Abyss creatures through special means. The official will release specific movements in the Abyss world on the bracelet, such as volcanic eruptions, the movements of large-scale Abyss troops, etc. The staff also told Mu Bai that he could leave the Abyss world through the teleportation array here in the middle of each month. Don't forget this. Otherwise you will have to stay in this world full of sulfur in the air for another month. Mu Bai, who understood, walked down the hill alone. In the distance was the city cluster built by the human world, which was also the strongest barrier to prevent the abyss creatures from counterattacking the human world. Xiao He and Xiao Bai turned into streams of light and came out of the storage space. They looked comfortable and felt refreshed after smelling the sulfur. Especially the white-boned little lowly Xiao Bai even jumped high, extremely excited. The yellowish-brown buildings give people the illusion that they are building houses in the desert wasteland. The dazzling market is filled with strange items. The bodies of terrain demons, the red horns of succubi, the abyss cores of abyss demons, etc. And a large amount of red concentrate or are transported to the human world through wide dirt roads. Of course, the cost of transmission is also extremely high. In the abyss world, in addition to the most powerful abyss race, the ones with ordinary human wisdom are the Winged Clan and the Red People. The former has the ability to fly and has extremely strong single-unit combat strength. Correspondingly, it is also the main target of suppression by the abyss race. As for the Red People, they have always been slaves of the abyss race until humans counterattacked and established bases in this world. This situation has gradually improved. A large number of Red People completely surrendered to humans, while most tribes of the Winged Clan opposed the rule of the abyss race, and a small number of tribes chose to be neutral. So Mubai saw a lot of vendors from these two tribes along the way. They were not too surprised to see strange humans. After all, there are countless humans coming in from various provinces of Xia every day. Recently, the number of humans has suddenly decreased because the war has ended. Mubai, who was observing the local customs, took 2 followers to wander around and finally found their destination in the center of the base city. Abyss World Mission Dispatch Center. Buildings several dozen meters high are extremely rare here, and the dispatch center is one of them. Pushing open the somewhat old iron door, Mubai walked in. The hall was covered with gray smoke and dust, and medicinal materials should be boiled. The crystal ceiling looked out of place here. The demon head several dozen meters above the mission collection room looked particularly hideous. If someone who didn't know what was going on here entered it, he would definitely be scared to death. Huh? Are you a college student at such a young age? Li Luoyan, who was chatting with a veteran in the mission, said a little strangely when she saw the young man in a black robe. After all, this is an area close to the 5th crack of the abyss. Few people will come here. New handsome boy. How did you get here? The charming and charmingly Luoyan said with a smile, leaning on the wooden chair. The surging waves attracted people's attention, making people doubt whether this size really exists. As for how she knew the young man was a newcomer, of course, it was by her nose. Just by sniffing him, she could tell how long he had been in the abyss world. The purity of sulfur can't deceive people. Taking off his hood, Mubai took out the abyss bracelet and showed it to Li Luoyan, then said, I want to receive the task. The ghost King Xiao He stared at the demon head above his head. He didn't know why he suddenly felt very hungry. The kind of hunger that scratched his heart and liver. The little white bone lowly had no interest in the head. She just held on to the corner of Mubai's clothes tightly, as if she was someone's lost child. Li Luoyan, with a flash of surprise in her eyes, saw such a charming young man for the first time. His words and deeds revealed a charm that lonely young women could not resist. At this level, he wouldn't be some kind of superhuman or animal ability user. Swaying with an elegant figure, Li Luoyan walked into the task dispatch room under the gaze of many old perverts in the hall. When she registered with the abyss bracelet, she was surprised to find that this handsome boy was even younger than she had imagined. It was really unbelievable for him to enter the abyss world at this age. Let me confirm. Your name is Mubai? That's me. She has been staying in this world for many years, and obviously has never heard of Mubai, the rising star. After checking Mubai's identity information, she walked to the window and said gently, What task do you want to receive? Let me make it clear in advance that if you accept a task that exceeds your ability and something unexpected happens, we will not be responsible. To be honest, Li Luoyan has been in this world for many years, and always sees young people who don't know their own abilities fall on the spot. Unlike the strict control of Wuda, you will be teleported in as long as you pay enough deposit at other entrances to the abyss world. Some old bounty hunters in the hall are bragging and joking. The fresh specialties of the Demon Bull barbecue and the ice beer can chat for a long time in this place that doesn't seem to be depressing. Some people noticed Mubai and the other two, but they didn't pay much attention. They were just a little curious about what this young man brought 2 children in. Mubai in front of the task receiving window touched his chin and said softly, Is there anyone above level 6 in this area? Above level 6. Li Luoyan, who was lying at the window, thought carefully and said, The soldiers of the Abyss race, who were defeated 3 months ago, are all in the 5th gap area. Their combat power is generally at the peak of level 4. If there is a warlord, there should be an early level 6. I haven't heard of anything higher recently. Hearing this, Mubai said decisively, I will accept all the tasks in the entire area. All of them. What? Suspecting that she had heard wrong, Li Luoyan twitched her flaming red lips. She thought that the other party would accept 2 or 3 high-level tasks at most. But she didn't expect that the other party would take all the tasks. How could such a number of tasks be completed? Ahem. I understand that the young man is young and frivolous. But this kind of behavior of eating alone is not recommended. Chui Dehai, who picked up the bottle of wine, said with a little dissatisfaction. And the people who were with him also stood up with unfriendly faces. Interesting. What does my accepting of tasks have to do with you? Mubai said indifferently. He didn't have the time to pretend to be a newbie here. So he said this deliberately. Li Luoyan, who looked a little worried, quickly came out to smooth things over. During the period, she did not forget to say to Mubai, Brother Mu, you may not understand the rules here when you first came here. If one person accepts all the tasks but does not complete them, there will be no task rewards in this area this month. Mubai, who understood, said suddenly, so that's the case. The bounty hunters in the entire area should bear with it. I will leave automatically in a few months. Hack! The wooden tables and chairs were kicked away by the irritable middle-aged man. He had seen many young people who were not afraid of death. But he had never seen such an arrogant young man. Chui Dehai and his group, who were full of hostility, surrounded Mubai unkindly. They wanted to scare this self-righteous young man with their aura. The tall and strong Chui Dehai took out a folding iron rod. The sharp tip was only 50 centimeters away from Mubai's face, as if it would pierce his eyes at any time. Licking his dry lips, murderous intent gradually rose in his eyes. Even if he didn't kill this kid, it would be normal to let him be missing arms and legs in another world. As a 5-level diamond veteran who had fought on the battlefield for many years, Chui Dehai knew the weaknesses of the human body very well. He swore that if this young man was still stubborn, he would. Bang! Thunder exploded. Endless lightning penetrated the iron gate. 3 of Chui Dehai's companions were beaten out in an instant. And the long sliding trajectory was shocking. Pointing his finger on Chui Dehai's forehead, Mubai said indifferently, too weak. After that, Mubai flicked his fingers on the other's forehead in the horrified eyes of the others. Squeak. The city center, apart from the administrative units, is the most prosperous area in the entire city. And almost all the main materials are transported under official supervision. The vendors around only heard the crackling sound and saw the 3 people who were hit all the way to the opposite wall. The charged smoke and the electric current flowing everywhere made the people around dare not support the 3 people on the verge of death. Then a creaking sound came, and the black shadow rushed over directly smashed through the wall. The remaining vibration ripples caused the entire building to collapse and destroy in an instant. The frightened red man boss ran out in panic. With such a big noise, he thought it was the Abyss race that attacked. When he was about to get angry, a high-purity red concentrate ore was thrown from the air. The person who threw it to him was Mubai, who walked out of the task dispatch hall. No need to change it. The shop owner, who was overjoyed, said yes again and again. After all, compared with the red concentrate ore of such high purity, the cost of building another Earth house is too low. This wave is a sure win. Moreover, this human looked young, but his skills were too terrifying. He absolutely could not afford to provoke him. Anxiously, Luoyan followed closely behind him, seeing 4 experienced diamond warriors being killed in an instant. Even she, who was well informed, could not help but take a breath of hot air. The faint smell of sulfur made her sober up a lot. Scattered passers-by also gathered around. The 3 people covered by the ruins staggered to their feet. If they were not cushioned by the earth wall, they would probably be beaten halfway by Mubai. When they looked at Mubai again, they were deeply afraid. Slowly walking forward, Mubai stepped on Chui Dehai, who was still crawling on the ground, and said with a smile, I don't like threatening eyes, especially those of weak people. Feeling his face being scorched by the close contact with the ground, the drunk Chui Dehai also completely sobered up. He instantly understood that the other party's super strength wanted to kill them easily, and such a small punishment must have something for them to do. He was a sensible man who didn't care about his face. He forced a flattering smile through his cheeks that were deformed by the soles of his shoes. Mu. Brother Mu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you, whether I have a chance to make up for it or not. You can let us do anything. The other three also understood what Boss Chui meant, and said weakly that they would go all out. What are you talking about? I, Mu Bai, am not a big villain. Hearing Mu Bai's high-sounding words, the four people cursed secretly in their hearts. If this person is not a villain, then what kind of villain is a villain? It is rare to see such a ruthless person. If they didn't know that wanted criminals could not enter this world, they would have suspected that Mu Bai was a wanted criminal on the run. Taking out a handkerchief, Mu Bai kindly pulled up the trembling Chui Dahai. Those around him, who didn't know the whole story, thought that Mu Bai was a kind person. Take the handkerchief to wipe your face. Faced with Mu Bai's kindness, Chui Dahai repeatedly wiped his gray face, as if he had received an order. The official inspectors, who came upon hearing the noise, pushed through the crowd to inquire about what had happened. When the leading official heard Chui Dahai's statement that he accidentally fell and knocked down the wall, he looked at a few people deeply and did nothing more. The busy patrol officers in the Abyss world would not pursue the cause of the incident too much. After all, such fights are too common. The beaten said it was okay. If the authorities intervened too much, it would be like a dog catching a rat and meddling in other people's business. The four embarrassed people were taken back to the task dispatch center. Mu Bai, who got straight to the point, did not hesitate. He said in a deep voice, I will take all the tasks. I want the four of you to spread the news so that all the big and small bounty groups will know about this news. Is there a life and death arena here? After instructing the four people, Mu Bai turned around and asked Li Luoyan, who was still in shock. She didn't understand the other party's intention, but she still said truthfully, there is a life and death arena on the west side of the city, but it has not been used for a long time. Why are you asking this? After getting a satisfactory answer, Mu Bai said softly, I want to play a game. A game that all bounty hunters in the entire area must participate in. You will understand when the time comes. Don't forget. It's everyone within 3 days. Otherwise, I will search the entire area to find your traces. Don't question my ability to find people. The faint pressure in the dark golden pupils was overwhelming the hearts of the four people, making these diamond-level old sly guys feel half cold, and their knees would involuntarily want to kneel down to Mu Bai. After snapping his fingers, Mu Bai disappeared instantly, leaving only a faint current fluctuation. Where did this madman come from? The short middle-aged man said with an ugly face. When he was knocked away by Mu Bai, he didn't even see the other party's movements clearly, as if the other party was really as fast as lightning. Idiot! His fruit is most likely a natural devil fruit. Lightning? Can humans really control that terrifying natural element? And what's the matter with the vibration on my forehead? Chui Dahai frowned and had a splitting headache just thinking about it. If we leave, he shouldn't be able to find us. Everyone smiled at each other, holding on to the remaining flute to comfort themselves. Before the four people who breathed a sigh of relief could react, the inexplicable lightning symbol was deeply imprinted on their chests, and the strong current fluctuations made Chui Dahai's scalp numb. What is this? In the distance, Mu Bai, who had left the city, came to the depths of the Abyss world, which was very close to the fifth crack. In Mu Bai's super observation color, he could sense a large number of creatures emitting sulfur. The lightning symbol in his hand flashed by. This was a new skill that Mu Bai had just mastered recently. The combination of the thunder fruit and the floating fruit could play a similar function to coordinates. Even if the distance was close, he could completely activate the remaining current in the opponent's body and let him die of cardiac paralysis in an instant. 3 days is not a short time. If the plan goes well, I can save a lot of time. Looking into the distance, a team of lava demons are slowly advancing on the ground. Without a leader, they can only run around like headless flies without a destination. A sharp cry came from the sky on the east side. It was a higher frequency sound than birds. It would even make people feel drowsy if they listened for a long time. It seemed that they saw humans standing on the top of the mountain, and their excited cry was getting closer. Abyss stone statue bat. Too disturbing. With vigorous blood surging, Mu Bai, who was dressed in black, raised his hands covered with the vibration ball cover and grabbed the sky. Squeak! The void was broken layer by layer, and the atmosphere was like a toy in the hands of a child being whipped repeatedly. The surface collapsed, and high-altitude turbulence rushed into the sky. The screaming stone statue bat was like a sparrow in a hurricane being swept across the ground by the strong wind. The young man who was busy setting up traps on the low hillside was stunned. The sudden vibration and tearing in the sky were too unexpected. The abyss gargoyle, which was always difficult to deal with, actually fell to the surface. Li Guanchen, as an old bird in the abyss world, had never seen such a scene. Driven by curiosity, he put away the expensive trap, crouched quietly behind the nearest rock, and poked his head out to look at everything. I saw 10 elite abyss creatures in a group. The surface of the abyss gargoyle was broken, as if it was torn apart by an invisible big hand. The abyss gargoyle, who was in unbearable pain, was anxious to petrify. Not good. Li Guanchen certainly understood what the other party was doing. This was the difficulty of the gargoyle. As long as it was seriously damaged, it would enter the petrified state, and instantly transform from a flesh and blood creature into a statue. At the same time, their injuries would also improve rapidly. When he was about to take a special tool to smash them one by one, a strong wind swept by. The hot magma breath sprayed out by his ear. Hack. Running away is the best strategy. Li Guanchen, who had just escaped the fatal attack, swallowed his saliva and ran away at full speed. He didn't know when more than 20 lava demons appeared on the opposite side. All level 5 beings were simply not something he, a rookie, could deal with. It would be easier if they all came. Suddenly, the black-haired young man stood on the rock and looked down at the many abyss demons below. Following closely behind him, the cold-blooded boy and the white-haired little girl fell gracefully, and the scarlet death sickle spewed out a sinister resentment. It was the Ghost King Xiuhei's specialty weapon, the ghost head sickle. The nearby land was infected into a light black desert, and there were faint grievances of wronged souls. Li Guanchen, who was startled, quickly moved away from the battlefield. But thinking of the mysterious human youth, he still stood not far away and watched everything. At first glance, it was obvious that a certain big guy was out of town to do a clearing mission. If he left without saying hello, he would be giving him no face. No one would care if he killed a small shrimp like him in this remote place. So he wanted to wait until the battle was over before respectfully saying hello to the big guy. Thinking of this, his eyes rolled. Maybe he could make a small profit from it. Under the ghost aura of Sunluo, the lava demons were not afraid of the stage. The demons with a pair of black giant horns shouted loudly, "Aliens! People of the abyss! Kill them!" In the advanced dimensional world, there are several rules that do not need to be explained. One of which includes the rule of language communication. Even if the abyss demons speak the abyss language and humans speak the human language, it will sound like their own language to the other party. Kill! 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 The flowing flame surged out, and the diamond-level lava demons were obviously more irritable. After receiving the order from the leader, they rushed towards the Ghost King Xiuhei. "Let your hot blood wash away the evil on my blade." The extremely excited Ghost King Xiuhei laughed crazily. As he became more familiar with the human body, he became more and more able to control his emotions. However, when he was fighting coldly, he looked more like a murderer. Swish! Stepping on the ground, Xiuhei wielded the black ghost head sickle frantically in the heat flow, and his speed became faster and faster. After a few moments, the complete molten demon was evenly dismembered into 14 pieces. Mu Bai, sitting cross-legged on the rock, calmly looked at the scene. This was his first time to come into contact with the abyss, so he wanted to understand the fighting style and racial characteristics of this race more than simply killing them. As for the meaningless instruction manual in the bracelet, it didn't explain anything at all. The abyss race 10 years ago was completely different from the abyss race today. However, when he saw the lava demon protected by magma, he couldn't help but think of Jiang bumming in the capital of the gods. After being killed by him, the extremely destructive natural magma fruit must have returned to the demon tree world. If the trip to the East China Sea goes well soon, maybe he can find this devil fruit in the tree world. The Buddha form of the fantasy beast man fruit, the natural dark fruit, etc. These devil fruits also turned into new fruits in the tree world when the host died. Mu Bai usually thinks about the linkage of devil fruits. As the only multi-fruit ability user in the world, he considers the destructive power of the fruit secondly. And the first thing is the ability to save his life. It is not difficult to match several devil fruits to create an immortal body. The yawning lowly Xiaobai came to the front of the 10 abyss gargoyles with sleepy eyes, looking at Xiuhei fighting fiercely in the distance. She couldn't fall behind. If you are petrified, you will never wake up, at least as a living person. The soft and chubby little hand gently rested on the hideous chest of the gargoyle, and the rich netherworld death energy flowed out until it formed a black fog array to cover all the gargoyles. The shrill howl broke through the sky, and the abyss gargoyles in the black fog were undergoing strange deformations. They were forced to be unsealed from the stone statue state, and were poured into the mouth and nose by the black fog. The scarlet eyes were deeply sunken under the severe corrosion. The skin and flesh of these gargoyles were falling off at a very fast speed. The black fog was like a sharp knife scraping bones, and evenly removing the flesh and blood from their bodies. In such a weird atmosphere, Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction. And her children were reborn. Behind the thin body were several pairs of black skeletons. The strange flesh and blood that germs breed fell in an inappropriate manner on the white skeleton body. Li Guanchen, who noticed the scene, lowered his head while lying on the hillside. What is this? 10 gargoyles that are known as the indestructible cockroaches in the abyss were easily transformed into undead skeletons. As the owner, Mu Bai was also slightly surprised. But when he thought of all the strange skills on her body, he didn't think much about it. It seemed reasonable for her to have the ability to restart with unlimited resurrection, and then the supernatural skills to be released from her hands. He laughed twice with pride, and after looking at the owner's slightly shocked expression with satisfaction, Xiaobai said in a delicate voice, "Children, go and tear these abyss races into pieces." The undead gargoyles that received the order from the Supreme Being were like birds of prey, shaking their withered wings and swooping down from the ground towards the lava demon at a high speed. The fierce ghost head sickle was taken into the hands of the ghost king Xiaohei. He turned his palm upside down with one hand, showing an extreme distortion of 180 degrees. Ghost tribulation. With a cold voice, countless evil ghosts used the disintegrated sickles as a medium to form a vast torrent to wash towards the lava demons, whose rhythm was disrupted by the undead gargoyles falling from the sky. The lava demons, who were not smart to begin with, were completely confused by the two waves of attacks. Seeing that his abyss warriors were so cowardly, the hot-tempered leader grabbed 2 demons and put them in his mouth. With the sound of a crunch, the abundant lava power was infused into the whole body. It was evolving. Let him eat. Suddenly, Mu Bai, who was sitting on the rock and looking down, stopped Xiaobai and Xiaohei, who wanted to continue attacking. Mu Bai, who could sense everything with his observation and hearing, could sense the changes in the body of this abyss lava demon. Its breath was rising exponentially, and it reached its peak in the process of swallowing subordinates one after another. The demon leader, who was aware of the changes in his body, seemed to be enlightened, and he was impatient to stuff all the other subordinates, who were about to escape, into his mouth. Xiaobai, the lowly who ordered the undead gargoyles to retreat, waved her hand gently, and the undead gargoyles that were ready to go collided with each other and reconstructed a large body of undead creatures in the fierce collision sound. In addition to the skills of the undead monarch, Xiaobai can also transform any flesh and blood creatures into undead creatures, and those of the same race can also be forced to merge. Xiaobai, who was a little proud, said with his chin up and his waist in his hands, "Fusion? That's not the fruit of fusion." Mu Bai suddenly shut up and thought of something. Can his 2 subordinates also eat devil fruits? Even if they trigger some devil fruit taboos and explode and die, it will not harm Xiaobai, who has infinite self-restart and resurrection. This guy is sprinting to level 6 purple gold. Is it so easy for abyss creatures to break through? Xiaohei, who was standing aside, was obviously a little confused. After all, as a person who has lived in a barren land for decades, he has paid an unknown price to become the strongest ghost king. But this abyss demon actually climbed to level 6 by devouring abyss creatures of the same kind and race. This is too incredible. It's the level. The level of the world restricts all creatures living in this world. The Black Sand secret realm where you live is an intermediate world, while our human world or this abyss world is an advanced world. As creatures in the advanced world, it is easier to break through. Mu Bai, who is familiar with the laws of the world, said softly, and did not stop the abyss demon that was breaking through in front of him. The human world was defined as an advanced world by scientific researchers more than a decade ago. So the superstandard existence of the 8th level Emperor throne was born. As for the nonsense that humans are promoted to the 8th level only after tenacious struggle, it has long been abandoned by the human world. Only by following the laws of the world can one become a strong man in the era of great waves and sands. Improving the level of the world is also one of the methods mentioned by Principal Duan to break through the 9th level, using the complete Jiuzhou Ding to build the unique power of destiny of the land of Xinzhou. The large area of Xinzhou can be upgraded to a higher level, thereby removing the shackles of the 9th level and achieving the unique 9th level divine realm. Compared with Mu Bai and others who are not in a hurry, Li Guanchen is almost anxious to death. As a veteran in the wild, although he is relatively young, he is extremely familiar with the rules of the abyss world. That stupid abyss demon is evolving into a smarter and more threatening 6th level demon. He was so anxious that he wanted to go up and give the demon a knife. Seeing the demon's breath gradually stabilize, and a new terrifying aura flowing out of the new body, Mubai smiled without comment. The upgraded lava demon became even bigger. The original body, of about 3 meters, now expanded to nearly 6 meters in size. The hot magma heat flow melted the surrounding surface. The lava demon, who was like a fish in water, said in confusion, "Strange human. You despicable creatures didn't attack me when I was promoted. As a warrior, I don't understand." In its view, the few humans in front of it could not be his opponent. He had accidentally broken through to the 6th level. Although his breath was still unstable, such strength was enough to be the king even in the surface abyss world. "I will send you off with the highest standard funeral of the lava clan." The buzzing words swept all around with the raging flames and heat flow. The terrifying level of pressure made Li Guanchen, who was extremely nervous in the distance, piss his pants. I can't escape. I can't escape. He was desperately thinking about his fate after the 3 young men were solved. He wanted to escape but knew that he couldn't escape in this desolate area. Forcefully suppressing his panic, he clenched the crossbow in his hand, which was tied with fine seastone powder, and with his half-baked armament hockey, facing the gushing magma. Mubai laughed from the bottom of his heart. "Did you get something wrong?" As soon as the voice fell, the domineering hockey filled the void and covered the entire venue. The invisible pressure caused the entire land to fall into a continuous vibration. The original hot air flow disappeared in such a terrifying spirit. The king was only Mubai from beginning to end. He has always been the one who controls the outcome of the battlefield. Strange and terrifying power. But this alone is not enough. The lava giant mouth spewed airflow, and the lava demon with improved wisdom obviously talked more. But Mubai didn't want to listen to its nonsense. Thunder exploded. The vast lightning column instantly turned into the long spear of the god of death, and pierced through the chest of the lava demon. The powerful abyss crystal core emitted a slight crack. Before the demon could react, an iron hand with arm-color domineering pressed on its hot chest. Crack. Mubai's cold words fell, and the vibration ball cover in his hand exploded. The ruthless vibration broke with the void that Mubai shattered. Squeak. Squeak. The violent force that shattered the void instantly tore everything apart. The vibration ball cover turned into a white shock wave that swept the entire land. The entire wasteland was turned upside down. The surrounding hillsides were also flattened in an instant. I don't know if Mubai did it on purpose. Li Guanchen, who was hiding behind the hillside in the distance, was only rushed to a height of dozens of meters by the strong airflow caused by the vibration, and was not affected by the aftershocks. The reason why Mubai, with a cold look in his eyes, let him advance to level 6 safely was naturally for higher killing points. Ding dong. Kill the 6th level abyss demon. Get killing points plus 10,000. Mubai's eyes revealed a hint of joy. As expected, the points for killing a 6th level demon are unattainable by killing a 5th level demon. The difference is 20 times. Humans. It is impossible to have such strength. The moment before the crystal core broke, the lava demon said this incredulously. It never thought that he, who had obtained higher wisdom and strength and upgraded to the 6th level purple gold, would be shattered by a fragile human punch. Weakness is the original sin. In the continuous vibration, the iron hand covered with armed color crushed the bright red crystal core into pieces, and the flames of this body covered by lava were completely extinguished. The endless vibration also stopped. Li Guanchen was so confused that he was numb. He thought he was a master, but he didn't expect him to be such a big shot. Swoosh! Death was everywhere, and a hand as cold as ice grabbed his collar and threw him in front of Mubai. "What's your name?" He waved his sleeves gently, and the dust in the sky was scattered. Although Mubai was young, he was a monster with a childlike face in Li Guanchen's eyes. After all, how could a young man be so strong? He half knelt on the ground and slowly raised his head, only to see that the big shot was lost in thought, and his eyes looking at him were neither happy nor sad. "My name is Li Guanchen. I have been living here and have never returned to the main world of humans. My parents are also bounty hunters. In order to win a chance of survival," Li Guanchen, wearing special combat glasses, told his life experience in detail, not daring to hide anything. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, the earth shook, and the mountains in the distance seemed to turn over in the shaking, and hundreds of meters of creatures drilled through the ground and swam towards this side. "It's an abyss-type earthbound snake. It should be that the previous vibration disturbed its nesting." Li Guanchen, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, hurriedly explained so that this big man could see his value clearly. He could also tell from the performance of these three people that they came from the outside world. So he had to desperately prove his value when the other party was not familiar with this place. Mubai ignored him. In his perception of observation, he had already seen the full appearance of the newcomer. There were countless spikes wrapped around the python, and the black horns on the top of the head were particularly long, estimated to be 30 meters long. At this moment, it was crawling towards here in a cricket pupa, and a low special cry was faintly heard from its sticky mouth. The sleeping earthbound snakes around also woke up. Almost within a dozen seconds, more than 10 of them rushed here together, looking down from the sky. It looked like the ground around was raising waves to surround Mubai, who was in the center. Why are there so many? Li Guanchen didn't expect that there were so many earthbound snakes in this area. This number could destroy a small army. He turned his head in the trembling ground, but found Mubai's grinning mouth. Countless waves of soil fell down, revealing the true faces of these giant beasts. Each of them was a peak level 5 diamond. With their huge bodies, I'm afraid that even the animal-type ability users among humans are far less bloody than them. Noticing Li Guanchen's gaze, Mubai's hand flashed with black light. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to HL, but you break in. The black dragon-entangled Naginata martial god was held horizontally in Mubai's hand. Bow your head. Li Guanchen, who subconsciously bowed his head, felt a strong wind sweeping over his head. There was a rumbling sound in the air, like firecrackers. Boss slash. A line of sky. 3 vibration light balls covered the blade of the Naginata in turn. When Mubai raised his arm and slashed, the vibration light balls exploded. The boundless vibration was accompanied by the domineering and unparalleled slash across the surrounding void. Accompanied by the white vibration light and shadow flashed. A dozen earthbound snakes that surrounded them were cut off with one knife. The scales of the SHL covered with earth elements seemed to be made of paper and broke with one stab. A river of scarlet blood flowed out of the falling body. The earthbound snakes that had not yet arrived paused for a moment and then returned the same way, as if nothing had happened. You can continue. Mubai, holding the god of war, said with a smile. The surrounding mountains of corpses and seas of blood had no effect on him at all. Such a performance of explosive force value made Li Guanchen secretly shocked. This Mubai could not be a 6th level purple gold strongman. No! Li Guanchen shook his head inwardly and felt that this guy who could kill dozens of peak 5th level beings in seconds must be a 6th level purple gold strongman. What he didn't know was that Mubai was only 5th level. Suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart, Li Guanchen also explained the purpose of his coming here. He wanted to use equipment traps and other things to capture some living abyss demons, so that they could be sold in the city. Mubai didn't waste words. He moved his mind, and the other party's backpack naturally fell into his hands. After opening the backpack, there were some crystal-like devices inside, which Mubai didn't understand at all. Li Guanchen, who was standing aside, quickly explained, Boss, these traps are processed by extracting the pheromones of the abyss species for courtship. They can attract abyss species with IQs below level 6. For example, this red one attracts lava demons, and this purple one attracts abyss banshees. Li Guanchen, smiling flatteringly, quickly bent over to explain. Xiaobai, a lowly lying on the undead gargoyle, exclaimed, Hey, human! Banshees are also male? Then why are they called banshees? Li Guanchen, who was stunned for a moment, carefully glanced at Mubai's expression and said with a smile, My lord, abyss banshees are also divided into male and female. But they are more of a matriarchal society. So females are more powerful. And because they look more neutral, this tribe is also officially defined as abyss banshees. Xiaobai, a lowly sucking on her smooth fingers, seemed very interested, and kept saying timidly that it was fun. And Xiaobai wanted to kill them. Ghost King Xiaohei was also very interested in stroking the black ghost sickle. His cold face looked like a corpse that had just thawed. After looking around, Li Guanchen sadly found that the most normal young man seemed to be the one who was decisive and powerful. It seems that you know a lot about these things. Then I ask you, do you have a way to attract all kinds of abyss species to a designated place at once? Mubai asked in a deep voice, touching his chin. At first, he thought of using the bounty hunters in the entire 5th Gap area to collect intelligence on the abyss species settlements and then carry out a targeted encirclement and suppression by himself. But now it seems that this efficiency is still low, and these strange trap equipment made Mubai's eyes light up. Yes, But this may require a lot of manpower. Are all the bounty hunters in the entire Fifth Gap area enough? Mubai said decisively, without any joking in his eyes. I believe in your strength. But this is impossible. Li Guanchen said it hesitantly. He was afraid that if he didn't refute the boss, he would assign him a job to find people. Those guys who lick blood on the edge of the knife are not easy to control, let alone let them act collectively. Sensing the fluctuation of breath in the distance, Mubai knew that it was a new batch of scattered demons. It's entirely possible that you will understand later. Let me sweep this small area in the next few days. After that, Mubai used the floating fruit to forcibly deduct dozens of giant rocks of more than 10 meters on the ground. Under the floating force, these rocks formed small floating islands. What kind of power is this? Is it also a devil fruit? Li Guanchen didn't dare to speak, and followed the boss obediently. In the dark tavern, Tyrannosaurus, who was known as the leader, smiled sinisterly, just because the words of the clown in front of him amused him and aroused his murderous intention. I killed old man Wang from the east of the city half a month ago. Do you know why? Because he said I was a stink bug in the gutter, who could be ordered around by others. But I was the first to break through the 6th level of purple gold. After that, I pulled out his tongue and used it as a snack. Licking his tongue, Tyrannosaurus laughed crazily. He felt extremely happy when he thought about his miserable life when he first came to the Fifth Gap area decades ago, and his current glory, controlling the life and death of others. The comfort of being the strongest. Tyrannosaurus' fierce eyes were filled with a powerful aura, which made Chui Dahai, who was kneeling on the ground, feel like his heart was about to jump out. The unfriendly Tyrannosaurus group brothers also held daggers made of demon horns, waiting for the boss's order to hack Chui Dahai to death. Brother Long, I was forced to do this. That young man was too strong. De Qiangzi and I were beaten out before we even saw when he made his move, Chui Dahai said cautiously. But in his heart, he was cursing the young man surnamed Mu and the Tyrannosaurus madman in front of him. He almost broke his legs and his lips were almost worn out in the past 3 days, just to invite the bosses of all the groups to the life and death arena. The lighting symbol on his chest became stronger as time approached. This morning, he could even use a data cable to connect his chest to charge his mobile phone. The time was about to come. But the big bounty hunter bosses said that they would participate if the Tyrannosaurus leader participated. This scared him so much that he quickly brought his brothers to plead with the Tyrannosaurus boss. Damn it! Young man? A young boy can scare an old man like you, a city dweller, so much. Do you still look like a man? I might as well eat you alive. The Tyrannosaurus boss spewed out teeth like a wolf from his mouth, and his sharp claws gradually extended from his skin as his hair grew rapidly. Second in command? Save me! The frightened Chui Dahai cried, and crawled to hug the second in command surnamed Qian. He cried like a pear blossom with raindrops. Qian, with a sharp face and monkey cheeks, was like a big-eared thunder boy. Beast, how can you talk to Brother Long? I must have been blind to let someone let you in. If it weren't for you giving me a bite of food when I was down and out, I would definitely kill you before Brother Long gets angry. As he said this, the strength in his hands became more and more fierce. In the end, he even pulled out the dagger from his men's waist and planned to bleed Chui Dahai. This scared Chui Dahai. He winked and looked at the second in command, Qian, who was speaking righteously, kept cursing. Just when the dagger was about to pierce Chui Dahai's heart, a cough interrupted everything. Did you really save the second brother? The green eyes were particularly creepy. Tyrannosaurus asked Chui Dahai truthfully recounted his experience with the second brother, and even shed tears when he talked about his deep feelings. This made Qian, who was watching the show, sick. Damn it! He made up a story and added drama to it. Right? If it weren't for the valuable materials, Qian would definitely be the first to skin him alive. Tyrannosaurus sighed and put away his fierceness. In his early years, he was a dog for others and no one wanted him. After becoming the leader, he attached great importance to brotherly feelings, even to the extent of being pathological. Now when he heard that Chui Dahai had saved the second brother, the boldness in his heart also surged in his heart. After saying 3 good words, he personally helped Chui Dahai, who was shaking like a sieve, up. In this case, I will go. The seemingly helpless Tyrannosaurus sighed and said, and the younger brothers, who saw it couldn't help but applaud. In the Tyrannosaurus group, the brotherhood is higher than the sky. The leader who is forced to go to the life and death arena because of friendship is the one they admire the most. That's great. The trembling Chui Dahai simply greeted everyone and left here, as if he was running for his life. Soon, the tent was brightly lit, and only Qian Xian and the calm Tyrannosaurus were left. Qian Xian, rubbing his hands, showed a fox-like smile. He took out the list of materials pledged to him by Chui Dahai from his chest and handed it to Tyrannosaurus respectfully. The disdainful Tyrannosaurus took the list and laughed. It seems that Chui Dahai is really afraid of that young man. He gave you the assets he had worked hard for all his life just to have a say in front of me. He doesn't even think about who dares to show up in the entire area without my order. The gloomy Tyrannosaurus didn't know what he was thinking. Qian Xian, the dog-headed military advisor, bowed and said, "He is nothing more than a young boy. I think it would be nice to just send a little brother to deal with him, and then establish the prestige of the Tyrannosaurus group again. After all, the old cats in Xiqing district recently are not very peaceful. We should take this opportunity to do it once and for all," Qian Xian said with a smile, taking out a paper fan, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. "That makes sense, Brother Long. Then I will go and make arrangements." Qian Xian's shouting sounded outside the tent, and the Tyrannosaurus group shrouded in the night also took action. The breeze blew into the tent through the slit. The white candle had gone out, and the only thing that was lit was the green pupils of the Tyrannosaurus. A seemingly smart person may not be really smart, and a seemingly stupid person may really be wise but foolish. The Tyrannosaurus whispered softly, closed his eyes, and fell asleep facing the moonlight of the Abyss world. "Hey! Have you heard that the Abyss has been swept away in the past 2 days? It's incredible. TSK. I heard that it was done by a young man named Mu." The red people and human vendors on the street were discussing, and a large number of people were heading towards the life and death arena. At the gate in front, a large number of Tyrannosaurus members in white clothes came out in a line and stood in neat rows. Amid the cheers, the fierce Tyrannosaurus calmly appeared with a Buddhist rosary in his hand. Seeing the leader come out, the rest of the bounty group also came forward to greet him, and the respectful salute only earned the Tyrannosaurus's indifferent eyes. The life and death arena was built outside the city's high walls. The officials would not care about the death fights in the arena. In this oppressive world, there will always be people with twisted minds or people who want to die. If you don't release them, they will cause more trouble for you. Old cat, why don't you say hello to Brother Long when you see him? The sharp-eyed Qian Xian pointed at the old man's figure with a paper fan and shouted loudly. You are in cahoots with each other. The old man called the old cat was not tolerant, and he started to fight back, seeing that his brother and himself were insulted. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who showed his emotions, came to the old cat and whispered, "It's just right to come to the arena. Why don't you fight with me? And let the bounty groups here see it." Wolf Cub wants to die. Of course, I have to fulfill your wish," the old man said sternly without any stage fright. Humph. The sturdy body of the Tyrannosaurus could not help but press forward a little more, and the wolf-like face revealed a bit of evil. He couldn't help but smile at the determined eyes of the old cat. It was still early, and the meal had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done one by one. It would not be too late to deal with the disobedient old cat after dealing with Chui Dahai's affairs. Where is Chui Dahai? The time has come. Why hasn't that young man appeared yet? Did he run away? The Tyrannosaurus shouted wildly. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Chui Dahai, who was pressed by the Tyrannosaurus group, smiled bitterly and explained repeatedly. How could he know that? When would the young man surnamed Mu come? Facing so many vicious thugs, he could only hope that the other party would come quickly. Many small leaders of the bounty groups, who were watching the excitement, were also talking about it. They really wanted to see who was the great god who made Chui Dahai cry for his parents. The lively scene also attracted vendors in the city. Despite the kind reminders from the old men in the same industry, several shrewd vendors still pushed their carts out of the city gate to sell. In their eyes, it was just a wall. How chaotic could it be? Who knew that as soon as they left the city gate, they were robbed by a group of old bounty hunters? The vendors who had nowhere to complain were beaten up, and their noses were bleeding everywhere. The old vendors in the city shook their heads and sighed. This young man still didn't know the true nature of human nature. In a chaotic environment, all powerful people would be hungry wolves. And the wolves didn't care about that. They just wanted to fill their stomachs. Just when the people who robbed the goods were complacent, several thunderbolts fell from the sky and struck down. In an instant, countless electric currents gathered into roaring electric dragons and electrocuted these unprepared people into barbecue. The sizzling smell of barbecue made people's scalps numb. Most people were stunned when they saw this scene. What the hell? Is God punishing evil people? The bare-chested Tyrannosaurus narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He could feel someone approaching the side at a very fast speed. A few seconds later, a buzzing sound came. Everyone looked up and saw the majestic floating island falling from the sky. The broken stones scattered on the ground stirred up layers of dust. The panicked people hurriedly evacuated from here. There is no order without rules. No matter which country you come from, you must abide by the rules once you arrive here. As the floating island fell, Mubai floated in front of everyone. The short sentence contained 2 rules, which made people confused. With black hair, deep pupils, and a young and handsome face, everyone felt that this young Xia countryman might not be simple, just by virtue of his temperament. He looked a bit like the direct descendant of a big family. That's it. Ahem. It was this Mr. Mu who asked me to run errands, Cui Dahai said hurriedly. He wanted to leave here quickly. He always felt that something big would happen soon. The members of the Tyrannosaurus group looked at the young man of unknown origin with unfriendly faces, as if they would rush up to teach him a lesson as soon as the boss opened his mouth. I heard that your last name is Mu. I remember there is no big family with the last name Mu in Xia country. Where did you get married? Young boy? If you are good at it. I just need a third leader here. Facing Mubai, Tyrannosaurus said politely. From the way the other party appeared, it can be seen that the other party should have a special devil fruit. It is not easy to make an island float. If it is used well, the mobility of the entire force will be raised to a higher level. It will also be easier to hunt creatures in the abyss. Qian, who was being flattered by his younger brother, put away his folding fan, with a look of worry and displeasure in his eyes. If this young man joins, wouldn't his position as the second in command be in jeopardy? No. I have to find a way to provoke these people later. Insidious ideas came to his mind one by one. But before he could implement the plan, the extraordinary young man opposite smiled and said to Tyrannosaurus, It seems that you are the strongest in the field. The strength of level 6 is indeed very high. But you have just entered the purple gold stage at this age, which means you are destined to not make any progress in this life. You are too weak. If you follow the rules I set, I can spare your life. With Mubai's last 4 words of summary and the last sentence, the whole audience fell into silence. And those who had heard of Tyrannosaurus's cruelty before dared not breathe. Who dares to provoke this monster in the entire Fifth Gap area? I'm afraid this young man won't die so easily today. Ha ha. Good. I've been in power for many years. This is the first time I've heard a young man say he wants to spare my life. The Tyrannosaurus became more and more angry as he spoke. He tore open his clothes, and his long gray hair grew rapidly. In just a few seconds, he turned into a strong werewolf, nearly 3 meters tall. There was cruelty and mockery in his emerald eyes. Not to mention the passers-by around. Even the people in the Tyrannosaurus group swallowed their saliva and retreated. At this time, few people have seen the Tyrannosaurus in anger. After all, since he was promoted to the 6th level of purple gold, he has rarely turned into a werewolf. Qian, the second in command, was delighted. It seemed that he didn't need to secretly take action. This young man would become a snack in the wolf's mouth today. Arrogance costs a price. Young man, no matter what your identity is in the human world, once you come here, you have to be a human being with your tail between your legs, as the saying goes. Qian, who was leisurely, was about to sneer when he was interrupted by a loud noise. The dust in front of him cleared, and he felt cold. What a joke. Amidst the exclamations, Mubai, who turned into thunder, kicked Tyrannosaurus in the chest. The terrifying sound of the rapid retreat set off a storm. The wolf's foot slid on the ground for dozens of meters before it barely stopped. You are also level 6? Feeling the slight collapse in the chest, Tyrannosaurus said in disbelief. He could roughly guess the opponent's physical strength from this attack, which must be above his own. Special fantasy beast species? Or is it about the devil fruit that enhances physical strength? Otherwise, with his animal-type dog fruit, the gray wolf form, there is no reason why he can't resist the opponent's attack. Tyrannosaurus held his breath and took a deep breath, and the collapse in his chest slowly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Mubai was a little surprised. The animal-type fruit is about to awaken, which is interesting. Interesting? After receiving this evaluation, Tyrannosaurus opened his wolf mouth and stared at Mubai. I will bite you hard. After saying it, the gray wolf phantom was erratic, and the airflow under the wolf's feet was just right. This was enough to show the Tyrannosaurus's attainments in physical skills. combined with the gray wolf's agile body. The speed was doubled. Mu Bai, who was interested, also grinned. He hadn't encountered such a resistant opponent for a long time. Strictly speaking, the enemies he met after the end of the National League could not withstand his continuous attacks. I hope you, who are about to awaken the fruit, will not let me down. Thunder and lightning intertwined with the gray phantom. Everyone far away from the battlefield stared at this scene in amazement. Some who wanted to leave were forced back by the Tyrannosaurus regiment. Although Qian Xian was secretly shocked by the terrifying strength of this young man, he firmly believed that the other party could not defeat Tyrannosaurus. Why are you leaving? It's a rare opportunity to gather together and let you see Brother Long's strength. Isn't it good? The small leaders who dared to be angry but dared not speak were silent. Only the old cat said with a smile, "Still strength? I think Tyrannosaurus regiment can't even beat this young man." Qian Xian, who ignored the old cat, signaled his men to go back to the city to find some manpower. But the men were beheaded by the ghost head sickle in the shadow as soon as they stepped into the city gate. The wounds that sizzled and bled were shocking. Stepping on the cold air, the cold black-clad boy stood there. Countless evil ghosts on the eroded ground dragged the dead members of the Tyrannosaurus regiment into the dark H.L. Everyone watched the screaming souls disappear. The master's order is that no one is allowed to leave. And if they leave, they must be killed. There was no warmth in the cold words. And the ghost King Xiaohei seemed not to be threatening but to clarify a fact. That's right. A tender childish voice came from the floating island that landed. And a cute little loli with white hair and white eyebrows said with a smile. And behind her were nearly 100 undead abyss species. Children, surround these humans. At this moment, they were emitting faint soul fire and besieging everyone. All the undead creatures such as the abyss gargoyles, abyss imps, abyss sand crocodiles, etc. surrounded everyone at a distance under the command of the little loli. And the scene fell into a freezing point. What kind of monster can actually control the corpses of the abyss species? Qian Xian did not dare to hide in the Tyrannosaurus Rex group carelessly. Everyone on the scene must not be able to be controlled by nearly 100 abyss species. But even if a war started, the Tyrannosaurus Rex group would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Qian Xian, who was acting cautiously, gestured to his men not to take action, and to see the situation of the battle on the leader's side first. As long as Brother Long wins, these small fish will be defeated. Boring. The little loli, who was leaning on her cheek, obviously didn't expect these humans to be so cowardly that they didn't dare to take action even though they had an overall advantage in strength. In the distance, the momentum of the two people fighting together made a roaring sound with every collision of their limbs. The speed of the two people's battle is getting faster and faster. It has long surpassed the sight of the onlookers. Often, they lose sight of the movement trajectory of both sides in the next moment. The tricky attack direction and the magnificent frontal confrontation undoubtedly make this battle exciting. Observation hockey predicts the future. Mu Bai, who fights completely with physical skills, has light flowing in his dark golden pupils. Countless fragmented information poured into the brain. And ordinary people would not be able to figure out the clues even if they received these messages. But these fragmented pictures can be easily converted into more than a dozen future pictures under the operation of Mu Bai's brain. Predicting the future is not really predicting the future, but an absolute prediction based on all the environmental conditions present and the slight fluctuations of the opponent's muscles. Divine Punishment Spear. Mu Bai, who found the opponent's weakness in action, instantly condensed the Thunder Spear. At the same time, his left hand was covered with a vibrating ball cover that pressured the void. The two intertwined to form a vast force. Ruthlessly crushed the Tyrannosaurus. Not good. The tyrannical wolf consciousness instantly suppressed other thoughts. The Tyrannosaurus, which had developed the ordinary animal fruit to the extreme, also instinctively changed its trajectory and retreated at a high speed. The gray phantom passed through the void and actually dodged Mu Bai's terrifying attack. Crack! Because the direction was changed during the extremely fast movement. Even the bones of an animal-type ability user could not fully withstand such pressure. After the Tyrannosaurus stabilized its body, the bones of its legs twisted like twists. Tyrannosaurus, who was holding back the pain, hugged his calves with his arms and exerted force. The crisp sound of bones spread all around, and the twisted legs were restored to their original state under such violent treatment. The powerful healing ability almost completely healed the injury in a few breaths. This is the power of the Tyrannosaurus. Thunder was gathering, and Mu Bai, who fell from the sky, was somewhat surprised at the opponent's powerful perception ability. He could force his body to change its trajectory in such a short time to avoid his attack. Being able to effectively dodge in the foresight of the future means that the opponent is likely to attack based on instinct, rather than completely autonomous consciousness. Mu Bai has seen such a person whose mental consciousness was changed by the animal attribute in the fruit. But he has never seen such a degree as Tyrannosaurus. If this were placed in the original world, he would be a schizophrenic patient. Those who used to whip me broke my body and tortured my flesh. They never thought that my fruit ability would rise rapidly because of the long-term violent abuse. Anything that can't kill me will make me stronger. Mu Bai was right. Strictly speaking, the two independent consciousnesses were actually controlling the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at this moment. One was the arrogant main personality whose dignity had been crushed, and the other was a monster that was truly beastly and could eat people without spitting out bones. It was under such circumstances that the split Tyrannosaurus Rex was invincible in battle. The attack that followed the beast's instinct was the strongest. Chasing the wind and the moon. Lone wolf. The airflow under his feet turned slightly, and countless wolf hairs stood up. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, lying on all fours, howled like a werewolf that saw the full moon. Hundreds of white crescent moonlight waves swept out from his wolf claws. The sharp claw waves tore through the air and made a noise like a car horn. Double crescent scimitars. The Tyrannosaurus Rex took out 2 scimitars from his waist and moved in a zigzag shape at an almost abnormal speed. Mu Bai touched his hair and said seriously, "Follow the instinct of the beast? Then let's see if you are really a wolf." The black and purple lightning covered the whole place. Mu Bai did not use the Piao Piao fruit, nor did he use the power of the thunder and Jinjin fruit. He exhaled hot sulfur breath and his body expanded rapidly under the fierce momentum. His body disappeared into the dark clouds, and a large number of unknown black clouds appeared in front of him, and countless purple thunders illuminated the dark sky. Is that a dragon? Is this what the devil fruit can do? I am not dreaming. How can a person become a real dragon in the Eastern legend? The completely confused people found that this young man probably never showed his true strength. How could a person who could turn into a real dragon be unknown in the Xia nationality? Under the illumination of the lightning, the behemoth swimming in the void rushed out of the clouds with an absolute kingly posture. The white dragon horns that were ferocious like the crown of a king, and the black scales with flames and black gas evenly covered the slender and dreamy body. At this moment, the huge dragon head was looking down at the Tyrannosaurus with absolute oppression. The wind blades on both sides of the dragon head covered the earth like rain, slashing the opponent's crescent wave into nothingness. Black dragon. Qian Xian's paper fan fell to the ground in shock. He could not imagine that a human could turn into a black dragon. The casual Tyrannosaurus realized for the first time that the beastly personality in his body had hidden deep in his consciousness. "Are you afraid of even a madman like you?" the Tyrannosaurus murmured as he clenched his fists and looked up at the black dragon. On the high tower far away in the city, the city administrators, who were in a meeting, heard the roar of the dragon and mistakenly thought that the abyss species came to attack the city. They hurriedly reported to the city lord, who was transferred from the human world last month. The city lord smiled imperceptibly when he heard his subordinates report this in his office. The chair spun, and the middle-aged man, with the vicissitudes of life, stood up. He looked at the gray sky outside and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. That's a user of the fantasy beast species. I'm afraid the guy is the only one in the world who can transform into an eastern black dragon. Judging from the strength of this aura, he is no less than me. This growth rate is really amazing." After hearing this, the administrative official suddenly realized and said, "Isn't that the same type of fruit as the city lords? The person dressed in white and dressed like an immortal is Feng Jioga, the user of the fantasy beast species phoenix bird fruit that Mu Bai had seen before. It's really fate." Outside the city, Mu Bai, who showed the body of a black dragon against the backdrop of the surging purple lightning, opened his dragon mouth and spit out hot black dragon flames. Countless dragon flames gathered into a devastating light column that bombarded the ground. The Tyrannosaurus, enveloped by Mu Bai's spirit, found that his legs were numb. He acted decisively and stretched out his claws to pierce his calves. After the hot blood flowed out, he moved normally. Retreat, looking directly at the surging black flame column. His subconscious mind urged his strong body to move at high speed. Many gray phantoms fled away, and for a moment it was hard to tell which one was him. Mu Bai, who was above the void, looked at this scene coldly. Escape? It is indeed useful. But if I destroy the entire area, where can you escape? The hot flames poured down on the world. The turbulent flames filled with the explosion rushed in all directions. And under Mu Bai's super control, The Tyrannosaurus was completely covered. This power. The Tyrannosaurus, swallowed by the light column, hugged his body with both hands at the last moment, making his whole body appear like a ball. Bang! The burnt Tyrannosaurus staggered out of the black flames. He looked like a demon from H.L. Everyone could see that he was seriously injured. The half-kneeling Tyrannosaurus obviously couldn't resist such a penetrating attack. The black destructive flames were in his body all the time. Even if he hugged himself into a ball at the last moment of being bombarded, it would hardly work. The Tyrannosaurus, who was completely kneeling on the ground due to exhaustion, looked up at the black dragon. He slowly took out a metal test tube of injection and injected it into his body. He knew that if he didn't take this injection, he would die miserably. I didn't expect that I would need it one day. A trace of madness appeared on his bloody face. When his life was in danger, the beast's personality in his heart completely took control of his entire body. Qian was trembling all over when he saw this scene. He knew what potion this idiot had injected. Number 0101 magic potion. This is a secret among secrets. Tyrannosaurus. This idiot. Qian realized that something was wrong and quietly retreated from the outer circle. During this period, his vision was rapidly reduced, and thick yellow hair grew out of his body. The strange thing was that even the undead of his species, and the humans present did not notice that someone had swaggered out of the siege. Qian, who was running wildly in the wilderness, was frightened at this moment. His body shape after animalization was very strange. Just when he was about to walk nearly 100 meters, a ghost head sickle was accurately placed on his neck. Seeing such a strange creature, the Ghost King thought of a certain animal in this world. A wolf, with long front legs and short hind legs. Tyrannosaurus is a wolf. And you are a wolf. Are you in cahoots with each other? After learning the cultural knowledge of the human world, this was the first time that the Ghost King Xiaohei said it spontaneously. Qian, who was held by the cold sickle blade, grinned and exclaimed. As an animal-type dog fruit wolf-shaped ability user, he had used biological skills to eliminate the sense of existence before. But he was always successful. How could he be seen through by this guy today? Can't see me? Can't see me? Can't see me. Muttering hypnotic words, Qian, with his slender forelimbs, walked forward cautiously. He glanced at Xiaohei's confused eyes, and was delighted. Sure enough, as long as they were human, they could not escape his spirit. Kung! The black knife was swung, and large drops of blood gushed out from the black blade. And a head that looked like a wolf or a fox was cut off on the spot. Is there something wrong? The Ghost King obviously couldn't understand the other party's inexplicable words before his death. Qian would never have thought that the other party was not a human at all. And his mental shielding would not work. Mu Bai, soaring in the sky, stretched out his body, and the shadow covering the sky and the sun covered the earth. And his dark golden pupils fluctuated slightly. Storm and thunderstorm. The dragon claws were waving, and countless tiny wind blades swept the earth with thunder and lightning. The Tyrannosaurus, kneeling on the ground with a rapidly rising breath, seemed to ignore it and laugh crazily. After opening his arms that were recovering as before, he let the wind blades and thunder tear his body apart. The thunder dissipated under the numbing attack. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, reborn in blood, stood on the ground that was cut into pieces. His gray and shiny hair was removed, leaving only a white body as pale as a zombie. And his pupils, which were extremely scarlet, exuded a strong demonic nature. Anyone with insight could tell at a glance what happened to the other person's body. It was the demonized potion. The old cat in the crowd obviously thought of something. It was too fast for this Tyrannosaurus Rex to rise to today. It was impossible for anyone with no power or background to rise so fast while suppressing other groups. But if you participate in the sale of demonized potions, it would be different. Compared with the Yudu organization, which subverts the regime in the human world to gain benefits, there is a more powerful force above it. Several major countries in the world can tolerate the existence of Yudu, but cannot tolerate its existence. It is the extraterritorial demon organization, which ranks first among the global underground forces. They use powerful military force to rule many higher dimensional worlds, and create a large number of items that only exist in taboos in them. The demonized potion is one of their masterpieces. The old cat, feeling cold inside, suddenly regretted going against the Tyrannosaurus. The other party wanted to kill him because they were targeting the exclusive channel for trading with the winged man. He blocked the interests of the extraterritorial demon organization in trading magic potions, and even the gods could not save him. Thinking of this, The old cat, sweating profusely, decided to leave the fifth gap area and return to the original world from today. 40 years ago, a force emerged. They spread across many countries and used the souls of creatures as trading products. Not only the human world, but also many higher worlds suffered from their persecution. The most famous event was the release of the demons. The two-faced Buddha, the yin-yang woman, the Wujian ghost emperor, the supernatural man, and other beings with destructive power in other worlds were teleported to the human world, causing hundreds of millions of casualties. Among them, the magic potion also played an important role. The extraterritorial demon organization developed its subordinates to trade magic potions with various races, using this banned drug that stimulated the body's potential to achieve a short-term surge in strength to trade souls with the other party. The existence of souls was used by the extraterritorial demons for unknown purposes. But the consensus of major countries was that all demons were created by a large number of souls. The depths of the third gap area in the abyss world. Here is the bottom of the gap, and the place where countless abyss species were born. In the abyss world, the birth of abyss species is protected by the rules of the world. That is to say, the creatures of the entire abyss race will never be completely eliminated unless the world is downgraded or completely destroyed. Hey, the bugs I planted in the fifth gap area have been demonized. How can anyone in that barren place threaten him? Leaning against the bloody wall, the man wearing a cowboy-like hat in the northwest said with a little regret. Although he said regret, a faint smile appeared in his deep blue pupils. After all, he was just a tool man in charge of the channel. If one died, he could train 10 more. The place covered by the shadow was surrounded by countless abyss species, and a slightly bloated demon poked its head out of the shadow. Did your bug get crushed to death? The ethereal voice made people feel dazed, as if the devil's voice was piercing their ears. The man in the cowboy hat smiled and saluted, saying, "Oh, my respected Lord of the Gap. It doesn't matter if those bugs die. I'm just curious about what kind of existence there is in that place that can force a level 6 purple gold expert to use the magic potion. I'm starving." A truck-sized palm suddenly stretched out, and several powerful abyss species were crushed into flesh and blood powder by the palm owner and sent into the big mouth full of sulfur. Delicious. As expected, only level 6 purple gold abyss creatures are delicious, and the others are just garbage in the gutter, the Lord of the Gap said with satisfaction while eating and sighing, and did not forget to share a portion with the man in the cowboy hat. After all, as a distinguished eternal life form, it still understands this etiquette. Thank you for your hospitality. But obviously as a human, I can't enjoy such delicious food. This is really a great regret in life. My respected Lord Baron, the man in the cowboy hat said regretfully, as if he was really disappointed that he couldn't enjoy the food. The shadow in front of him dissipated, and a bloated demon with 4 arms glowing with sulfur flame sat on a throne made of yinjing. He never stopped eating food, and countless abyss creatures around him were willing to be devoured by him. Not for anything else, but because he was a powerful and invincible 8th level emperor. Even several 8th level emperors in the gaps of the abyss could not defeat him. It's really troublesome. The men I sent to find the master of the first gap were all killed, and the master of the second gap is my old enemy. Otherwise, the 3 of us emperors alone can sweep away all the power of mankind in this world. As for the alliance between the red people and the winged people, races that don't even have an emperor's throne, is it a joke in front of the great Baron? Baron waved his hand, getting angrier and angrier, and the tyrannical 8th level supreme power crushed the entire gap. Countless powerful abyss species, even those of the 7th level, were crushed into pieces, and blood flowed like a river. This was the first time the man in the cowboy hat saw it for real. The man with the hat lowered his brim and smiled as he explained his purpose in the sea of corpses and blood. After a long negotiation, Baron finally agreed to the opinions put forward by the extraterritorial demon organization. When both parties were satisfied, Baron also thoughtfully pulled out a beating piece of meat from the wall. It lightly stroked its finger, and a drop of golden blood dripped on the piece of meat. Life and soul were given to it by the abyss gap at this moment. Holding the throbbing meatball, Baron said meaningfully, "The 5th gap is basically completely occupied by humans. Your goal this time is to bypass it and go to the 9th gap to find my old friend. After finding it, you can go to the 5th area to destroy it." The meatball was thrown out at random to break through the gap space. The thrown meatball grew rapidly. After a few dozen seconds, a black demon with wings on his back appeared. He respectfully saluted in the direction of Father, and then flapped his wings to fly away. The man in the cowboy hat smiled. At this point, His mission in this world was half completed. And this metal body could be abandoned. My honorable Lord Baron, please allow me to leave first. As soon as the voice fell, the metal body fell apart and disappeared without a trace. Baron, who returned to the shadows, could not see his face, but a hint of cunning appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are still on guard against me. How can you be sincere if you don't dare to come to negotiate in your true form? I have never tasted the taste of a level 7 human. Amid the sound of the flesh and blood walls bursting, new abyss larvae were born. And the silent third gap canyon became lively again. The fifth gap area. At this moment, Mubai didn't know that the strongest abyss creatures would come here. At this moment, he was more interested in the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had taken the magic potion. Knowing the importance of this, Mubai released the dragon form and fell to the ground. In the dragon form, he was particularly domineering, with ferocious dragon patterns coiled on his body. And the unmatched dragon power was even more overwhelming. The white werewolf, who was the same size as the dragon man, exhaled a dark breath, and the wounds on his body healed in the blink of an eye. It seemed that the magic potion had enhanced his potential to the limit, and even the power of the devil fruit had reached the level of awakening. Mubai frowned and said calmly, "Magic potion. How can you have this thing that has been banned for decades?" The dark purple blood vessels under the white body surface were expanding and contracting at a very fast speed, as if there were thousands of flesh worms scurrying under the skin. This is the power of the magic potion. The black and red pupil shed blood and tears. This was the result of his relatively fragile body being unable to withstand the high-speed beating of his heart. The powerful potential of the magic potion was prompting the Tyrannosaurus to evolve into a higher-level creature. What about a dragon? I will take off your head as my most glorious merit. The Tyrannosaurus, who answered the question irrelevantly, swelled up, and two new pairs of arms broke out of the ground from his back. The bloody and terrifying scene immediately frightened several people watching from a distance. Immortal, I am the master. The Tyrannosaurus, with its wolf claws clenched into fists, sneered and challenged Mubai. It seemed that he had seen the scene of the other party's young body being torn into pieces by himself. Are you sure? The dragon man Mubai, who was stretching his muscles and making popping noises all over his body, with his left hand vibrating and his right hand thundering, looked at him with a smile, as if he was looking at a piece of rotten meat. The pale white figure and the black shadow emitting purple thunder attacked at the same time after a brief confrontation. The agile Tyrannosaurus became even more powerful after taking the magic potion. Even Mubai in the dragon form could see the trajectory of his movements clearly. But that was only limited to the trajectory of his movements. The two people fighting were deadly in every move. The ground broke layer by layer under the huge pressure, and dense wind blades and lightning passed by Mubai's side. Swoosh! Accompanied by a sonic boom-like sound. The white ghost-like Tyrannosaurus accurately avoided all attacks. Just when he was about to counterattack, a hand knife slashed at his abdomen on the spot. Amid the flying rocks, the white body of the Tyrannosaurus was embedded in the ground by an unparalleled force and rolled into the depths of the wasteland. This attack sent him flying nearly 1,000 meters away, before the Tyrannosaurus could recover. Two thick dragon hands pressed on his head. Shock! The vibration ball cover exploded. The Tyrannosaurus's reinforced body could no longer withstand the creaking sound, and tiny cracks kept appearing. At this moment, he looked like porcelain that could break at any time from head to toe. The power of the fruit is terrifying. Even the Tyrannosaurus had to praise Mubai's terrifying vibration ability. He was sensitive to death and realized that if he let the opponent's vibration power explode on his head, he might really kill him. Unfortunately, the opponent had no chance. With a ferocious face, he gave up resistance, twisted his white neck by himself, and pulled out his limp and flat head. Except for the head, all other parts of his body moved in the opposite direction. The whole process was easily completed in less than half a second. The damaged parts were repaired in an instant. But the Tyrannosaurus could also feel that the source of life in his body was declining rapidly. Familiar with the efficacy of this potion, he understood that this was a sign that he had to take a second shot. Otherwise, he would soon become a demonized creature that only knew how to kill and had no independent consciousness. The vibration stopped. Mubai laughed after the failure. It was the first time he saw a way to break free by hurting himself. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was a ruthless person who could endure the pain of broken bones. The warm-up should be over. The dragon roared, and black and purple electric light flowed from the dragon scales. Thunder flashed. The vibration dragon fist lifted the lonely Tyrannosaurus Rex into the air like a tsunami. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who raised his arms to block, had no time to dodge, and was hit in the chin by the brute force attack with the wind. The creaking vibration fist wind blew people hundreds of meters away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose whole body was strengthened by the magic potion, lost consciousness instantly with the sound of bones breaking. But the magic potion that overdrew his vitality restored his body in the next second. And the chin that was deformed by the blow was also restored under the power of the fruit. This scene was like a liquid that was hit by a punch. It would not really dissipate even if it was hit by any huge force. The distorted face of the Tyrannosaurus Rex smiled strangely, and returned to its original state. "I'm invincible now." The Tyrannosaurus, whose body was harder than steel, jokingly stretched out its wolf tail, and wrapped it around Mubai's sturdy arms in dragon form. Strangling, the whip-like legs clasped Mubai's upper body in reverse, and the sharp wolf claws stretched out more than 1 meter long, launching a deafening attack on the dragon man's upper body in the storm. The fierce piercing force coupled with the crazy look of the Tyrannosaurus seemed particularly crazy. The steam was instantly evaporated into mist by the high temperature of the wolf claws. And Mubai was also shrouded in mist with the tricky angle of the claws. Die. 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 Die! The Tyrannosaurus, completely obeying the killing intent, had long since eliminated the last trace of humanity. The original wolf claws were all retracted, and the pale iron fists that covered the entire space fell on Mubai's strong body like hail. What's more terrifying is that this attack force has obviously exceeded the upper limit that the Tyrannosaurus body can bear. Every time he punches, his arm will explode into a ball of blood mist. Repair. Burst. Repair. Burst. The area of dozens of meters has become a bloody territory. But the crazy Tyrannosaurus has not stopped. The ground collapsed under the huge force, and the remaining force caused the surface to emit rugged cracks. The crazy scene is like the devil's smiling face. This force and speed. The old cat watching the show was also silent. The magic potion can make the user burst out incredible power in a short period of time. But at the same time, as time goes by, the user will also be plundered of power. Only by taking the magic potion continuously can this state be barely maintained. Want to stop taking it after taking it once? You can also. However, one has to endure the fatal pain of the soul dissipating and the body shrinking. It can be said that the magic potion is Pandora's box. Once it is opened, there will be no good end. The slave traders in the abyss had also suffered from the Tyrannosaurus before, and were surprised to see the fighting power displayed by the other party at this moment. It's a bit exaggerated. This speed and the body recovery speed are at least 4 or 5 times faster than before. If everyone takes this kind of banned drug, wouldn't it be the same? It's impossible. He is an animal type ability user, so he has a strong physique to withstand the magic potion. If he had a weak body, he would have exploded and died by now. The bounty hunter leader, who had seen people taking magic potions, interrupted and said, with a look of fear in his eyes, as if the person who couldn't withstand the magic potion and exploded and died at that time was right next to him. Even a fantasy beast type ability user can't resist such an attack. Tyrannosaurus is going to win again. Damn it! Come on! Tyrannosaurus boss. Where's the second in command? I said you beasts are really a good match for Tyrannosaurus. A bunch of parasites. The people were talking in a mess, and the Tyrannosaurus group and other well-known small leaders were pushing and shoving together. After all, Tyrannosaurus's subordinates have harmed many people. Many merchants have been ruined and their families have been destroyed, and countless wives and daughters have been taken away. The previous city lord of the Fifth Gap area turned a blind eye to the little gifts sent by Tyrannosaurus on time every month. But the previous city lord died on the front line last month, and the new city lord has not shown up. This made the leaders and merchants, who have been bullied for a long time, find a hint of unusual meaning. It can be said that even if Mubai does not provoke a war, the fifth area will be disrupted. It's just a matter of time. Heavenly Wolf skill. Kill through. The Heavenly Wolf howled at the moon. A pair of hands formed a cross shape and deeply penetrated into Mubai's body in the mist. After countless blood explosions, the withered Tyrannosaurus finally stopped, and his heart, shining with red light and beating, had reached its limit. The terrifying attack frequency almost dried up his life source. It's over. The blood-red pupil of the Tyrannosaurus was surprised to find that Mubai, who was beaten by the hammer, was still standing. His powerful tail put down the opponent's arm. You are very strong. But unfortunately, standing to die may be your ideal destination. In the last remaining rationality, he waved his hand, and the steaming mist dissipated into nothingness. The Tyrannosaurus turned his body sideways, and gently pushed Mu Bai's remaining body with his hand. Why can't I push it? The body that was slightly undulating on the palm of his hand seemed to be unharmed. After a short silence, it was like the heart of the sun beating violently. The dark golden pupils were gathering light, and the face after the mist dissipated looked down at the demonized Tyrannosaurus with interest. Detected that it was under severe attack. Physical fitness +3 detection. +4. Looking at the rapidly rising physical fitness on the panel, Mu Bai understood how to quickly improve his strength. In addition to completing the task, fighting with a strong opponent can also make him make rapid progress. Are you done? Mu Bai lowered his head with a little regret. You? Tyrannosaurus was horrified to find that his attack was completely absorbed and transformed by the opponent, and no damage was caused. Even under the moderate attack, it actually forged the opponent's body like hammering fine iron. Realizing that the opponent had no strength, Mu Bai coldly stretched out his palm, and in a flash, he grabbed his already snow-white hair with his left hand, and the vibration ball cover on his right hand hit the fragile body without stopping in the state of phantom. Mu Bai, who had released his dragon form, touched his hair and then remembered whether he had gone too far. Originally, he just wanted to teach these people a lesson and let them work for him. As a result, he unknowingly beat up the leader of the other party. Forget it. Just treat it as a show of strength. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, walked slowly towards the city gate as if nothing had happened. With the ability to transform into elements, even the dust from the battle could not stain his body. This must be said to be one of the characteristics of the high-class nature system. At least in the eyes of everyone. The spotless Mu Bai is simply a demon god descended. This guy is simply a monster among monsters. The extremely frightened members of the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw more and more unfriendly eyes around them. They shouted the name of the boss with a broken mentality. And some even burst into tears. It was not because they loved Tyrannosaurus Rex so much, but they couldn't stop trembling when they thought of the reckoning that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would face after the boss was defeated. Boss! Wake up! Boss! Are you okay? Facing the question from the Tyrannosaurus members, the Tyrannosaurus stood there in silence, as if he was a dead stone statue. What happened to this guy? The old man, who was surprised by Mu Bai's methods, walked to Mu Bai respectfully and said slowly, Chief Mu, how do you want to deal with these members of the Tyrannosaurus? Seemingly noticing Mu Bai's expression, he whispered, although I don't know your purpose. I think there must be someone who wants to drive the bounty hunter group and the Chamber of Commerce. The misbehavior of these members of the Tyrannosaurus has long aroused public resentment, especially for the Chamber of Commerce. After that, the old cat quietly stepped aside. He thought he had no qualifications and no strength to interfere with the decision of this strong man. So he showed infinite respect to Mu Bai. After all, if it weren't for Mu Bai, I'm afraid he would have committed suicide by being shot several times behind his back at home under the manipulation of the Tyrannosaurus in a few days. Mu Bai nodded with a smile on his face, and was very satisfied with the old man's style of doing things. Mu Bai floated to the center of the crowd, opened his arms, and said lightly, the fifth gap area does not need blood-sucking insects. And those full insects also need to be punished. As he spoke, Mu Bai closed his eyes and gently tapped the ground with his index finger. Boom! Inexplicable lightning swept the whole place. Under Mu Bai's control, countless electric currents flowed to all members of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Some who wanted to escape through the crowd were killed by the long spears made of lightning. Run away! It's so hot! I'm wrong. Please! The thunder field seemed terrifying. But under the blessing of Mu Bai's heart network, the onlookers were not affected at all. With such a miraculous ability, everyone was convinced by Mu Bai. The super strong power plus the vigorous style all had the charm of a leader. The only one still standing in the scene was the Tyrannosaurus Rex's confidant. His body floated in front of Mu Bai involuntarily. He was forced to kneel on the ground and trembled, looking back at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He's dead, Mu Bai said softly. Then everyone saw the unforgettable scene. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vibration sound continued to spread, and the whole space was filled with the sound of breaking. And the strong vibrations gathered into one point. The body of the Tyrannosaurus standing in place exploded at a high speed. Countless vibration fist marks evenly hit every inch of his skin. When all the damage and all the vibrations faded, the big hole in the chest of the Tyrannosaurus was a canyon that was split by the mighty force of the vibration. It extended from a position where the Tyrannosaurus stood to a zone of thousands of meters. Everyone looked at Mu Bai with their eyes wide open. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by everyone, said in self-reflection, I seem to have used too much force in these punches. Is this just too much? It's completely beyond imagination. It can be said that even if Mu Bai leaves this canyon, his legendary reality will be left here forever. Who wouldn't be panicked when he leaves the city gate and sees a vertical canyon? The non-Tyrannosaurus confidant felt the coldness on his forehead. He was in a trance and realized that it was Mu Bai's index finger that pointed at his forehead. Under the flash of thunder, he completely gave in. As Tyrannosaurus confidant, he certainly knew why Mu Bai spared his life. The assets that the Tyrannosaurus group had plundered over the years were buried very deep. And only he, a confidant, knew these secret locations. Mu Bai came to the decayed arena and said in a sonorous voice, originally, I just wanted everyone to do me a favor. But I didn't expect that Tyrannosaurus had to fight with me. This self-destruction is not someone else's fault. If you are dissatisfied, you can fight with me. I still have the physical strength. Fight? Upon hearing this, the small leaders of the bounty hunters were so scared that they wanted to drill into the ground. My great lord, who dares to fight with you? Then trying will really become death. Seeing that no one objected, Mu Bai also told the purpose of his gathering of people. Li Guanchen, who was carrying a bag in the distance, rushed over in a dusty manner. Seeing the many big men in the city, he seemed extremely excited. I want to hunt the entire area of the Fifth Gap. During this period of time, I will personally kill all the living demons. And you just need to assist me. It's that simple. Mu Bai certainly didn't come here to show off his power and show off in front of others. He didn't need or care about other people's evaluation. The ultimate goal of coordinating all the demon bounty hunters in the city area was to accumulate killing points. Hearing Mu Bai's words, everyone talked about it. Mu Bai looked around and listened to all directions. Naturally, he knew what these people wanted. He snapped his fingers casually. The whole audience was silent. A few upright people who wanted to say something were directly covered by their friends. And they couldn't breathe. Mu Bai was speechless for a while. But then he thought that killing the Tyrannosaurus like this to establish his majesty was also good. At least it saved time. The afternoon in the Abyss world is often accompanied by the rolling sulfur smell and heat waves. And there are almost no people accepting tasks. So at this time, Li Luoyan, the task issuer of the Fifth Gap area, also took a rare nap. There was a big commotion at the city gate this morning. Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. This iron rice bowl job is what she values more. I heard that the new city lord was transferred from the front line. Her resume is not enough. If she adds another year or two, she can apply to the headquarters for a transfer back to the original world. She also missed her sister and mother whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Yawning, she got up and packed up the documents. Looking at the task information accumulated in 3 cabinets, she felt a headache. How long will it take to complete these tasks in the Fifth Gap area? She knows the efficiency of these bounty hunters very well. They are good at dawdling. Just thinking about it. Warm applause rang out outside the hall, under the sound of firecrackers. Those who didn't know would think it was the new year. Li Luoyan twisted her charming waist and opened the iron door of the hall with sleepy eyes. The scene in front of her stunned her. Almost all the bounty hunter groups in the city appeared in the city center. Many small leaders greeted a young man with a smile. Even the old cat, who was about to break through to level 6, stood behind the young man respectfully. There was laughter and joy on the street. And everyone was congratulating the destruction of the Tyrannosaurus group. Of course, there were also people who didn't know the reason and were very confused about who this young man was. You don't even know who this is? You are out of date. The champion of Xia Country's National League this year. The strongest newcomer with 3 devil fruit powers. The face of Zhongwu University. The seeded player who will participate in the World League next. More importantly, he just killed a level 6 Tyrannosaurus in one fell swoop. And eliminated the evil members of the Tyrannosaurus group. The passers-by were so shocked that they couldn't even close their mouths. He couldn't figure out how such a person could appear in the Fifth Gap area. Li Luoyan, who was leaning against the door frame, was absent-minded for a few seconds. Mu Bai? She seemed to have heard of this person in a phone call with her sister before. He was really a monster to be able to defeat the Tyrannosaurus at such a young age. She lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled smoke rings, looking at Mu Bai surrounded by the crowd with interest. At this moment, he was talking to Lao Mao and Li Guanchen. Li Guanchen, who was called by his name, seemed very excited. He danced and said his ideas, including how to distribute manpower and the use of tools and traps. Lao Mao, who didn't pay much attention to this young man, was surprised after hearing this. There are very few people who can make this kind of attraction trap in this area. It seems that Mubai wants to make a big move. The leaders who have been listening from outside the city to hear also roughly understand what Mubai wants to do. First, call all bounty hunters. Second, under the coordination of Li Guanchen and Lao Mao, attract the abyss species in different areas. Third, Mubai kills these abyss species personally, and the abyss species he obtains will be divided equally among everyone before and after the end. This third point can be said to make many leaders present glow with red eyes. Although it is not clear why this boss Mubai wants to kill the abyss species personally, these resources are actually allocated to them. If ordinary people suddenly say this, they will definitely not believe it. But Mubai first killed the powerful Tyrannosaurus, and then revealed that he is the leader of the young generation of Xia country. Combined with these two, everyone believes in his promise. The old cat smoking an old pipe nodded frequently, and also added his own explanations to the places where Li Guanchen didn't say enough. The complete logic and cautious thinking made Mubai's eyes light up. After the leaders and Mubai finished discussing, Mubai looked around and said with a smile, "I know that everyone here is here to make a living, and the promise I made will not change. I won't talk to you about the justice of the human race. After all, hunting the abyss species is a dangerous behavior in itself. If you assist me, I will bring you rewards far beyond the usual tasks." The sonorous and powerful words undoubtedly moved everyone present, and even some passers-by spontaneously applauded when they saw the atmosphere. As for the red people who like to watch the excitement, they have already cheered, although this matter has nothing to do with them. This young human being deserves their applause for pulling out the sting of the Tyrannosaurus. The old cat with strange light in his eyes whispered to Mubai, "Mr. Mubai, even if we don't share the rewards for killing the abyss species with the hunters, they will work hard." Mubai smiled and said nothing, but he didn't answer. Of course, he was not kind-hearted nor did he want to be a saint, but he had a bigger plan and was just doing a favor. Mubai clapped his hands and then appointed the experienced old cat as the person in charge of the event, and Li Guanchen assisted him. Hearing this, the followers behind the old cat clenched their fists and cheered, and he looked at Mubai in disbelief. In a short time, he guessed what the young man might do, and he felt under great pressure and accepted the order. A large number of team leaders swarmed into the task hall, making Li Luyan laugh and cry, "Miss Li, hurry up and take out all the task lists. I'm afraid the tasks in these few months are not enough." "Yes, yes, yes." Amid the chatter, the old cat squeezed in. He sighed and thought that these young people still didn't understand what Mr. Mubai meant. He knocked on the glass table and said softly, "Miss Li, take out all the tasks that have been piled up. Mr. Mubai means to complete them as much as possible. All tasks." Li Luyan frowned and looked up, and her tone also revealed a reminder. "If you accept the task and fail to complete it within the specified time, you will have to pay double compensation. The city lord will personally inquire about it. So many hunting and clearing tasks may not be completed even if the whole city is mobilized." Mubai, who was talking with the businessman about purchasing equipment and materials, walked in. Countless task orders automatically floated out of the cabinet door and were evenly distributed among all the leaders in a magical way. "Trust me, it doesn't matter." Retracting his left hand with the golden lion ring, Mubai turned his face and smiled at her. This sentence blocked Li Luyan's subsequent words. She touched her forehead and could only wish Mubai good luck. Then, under Mubai's instruction, Lao Mao made a division of labor and deployment. Li Guanchen, who was entrusted with the important task, took out a notebook and recorded all the useful contents. He would have to check the quality of the materials with the merchants to ensure that it would not fail when attracting various abyss species. The purple gold ore that can attract the enchanting banshee must be iron-free and then roasted with fire to arrange the banshee crystal core. Second, the abyss imp must be used. Seeing that everyone was on the right track, the general action was set for tomorrow morning, when the sulfur and temperature were the lowest. Mubai looked into the distance and disappeared on the spot with the Tide Tyrannosaurus confidant. "Senior, we will meet again in the city lord's office on the high tower." Feng Jioge, who was holding a meeting, interrupted the staff's report with a smile. "Let's do this for the meeting first. Xiao Gao, ask the others to prepare a new city overall material allocation plan, and then ask the person in charge to count the number." "Understood, Lord City Lord." The young man called Xiao Gao was stunned for a moment and quickly nodded, leading the other staff out of the office in an orderly manner. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Dong dong. A crisp knock on the door sounded. Come in. The person outside the door threw the tied man aside after entering. The Tyrannosaurus confidant, who was thrown to the ground, did not dare to cry out in pain. He was amazed at the speed of Mubai. The natural ability user was simply too abnormal. And here, the honorary certificate was simply hung on the wall. There were at least several things in the plain room that could prove that the guy sitting on the chair in front of him was the new mayor, who had never appeared. Senior. Long time no see. Mubai said with a smile. This was a smile from the heart. After all, Feng Jioge had once taught him when he was weak. And the two of them were from the same alma mater. So the relationship was very close. Mubai. You are really amazing. Young man. I feel that you have surpassed me. It seems that I was not wrong about you. Turning the pen. Feng Jioge couldn't help but think of when he met Mubai on the spot. He was still a very green high school graduate. Considering the identity of the fellow townsman, he also reminded Mubai to go to Wuhan University. Unexpectedly, Mubai would make great strides all the way, defeated many powerful enemies, and became the champion of this league in front of the whole country. Sitting on the sofa, Mubai smiled and talked about his experience. Of course, he did not mention topics such as Jiuzhou Ding. Hearing about Mubai's experience along the way, Feng Jioge nodded repeatedly, but fell into deep thought when he heard about Song Jie, the clone of the two-faced Buddha in the National League. The dark fruit was actually found by the people of Yudu from the Devil Tree realm. It's a pity that they wasted this devil fruit with infinite possibilities. After hearing this, Mubai guessed that Feng Jioge should know some inside information about the dark fruit. He didn't ask in detail but just talked about some recent changes in the school. Wuhan University is getting stronger and stronger. This year's internal enrollment quota is also your credit. By the way, did you find me a long time ago? Feng Jioge said with a wry smile and a friendly tone. He just found out that Mubai was actually coming straight towards him. I am deeply impressed by your Phoenix aura, Senior. But I discovered it by chance. Mubai, who has a strong observation haki, actually found a familiar aura when he entered the city. After all, this strange blue flame is not something that everyone has. After chatting about irrelevant things, Mubai pointed at the man on the ground and said in a deep voice, Senior, this Tyrannosaurus group is selling demonized potions. The Tyrannosaurus also took this potion when he fought with me. Demonized potion. Extraterritorial demon organization. Feng Jioge certainly understands the weight of these two words. After all, he was born in the chaotic era of demons at his age. It can be said that most people over 40 years old cannot forget this organization. Even though they have rarely taken action in recent years, they still surpass the second-ranked Yudu organization in the underground world rankings. I was planning to start clearing up this matter and the chaos in the city at the end of the month. But you actually took action and saved me time. Don't interfere with the matter of the demonized potion. I will report it to the higher-ups. You have to protect your own safety during this period. Although this is the most peaceful area in the Abyss world, this is also because the Lord of the Fifth Rift has been silent for decades. The hands of the extraterritorial demons are really long enough. After careful consideration, Feng Jioge could only report this matter to the high-level officials at the level of the Emperor. Ordinary people would die for no reason if they investigated this matter. Of course, he trusted his senior Mubai, and he had to treat this matter with caution because it involved the extraterritorial demon organization. Then I will hand this person over to you. Senior, I am going to start the operation of killing the Abyss seeds in the Fifth Gap area. I hope you can provide some help. I will leave here and return to the human world after completing a sufficient number of kills. I promise that the Abyss seeds killed by the bounty hunters will be divided equally among them. As for the specific operation, it depends on you. Mubai stood up from the sofa and nodded, and also stated his purpose. Feng Jioge, who instantly understood his junior's meaning, was also a little surprised. He certainly knew what the other party meant. At this moment, he was busy and exhausted. Although he could convince the bounty hunters, it would take time and energy. Mubai gave himself the right to distribute the last materials, which in disguise handed over these temporarily condensed groups to himself, which saved him a lot of trouble. As for killing the Abyss seeds, maybe it was a mission. Feng Jioge didn't care. After all, everyone has his own secrets. Just like in this conversation, he didn't mention the specific situation of Mu by carrying 3 devil fruits. I will tell my subordinates. They will give you the green light throughout the process. Don't forget to come to my place before you leave. I will give you a small gift. Waving his sleeves, Feng Jioge said loudly with great pride. He was very happy to see someone he had not seen for a long time in the dimensional world. However, he had just taken over this mess and was busy with official duties, so he could not have a long talk with Mubai. After a long time, after Mubai left, Feng Jioge swept his deep eyes to the bound Tyrannosaurus confidant. There is really no peaceful place in these many worlds. In the middle of the night, all the craftsmen's shops were working overtime. The solid hammers were hitting the fine iron in an orderly manner. The pharmacy shop across the street was also preparing the medicine in full swing. Passers-by noticed the unusual place in the Fifth Gap City tonight. It seemed that the whole city was mobilized. The sound of gongs and drums was endless, which made most of the residents in the city unable to sleep. Lao Mao, Li Guanchen and others were even busier. They were exhausted physically and mentally, wandering around various places to command many leaders and blacksmiths. Mubai was the most idle one. On the high platform at night, Mubai also enjoyed the rare silence. Too many things happened during this period, and he was also immersed in too much fighting. At this moment, his mentality was completely different from when he just got the system. The same thing is the belief of becoming stronger. People pursue the process rather than the result in their lives. This sentence is often mentioned by ordinary people, because they have no ability to change their own situation. They can only use such seemingly meaningful words to paralyze themselves. Mubai is different. He wants both the result and the process of life. He wants both the final immortality and the wonderful journey of life. In the early morning, large and small cars drove out of the modeled city gate in the Fifth Gap City, and a large number of bounty hunters followed the cars with equipment built overnight. Mubai, who had already gone deep into the desert, took out the sound stone to confirm the situation of each team, followed by the half-asleep Little Lowly and the Cold Boy. Due to the connection of the contract, the Ghost King and Xiao Bai would also receive killing points when killing the Abyss. So the plan made by Mubai during this period was that the three of them would go to the long-located positions to slaughter at the same time. Xiao Bai, go to the 3 points at 115 degrees in the east. Receive Master. The 3 points near the lake in the north near the mountains are given to Xiao He. Received. The Supreme Great Master. The Ghost King's cold face showed fanatical faith, as if Mubai in front of him was the god he believed in. Such pious words made Mubai feel a little strange. Did you do some experiments on him again? Turning her head to ask the little Lolita. She stood on the stone pier and giggled, and finally said slowly under the intimidating eyes of her master, I just learned a new skill called Convert Fanaticism. From the experimental results, it seems that it can make the foreigners put the master in the highest position from the mind to the body. This guy, Mubai, who adjusted the information on the bracelet, was increasingly confused about this little skeleton that had broken out of the giant egg. If she was placed in the world of the dead, she could become a skeleton queen with just these skills. Report. The trap equipment has been set up at the 8th preparation site. Hundreds of Abyss Ghosts are gathering, and it is initially found that there is no Commander Level 1. I will go there as soon as I receive the report. Hearing the report voice in the bracelet, Mubai turned into thunder and disappeared on the spot after instructing the other two. At the 8th location not far from here, there were jumping Abyss Ghosts attracted by the unique pheromones in the desert. This pheromone became longer over time, and the spread of sulfur smell soon attracted a large number of Abyss creatures. The people hiding hundreds of meters away were so ecstatic. They obviously didn't expect that the unique formula provided by Li Guanchen would play such a big role. As guides, they only led and didn't kill. Have you notified Mr. Mubai? Yes. He said he would come soon. The team leader nodded, and his eyes condensed slightly. After a moment, he sighed. He had lived in the Abyss world for many years, and had not done such a dangerous thing for a long time. You know, it is almost impossible for a group of Abyss species, with hundreds of people to be in the Fifth Gap area. We are in the leeward side. These Abyss Ghosts have a keen sense of smell. If the wind direction changes, we will retreat temporarily. When the little leader was giving orders, a little blue lightning appeared in the sky, and in an instant, the surging thunder and lightning seemed like a punishment from heaven. The extremely precise strikes were on the heads of all the Abyss species. Amid the heart-wrenching howling of ghosts and wolves, all the Abyss species that gathered were wiped out. The stunned people hiding behind the hillside guessed that Mubai could easily deal with these Abyss species, but they never expected that he would be so fast. They didn't even know where Mr. Mubai was. The voice in the teleportation stone rang again. Thank you for your hard work. After cleaning up their bodies, set up traps again to attract the Abyss creatures. Got it. Don't worry, Mr. Mubai. Our team will do our best, the little leader said, while holding the messenger's bracelet and suppressing his excitement. Mubai actually didn't care about the crystal cores, magic horns, and precious organs of the abyss species that can be made into medicinal materials. These are all silver. At this moment, Mubai is like a reborn parent in the little leader's heart. No matter if he had other thoughts about the tyrannical Mubai before. He is a die-hard supporter of Mubai in the face of money and interests. This Mubai has resources, and he really gives them away. Can deal with it. What are you still standing there for? A bunch of stupid idiots. Let's start the next round. As long as you complete the task today, I will let you eat the demon meat to replenish your body after returning to the city. Looking at the dazed people, the little leader scolded with a smile. After hearing about the demon meat, everyone rushed up with saliva, cleaning up the corpses, cleaning the battlefield, and rearranging traps and pheromones to attract, etc. all in one go. The 7th stronghold, the 13th stronghold, the 4th stronghold, Mubai, who turned into thunder, often started to move after receiving the information, and began to use the precision attack of the hard network thousands of meters away from the gathering place of the abyss species. Even the 5th level lava demon tribe that was paired up can be wiped out in one fell swoop. Such means can't help but make everyone full of confidence. Driven by interests, they wish they had 2 more hands to quickly arrange more attraction points to gather more abyss creatures. Time passed by minute, and the points on Mubai's personal panel were also growing by leaps and bounds. Until dusk, the personal killing value had reached 500,000 points. 500,000 points is the daily limit. After receiving the system prompt, Mubai immediately announced in the bracelet that all members had finished work and returned to the city, and would continue tomorrow. The groups on the other side of the bracelet returned with full loads, using vehicles to pull the bodies of the abyss creatures into the 5th gap city one by one. After get off work, Li Luoyan was sitting in the sulfur cafe and tasting the devil coffee, and she almost spit out a mouthful of water. Is this really the harvest for the day? How many abyss creatures did these guys kill? The residents of the city also walked out of their homes. Although they were tired after a day's work, they still applauded excitedly when they saw the nearby abyss creatures being cleared. After all, the fewer demons around, the safer they would be when they went out to collect. The old man leaning on a cane approached the car and touched the demon on the car and said strangely, "Is my eyes blurry? How come these ugly things look like they were killed by lightning?" The bounty hunter, who was sweating profusely while unloading the corpses of the abyss creatures, laughed and said, "Old man, you don't understand. These hundreds of cars of corpses are basically the masterpieces of Mr. Mubai alone. One person." The old man opened his mouth in shock, and his loose dentures fell out in disbelief. The passers-by around were also scared when they heard this. Even if Mubai defeated a powerful opponent like Tyrannosaurus, he couldn't kill so many abyss creatures in one day. Right? Even if he was strong, he had to search for abyss creatures one by one. The passers-by who didn't know what was going on, and the onlookers were discussing it heatedly, saying all kinds of things. But without exception, they all blushed when they heard that these abyss materials were given free of charge to the bounty hunters who participated in helping Mubai's operation. Seeing the surprised and excited expressions of the crowd, the bounty hunter didn't explain, but just smiled and continued his work. Great. Everyone is very happy. I haven't seen people in the 5th gap area smile like this for a long time. Li Guanchen, wearing tactical goggles, sat on the edge of the rooftop with his knees hugged. There was laughter and joy in the afterglow of the setting sun. The people standing on the roof looked at Mubai tacitly. Unlike Li Guanchen's jubilation, Lao Mao understood the consequences of this move better. He bowed and moved closer to Mubai. "Mr. Mubai, do you want to ask these bounty hunters to keep it secret? If these people spread the specific actions, there will definitely be a lot of people in the city who want to participate in the action." Mubai, standing on the roof with his arms folded, smiled and said, "That would be better, wouldn't it? We don't have enough manpower to begin with, and your other worries are unnecessary." Did he guess it? After thinking for a while, the old cat still whispered respectfully, "The population entering the city is small. If other types of work become less and everyone becomes a bounty hunter, then the newly appointed city lord may." At this point, the old cat did not continue. "The city lord and I are old friends." Under the setting sun, Mubai's handsome face slightly turned to the side, and his voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone on the roof to hear. The other small leaders were relieved. With the support of the city lord, their actions could continue. But was there something wrong? Suddenly, The small leaders realized that with a large number of people entering this activity, the average benefits obtained by the original bounty hunters would be reduced. The small leader, who was about to speak, was stopped by his friend with a look. Don't be the first to do it easily. This powerful young man will not care about these. The old cat with cloudy eyes couldn't help but look up to Mubai. Knowing the checks and balances is the strength of the emperor. This young man not only crushes his peers in terms of force, but also has an extraordinary overall view. When these small leaders were still thinking about the reduction of their own interests, the old cat, as an old horse, had already thought that Mubai might leave the Abyss world after the plan was completed. At that time, these bounty groups that have already formed a large-scale organization will naturally become a favor to the new city lord. Touching his gray beard, the old cat smiled without saying a word. Mubai looked down at the busy people on the street with sharp eyes, and the expressions of other people on the rooftop were also seen by him. Mubai really wanted to do this. His favor did not mean to distribute the benefits to the bounty hunters, but to hand over the expanded bounty hunter group to Feng Jioga. Everyone has worked hard today. Continue to do so tomorrow morning. Commanders, don't forget to remind your men not to be late, Mubai said softly with a kind face. The small leaders who heard this said yes. It seems that they can't drink during this period of time. Otherwise, it is a small matter to delay Mubai's work and lose the job opportunity. It's not good if someone accidentally kills you. After spending nearly 2 weeks in this atmosphere, Mubai's killing points on his personal panel have reached 3.4 million. And there is only 600,000 points away from the 4 million points for the fruit exchange position. Since the surrounding abyss creatures have been wiped out, the bounty hunters have no choice but to go deep into the abyss world and set up attraction traps in the area near the abyss gap. During this period, powerful abyssal species attack the bounty hunter groups from time to time. It can be said that at the end of the second week, some groups suffered heavy losses, but they still went ahead in the face of high profits. In the afternoon, the temperature of sulfur rose sharply. A few hundred meters away from the fifth gap, Goodle risked evaporation and set up an attraction trap, which was a pheromone specifically for attracting abyssal ghosts. Burying oneself in a pile of earth a few hundred meters away is an effective way to cover up the breath. But in the area near the abyss gap, ordinary people's bodies can't withstand the high temperature roasting. The burning sensation on his body almost made Goodle collapse. With his level 4 diamond body strength, he couldn't hold on here for long. The subordinates hiding 1,000 meters away were observing this place with a telescope. Master is trying too hard. The closer you get to the abyss, the more dangerous it is. What do you know? Ever since the fourth brother seduced the master's wife, he has been almost crazy. I once saw the master chopping the bedding with a knife in the middle of the night. This time he went deep into the abyss with the intention of trying his best. After all, Mubai gave too much, the second brother said carelessly, which made the fifth brother holding the telescope very puzzled. How could such a bloody thing happen to a handsome middle-aged man like the master? I guess it won't work. The fifth brother's bracelet suddenly burst into a curse, which scared the two of them. Damn it! Second brother, you are actually plotting against me from behind? Wait until you get home to see how I deal with you. After saying that, he also turned off the communication function of the bracelet. You've been using the bracelet? Master, let me go. I didn't expect you to say that. Hack. Old 4. You're not a human. You're a real dog. Old 5 sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. Now he had offended his second brother. He was a little uneasy, and picked up the telescope to continue looking in the direction of his master. Second, senior brother? What do you want to say? The second brother, who was packing up his equipment, frowned and said, after not hearing his junior brother's reply, he took the telescope in front of the other party with a strange look on his face. And then he found his extremely frightened eyes. Realizing that everything was wrong, he quickly looked in the direction of his master with the telescope. When he found the black and white figure, a chill suddenly rushed from his tailbone to his head. Master, don't look back. Go! Suddenly, the information on the bracelet stunned Goodle, who was setting up a trap. The heat wave of sulfur had already reduced his perception by half, and he didn't pay much attention to the surrounding scene because he was already worried. It seems not that hot. Yes. 2 tall and thin figures blocked the scorching sun and covered his body. In an instant, Guldar realized why his disciple said not to look back. With a trembling body, he took a step forward in the extremely depressing atmosphere, and 2 shadows behind him came like shadows, as if they were attached to his body. Realizing that he was doomed, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the giant axe from his waist, turned his body, and chopped it horizontally with an axe. With the huge power, the giant axe chopped very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it swept across the two shadows behind him. It was at this time that Guldar could see the true face of the two tall and thin figures. The sticky sulfur smell attached to the rope, and the body floating in the air seemed to have no bones. But in the thin hands, the rusty sickle was tightly grasped. Under the black and white robes, the illusory face kept changing with the flow of the halo. Level 6 purple gold. Abyss twin death god. Damn it! In the Abyss world, the fewer the number of Abyss creatures, the higher their level will be after they grow up. For example, the strongest creature born from the Abyss Gap will naturally become an existence of the 8th level Emperor throne, which is called the Gap Lord by the world. In the 5th Gap area, it is rumored that there are black and white death gods wandering around. They will judge the death in front of the intruders. Those who do good will gain eternal life under their sickles, and those who do evil will fall into the Abyss L forever and cannot extricate themselves. Of course, the old people in the Abyss world are telling these stories. The stories they made up intentionally or unintentionally are also fictional. After all, the Abyss species will kill all other races. This is their nature. But creatures like the death gods still exist in the Abyss world. Once a few decades ago, when the human world was weak, the powerful Abyss Lord once led the powerful 7th level warriors to attack the human world. Wherever they passed, there were corpses everywhere without exception. It was not until the top leaders sent Yin Tianzheng to completely suppress several passages leading to the Abyss world. The first Gap Lord killed by him at that time was a powerful life form of the death god type. Later, the main passage was sealed in the underground of Wuda. When Gulda's head flew out, he thought of the disciples who had not escaped yet. The distance of several thousand meters was too close. There was no obstacle for the twin death gods. Go quickly. The dull pupils finally dispersed. The black and white figures also floated in front of him, heading in the direction of the earth slope where the two disciples were hiding. I contacted Mr. Mubai, but he is in another base. The black and white death god stood on the earth pile and stared at the two people. When the second disciple lowered his body and wanted to say something, the shadow-like sickle pierced his body, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He twisted on the sickle like a dying fish. Soon, the sulfur flames on the sickle completely burned him out. The frightened old 5, who was mentally ill, crawled away and shouted to save me. At this moment, no matter how hot the flames on the surface were, he couldn't get warm, because the intense fear in his heart made him feel like falling into an ice cave. Humans are hunting the Abyss race in an orderly manner. Do you know why? The White Grim Reaper suddenly bent his body, and his ethereal face was only a few centimeters away from Lao Wu's nose. The extremely terrified Lao Wu saw the reflection of his tragic death on the ethereal face with a halo flowing. It seems that you don't know. Seeing the human still in a sluggish state, cold words came out of the mouth of the Black Grim Reaper, and the rusty sickle slowly fell at the same time. Squeak! Suddenly, countless electric currents gathered together, and a vibrating ball cover hit the Black Grim Reaper's ethereal face head-on. The violent vibration power directly knocked it out dozens of meters away, and at the same time, the White Grim Reaper beside it seemed to be damaged to a certain extent. Life connected together? Interesting. Mu Bai, who had been de-element, walked out of the thunder, and countless lightning gathered into several divine punishment spears that accurately shot at the White Grim Reaper. The agile White Grim Reaper immediately cut off the lightning spear with his sickle. Seeing this, Mu Bai just smiled and gathered the cut lightning into a thunder chain that wrapped around its white robe. One hand clenched tightly. The thunderous thunder exploded. The black-robed Grim Reaper, who was blown away in the distance, attacked fiercely with strange flashes, and the burning sulfur breath gushed out and attached to the rusty Grim Reaper's sickle. Slash! Fierce flames swept over. Flames? Let's see who can burn and shoot. Mu Bai raised his head, and a faint dragon's might came out of his dark golden pupils, and the black dragon flame in his mouth was exhaled directly. The corrosive dragon flame that screamed out instantly devoured the sulfur flame. The pitch-black fire spread along the handle of the sickle to the black robe, and the unextinguishable black dragon flame made the black-robed Grim Reaper suffer so much that the original fatal slash was lost. The tacitly white Grim Reaper flashed behind the black robe, and the sickle in his hand pierced through his companion's body mercilessly. Strangely, after being pierced through the body, the flames on the black-robed Grim Reaper were extinguished. Oh! Mu Bai, who is familiar with the characteristics of his own flame, knows how difficult it is. The black dragon flame is corrosive and flammable in physics. which cannot be extinguished by water. At the same time, the black dragon flame also has the ability to corrode the spirit and soul. If the burned person does not receive any help, he will be completely turned into a corpse. Mr. Mubai, as long as one of the black and white death gods of the abyss does not die, the other will be resurrected on the spot when it dies and eliminate all injuries and abnormal conditions on the body. Xiao Wu also recovered. He reminded Mubai loudly, and the fear in his eyes was still very strong. So as long as they die at the same time, they can be completely killed. After measuring his face, Mubai said slowly, and the Naginata war god wrapped with the black and gold dragon in his hand was also transmitted from the storage space. Xiao Wu, whose expression was stagnant, was silent, because he really didn't know how to kill this rare twin death god. Human, you have a strong killing intent and are stained with a lot of blood from the abyss. Are you the one who has been slaughtering our clan for this period of time? If so, you will be buried under my knife, and your soul that cannot transcend will be imprisoned until the last moment of the destruction of the era. A seamless sentence came out of the two people's mouths, which made Mubai realize that the two gods of life and death are not two individuals, but rather one consciousness controlling two bodies. It sounds terrible, but can you really withstand my attack? After stroking the back of the knife, Mubai's muscles bulged. The terrifying vibration ball cover condensed on the cold light martial god, and slashed down in the air in a flash. Xiao Wu, who was not far away, suddenly found himself floating in the air and flying away. He realized that this was to save him, so he did not resist. The extremely fast slash was not seen clearly even by the twin gods of death with 4 eyes. The white-robed death god was about to set up his sickle to block it, but was suppressed into the depths of the ground by the overbearing power. The terrifying vibration power overturned the ground with a creaking explosion. The white figure was embedded in the cracked ground, and the white robe of the Grim Reaper, who was hit, seemed to be torn a little. Such power can't resist me. The calm tone was just stating a fact, whether from the data panel or the actual combat power application skills. Mubai crushed the opponent without dead ends. The flying earth waves and the broken earth buried the black-robed Grim Reaper together. Just a moment later, the Grim Reaper slash came one after another. Mubai, who had a premonition, reached deep into the flying earth waves with his strong arms and grabbed the black robe that was slashing. The sword waves generated by the previous continuous slashes were nowhere to be found under Mubai's super strong observation hockey. After dodging in one go, all the sword waves missed. Fall. Exert force with your arms. Swinging the handle of the martial god's sword, it fiercely pierced into the opponent's chest. The black-robed death god nailed to the ground was about to spit out sulfur flames when Mubai's iron hand forcibly pressed his face. I'll send you to H.L. first. After saying that, Mubai exerted force with his 5 fingers. The powerful force made its face, which had never changed, collapse, and the creaking vibration ball cover was condensed on Mubai's right hand. The monstrous vibration penetrated the chest of the Black Death god with this shocking punch. The remaining vibration force set off layers of tsunami-like waves, shattering the ground uncontrollably to all sides. The black-robed death god made a strange cry for the first time. In the flickering light and shadow, the black-robed death god, who was pressed under him, turned into a white-robed death god. The cold wind behind him suddenly hit. The two can switch positions at will. Mubai sneered and slashed with the Naginata war god wrapped in thunder without looking back. Countless thunder and lightning formed a magnetic field torrent. The black-robed god, who wanted to attack Mubai from behind, obviously did not expect that this human would actually take action in advance. Just when Mubai was about to kill the black-robed death god behind him, the white-robed death god who was pressed under him hugged Mubai's legs tightly, and his twisting body turned into an iron chain to connect Mubai to the whole earth. Mubai, who could not move his body, grinned, and the vibration ball cover condensed on his ankle in an instant. Countless vibrations swept the whole place. The whole ground broke again. After 3 consecutive vibrations, even the tightly wrapped chains could no longer withstand it. They were broken into powder in the aftermath of the vibration. The severely injured white-robed death god was grabbed by Mubai and thrown at the black-robed death god, who was slashing, not caring about the posture of the two to resolve the collision. At this moment Mubai smiled and condensed the vibration ball cover with his feet, and it exploded. In the face of the extremely fast reaction force, his arms turned into thunder and lightning. Countless lightning elements condensed on the blade of the Naginata war god. Song Tian Ba Zhan. Mubai shouted and crushed the broken ground, at a speed that was unpredictable. He cut off the black and white figures that collided with each other with the power of thunder and vibration. Squeak! 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 After the sound of intense friction, the twin gods of death made low-frequency sounds at the same time, as if they were summoning something. However, the wounds on their chests could no longer support them to make other sounds. In the crackling and creaking sounds, the twin gods of death completely turned into smoke and dissipated on the spot. As he thought, when the twin gods of death were killed at the same time, they would completely die. After the battle, Mubai stood on the devastated ground and couldn't help but sigh at the diversity of creatures in the abyss world. Such a remote fifth gap area can give birth to strange twin gods of death. There were abyssal creatures nearby secretly observing Mubai, a powerful human being. But at this moment, they dared not breathe. Even the extremely powerful god of death had fallen. Let alone them. Mubai, who was standing still, of course also noticed the scattered abyssal creatures spying on him. But after sensing their realm, he lost interest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the twin gods of death of the abyssal species, and gaining plus 80,000 points. Strangely enough, after killing the twin gods of death, more than 80,000 points can be obtained. When Mubai was surprised, an unusual sound came from the fifth abyss gap 10,000 meters away. Several messages appeared on the bracelet. There were messages from Lao Mao and Li Guanchen, and they all said that the demon dynasty was coming. Mubai, who answered the phone, also understood the origin of the demon tide through the conversation between the bracelet and Lao Mao. At a certain time of the year, because there are too many abyss species accumulated in the abyss gaps, those powerful races will drive the weak races to human cities and let humans help to reduce them. This is a special program only in the fifth gap city area. After all, only here there is no gap leader, and the other abyss gap areas are in short supply because they are fighting with humans all year round. The most important thing is that with the rule of the gap lord, all the abysses will have a certain degree of wisdom increase, and can obey most of the leader's instructions to fight in groups, instead of the scattered abyss creatures that Mubai has wiped out during this period. Then tell everyone to evacuate here and return to the city. Okay, Mr. Mubai. If you need my little help, I will risk my life to help you. Hearing the words from the other end, Mubai laughed in his heart, but did not explain too much. After all, he was still a few 100,000 points short, and the arrival of this demon tide was just right. In the distant sky, the Ghost King and the little girl Xiaobai, who were sitting on the undead gargoyle, also rushed over. Xiaobai, who was in tune with her master, naturally received the thought fluctuations of her master. She was eager to kill the abyss species. The vibrations grew from small to large, and the sky 10,000 meters away even changed from a sunny day to a void covered by red light and sulfur because of the many abyss species. If this scene was placed in the original world, it would definitely be the end of the world. The demon shouting, which was echoed by thousands of people, was heartbreaking, and contained many squeaking sounds. This reminded Mubai of the strange cry of the twin dead gods before they died. Could it be that its cry attracted the birth of this demon tide? Mubai stepped forward with a normal look. He thought it should be similar to his analysis. This is indeed the case. The twin demons with a strength of up to level 6 purple gold are also ranked among the top in the 5th abyss gap. The long time has given him the ability to control other abyss species to a certain extent. This is the potential before the birth of the commander. Its cry before death undoubtedly issued a high-level order. Some abyss species, whose strength is too far behind him, will follow his call and go to the surface world to destroy and attack. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Looking around, a black mass of abyss species climbed out of the sulfur-rich abyss gap. On the ground, there were enchanting banshees, abyss imps, lava demons, deadwood monsters, lava giants, and lower-level creatures of the twin dead gods, soul collectors, etc. There are also many abyss creatures in the sky, including gargoyles, three-eyed griffins, legless winged insects, strange sky bats, sulfur birds, etc. Without a leader to lead them, they started fighting as soon as they came out of the abyss. This fighting was literally a fight. They were violent and attacked each other in groups. Some of them devoured their own kind in the violent attacks. The sky and the ground were in chaos, and the fight was fierce. In the dry and chaotic sulfur gas, the violent abyss species were fighting fiercely when a blue light pierced through the haze. It's boring to fight among yourself. Let me play with you for a while. It was Mubai, who was wearing a black combat uniform, who broke through the sulfur mist. His light words undoubtedly attracted the attention of all the abyss species. Many nervous monsters, who sensed the external breath of this human, rushed to Mu Bai's direction. Impurity. Die. Kill him. Roar. From a distance, it looked like a black torrent was about to drown a blade of grass. It was a pity that Mu Bai, this blade of grass, could cut the sky with a sword. Facing the overwhelming abyss creatures, he opened his arms. The vibrating light ball that crushed the gravel on the surface condensed in the palm of his hand. With a smile on his face, he took action just before the abyss torrent was about to swallow his body. One after another, the dull fists landed in the void in front of him. The face of the lava giant above his head was particularly clear, and the claws of the abyss imp were even about to grab the tip of Mu Bai's nose. But as Mu Bai's fists brought wind and whirring, the cracks in the abyss made an unprecedented whine. The arrogant and bloodthirsty abyss creatures in front of him were shaken and overturned in an instant, and countless turbulence rushed straight into the sky with a strong fist wind. Every swing of the violent fist brought a tsunami of vibration. The mixed creaking and cracking sound even shattered the latest batch of abyss species. Whether you are a lava giant with a super strong physique or a fragile abyss imp, you can't hold on for a second under Mu Bai's vibrating iron fist. Mu Bai, who had been launching vibrating iron fists continuously, suddenly stopped. Countless vibration light waves tore the ground apart, and the cracks in the abyss cracked from the ground. The abyss creatures on the surface suffered heavy casualties in just the first wave of offensive. The crazy offensive did not stop. The wind whistled. Mu Bai, who turned into thunder, directly penetrated the center of the enemy's land army, grabbed several lava giants that were tens of meters high, and punched them on the top of their heads. The enchanting banshee with mental control skills, and the abyss creatures such as the Black Witch who manipulated the Black Witch put aside their previous internal struggles and jointly launched their mental abilities to shock this powerful human into a fool, overthrowing the bloody lava giant. Mu Bai stood up and opened his dark golden pupils. The domineering aura that swept across the 8 wastelands burst out from his body. Countless black and purple auras, like lightning, overwhelmed the whole scene. The weak 3rd level abyss species all fainted on the spot, and the 4th level ones could only resist hard. This surprised Mu Bai a little. You know, he used aura to easily suppress the 4th level ability users before, but in this place near the gap in the abyss, he always felt that there was a strange force interfering with the display of domineering aura. The spiritual creatures suppressed by the domineering aura understood the terrifying nature of this human, and they all let out sharp roars and ordered their tribes to charge forward, determined to kill this human. Pressing the ground with one hand, Mu Bai exerted a little force, and the ground rolled. Countless soils were pulled out, and the terrain even sank several meters high. The golden lion ring in his hand flashed, and then several lion heads tens of meters high appeared from the surface. After making a deafening lion roar, they rolled up the ground and rushed in all directions. They were completely drowned in the panic that they had no time to escape. At this time, the killing points on Mu Bai's personal panel also exploded. Without giving the enemy a chance to breathe, he stepped on the broken ground. With his hands, he grabbed the abyss species flying in the sky like a flock of birds. Come down! After shouting like thunder, Mu Bai's upper body muscles were tense, and under the pull of the incredible force, the virtual vibration ball cover on his hands exploded. Countless terrifying vibrations spread in the sky. Squeak! Squeak! The sky is cracking. The abyss species flying in the sky, who thought they would be safe and sound, was surprised to find that the whole void seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand under the pull of that human. The vibrations that reflected each other collided in the void, and the black clouds in the sky dispersed under such a terrifying tearing force. Countless abyss species creatures in the sky were pulled down from the sky by the inexplicable vibration force, and fell heavily on the ground and broke into pieces. For a moment, the whole sky was as quiet as if it had been cleared. Only a few powerful ones, such as the 3-eyed griffin, who used their companions as shields and survived by chance, were frightened and obviously realized the horror of this human being, and flew away. Mu Bai, who was not in a hurry, raised one arm and pointed to the sky. Crackle, 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 crackle. The thunder and lightning, which became louder and louder, intertwined together, and shot straight into the sky. When the blue lightning reached its peak, countless lightning currents flowed in the void, and under the control of Mu Bai's heart network, the currents flowed in circles to form ferocious and roaring thunder dragons. Hundreds of thunder dragons chased the fleeing flying abyss species with roars, and all the escapees were electrocuted into charcoal with many shrill wails on the edge of the sky. This place needs a big cleanup. Countless abyss creatures were still coming out of the gaps, and the endless appearance seemed to prove that their number was endless. But Mu Bai believed that they could still be killed. With one hand in the air, the cube lightning model made of lightning beat in the palm of his hand. With Mu Bai's full observation color, the cube lightning model in his hand was thrown to the top of the sky. Under the super strong control, the cube lightning model expanded rapidly. In less than 3 seconds, it covered the whole scene. All the abyss species on the ground and in the sky were covered in it. Under the dense flow of the power grid, the huge cube lightning cage trapped all the abyss species. And Mu Bai, who controlled all this, was shining with purple-blue lightning. He stepped slowly into the sky and slowly uttered 8 words in the horrified eyes of the abyss species. Void blockade. Thunder cage. The lightning in his hand turned into a beam of light. The thunder cage condensed into a high-energy thunder column in an instant. And under the control of Mu Bai's heart network, it accurately and quickly cut tens of thousands of abyss creatures in the whole scene. Mu Bai, who was very skilled at it, used the power of the thunder fruit to create a bird cage skill similar to the one created by Doflamingo's string fruit in one piece. The difference was that he didn't need to slowly tighten the bird cage. It only took a thought to tighten the thunder cage. The behavior of manipulating the surrounding lightning to continuously harvest the life of the abyss also made the meeting room in the 5th gap area fall into silence. Feng Jioge, who knocked on the table, smiled and said, "Xiao Lu, do you think this person needs our assistance?" The official who originally proposed to dispatch troops to deal with the demon tide also touched the back of his head awkwardly. The picture on the transmission screen was real-time and could not be faked. This also showed that this young man named Mu Bai suppressed the entire demon tide by himself. This monster, Deputy City Lord Lu Yan, who wanted to take advantage of the topic, was also speechless. Lu Yan, with a cold face, originally wanted to rely on this sudden disaster to force Feng Jioge, the new city lord, to ask for help from the neighboring urban areas, and use this as an excuse to report him to his superiors. Unfortunately, this kid named Mu Bai disrupted the plan. As the deputy city lord, he was nominally responsible for assisting Feng Jioge, so he suppressed his thoughts and sat back in his seat. Before sitting down, he did not forget to remind the chief captain of the sheriff opposite with his eyes. The chief captain, instructed by the old leader, slammed the table and roared, "This Mu Bai is so bold. He dared to kill ordinary residents in the city before. It's really arrogant. I think we should check who he is related to, so that he can be tried." During the impassioned speech, it seemed that he was on the side of justice. As the chief of the city sheriff, this strong man in the early stage of level 6 was qualified to say this. But all the officials present knew who had the deepest relationship with Mu Bai. "Isn't that the city lord?" Seeing the city lord resting with his eyes closed, the sheriff captain smiled. Just as he was about to continue digging deeper, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly lingered in his chest, weighing him down. He glanced at Feng Jioge alertly, thinking that it shouldn't be the soft-hearted city lord. Although the other party has the legendary rare fantasy beast species, how could a cowardly and stupid person like him be a resolute person? After a long time, Feng Jioge, who had seen enough of the farce, opened his eyes, and his deep pupils inadvertently scanned the people in the audience. Some people from his own faction looked ugly, and some officials, who were attached to the previous city lord and now switched to the deputy city lord Lu Yan, were smiling. Stupid prey always thinks they are hunters, but they don't know that the hunters who follow them just want to wait for the prey to return to the nest to catch them all in one fell swoop. Don't you think so, Mr. Deputy City Lord? Feng Jioge's low words made Lu Yan frown, wondering why this guy was going to overturn the table. With him and the sheriff's chief captain, 2 level 6 purple gold masters. What waves can the other party make? Ridiculous guy. The sheriff's chief captain, who was holding back his laughter, suddenly said, "Lord City Lord, you have lost your composure. What we should discuss now should be." In an instant, the light and shadow in the conference room flickered, and the blue flame flowed, which made everyone stunned. What is it? A blue feather accurately stopped on the tip of his nose, and the blue hollow flame burned elegantly. I don't know when the city lord stood in front of him, and the blue feather was stained with a few drops of blood. The captain, shaking his hands and touching his head, never dreamed that he would be killed by his own people one day in the place where he had worked for many years. That's right. Killed. The blood hole on his forehead couldn't stop bleeding. And all this was caused by the light blue feather in Feng Jioge's song. As a level 6 ability user, he didn't even see how the other party acted, and even felt nothing after being fatally injured. He fell to the ground unwillingly, and the whole conference room exploded in an instant. Lu Yen was furious and horrified. He threatened to let Feng Jioge be tried by the supervisory department. You are so lawless. So arrogant. Feng Jioge. You are awesome. The recording stone at the meeting has recorded your ugly face. Speaker 1 will not let you off. The confrontation between the two level 6 warriors made everyone present feel uneasy, fearing that they would be affected by the next second of the war. After all, they originally thought that the newly appointed city lord Feng Jioge was a kind-hearted person who didn't care about worldly affairs. But now it seems that he was too impulsive. Feng Jioge, who put away his feathers, laughed wildly. After all, he was accustomed to this kind of suppression. Extraterritorial demons. Demonized potions. These two words, Deputy City Lord Lu, must think clearly. It seems that you, the behind-the-scenes pusher, cultivated the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for the previous City Lord, he was also your puppet. At this point, Feng Jioge changed the subject. There was murderous intent between his eyebrows. Colluding with the extraterritorial demon organization. Reselling demonized potions. You, City Lord Lu, are so brave. Being questioned repeatedly, City Lord Lu subconsciously looked around, and indeed saw the third in command, who participated in the previous incident, lowering his head and not daring to look at him. Good. Good. This Feng Jioge underestimated him. He actually let this guy who had all the evidence in his hand betray him. He rushed to the window and ran out like crazy. Feng Jioge was not in a hurry, but turned around slowly and returned to his seat. Let's officially start the first meeting of the 5th Gap City District now. The faces of the people at the conference table were different. Lu Yen, who thought he had escaped, didn't care about his bloated body. Although he hadn't taken action for many years, he believed that his level 6 strength could still break through the siege. As long as he escaped from here and found Counselor Wang. Maybe he could. Just as he was thinking about it, a man in black clothes and the uniform of the White Dragon Supervisory Department stood at the end of the dark corridor. He walked out of the shadows and looked at him with a pale face like a zombie. Detention begins. Lu Yen, who was sweating profusely, broke down and cried. He knew that he would be worse off than dead after being arrested by the supervisory department. Unfortunately, when he just thought of ending his life, a hand knife chopped his neck, which made him faint. The battle is still going on near the 5th Gap area. Ghost King Xiaohei is swinging his ghost sickle wantonly among the abyss species. Every slash can cause the bloody ghost to devour their bodies. This is his unique potential as an attribute king. He can strengthen his own strength by killing the enemy's soul in battle. The skeleton Xiao, by wandering among the lava demons, seems to be much happier. She wears a gothic Lolita skirt and sings a ballad to dodge the attack slowly. From time to time, she will use her white fingers to point at the bloodthirsty lava demons. The demons that are touched will rot and decay little by little in the weird transformation and have no fighting ability at all. Although the malicious lava giant's body was broken, it still used its remaining consciousness to control its arms to crush the human little girl. With such power, the opponent will definitely die. The turbid eyes burst out the last brilliance, and with a heavy crushing sound and the continuous breaking sound of bones, the lava giant crawling on the ground raised his arm in relief. In his eyes, the guy less than 1 meter tall must be dead. The Ghost King who was killing the abyss species in the distance did laugh mockingly. In his eyes, the most terrifying thing about the skeleton Xiaobai was his ability to be almost immortal. It is estimated that even the Emperor can't completely kill this freak. Sure enough, when the giant raised his arm, he found that the little lowly, who had instantly recovered, was looking at him with a smile. And the bright soul flame flowed out of her white pupils. The lava giant, who felt strange, realized that a kind of undead power was constantly infiltrating his entire body through the gaps in his palms. In his drowsiness, it was completely transformed into a soulless creature. The dead tree monsters that were scattered by Mu Bai in the center of the battlefield actually formed several huge tumors by sucking the flesh and blood of the surrounding abyss species. In the tumors, higher-level tree people are about to be born. Puff. The bubbles burst, and several humanoid creatures came out. The strong survival ability of the dead tree monsters made the tree people born particularly strong. Each body was full of explosive power, and the emerald green skin exuded a strong vitality. They were the first to see the terrifying human who was constantly harvesting the lives of the abyss species with thunder after the birth of basic consciousness. Their dark green pupils were full of resentment and murderous intent. Go kill him. The unquestionable ancient voice sounded, and several tree people turned around and found that it was a deformed ancient tree priest. as a rare race like the twin gods of death. He also had absolute strength, obeying the master and servant in blood. These newly born tree people looked up at the ancient tree priest with great enthusiasm, and they believed in the priest's words without a doubt, watching several new tree people rushing towards the big devil in the air. The ancient tree priest hiding under the dead tree monster thought that the human in the sky would inevitably suffer physical damage if he used the fruit ability in this way. These newly born tree people were all at the peak of level 5, and they might be able to further consume the opponent's physical strength, so that he could. Boom, boom, boom. A few crisp explosions directly broke the ancient tree priest, who was meditating, and saw that the tree people fell to the ground at a faster speed. Looking at the tree man, with a hole in his chest under his feet, he understood the strength of this man. You didn't even hold on for a second. The ancient tree priest disappointedly inserted the dead, with scepter in his hand into the tree man, who was about to die under his feet, and the endless life force was absorbed into his body. If it weren't for the abundant corpses in these abyss species that could absorb and enhance vitality, he would not risk walking out of the abyss gap. Just as he was about to quietly leave the battlefield, a human holding a three-eyed griffin's head stood in front of the tree hole, and behind him were three-eyed griffins that had been killed. The ancient tree priest, who was chilling in his heart, was about to chant a spell when he was punched away by Mu Bai, who came on the blood. The shockwave directly turned over the nearby location of 100 meters. A river of blood flowed across the ground in the dust. Mu Bai, who came like the god of death, stepped on the mountains of corpses and seas of blood and finally came to the front of the abyss gap. Those numerous abyss species were almost wiped out by his thunderous means. It is conceivable how many Mu Bai killed at this moment. Originally, there were still hundreds of thousands of points missing, but now it has been completely exceeded. Seeing that there were too many bloodstains on his body, Mu Bai calmly used elementalization. After the thunder was entangled, the dust and blood were cleared, leaving only a warrior with full blood with almost no effort. Even the ancient tree priests, who were used to seeing life and death, couldn't help but take a deep breath at such a map. There were not many scenes that could scare the elders of the abyss world. He stood up and used thick vegetation to block in front of him. Huge tree branches several dozen meters wide drilled out of the soil and pulled towards the broken surface. In the whip of the wind and rain, Mu Bai could accurately avoid the messy attacks every time, which made the ancient tree priests even more confused, thinking that the breath of the twin dead gods disappeared nearby. His bark-like face became more solemn. You are quite strong. I will fight you after I go back to recuperate. The ancient tree priest ran to the abyss dozens of meters behind him and jumped in. But just as he was about to enter the gap world, his body floated up involuntarily. The thick branches were torn apart by the vibration ball covered during the thunder and lightning roar. Mu Bai, who pulled the ancient tree priest back with one hand, smiled and said, "You really think you are Grey Wolf?" "Huh? What Grey Wolf?" His physique was originally weaker than that of the strong men in the same realm. He felt a bone-piercing pain under Mu Bai's iron hand locking his throat. The strength of his hand almost broke his cervical vertebrae into two sections. Spirit? Too weak. Feeling the mosquito-like resistance of the other party, Mu Bai was no longer interested. He took out his left hand from his trouser pocket and said softly with an unchanged expression, "Goodbye." His index finger touched the rough forehead of the ancient tree priest. After the two cold words were uttered, the vibration ball cover on his finger suddenly exploded. After a slight creaking sound, the ugly face collapsed. After taking out the crystal core, Mu Bai casually threw his body into the cold and quiet abyss. Standing at the edge of the gap, you can still see the monster climbing vaguely. However, after Mu Bai threw down this famous person whose head was blown up, the entire abyss gap was silent. Mu Bai, who deliberately waited at the edge for a while, was a little disappointed. He thought that there would be stronger abyss species appearing, but he didn't expect that these turtles would become good babies after seeing the body of the ancient tree priest. Looking back, the devastated ground was covered with blood and corpses. The last time Mu Bai fought so fiercely was when he first entered the Shira Tower. "Master, I am the great and unparalleled supreme ruler who exists like the black sun and is invincible. The Ghost King hereby offers you the most bloody loyalty." Xiao Hei said the most crazy words with a cold face, which made Mu Bai's head black. He wondered how such a second-year word came out of the mouth of the once cold and bloodthirsty Ghost King. The sense of disobedience was too strong. The battle was completely over. After looking at the number of killing points, Mu Bai also knew that it was time for him to start. Although it was 1 month earlier than the previous plan, it didn't matter. He had already thought of other arrangements. At this moment, The killing points in the points column showed 4.87 million. System. Redeem the fruit position. Mubai said in his heart on the way back. Ding dong. The host's killing points have reached the target and are being redeemed for the host. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third fruit position. The Piao Piao fruit uses equipment inlays, and the thunder fruit and the black dragon form of the fantasy beast use 2 fruit positions. Although there are many quest rewards along the way, the rewards for fruit positions are actually very rare. For million killing points is not so much a test for Mubai, but in fact it will be very easy if he completes it with his heart, as long as he does not encounter a powerful opponent in the 6th level purple gold class, or an opponent like the 7th level heavenly king and the 8th level emperor. Mubai is confident that he can defeat them with his ability combination and super physique. After a while, Mubai returned to the city. After greeting Li Guanchen and other small leaders, he took the old cat to find the city lord Fengjioge. In the gap between the 5th and 6th gaps, the creature with stretched wings was desperately suppressing the level. In the area of the 5th gap, only level 6 and below can exist, and level 7 cannot be tolerated. The strong aura on its body was gradually declining. Level 7, level 6, level 5, until the peak of level 4. It felt the unique sulfur smell of Mother Earth again. I seemed to smell the smell that the commander said. The smell of magic potion. On humans. After completely entering the 5th gap area, it vibrated its wings without any reluctance and flew to its destination. As for the people related to the magic potion, let's deal with them together when he comes back. After introducing the old cat to Fengjioge, Mubai didn't care about it anymore. He simply said goodbye to everyone and prepared to set off. After all, there was no point in staying since he had already got the fruit position. Before leaving, Fengjioge mysteriously took out a small gift for Mubai in the secret room. In the dark secret room, the afterglow of the burning fire overflowed from the box in Fengjioge's heart. The heart-pounding pure energy made Mubai say 5 big words incredulously. Jiuzhou Ding fragment. Looking at the surprised expression of the junior, Fengjioge laughed. No one could have thought that this little gift was actually an item related to the lifeblood of the land of Shinzhou. I guessed right. You have another Jiuzhou Ding fragment in your body. Pressing the box with a halo, Fengjioge said with a smile. And his face was also an expression that had seen through everything. Mubai obviously didn't expect Fengjioge to see through the secret that he was carrying the Jiuzhou Ding fragment at a glance. This senior who graduated many years ago really didn't look that simple. Don't think too much. I can see that you have the same aura because I have been with the fragments of Jiuzhou Ding for many years. The fragment carries the flame that burns the heavens, symbolizing the attack of fire, which is exactly the opposite of the mountains and rivers in your body. Fengjioge, who was talking leisurely, also briefly recounted the origin of the fragment in his hand, and finally handed it to Mubai without any reluctance. Senior. Mubai hesitated after taking the box. After all, if such a valuable item was handed over to the Federation, it would definitely give him a bright future. But the other party still handed it to him decisively. You can take it with confidence. As the old saying goes, those who are capable will work harder. Since you have the special ability to integrate Jiuzhou Ding into your body, it means that in the future you will definitely gather the Jiuzhou Ding and lead the entire Shinzhou land, and even the world into a new era. Mubai, who took the box, slowly opened the lid of the mechanism. A warm and hot breath came out of the box. The moment Mubai's fingers touched the fragments, the dazzling red light engulfed his spiritual world. In the empty sky, 9 groups of cries resounded through the sky and shocked the world. The blazing 9-wheeled golden crow turned into golden light and flowed into Mubai's body. Wrapped in the warm sun, he soon had a black sun tattoo on his chest. Fengjioge saw all this. Sure enough, Mubai was the chosen one. With a complicated expression, he didn't know what he remembered. After a long time, the sorrow disappeared without a trace with a sigh. Mubai opened his eyes and felt that in the spiritual sea, the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding with the patterns of mountains, rivers, sun and moon that he had obtained in the Penglai fairyland before merged with this brand new fragment of the 9 Sun Xiaokong. Although he couldn't mobilize them with his current strength, Mubai vaguely knew that he would completely master all the power when he achieved the throne of the emperor. Mubai left the abyss world with a reluctant farewell. During the debugging of the staff outside the portal, Mubai's figure was teleported back to the underground space of Wuda. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the blind old man standing by lifted Mubai up, and the powerful force made a monster like Mubai unable to move at all. Mu Bai knew that this seemingly insignificant blind old man was at least a 7th-level heavenly king after just one move by Heezy. He picked up Mu Bai and sniffed him, saying in surprise, "He is a student from Wuhan University who entered more than half a month ago." Strange. How many abyss creatures did you kill in the abyss world? The sulfur smell is about to enter your soul. Mu Bai, who was put down, recalled and said, "About hundreds of thousands. You are really murderous. But this is also a good thing. I just met you and found that there is a big gap between your bone age and your strength. Although I can't see your appearance clearly, you are probably in the top 3 in this national league. Right?" Hearing this, the blind old man who was interested in Mu Bai asked with gritted teeth, "I won the championship, old senior. My name is Mu Bai." Mu Bai, who took over the conversation, also responded calmly. After getting the answer, the blind old man couldn't help but nodded. When Mu Bai was about to go out, he suddenly said, "If you don't understand anything about observation hockey in the future, you can go to the monument in the East Campus to ask me. Is the monument over there in the East Campus a cemetery?" In Mu Bai's memory, it was the second most inaccessible area in Wuda, and the first one was the private library of President Duan. "I understand, senior." Looking at Mu Bai's background, the blind old man seemed to see the man of the year in the hazy outline, with the same domineering aura and the same multi-fruit ability. When he took the special elevator to leave the underground of Wuda, because there was a signal, a lot of information emerged in his mobile phone. He checked the time and found that they were all posted an hour ago. He was slightly surprised to see the content of the information clearly. The media at the gate of Wuda were vying to interview the handsome young man in the lead. Unlike Mu Bai's statue-like angular face, he was more gentle and elegant in a white horse costume, exuding nobility from the bones. The reporters who were stopped outside rushed to pass the microphone over, just to interview this top genius's experience of sweeping the sophomore class of Zhongwu University. Duan Jioling, who was born with the aura of nobility, also cooperated very well and expressed his feelings in front of the live camera. "Among the sophomores of Zhongwu University, only Xiao Wudi and others can compete with me. Although the final result was a miserable defeat, it also shows that the top universities have a strong foundation," he said slowly with a smile all the time. "Mr. Duan, we all know that you come from an ancient martial arts family. Then why didn't you take the college entrance examination and enter the 4 top universities?" Duan Jioling smiled contemptuously and stretched out his palm and clenched it instantly. The nearby rubble and debris seemed to have life and peace together. After the strong wind, everyone only saw a dragon flying and phoenix dancing word strong clearly placed on the ground with debris. Looking back over the past 10 years, I don't care about all the National League champions. Defeating some weak chickens can only prove that these people are stronger chickens. And chickens can never become phoenixes. So, the college entrance examination and the league are all things that fool people. I don't care about these external things. What I care more about is fighting. It is a battle of equal strength to forget worldly troubles. At this point, his elegance disappeared, leaving only coldness and a hint of madness on his face. He is the kind of person who loves martial arts like his life. "Excuse me, Mr. Duan, what do you think of Mu Bai, the champion of this national competition? Also, Wuda has been saying that Mu Bai is not on campus. Do you think this proves that he is afraid of you?" Shaking his whole body, Duan Jioling surprisingly stopped smiling. He had seen the battle between Mu Bai and Jiang Buming and roughly knew the other party's strength. Looking at the whole of Wuhan University, if the seniors didn't come out, maybe the only one who could compete with me would be Mu Bai. It's a pity that he's not in school, so I have to set off for Baiyujing in Donghai province. Just as he turned around to leave, Teacher Lei, who was sitting in a rocking chair at the school gate watching the show, glanced at his phone and waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't go, young man. Classmate Mu Bai just came back from the advanced dimension world. It's a good opportunity for you two to learn from each other." "Oh," Duan Jioling, who was interested, turned around and said with interest, "Teacher Lei, aren't you afraid that I will defeat Junior Mu Bai in public? You know, he won the National League Championship not long ago. It would not be good if I cut off his reputation and wealth." The implicit tyranny in his words was not concealed. To be honest, Duan Jioling, a junior who was 1 grade lower than him, had absolute confidence in defeating the opponent. Just because he was a genius among geniuses and a monster among monsters. Lei Wuxiang glanced at him leisurely and spread his hands indifferently. He was eager for Duan Jioling to defeat Mu Bai. After all, Mu Bai's performance among his peers was too dazzling. just like the sun's light extinguishing the fireflies of others. It would not be a bad thing if he failed. But, putting away the fan, Lei Wuxiang stretched and said lazily, "It's difficult. Although you defeated these sophomores, they are all ordinary people. It's wishful thinking to defeat Mu Bai with this level. This is interesting. I only used half of my strength to sweep across Wuda. I don't know if Mu Bai can let me go all out." While speaking, an inexplicable wave covered the whole scene. This feeling, Lei Wuxiang said in surprise. It turns out to be a fruit ability user. I should be invincible from north to south. This Mu Bai is just an appetizer. Duan Jioling, who stepped into the Wuda campus again, laughed contemptuously. The excited media is about to explode. This kind of battle must be popular all over the internet. As soon as he left the Abyss world, Mu Bai went to the battlefield of Wuda University. Looking around, all the sophomores, who were ranked well, were thrown to the ground. They looked very embarrassed with their faces reddened and their dignity broken. The battlefield of Wuda University was full of sophomores, with bruises and bloated bodies. Mu Bai looked carefully and found that they were all people with good combat power. The stronger they were, the more serious their injuries were. The usually cold and arrogant Xiao Wudi was suturing his wounds with silk threads all over his body. And it seemed that he was also waiting for the stint in the infirmary. The Wuda students who had not yet left the field exclaimed when they saw Mu Bai coming. And Yu Qianqiu walked over with a smirk. "Old you. You haven't left yet." Mu Bai was a little surprised that this young master didn't go back to his hometown during the holiday. You know, the aristocratic families basically arrange for family members to enter the private dimension world during the holiday to experience and familiarize themselves with the territory. I am an idle person, so there is no rush. My hometown is in the suburbs outside the city. It will only take a while to go back to the ancestral home. You finally came out. Do you know what happened recently? Yu Qianqiu looked at the dusty Mu Bai and said mysteriously, "If you are keeping me in suspense, I don't mind spending this holiday fighting with you in the training room. You are a very useful sandbag." Yu Qianqiu's face suddenly turned ugly after being threatened. He knew Mu Bai's character, and he might really do this. Looking at Xiao Wudi, who was carried into the ambulance, Mu Bai walked to the ring, while talking to Yu Qianqiu beside him. In his perception, there was a domineering aura on the ring that had not yet dissipated. In addition to Xiao Wudi, there was another person's. As if he saw Mu Bai's sight, Xiao Wudi quickly turned his head. He was really embarrassed to lose face in front of his enemy after being beaten into such a miserable state. Who did Xiao Wudi fight? It looks like he lost miserably. Taking off his gloves, Mu Bai pressed the ring with one hand. A faint breath wave came from a distance. At the same time, Duan Jioling, who was entering the school, also noticed the strong prying eyes. Interesting. Duan Jioling, who was rushing over, twisted his knuckles and became more interested. Since Mu Bai took off his gloves, the murderous aura in his body seemed to rise up. This guy has become stronger again. Yu Qianqiu can still see the terrifying murderous aura on Mu Bai at this moment. Damn! How many creatures has this guy killed? The gloves that Mu Bai wore were also given to him by Feng Jioga before he left. The pure black unknown material can effectively suppress the murderous aura. Yu Qianqiu, standing aside, briefly talked about the great changes that happened this month. In the middle of this month, a mysterious secret realm that was opened 50 years ago appeared near the coast of Donghai province in Xia country. The ancient secret realm. It is rumored that the first group of people who achieved the throne of the emperor had entered this randomly open secret realm. It can be seen that the strong temptation contained in it has made the families that have not appeared for a long time release their own geniuses to compete for the quota to enter. The families that have hidden their strength or are planning other major events have set their sights on the ancient secret realm. Under the organization of the Federation, the first martial arts conference for those under 30 years old has officially opened in Donghai province. The time is the 10th of next month, and it is very likely that all the young strong men will participate. The quota is limited to 5 places, and the participants are young masters from all over the country. The gold content is far more than that of the National League. Among them, there are 2 children of hidden families, one from the south to the north, and the other from the north to the south. They have a tacit understanding to challenge their peers along the way, and they will not miss the top schools. And today, the one who suddenly brought the media to Wuhan University is Duan Jioling, who is known as the God Hand. Unnoticed, he started from a remote town in the north, and defeated countless peers along the way, even in the Imperial University, where there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The news media followed him like sharks smelling blood, and reported publicly through interviews or live broadcasts. and the ratings soared to the limit. Hearing this, Mu Bai also roughly understood why the other party wanted to challenge the whole country at this juncture. The children of the hermit family had no reputation, and they also lacked the invincible heart to defeat their peers. Challenging the strong across the country is undoubtedly accumulating the will to be invincible, so that he can shine at the National Martial Arts Conference held in Donghai Province. Use me, Mu Bai, as a stepping stone and a stepping stone? As he said, Mu Bai stood up and looked coldly at the elegant young man who entered the battlefield with many media reporters. The son of a noble family, Duan Jioling, Wu De, Mu Bai. After a brief introduction, the two completely different auras touched each other, and the battle was about to break out. I've heard that there were warriors in ancient times who could fight against 10,000 people. They were bloodthirsty and could be considered heroes. But when I met you today, I thought they were far inferior to you. You have the blood of hundreds of thousands of people. Duan Jioling, who was born extremely sensitive to all kinds of auras, said lightly. Even though he was far away, he could feel the uncontrollable murderous aura coming at him. Come back to me. Tell others that Mu Bai is going to deal with Duan Jioling. Yes. Yes. Call back those who haven't left school. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiao Wudi and his ilk were defeated, but we still have Mu Bai. Seeing the two of them confronting each other, the students who sat back in their seats hurriedly asked their classmates to call back those who had left. You know, this is a battle for the National League champion. Xiao Wudi, who turned his head to pretend to be dead, was so embarrassed that he was about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Why hasn't the medical staff come yet? His injuries were almost healed by the silk thread. Hearing the sarcasm of the crowd not far away, he decided to drag his body away from the battlefield with the help of his younger brothers. The media at the door were still taking pictures. Apparently, someone recognized that this was the famous Xiao family's son, who was in the second year of Wuda University. It was really ironic that he was called Wudi, but was constantly trampled underfoot and defeated. Just when the reporter was thinking about how to edit the news when he returned, Xiao Wudi glared at them fiercely, and the female reporter was so scared that she almost fell down. Humph! When Xiao Wudi turned his head and left, Duan Jioling laughed and said, Losers only take out their anger on these innocent reporters. I remember that you didn't have this spirit when I beat you to death on the ring just now. The reporter, who was about to cry, obviously thought so too. He kept sobbing with tears in his eyes, and the other indignant news media people also whispered and accused. Students from Wuda are so arrogant. When they are defeated, they take it out on the weak. Ahem. Keep your voice down. You can't leave the city. The 4 top universities have plenty of tricks. The comments in the live broadcast were full of negative comments about Wuda, such as the top universities are rotten and lucky that the child can't get into the 4 top universities and doesn't have to deal with such classmates. Such comments filled the entire comment room and became more and more intense. You? Xiao Wudi, with a frown and a flushed face, obviously didn't expect that he would be ridiculed like this one day. Just when he was about to get angry, the sleepy teacher Lei stood behind him and patted his shoulder. Young man, calm down. Teacher Lei, who was fanning in the winter, also fanned Xiao Wudi considerately, as if to cool him down. At the same time, his eyes also looked at Duan Jioling. Although Xiao Wudi was wrong, Duan Jioling seemed to want to anger the defeated Xiao Wudi more. He even vaguely felt the power of weak spiritual charm. This kid is not honest. Duan Jioling stood upright and saw Xiao Wudi was slow to move. He walked over with a smile and pointed at him and said to the live camera, Is this the quality of Wuhan University students? I hope that is a loser. You will show the proper attitude after offending the reporter friends. At least bow respectfully and apologize. Xiao Wudi wanted to break his bones because of his aggressive attitude. The students who were still in the school of Wuhan University rushed in. Seeing the tense situation, they asked the classmates beside them. After hearing what happened, most of them also accused Xiao Wudi of being unreasonable after being defeated. Amidst the discussions, Xiao Wudi gritted his teeth and was about to take action. He was forced back by the sharp eyes of Duan Jioling in front of him. Thinking of the previous battle, he clearly knew the terrifying strength of the guy in front of him. Just when he couldn't stand the pressure and his waist was slightly bent, Teacher Lei held his shoulders tightly and looked at the distance meaningfully. Standing on the ring, Mu Bai knew very well that if Xiao Wudi bowed and apologized today, the reputation of the entire Wuda would decline a little, and even the 4 major universities might be the same. Of course, as long as the other top universities are willing to step on Wuda, then only Wuda will be hurt. These young students of Wuda can't see the essence of the matter. They just think it is Xiao Wudi's personal behavior. Little do they know that it will be understood as a group behavior by the outside world under the camera. This is also what Teacher Lei reminded Xiao Wudi. But as a senior, it is really difficult for him to come forward. Of course, the real reason for people's anger is that a loser dares to be so arrogant. In this era where the winner is king, you can be unjust and handle affairs unfairly. But you can't be a loser. In this era of war and advocating the strong, the winner is right. What are you waiting for? Duan Jioling, who was pressing step by step, seemed determined to make the other party apologize. And his face was about to touch the tip of Xiao Wudi's nose. The pupils full of deterrence were looking at the loser in front of him with contempt. Cold sweat flowed from Xiao Wudi's forehead and dripped to his toes. The camera beside him clearly recorded this scene. The reporters also clenched their fists. Whether the other party apologized in the end or got angry and attacked, it would become tomorrow's explosive news. Shocked, Xiongwu University students scolded the media after being defeated and wanted to fight. Shocked, Wu University students humiliated reporters and left with a sneer. Is it the fall of morality or the madness of human nature? Shocked. In just a moment, they thought of countless topics and news articles. How about Xiao Wudi kiss him? Suddenly, Mu Bai, who was standing on the stage, spoke. The atmosphere changed suddenly. Xiao Wudi also looked at Mu Bai in surprise. Duan Jioling was really afraid that the other party would kiss him. There was a faint laugh from the audience. Kiss me? Mu Bai. Are all the students in your school like this? They don't know how to reflect on their mistakes. How about you? Mu Bai. Apologize for this, senior, as you have won the National League Championship. The dagger was revealed. And Duan Jioling, who was pressing step by step, also revealed his intention. In the end, he actually wanted to target Mu Bai on the stage, and even said that the purpose of his trip was him. Apologize? Hearing this, Mu Bai couldn't help laughing. He really didn't expect the other party to say this. Under the gaze of everyone, Mu Bai said in a sonorous voice, Senior Xiao should apologize. But the identity of the apology should be as a child of a noble family. According to what you, Duan Jioling, said, the noble family that nurtured Xiao Wudi should pay for this inferior morality. Right? As soon as this word came out, it instantly stirred up thousands of waves. As a hidden noble family, Duan Jioling certainly didn't dare to say that. After all, criticizing a noble family would be the same as scolding himself. He shook his head and said, You know that's not what I meant. Uh-huh. What do you mean? When the children of noble families in China obtain a large amount of resources, they should take greater responsibility, instead of wandering around like you to build your false reputation. Mu Bai's impassioned words caused the news media to nod their heads. You don't like the children of noble families here? Duan Jioling, who found the reason, said excitedly. This Mu Bai is young and frivolous. He dared to make such remarks. He was simply digging his own grave. As long as he dared to express his dissatisfaction with the noble families, his original business activities would basically be declared over. You are wrong. After shaking his head to deny, Mu Bai smiled and said, I don't dislike the children of noble families here, but I dislike any children of noble families. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even Lei Wuxiang, who had nodded and praised Mu Bai's performance, almost fell on the spot. Well, you actually gave me more explosive news. The cameras originally aimed at Xiao Wudi moved to Mu Bai's front. Such heavy news almost made the reporters faint. You guy. Obviously, Duan Jioling didn't expect Mu Bai to be so decisive and straightforward, which made his prepared words lose their strength. What a ruthless man. Of course, if it is those who fight for the country and the people of China, I will pay high respect. On the contrary, the others who have eaten up all the resources, but are still not my opponents should reflect on themselves. At this point, Mu Bai put his hands in his pockets and said in a low voice, You are strong if you defeat the strong, and you are weak if you lose to the weak. This is the law and there is no morality. Today you will also become a weak person who loses to me. Duan Jioling laughed with a grin. He hadn't heard such arrogant words for a long time. Maybe some of them were said by Jiang Bumming when he was a child. Good. 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 He had always wanted to teach Mu Bai, the civilian who killed Jiang Bumming, a lesson, since his grandfather Jiang Yan, a powerful emperor, did not care about his grandson's enemies and lived in the world. His brother would avenge him. He was ready to fight. So he didn't waste words and kicked his back foot. The distance of dozens of meters passed in a flash. Standing firmly on the ring, he clenched his palms and said meaningfully, Don't worry. I won't kill you. I want you to experience death as the real relief in the rest of your painful life. The protective shield on the ring rose up quickly. And the special recruits who came were also excited to watch the scene in front of them. You know, the scene of the sophomore-senior being bloodily abused before made the blood pressure of the Wu University student soar. And there were many big villains who left in anger. It's stable. If it's Senior Mu Bai, no one can defeat him. They who said excitedly. But Zhao Yi, who has the ability of the bomb fruit, didn't think so. A year's difference makes a lot of difference. Moreover, this Duan Zhouling is not a sudden appearance. He was well known in the imperial capital before. If it weren't for his hidden family, he would have replaced Jiang Buming and become the poster boy of Shindu University. This person should not be underestimated. Raising his glasses, Zhao Yi, dressed in a refined manner, is completely different from the punk-style special recruit who wielded explosive abilities at will. It was the first time that Mu Bai heard such arrogant words on the ring. The last time someone dared to talk to him like that. He was beaten to a cripple, and his diamonds became ornaments. There is a reason for being arrogant. Duan Zhouling, let me see your means and strength. If it's too unbearable, I will have to end your ridiculous journey. Mu Bai, who was unwilling to waste time with the other party, said loudly. After an elegant salute, Duan Zhouling took off his coat, and the black coat was thrown out of the ring. The scarred bandages tied on the dense wounds looked particularly shocking. The people in the audience were also shocked when they saw the hideous scars. The systematic training of the school is just a target for empty talk. The only things that can really train the body and mind are the endless battlefields and immortal fighting. I know Mu Bai. You are the same as me. Let's do it. Seeing Duan Zhouling spreading his hands to give a speech, Mu Bai smiled and put his hands into the broken hair. In an instant, Mu Bai set off with the force of thunder. Almost instantly, the vibrating light waves roared and swept the entire arena. The arena also creaked and trembled under the countless vibration ripples. Under the rupture of the void, an iron hand crossed a half arc and slapped Duan Zhouling on the head. Although Duan Zhouling was thin, but extremely strong, he was directly blown away. His figure retreating like a rocket hit the protective shield and made an extremely harsh sound. Then hundreds of deliberate punches hit Duan Zhouling's time-space like raindrops. He didn't have time to dodge, and his arms emitted purple light. The shield of memory metal fused from the ground blocked in front of him, and the abundant arm-color domineering lingered on the metal. Duan Zhouling actually took the first round of offensive under the explosion of space firecrackers. Mu Bai, you are really good at sneak attacks. Did you do the same to Jiang Buming in the National League? Under the purple light, the vast amount of memory metal around him merged into his arms. Under the bright light, the metal actually came into contact with his skin without a gap. What kind of fruit ability is this? Jiang Buming? Mu Bai stopped attacking and shook his hands, saying lightly, "Are you sent by Jiang Yen?" It's no wonder that Mu Bai would be suspicious, at least in his cognition. The elders of this country all pay attention to blood inheritance, not to mention the Emperor Jiang Yen, who holds great power. Logically speaking, no matter how evil his grandson does, if an outsider kills him, his grandfather will also avenge him. The strange thing is that Mu Bai only got Jiang Yen's promise from Principal Duan that he would not deal with him. But his failure to take action does not mean that he cannot drive others to take action. Jiang Yen? That old guy doesn't even have the courage to avenge his grandson. What's the point of talking about the most iron-blooded emperor? Remember? It's me, Duan Zhouling. Who defeated you? Extreme style. Blast-killing fist. The halo of armament hockey covered his arm, and the fist wind of Duan Zhouling swept through the purple killing intent. It was no weaker than Mu Bai's previous attack. The memory metal on the ring absorbed by him kept rotating on his body. What a fast attack! Mu Bai's eyes were filled with dark gold as he strolled leisurely. He opened his observation hockey to predict the future and dodged the violent fist wind with great precision. It seemed very casual, but only Mu Bai knew the horror of the opponent. Speed, strength, endurance, degree of control of strength, and tricky attack direction are all far ahead of his peers. It can be said that even if the opponent does not have the ability of the fruit, he can still suppress almost all opponents of the same level. The strange purple light accompanied by the special punches that blasted through the sky made Duan Zhouling, who was fighting, look like a hungry beast encountering its favorite prey. What ability is that purple light? I don't know, but it should be a superhuman ability. Teacher Lei, who was holding a folding fan and lecturing Xiao Wudi, saw the purple light on the ring and couldn't help but confirm the ability of Duan Zhouling's fruit. The previous user was slaughtered by the demon. But this fruit also left a strong mark in the history of the superhuman system. This guy, Duan Jioling, who was as fast as a demon, was surprised to find that every step of his attack was easily resolved by Mu Bai. Or more accurately, predicted in advance? I didn't expect you to cultivate the domineering of observation to this extent. You are really a monster. An old man in the family who cultivated and calmed down once accidentally reached this state. When the observation reaches this level, it will perceive the laws of movement of things, thereby gaining the ability to predict the future for a short time. Excited, Duan Jioling immediately pulled out his body. This kind of vision hockey that can predict the future cannot be dealt with by conventional moves. Normally, as long as the body's functions can keep up with the opponent, it will be like a ghost and cannot be touched at all. But the body has its limits, and he cannot judge Mu Bai's physical fitness. Maybe it's above his own. Is this your move? Sure enough, it's a killing move. It seems that you have also crawled out of the killing. The smoke dissipated, and Mu Bai walked out calmly. His clothes were not wrinkled, and even dust was not stained. Good boxing. Don't fight next time. After that, Mu Bai snapped his fingers lightly. Countless thunder surrounded him. Dense electric currents covered the ring, and the ferocious and roaring thunder and lightning unicorns were born from the thunder pool alive and well. Dozens of thunderous phantoms came with Mu Bai's gestures. Damn! So cool! Photographer, take more pictures. Especially when Wu Mu Bai uses the thunder fruit. Our youth weekly needs these pictures. Okay. The photographer who praised it was a little helpless. He had taken so many pictures. But to be honest, which teenager didn't have the dream of being surrounded by thunder? If he could control thunder and lightning, it would be like a little cow riding a rocket to the sky. Sure enough, in the live broadcast, the people who were originally criticizing Xiao Wudi were about to burst into excitement when they saw the thunder coming to the world. Wu Mu Bai. The thunder fruit is invincible. Wu Mu Bai. The thunder fruit is invincible. Seeing the screen-sweeping trend, the media people knew that it must be elementary school students and junior high school students. After all, the mainstream worship group of Mu Bai is not only girls, but also elementary and middle school students who like cool special effects. Some time ago, a reporter from a news media even went to the street to randomly interview children and asked them if they knew about devil fruits. If you rank the devil fruits, you know which devil fruit is the most perfect in your heart. Almost 90% of the people put the thunder fruit in the first place. After all, Mu Bai's thunder fruit was too dazzling in the finals of the National League. Seeing the thunderous Jilin Phantom coming, Duan Jioling twisted his feet, and with the cooperation of the skilled moon step and the razor that had been practiced to the pinnacle, Master Duan rushed to the distance with an almost invisible figure. Thunder flashed and followed closely, and Mu Bai's figure also flashed and jumped and suddenly came behind the opponent. With the armament hockey condensed on his toes, he whipped down with his legs. Merge! After a low shout, the dense memory metal wrapped around Duan Jioling's body. Duan Jioling grinned as the purple meridians beat, and the dense armament hockey was wrapped around the purple iron fist. Boom! The dull explosion swept across the whole venue. When the toes and fists collided, the purple light and the black light collided instantly. The invisible air waves crisscrossed and collided in disorder. The strong airflow overturned the clothes of the two, and the black and red lightning burst out from the collision position. The whole battlefield was shaking under this pressure collision. It's a domineering color collision. Hack. This is the first time I've seen it. Is this something humans can do? Many Wu University students stood up directly after seeing this scene, and they were almost shouting awesome. After all, how could such a scene that only existed in the image appear in front of them, not make people excited? Xiao Wudi, who was standing next to Mr. Lei, was a little depressed. Are you kidding me? I can also use the domineering hockey. Why didn't I see you guys so excited when I fought Duan Jioling before? In the strong wind, Duan Jioling stood firmly at the center of the collision and stared with his eyes. A terrifying purple light burst out from his body. The aura released before was just an appetizer compared to now. The Dominator? Fearless. Infinite possibilities. Mu Bai, can you take on my aura? It's no wonder that Duan Jioling is so arrogant. Because he really has the capital. This kind of strength may be the dominant force in the entire age group under 30 years old. Even those with similar strength will be completely defeated under such a fierce domineering hockey. Unfortunately, he met the more perverted Mu Bai. Oh, really? Then let's end the warm-up. Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, was not afraid at all. and was as steady as a mountain even in the domineering hockey collision. As soon as the voice fell, the terrifying pressure of the spirit appeared out of nowhere. Under the strong domineering aura of the overlord, the whole space seemed to fall into the abyss of H.L. Duanjiling, who was confronting Mu Bai. Even saw a pair of phantoms in the void behind him. It was a domineering and unparalleled black real dragon. Realizing that Mu Bai could easily keep up with the pressure of his own domineering aura, Duanjiling, who was unwilling to be outdone, had blue veins popping out, and the spirit in his body poured out. The roaring purple light was suppressed by the opponent's black prison-like domineering aura before it could show its power. The ground outside the venue even began to shatter under such circumstances. Lei Wuxiang seriously suspected that if the two of them were to stalemate for a while longer, the entire venue built with huge amounts of precious materials would be collapsed. Increase the energy level. At least maintain the state of level 7. Lei Wuxiang instructed the staff in the school to increase the energy level of the protective shield. He didn't want to wait for the principal to come back and deal with him. This is a bit exaggerated. Some freshmen were stunned even through the protective shield. Their minds and bodies can't bear this kind of pressure. To be honest, if the protective shield is not opened, I estimate that 80% to 90% of the people present will faint. Is this a duel between level 6 purple golds? I'm afraid it's not so intense, the junior said earnestly. This kind of strength is already a monster among monsters. A freak among freaks. Don't compare yourself with him. Otherwise the psychological gap in the future will ruin you. The younger students who didn't understand it nodded frequently. It was both an honor and a sorrow to be in the same class with Mu Bai. Is this your limit? The black thunder sounded from the tip of his toes. With the blessing of the powerful force, the purple domineering aura was suppressed. Under the powerful force, the combined metal covering the fist of Duanjiling had cracks. The divine power is just like that. Bang! Zizizizi! With the rupture and reorganization of the combined metal, Mu Bai finally remembered why this ability was so familiar to him. Isn't this the fruit ability of Douglas Barrett, who is called the Devil's Heir in One Piece? Superhuman combined fruit. The combined fruit can arrange and combine all objects to combine them, and can also make the inorganic matter touched merge with its own body to recreate a destructive weapon. It can be said that if Barrett in the movie version had not been killed by the plot, he would have slaughtered a group of enemies long ago. You are really good at fusing the memory metal on the ring. Unfortunately, the gap between your physical skills and mine is too big. Otherwise, you can really compete with me for a while with the combined fruit. The wind blew, and Duanjiling, who was kicked away, stood up in the dust in confusion, and the memory metal on his body was wrapped more tightly. You actually know my fruit ability. Interesting. Duanjiling, who was crushed in the domineering color, was not discouraged. In his eyes, how to defeat the opponent with the least loss is the ultimate goal. And any bad emotions generated during this period will be a burden. Just like when he was young, he always relied on his mother, which made his grandfather, the team leader, very angry. In his eyes, the heir of the family can be cold-blooded, but he must not be weak. So he personally broke her neck in front of the young Duanjiling. It was also from that day that Duanjiling gradually became obsessed with fighting and entered the no-man's land like a madman. He could face the humiliation and suffering that ordinary people could not bear with a relaxed demeanor. Grandpa is right. Only the strong can talk about gentleness and weakness, while the weak can only cry helplessly. His hands touched the ground of the ring. Under the cover of purple light, the disordered memory metal on the ring swam in it like a giant python. Merge! Peak heavy snake. Accompanied by his roar, the metal giant snake that rose from the ground was re-endowed with special life, and the body with changed structure was more tightly pieced together in the deep purple light. Crazy snakes are coming. Hundreds of sharp-armed metal spears came from the ground. In a flash, Mu Bai was forced into a corner of the ring. In front of him was an endless purple frenzy and cold murderous intent. Is this guy fouling? Xiao Wudi in the distance said with a gloomy face. This Duanjiling didn't even use the fruit ability when fighting with him. What does this mean to look down on people? This weird fruit ability can actually control the extremely solid memory metal. It's incredible. It's really a superhuman fusion fruit. This can't be considered a foul. After all, the ability of the fruit is part of his personal strength. Being able to control the original memory metal under the ring is also his ability. Lei Wuxiang explained with a smile, staring at Mu Bai's performance. To be honest, if you put yourself in his shoes, in a battle of this level, the opponent has already lost half of the battle when he has the advantage of the field. The right time, place and people are all indispensable factors in the battle. What measures will Mubai take? Teacher Lei expressed his curiosity. Seeing that the hundreds of meters long arena was turned into a mess by the opponent, and he had no place to stand. Mubai's expression remained unchanged in this situation. He did not need to use the Black Dragon form or shock ability to defeat the opponent's field advantage. Thunder Emperor. Undercurrent. Turning into thunder. When Mubai was bitten by the monster snake, the monstrous thunder descended on the world. The violent thunder and lightning were under the absolute control of Mubai's will. In the purple fluctuating metal field, Duan Jioling smiled casually. In his eyes, Mubai's thunder and lightning ability seemed powerful, but was actually flashy. In addition to having amazing speed, he would be suppressed by his fusion fruit in the battle with the strong. You use high-temperature thunder and lightning to dissolve, and I will use the fusion ability to make the material more solid. You made a wrong move. After saying that, Duan Jioling, who had seized the opportunity, was completely covered with thick memory metal. At this moment, the memory metal that was dozens of meters underground and formed the ground of the ring was his protective armor. The pure armed color domineering outside the armor made the lethality and defense even higher. I'm afraid that even the opponent's specialty, the superhuman type Tremor fruit, which is known to have the strongest destructive power, could not break the defense. The purple phantom rushed into the disordered metal frenzy and disappeared. Amid the roar of continuous shattering, the terrifying snake head was wrapped around his arm. The fierce breath could make the students of Wudai University feel an indescribable sense of suffocation even with the isolation of the 7th level protective shield. Combination metal. Snake Abyss. The memory metal of the entire ring was dug out. The water chestnuts that pierced the void condensed together under the influence of the combined fruit ability. Anyone who was replaced by this punch would be dead. From a distance, it was like a tsunami raised from the waves that completely submerged a lone boat. Shocking people. Speed. Range. Destructive power. Pure application of armed color. Terrible control of devil fruit. It can be said that Duan Jioling is the first young player with no blind spots besides Mubai. Relying on this solid practical ability, he can play the momentum of the champion in the National League in previous years. Xiao Wudi, who was shocked and speechless, clenched his fists. First it was Mubai, and then it was Duan Jioling. How strong are these guys? Even he, who claims to be a leader in the young generation, can't catch up. Xiao Wudi, who was brought into the battle, knew that if he faced this punch, he would be crushed to pieces. Fear and depression filled his inner world. Get stronger. Get stronger. I want to get stronger. The strong will rekindle his fighting spirit. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he wants to achieve the title of the strongest in this era. Teacher Lei, who was yawning, glanced at the boy of the Xiao family, thinking how these young people change their faces faster than turning a book. I don't know what's wrong with them, and they are still grinning. TSK. It's really interesting. On the ring, while controlling the Thunder Emperor, who was more powerful than the Thunder God, Mubai accurately integrated the resonance characteristics of the Xinjiang fruit into it. In an instant, flashing thunder flowed throughout the space, and countless memory metals were covered by the current. But it seemed to have no other effect except the increase in metal temperature. Useless. Die! A shocking punch came with a bang. The purple fluctuations on the snake head also reached a climax. Countless compressed metals formed essence spikes. If this punch was not blocked, it would surely penetrate Mubai's chest and make him die. Seeing that death was approaching, Mubai raised his middle finger wrapped in lightning in the surprise of everyone. A continuous shattering sound came with a bang in the exclamation and confusion. The perfect punch stopped at the tip of Mubai's middle finger. Not forward or backward. Just right. The flesh and blood that Wuzhong people expected did not happen. The purple aggregate was suspended in midair, and tiny debris fell from it. What happened? I didn't see it clearly, but classmate Mubai didn't seem to panic at all. It seems that he should have expected it. I suspect that it was the middle finger that Mubai extended that broke the opponent's defense, and then caused a myocardial infarction due to anger. I have to say that Mubai's mental attack is simply too amazing. The junior student silently raised the frame of his glasses with his middle finger. The flat reflective glasses, and the confident smile at the corners of his mouth seemed to be true. But I don't believe you. You are a bad old man. How could such a thing happen in such a serious occasion? Strange. Duan Jioling, who found something wrong, felt that the memory metal he controlled seemed to be crushed repeatedly, and could not be combined together. The originally superior ductility disappeared without a trace. Obviously, his fist was about to hit the opponent's chest. But the stiff control feeling was foreshadowing that something bad was happening. On the other side, with a slightly curved middle finger full of sarcasm, Mubai gave a thumbs up to the junior who had just spoken. You make sense. The praised senior waved his hands in embarrassment and took off his coat shamefully. On the front of his shirt was a clear long-lived Mushin. He turned out to be a die-hard fan of Mubai. Seeing Mushin's approval, the others were shocked. Even the media reporters outside the venue were stunned. Could it be that Mubai from Wuda really mastered some mental attack that could completely break the opponent's defense and collapse? Duan Jioling, whose face gradually became ugly, ignored the strange words around him. His purple eyes were staring at Mubai closely. What kind of method is this? The right hand was raised horizontally, and after flicking his fingers to shake the huge metal fist, a series of shattering sounds were heard. A large amount of memory metal was scattered into pieces and fell into the deep pit on the ground. The indestructible snake head was like a joke at this moment, and everyone also found the current flowing repeatedly at the broken interface. This is Duan Jioling, who broke free from his restraints, leaped into the air, and moved away from Mubai in a flash. It was the inconspicuous lightning at that time that completely broke the power of the fusion fruit. But how is this possible? Mubai, who was smiling, saw the other party's face full of question marks, and was slightly melancholy. The Thunder Emperor undercurrent, which was mainly based on the power of the Thunder fruit and supplemented by the awakened characteristics of the Tremor fruit, was simply the nemesis of the other party's fusion. You must know that the lightning with the added resonance characteristics will penetrate deeply into the inside of the other party's fusion metal under the drive of high temperature. The repetitive nature of the resonance will make the fusion metal unable to gather, and finally only rigidly rupture. This is also the reason why Mubai can break the opponent's strongest punch with one finger. The opponent was defeated as early as the moment the Thunder Emperor covered it. Although the clever Duan Jioling didn't know why the lightning could restrain the fusion fruit, he knew that in the face of absolute power and absolute skills, the restraint of the fruit was empty talk. Mubai, you will regret not taking advantage of the opportunity to seriously injure me just now. I will crush you with absolute power. The evil-minded Duan Jioling was no longer as elegant and easygoing as he was at the beginning of the battle. Instead, he became more perverse, making it hard to figure out which one was his true self. Or was it none of them? Mubai, who had been in this world for a long time, also discovered something in common. That is, most of the children cultivated by the aristocratic families had some abnormal personalities, and their world cognition, which formed their own system in killing, was surprisingly consistent. It is very rare to find an honest child like Yu Qianqiu. Silly child. You made a mistake. Standing on the edge of the ring and looking down at Duan Jioling, who was full of fighting spirit in the distance, Mubai couldn't help but tell the cruel truth. In Mubai's eyes, the opponent's overall strength was no problem, but his judgment of the battle situation was very poor. Is it the long-term secluded life that made him so stupid? Oh! What's the matter? If you have something to say, you should hurry up and say it. Otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance to say it again. Licking the blood at the corner of his mouth, Duan Jioling's purple fluctuations gathered again, and the brand new memory metal armor climbed onto his not-so-tall body like a living thing. And his slightly bent waist and back made him look like a lone wolf who was going to challenge the Wolf King. The constantly tempered armor was tightly connected to the skin. In a few moments, the ferocious black and purple armor smoothly passed through his body. With the blessing of the spirit, a large amount of memory metal was pieced together on his body. The wolf-like armor finally roared in the venue, with the peak state of domineering. This Duan Jioling's life energy has been raised to a higher level. It is estimated that it has reached the level of the middle stage of purple gold. Seeing the other party put on armor on the spot, even the knowledgeable Lei Wuxiang couldn't help but frown. Such power is too foul. It appeared. This is the trick that classmate Duan used when he fought against the opponent's ace player at the Imperial Capital University. The excited media reporter stomped his feet and screamed. The dark wolf-shaped armor won the battle in that battle with a nearly complete defeat. Whether it is stone, metal, or even soil, as long as Duan Jioling wants to use it, it will give it an unreasonable hardness and density. This is the real terrible place of the fusion fruit. In single soldier combat, any battlefield is his most powerful helper. Quick! Use the turtle speed stone to let the camera capture slow motion. Be sure to follow. If we miss Duan Jioling's armor combination, it will be a great loss for our youth weekly. Hack armor combination. The photographer's mouth twitched, thinking that it was a great loss for the magazine then he couldn't capture Mu Bai's thundering posture before? Now it's the opponent's side again. And what the woman said can't be trusted at all. After carefully taking out the turtle speed stone, he installed the stone fluently. This turtle speed stone is an alien resource produced in Beihai City's Xinyu Taishi realm. It can clearly capture the details of the slowed down scene when combined with the camera. Although it is expensive, it is in short supply. Seeing that Duan Zhouling was fully armed and approaching the limit of his body under the continuous breakthrough of the extremely abundant breath, Mu Bai said lightly, "Don't you realize that I completely surpass you in speed, strength, or combat skills?" Duan Zhouling was stunned under the armor, and then clenched the metal gauntlet that made a creaking sound. The purple aura was transmitted into his body during the continuous clenching, and the flesh and metal seemed to be completely blended together. After feeling the unprecedented sense of power in his body, the purple phantom disappeared on the spot, and the dark ghost claws wrapped in metal armor broke through the air and attacked. The powerful pressure made the protective cover of the entire arena creak slightly. "I don't believe it." Mu Bai smiled with a grin. "Then I'll let you believe it." "Believe it?" Roaring Duan Zhouling hit the afterimage at an extreme speed. Countless purple wave patterns touched the surrounding void, compressing the air to a point and exploding. Dull explosions sounded from the purple afterimages one after another, and the vast fist shadows swallowed Mu Bai's figure in an instant. "I only believe in my fists. Mu Bai, can you keep up with my speed?" Mu Bai's dark golden pupils wrapped in the fist shadow revealed a sense of pity. Weakness and ignorance are not the original sin, but arrogance is. "Then give it a try." Before the words fell, Mu Bai's muscles stretched all over his body. The black domineering dragon pattern was revealed on the exposed skin, and the wild ancient breath made people's hands and feet cold. His height also became about 3 meters while the muscles were pulled. The white dragon horns grew symmetrically on both sides of the forehead, and the already powerful aura was raised to an incredible level at this moment. Mu Bai opened the dragon man form. There were bursts of exclamations on the battlefield. After all, this was the first time they had seen Mu Bai in this form. Just looking at his appearance, he looked very domineering. Netizens in the live broadcast room were also excited by bombarding him with bullet screens. "Dragon Man?" The violent iron fist covered with heavy memory metal hit the opponent's chest with great accuracy. Almost before the afterimage had dissipated, dozens of phantoms came from behind. What was even more terrifying was that Duan Zhouling hit the same place with every punch. Bang! 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 The dense explosions accompanied Duan Zhouling's twitching body, and he was beating down like a madman. "Are you crazy? Even a deep-sea giant turtle with a so-called level 6 peak body can't stand this kind of attack frequency." Some students quickly took pictures of the scene in front of them. But unfortunately, the speed of the camera could not capture the opponent's movements at all, and all they took was a bunch of blurry figures. Countless bursting air aggregates exploded continuously. Fists, palms, fingers, wrapped in the color of armed forces. He took out countless killing moves, and the sound of punches hitting flesh made people's scalps numb. But why didn't Mu Bai move at all? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The agitated smoke and dust covered Mu Bai's head, leaving only his strong body to be whipped hard by Duan Zhouling in the form of evil wolf armor. Is this physical strength a joke? Gradually, Duan Zhouling also found something strange. The opponent's skin was like the surface of water. No matter how he attacked, it would return to its original position in an instant. And even when he attacked continuously, it did not change. The 3-meter-tall burly body trembled slightly, and 2 dark golden lights in the smoke above his head lightly swept towards Duan Zhouling. And the cold sight was as if it was not him who was attacked fiercely just now. Is that it? Hearing this, Duan Zhouling, who was half smiling, remained silent, adjusted his whole body posture in an instant, kicked the ground with his right leg, and jumped up suddenly, with a purple shadow flashing. Sharp metal covered the back of his left leg. This back kick was extremely powerful. The sharp metal cut through the air, making a harsh friction sound. Above his head, Mu Bai smiled. His muscular body retreated at a strange angle to dodge, and the back kick missed. While dodging, Mu Bai's veins bulged, and the muscles under the dragon pattern kept compressing together. Before Duan Zhouling could react, a fist bigger than his fist suddenly landed on his abdomen. Bang! The powerful force even penetrated the opponent's metal body and formed a short shock wave behind him. This power. Duan Zhouling was stunned for a few seconds after being hit for the first time. The metal armor was slightly shattered and blood flowed out, before the severe pain in his abdomen was transmitted to his brain. The terrifying sea of fists fell on his body one after another. The fate of the attacking and defending Yixing was completely opposite. Mu Bai swung the tsunami-like continuous dragon fists, and each punch accurately hit the opponent's meridians where the blood flowed. The powerful force was like a free pass, and it continuously penetrated his body. All parts of the armor on his body were shattered to varying degrees. Duan Jioling even lost part of his consciousness under the attack of the thunderstorm. Mu Bai's power in the Dragon Man form has reached an incredible level. Even Duan Jioling, who has been killing since childhood, is far from comparable. If this continues, he will definitely lose. He forced himself to cheer up and use the fusion ability to reshape his body in his injured body. He seized the opportunity to roll to the side, and the metal snake in his hand, which was combined by the fusion ability, rushed out from the ground. The nearly 10-meter-long snake mouth swallowed Mu Bai completely in the blink of an eye. Good opportunity. Duan Jioling, whose eyes lit up, clenched his palms and immediately controlled the metal snake to twist its body and strangle Mu Bai into powder. Strangle with fusion. But he never thought that a pair of giant hands would suddenly tear the snake's mouth open. In an instant, the suffocating figure stood directly in front of him. Strangle your uncle. Mu Bai cursed and slapped the opponent away with a slap. The flying body hit the protective cover of the opposite ring directly before it stopped. Duan Jioling, who was dizzy and dazed, was thrown into the sky by Mu Bai, who broke through the air before he stood up. The dragon stepped on the ground, and the strong recoil force made him soar into the air and hit his knees hard. Squeak! Even with the protection of memory metal, Duan Jioling could feel the fractures in his spine. You lost in both strength and speed. In the air, Mu Bai put his hands together, and the vibrating white ball cover wrapped around it emitted a terrifying vibration force. Wait! Duan Jioling, who was still conscious, begged, and even tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Seeing this, Mu Bai couldn't bear to do it. No way. Realizing that the opponent's hands were making small moves, Mu Bai's vibrating ball cover increased its energy level again. After a short pause, Duan Jioling knew that this was his last chance. The resentful look in his eyes flashed by. He had never expected that Mu Bai's current strength was simply a world apart from that in the National League. This speed of improvement was simply outrageous. He must kill him. He held a sharp thorn that had been tempered dozens of times with his backhand, stabbed Mu Bai's throat in an instant. He believed that with this sharpness, he would definitely be able to pierce the opponent's body and cause fatal damage to the opponent. Mu Bai, grinning, opened his mouth suddenly and bit the spikes to pieces with a crackling sound. His teeth are too good. Crack! Mu Bai shouted and swung his arms down. The terrifying vibration ball instantly hit Duan Jioling's body, accompanied by the layers of void shattering. Black cracks spread all over the sky. If it weren't for the energy protection shield, the terrifying vibration alone would have directly overturned the battle venue.